Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more, sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Otherwise, this is simply a one-shot. Edit. Future author here, I'm deeply sorry for the wall of text below. You can skim to gain the general understanding, and please don't drop the book because of it. I promise it is never usually like that. Quirks, mysterious abilities that appeared long ago. They symbolized the change in humanity and the chaotic era. Society couldn't deal with the rapid change brought on by the introduction of quirks. Villains ran amok and civilians bore the brunt of their crimes. Death and murder became common, and those who developed quirks were shunned. People with mutation-type quirks, as they are now referred to, had it the worst. The work was plunged into heck. That was until people stepped up to save the day. Vigilantes are what they would be called today. But back then, they were simple heroes who fought to protect the ordinary. More and more of them came out of the woodwork, and eventually, the villains went into hiding. Society had finally adapted to the change called quirks. Vigilantes became heroes if they worked for the government. A hero was a profession where you saved people and got money, fame, and power in return. Many dream of being a hero, yet only a few can actually achieve such a thing. Only those with powerful and strong quirks were chosen. Most of the heroes were emitters with cool quirks, whereas mutants were more commonly sidekicks. Those with mutant quirks were still discriminated against in this society even though times had changed, forced to work menial jobs if they couldn't become heroes. Most would argue that there are many pro-heroes who are mutants, but this is simply false. They would use Mirko, Hawks, and Kamui Woods as examples, despite the fact that they look human enough. Besides their extra appendages. Bunny ears, bird wings, and a wood face mask. The famous pro-heroes are the ones who, even though they have a mutant quirk, appear to be human with an extra appendage. Even in the hero billboard chart, there aren't many with true mutant quirks. Those who look completely different from normal humans. Only those like Gang Orca and Wash can represent those with mutant quirks. People with true mutant quirks are looked at as different from normal and out of place. Even in this society, many things were not accessible to them simply because, even though 80% of the population has quirks, some people refused to change. Some things weren't accessible to mutant quirks, like getting a job wasn't easy, and some restaurants were not accessible. Many are driven into criminal activities and become villains. This is why I believe that society should change and acknowledge that mutants are also human. Society needs to stop discriminating against mutants. Sujin bowed towards his class without minding the silence. Twitch, oh. Okay, thanks for that unique response. Does anyone have any questions? The female teacher, Michiko Yoshimoto, was having a hard time keeping her face from twitching. Sujin was a problematic student of hers. He wasn't the kind of person to intentionally disrupt her for laughs and giggles. He simply said what was on his mind, uncaring for others' opinions, and didn't know how to read the room. The question she asked was, what do you want to change in society when you graduate, since the students would be going into high school soon? The normal answers that she heard were the simple, get rid of evil as a hero, or change the fashion industry with their amazing mind. She purposefully called on Sujin last to avoid the headache he was about to cause. And that he did. In a classroom where there were only 2 people with true mutant quirks, as he called them, he continued without a filter to explain how they were oppressed and needed recognition in society. And her students, being teenagers, didn't take it too well being called inferior or oppressed. The moment he insinuated that they were being oppressed by society, most of the students' faces darkened. And when he said that those who weren't true mutants were inferior, the number of people who weren't ready to smash his spray bottle head into pieces was 2. He himself, and his friend, who was the most mature among his peers. Oh, when will the bell ring? The silence in the classroom was deafening. The ticking of the clock's second hand could be heard. She could only put on her polite face while closing her eyes and stalling for time as Sujin continued to bow. By now, his classmates were glaring at him with their fists balled up. Just when she was ready to open her eyes. Her bag was just behind her desk, which she had strategically stood in front of. The moment the bell rang, she grabbed her bag and bolted towards the door already unlocked as she'd prepared beforehand. Her students, instead of pestering her with questions like normal, all jumped towards Sujin, who was just now picking up his head. She made it out the door before she heard the first shout. What did you say, you jerk? You want to call me inferior? I'll show you how we fix defective products. I break the trigger of your nose and shove it far up your asterisk bleep asterisk. She didn't stick around long enough to hear the rest of what they said, as she went home and enjoyed her weekend, happy that this year was almost over. Time skipped. Two people could be seen walking by multiple houses. On one side, there was a tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair, covering most of his face and his eyes. He has 6 arms, tentacles. Each was attached to each other by a web of skin where their normal arms would be. On the other hand, there was a person with elongated fingers and a spray bottle for a head walking on his side. His arm was covered in bruises and his head was beat up. The top looked beat up and uneven. In addition, he walked with a slight limp, indicating an injured leg. He looked towards his best friend with a mask over his face and a gravity-defying air, who was currently reading a book on their walk home. Shoji, you jerk. How could you just watch your best friend get ganged up on by his unruly classmates and do nothing? You didn't even wait for me to walk home. I had to find you eating takoyaki. And worst of all, you didn't even apologize. Shoji looked up from his book and glanced at his friend, who was stopped in the middle of the road. He had his arms folded, and to anyone not familiar with him, his face and eyes would have confused them. But Shoji had been friends with him since he was young because their fathers were friends. Seeing so, he went back to reading his book. Sujin was forced to walk after him, but he still refused to talk to him until he got an answer. So Sujin did something considered impossible and twisted his neck and head to the side, making it so that he was walking forward while looking to the right of his body. First off, you're the one who over-explained Ms. Yoshimoto's question. Second off, I thought that my inferior self shouldn't need to help you, since you are a true mutant quirk holder. Third off, I need to go to your house for the rest of the day since my dad isn't going to be home anytime soon. What do you mean? You are also included in the true mutant quirk holder, considering you have. Will that? Sujin pointed to the miniature head that was currently talking to him. Oh, so you consider me less human. Maybe I should finish the job that they failed at too. Sujin looked at his friend, who massively beat him in strength and height, not that he hadn't tried his luck before. Oh look, we're home. A relatively normal 2-story home could be seen, with the only thing striking being the higher roof and ceiling. They walked into the house and put down their shoes before walking into the living room and seeing Sujin's dad preparing to leave. Hello, Mr. Shimizu. Thank you for allowing me to stay over until my father ends his shift. Sujin's father looked at the young Shoji, bowing and chuckled. No need to act so unfamiliar. Me and Akrai go way back. He saved my life a couple of times, and his. Letting you, who I've known for your entire life, stay for the day isn't a problem. Sujin, who expected this, walked to the kitchen and got himself a glass of milk. He put his finger into the milk. Most would consider this unsanitary, but this was simply his way of drinking. The skin on his fingertips was already separated and the liquid disappeared into his body, sucked up the interesting biological canal that was Sujin's body. His father was at the door after a round of polite refusals from Shoji and looked at Sujin before leaving. Oh, before I forget, son, your grandfather reminded me of something. Since you've reached that age, I should remind you to be careful of what liquids you release from your nozzle for fear of clogging it. Sujin's eyes shot open and eyes bulging. He looked towards the front door before finding their way to his dad through the disappearing crack of the rapidly shutting door. Ha 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 ha, I'll see you later, son. Your mother will be home soon. Don't forget to fill out the form for what high school you want to go to. Slam. The two boys looked at the door before looking at each other. Sigh, forget it, just come so I can help you with your homework. Chapter 2. Self-deprecating. This world is rigged. Those with powerful, or huge, flashy quirks have a one-sided advantage in becoming a hero. Heroism as a whole is flawed. People rely on heroes for every crime, leaving those whom the hero couldn't save worse off than if they had even tried to struggle and do something for themselves with their own quirk. This causes society to need even more heroes, but even though everyone dreams of being a hero, only a few can attain it. Those with quirks like Flare Blast or Ice Freeze would get accepted into a school like UA in an instant. Whereas people like me and you must scrape the dregs at the bottom of the barrel. Shoji looked up at his best friend, who was supposed to be working on his last essay of middle school. This essay was to be sent to the student's school of choice along with their application. The purpose of the essay was to show the student's personality and character to see if they are a fit for the school. Shoji was going to work on it straight when he got home. However, his friend, who he had parted with less than 5 minutes ago, jumped over his window adjacent to Shoji's own, and with his fingers barely holding on to his window sill, Shoji found him. Shoji's and Sujin's houses were right next to each other, and with them both having windows facing each other, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. He had opened the window when Sujin barely got a few words out. "I your mag." Then Sujin's frail hands slipped, and he almost fell down a 2-story building, of course, if it wasn't for the bulky hand holding his loose black jacket. Shoji pulled him in and looked at Sujin's painting on the floor, regaining his breath. After 10 seconds, the labored breathing came to an abrupt halt. Sujin sprang up and shouted, "I your magnanimous friend, will help you with your letter." That led to this scenario, where Shujin, who also brought his own essay paper for the cover, hadn't written the first line on the paper, which was supposed to be his name. Not regarding his name, the first words were written in big, dark, bold letters saying, "School chosen," also wasn't answered. Instead of doing work like nobody expected, he gave another speech about how unfortunate he and Shoji were, and how they were simply destined to never be heroes. Sujin, why don't you want to become a hero? For the number of times he's heard about the issue of why Sujin can't be a hero, Shoji never asked why he thought that way. Although his quirk isn't particularly directly useful, many heroes emerge every day, finding unique uses for their quirks. He's sure that with that inquisitive mind of his, he could figure something out. Sujin wasn't someone who would quit just because others said so. He would find every possibility and way for him to achieve his goal. He didn't care what other people thought of his actions and was constantly defying what others considered normal. For debates in class, he would find the best points to use for his argument no matter whether he agreed with the thesis. In gym class, when they were doing swim relays, even though his head would make it difficult to swim, he still found a way to compete with others. He used his fingertips to absorb water to keep up his physical state, since the amount of water and liquids in his body also equates to the tiredness of his body. In this way, he gave 101% of the effort and came through that challenge and caused his team to place number 3 in the class. Sujin looked to the side of the room and diverted his eyes from meeting Shoji's. Well, if you must know, in this society, glare. Right, being a philosopher would better fit me. The hero game doesn't fit my noble character. I never give up and can see the truth in this society, so rather than being a brute like hero, I will educate the ignorant about the injustices and inequalities that this society brings. I will become the pillar of philosophy. Taking a breath before he spoke slower, as if the thoughts he was spewing out hadn't just popped into his mind and that he'd previously thought them over, Sujin continued. My influence will spread far and wide. And when my group of followers is adequate, we will change the world with me at the head. By that point, a mere hero won't be of any concern to me. Sujin looked at Shoji, who didn't glare at him anymore and instead just stared. He continued to direct his eyes away and decided to use his ultimate move. Wait it out. He was someone who had long ago bested the god of patience, his mom. In his stubbornness, Sujin was sure that he could last a few minutes. Except that it wasn't a few minutes. Time passed by 2, 5, 10. By this point, even Sujin was starting to get a stiff neck. His eyes became bored of watching the leaf blow in the wind. But Shoji showed no signs of stopping. Sigh. There may have been another part one didn't mention. Shoji relaxed his gaze temporarily. My dad, Enkai, has the same quirk as me, so his future is where I will probably end up. So ultimately the hero job isn't cut up for me. But anyways. Sujin's downcast, self-deprecating self was fully visible to Shoji now. The taller boy had no idea that the confident and problem-solving man would be so harsh on himself. But I'm sure that you're going to be a great hero. With your strength and limbs, you'll make it big. Maybe I'll even see Tentacle Man in the news. Hey. The lights next door lit up. Looks like Dad's home. Sujin sat up and grabbed his ever-blank paper. He started walking towards the window and opened it as he prepared to jump back to his room, but just before he could complete the actions he heard Shoji speak. I have no idea why you're underestimating yourself. Nor why you're so pessimistic in a world where doing the extraordinary is normal. Your dad should be used as a baseline, yes, but as a hero, your aim would be to surpass him. From what I've seen, the only thing holding you back from showing this world what you could do is yourself. Silence was Shoji's response as the boy paused for a moment before completing his previous train of thought. Sujin hopped over to the window and shut the blinds. He put his papers down and crawled into his bed, shutting his eyes and the lamp beside him as monotonously quiet as possible. That night, his sleep was as confusing as ever, with him having a dream of multiple miniature Sujins having a conference at a table. Chapter 3. Same old. 3 weeks later. That training must have paid off. With these muscles, I should be able to defeat some small-time villains on my own. Sujin looked in the mirror and saw his fit body. Although not much has changed, his body has started shifting from a lanky and skinny build like his father's into a more balanced one. These past weeks of training have started to show their effects, although. Here, Sujin looked at the monstrosity of a smoothie in front of him. The chunky bits could be seen and the overall color of the meal was a dark green. Normally this would just indicate many vegetables, but the chunky pieces of various meats said otherwise. He looked up at the devil himself. His mask hides his emotions but his eyes tell a different story. Is that glee I see? Maybe he sensed Sujin's impending question, or maybe he just wanted to talk. Well, since you can't eat normally, and since you're trying to be healthy, regulating your diet is important. So say hello to this smoothie, composed of avocados, almonds, coconuts, walnuts, asparagus, cauliflower, cucumber, kale, fish and seafood, salmon, sardines, grains, cheese, coconut oil, sweet potatoes, apple cider vinegar, dark chocolate, bleep. Asterisk. Knock, hey. Whoever's in there get out. Sujin fiddled with the doorknob as he tried to open it. Once outside the restroom, he looked at the perpetrator and what met his eyes was a big oily man. The standard belly overflowing from his gut, shirt covered in grease stain, and hair parting on top of his head. However, the man's eyes were familiar. Ah, this again. Once the man's slow brain finally processed Sujin, he went red with anger, well more than his previous already worrying complexion may have suggested. This result wasn't uncommon to Sujin, yelling, screaming, snide remarks, all such things he'd been subject to. It's one of those heteromorphic, walking away has always been the go-to move in such situations. And since he was waiting for the bathroom he should just let me leave. Where do you think you're going? A hand was placed on Sujin's shoulder. Punching him and running may be the best option, however, the son of a hero shouldn't be punching a civilian. Is there a problem, sirs? A worker at this smoothie store they currently resided in stood next to the two and looking a little more. Sujin remembered the new man's face. It's Junichi. I'm sure he should be able to help, I see him every day after all. Yeah, I'm getting bothered by this thing. I see the problem, sir, I'll help you right away. The fat man scoffed and walked back to the bathroom. Sujin expected him to be escorted out by Junichi, but instead a peaceful smile and hand guiding towards the exit met the exasperated boy's face. Surely he won. Sorry. It's company policy to not cause problems. I'll have to ask you to leave for the day, just so that this won't happen again. Damn it. Sujin looks at the black cat that rats out of that alleyway, probably spooked by his smoothie roughly hitting the trash can. What's the point of even trying to be a hero if this is the way you're going to be treated? Sujin mused to himself as he traced through the alley, no particular destination in sight. When you're annoyed and bored of life, traveling through alleys is something to do. It's exciting not knowing whether you're going to be robbed, beat up, or walk out perfectly fine. And yes, this has happened to me. He talked to himself, uncaring of whether anyone could hear his ramblings. Sujin remembered the day someone from the Face Border clan was trying to kill him. Apparently anyone with an abnormal head is hunted by them or something. Luckily his dad was near and that caused them to retreat, of course after taking all Sujin's money. Well, I guess I should stay positive and just use this as more reason to become a hero. If I'm famous then this shouldn't happen anymore. Boom! The ground rumbled and the buildings shook as screams from the distance could be heard. Villains? Should I run and get the police? He instantly stopped such kinds of thoughts. No, what kind of aspiring hero would I be if I didn't try to help? Besides, with the scale of that explosion they should have already been notified. He subconsciously walked through the alleys as his mind tries to think of what could be happening. When Sujin walked out into the light, chattering and the muffling of explosions could be heard, a huge crowd was stacked in front of a dead end. A variety of heroes standing in front of the crowd that's behind police tape. The few notable ones that stood out to Sujin were Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady Overhead. In the back of the alley where the heroes are watching is some sludge-like being. His hands were liquid but had some odd solid-like tentacle wrapped around a boy. The being seemed to be the source of the rumbling as the area around his hands were constantly exploding. Ah! People screamed as pieces of metal came towards them, though luckily Death Arms stopped it. Some hero the young boy doesn't know was spraying water to take out the fire around, and Kamui Woods is rescuing other middle schoolers caught up in that guy's explosions. Sujin walked closer and closer through the crowd to get a better view of the scene. Maybe it was due to my head being odd, maybe it was due to the fear of being too close, but Sujin got through with very little resistance. Once reaching the front, Sujin saw the thrashing about, captured boy once again. He was also in hearing distance to occasionally catch the numerous profane words he was spewing out his mouth. Some words that had been spouted hadn't even existed in Sujin's vocabulary before, but it was the foreign boy's clothes that caught Sujin's attention. Aldera Junior High uniforms. Aldera Junior High was another school a couple of blocks away from Sujin's. His was known for being a strict place with a no-violence rule. Meanwhile the others. Sujin could say that he saw Aldera's reckless and bad reputation precede them as the boy watched one of their, probably strongest students cause mayhem. We can't go in. The boy's quirk restricts Kamui's, while the villain's physiology makes my punches useless. We'll need to wait for someone else who has a quirk that can properly deal with this villain. That boy's going to need to hold on, damn it. Horror etches itself on Sujin's face as he overhears the hero's talk. Hang on, can't do anything. That boy may die. Sujin's feet start to move in that direction unconsciously. His hands reach in front of him as if he would be able to grab the captured boy. Do something. Anything. Suddenly, while he had previously been moving at unnaturally fast speeds, Sujin felt his world come to a not metaphorical slow as he was snapped out of his haste. He's forcefully snapped out of shock when he felt something on his arm. In front of him, grabbing onto his stick-like arm when compared to the new person's, was Death Arms. With his arms caught in the hero's grasp, he felt as if he was trying to move mountains even when he was simply trying to budge them an inch. Ain't he gonna die? Sujin's voice shakes as he tried to move. His mind was absent, only filled with the thought of trying to help that boy. We know, but you're just going to offer your life up for no reason. We need to wait for the appropriate reinforcements. Sujin struggles as his puny arms in comparison to the Mousse are dragged back. Thrashing does nothing but turn his body as he tries to escape. Saving that boy, Sujin's mind only had that thought. But will doesn't equal ability. The crowd noticed his outburst and had long since backed up. He found himself halfway through the police line when Death Arms halted. Whoosh, idiot. Stop. Another boy with green broccoli hair, also wearing Aldera's uniform, ran through the crowd. He hopped the tape and dashed straight into the danger zone, uncaring of the dangers ahead. Death Arms dropped Sujin's hands as his own stretched out to stop the boy. Kids these days. Another one. Don't they know how to listen to the heroes? What's wrong with them? Making more work for the heroes. Sujin's body stood there frozen as his eyes were focused on the new boys and simultaneously his ears listened to the people. If only my nozzle worked. Why did that stupid condition have to run in our family? With a 5-year-old Sujin in front of him, Enkai explained. Now listen Sujin, our quirk is special. It's been in our family for generations. Now, we have a hereditary condition that the quirk's bearer nozzle won't work unless you are in a situation that puts you under a huge amount of pressure and stress. Seeing the still focused expression showcasing Sujin's intelligence even at the mere age of 5, Enkai felt a swell in pride for his son. Still, the hero didn't let such distract him from the very important conversation all Shimizu quirk inheritors received. Once in that situation, the person must desire for their nozzle to open. This isn't the only problem, as when your nozzle awakens if you use too much liquid inside your body at once you may die. We have a special piece that holds our nozzle together and prevents the features from working properly from birth. It's very common for people in our family to never unlock it. Young Sujin raised his hand. So Dad, our quirks are so cool that we need to be worthy enough to open it. Chuckle, sure, you can think of it like that. Now in the present face with such thoughts, Sujin's mind focused on the words Enkai spoke of, open, open, open. Sujin chanted such words in his mind, saving that boy was his main desire. Thus nothing else needed to be thought or done, only that he needed to open his nozzle and he'd succeed in his plans. But, as he thought more and more about it, images of those he cared about popped into his mind. Shoji, Mom, Dad, Mr. Akrai, Mrs. Iya. Nothing. Fear of leaving this world, fear of death, of remaining useless, flood his mind. Sujin's body was back to being pushed into the crowd as with the hero gone so were the nice personas of the public now seemingly discontent with allowing Sujin to have the prime viewing for the events transpiring. Still even as he was pushed back the last sight Sujin could see was the same broccoli hair boy recklessly rushing in to save who Sujin assumed to be his friend. Must be nice, confidence, I lack that. Without it I return. No I've always been, I'm the same as before, the same useless Sujin as always. Chapter 4. Disowning inside the Shoji house. Two people could be seen, Mezzo Shoji and Akrai Shoji. Mezzo had one of his hands on the door while his head was turned to the TV. On the screen was a helicopter view of a chaotic scene. Rumbling shaking around buildings, fire threatening the hundreds in the vicinity, and explosions ringing about all around. The two listened as the news reported talking about the situation mentioned about the villainous attack making sure to highlight a hostage situation taking place. You won't make it. Mezzo paused. It wasn't normal for the ever-mature, serious Mezzo to get so caught up in his emotions. He was perspiring, his eyes were looking around, and he looked strange. We live too far from the scene for you to make it in time. Akrai, Mezzo's father, who was also watching the TV said without breaking eye contact with the television. The older Shoji would look normal if it weren't for the fact that he had 8 arms in total, 4 on each side with each sprouting one hand also making for a total of 8. He's been in the hero business for a while, during such he'd met the love of his life, had a son, and soon would retire. Likewise likes his son Akrai when needed to was always level-headed, another good quality of his. Looking at the screen, he didn't panic like his son was. He calmly analyzed the situation and thought of what could be done. He saw a boy who he thought of as a second son, through the screen being pulled back by the pro-hero death arms. Mezzo calmed down slightly and became silent. He's usually called impassive and mature by his peers. Thinking so the boy couldn't help but berate himself for acting with his emotions clouding his head. Akrai spoke again without looking at Mezzo. Inkai and Arena are probably next door looking at the same thing. You're not the only one worried. As Akrai predicted in the Shimizu household, Inkai and Arena, Sujin's parents, were also sitting on the couch. Inkai donned a serious face, although a bit of worry could be traced from his eyes. Arena, on the other hand, was gripping her husband's hand so tightly that his serious demeanor was wavering. Despite Enkai being a hero, Arena's quirk made her abnormally strong to the point that she could become a pro-hero if she decided to. Enkai's quirk was the same as Sujin's. Mutation-type quirk, spray bottle is a trademark of the Shimizu line. Arena's quirk only now started becoming noticeable within her daily life after 40 years of its awakening. Her quirk enhances her body's ability to adapt to outside changes. Normally, this would be a highly valued trait that would place her among the most versatile heroes. However, the drawback to it is that not only does the body require more substance for the more drastic adaptation, but that the adaptations can only happen when the body is shut down, resting. So, after 40 years, her body finally adapted to make itself stronger. As to what stimulus started this adaptation 40 years prior, it could be any outside harm that caused a desire and reason for the body to strengthen, whether that be getting a bruise, falling off somewhere, etc. Arena, not caring for her quirk or its effects right now, glared at her stone-faced husband. Don't you care? Enkai? Enkai would normally have no problem dealing with his highly emotional wife, after all, they've been together for the past 2.5 decades. But the increasing amounts of pain he's receiving from his hand and his own emotions pestered him. Sigh, her quirk. Enaki loved his wife from the moment he met her. From her black hair and green eyes, she was captivating. Her cheerful and caring personality was what made him fall in love. They've been through ups and downs throughout their lives. She impressed his grandparents when they were just dating to the point that they tried to personally break them up, claiming, "My new granddaughter deserves way more than a lazy, unfilial person like you." He was kicked out, dropped off with bags and banished from his house in the middle of the night. He stayed in a hotel for the next few days, chatting with his wife over the phone, who was being kept at her new grandparents' house. A few days later, they called him and reconciled. The person who convinced them was, of course, her. But if he had to pick one aspect of her that he hated, he would without doubt pick her quirk. Adaptation. What a beautiful sounding and seeming quirk. You could adapt to become immune to many things, get skin as hard as iron. Maybe develop another organ. The only downside that the government and others see is its slow timing. But Enaki, being with the wielder of that quirk for so long, didn't think so. Although it was an emitter quirk, it was always active with the user only able to slightly alter what it was going to adapt to next. His wife is sporadic, wild, and never lost energy, even throughout the years. But with taking care of a child, and with life weighing down on her, stress built up. Normal people go to the gym, play a game, or spend time on a hobby to get rid of stress. But she wasn't normal. Her quirk decided and reacted to the negative emotions that were weighing on her mind to find an outlet. The solution that was found was to put it on a trusted person. And who was trusted enough by Arena for her to dedicate her most vulnerable moments to? Of course, it was Enkai. Chapter 5. Courage comes in the oddest of ways. Over the past years, her quirk made it so that her eyes slowly widened her tear ducts and tear glands. Crying is a way for some people, including Arena, to release their troubles, frustrations, and stress. So her quirk modified her body to do swan a bigger amount, so as to allow her to release more. Whenever she's in a tear-jerking situation and he's errand, she cries, sometimes buckets full, and her emotions, mainly negatives like sadness, anger, regret, etc., work on overdrive to get rid of all her stress. They overwork themselves so that she can cry her grievances away and so the emotions won't become a problem. Now, this can only happen with a trusted individual around, and who's more trustworthy than her husband? And so Enkai knew that this wasn't his wife talking, but her quirk making her much more emotional than normal. So Enkai calmly responded, "Our son is out of harm's way. Although there is discrimination in our society, I was once a fellow classmate of Death Arms. I know that he will keep my son safe." Although Enkai said that, in his mind, he himself was worrying over his son, not for his physical safety, but for his mental sanity. Many in their bloodline have had the quirk spray bottle, yet few are even able to awaken it. It requires a strong enough mind and desire, something that he can't force onto his son. Enkai was worried whether this event would stunt Sujin's growth and ultimately shun him from the path of heroes like so many he'd seen before. Like them. Enkai didn't have to work hard, he only awakened the quirk through a coincidence where he was on the toilet and pushed a little too hard. That fact, along with his lack of talent, has weighed upon him from that moment forward. Thus Enkai has made up for this lack of talent with hard work and grit. Yet time is taking its toll on his body. He knows he can't keep up this hero's life for long, and in these past few months with Akrai, they both came to the consensus that their sons will inherit their hero's name if they want, and surpass it. Sujin, after failing to use his quirk, was pushed out of the crowd. He was downcast, depressed, and saw no reason to try and push through the masses to reach the front again. So he turned around and climbed a fire pole on a nearby building onto the top of the roof. It was tall enough to provide sight of the incident while far away enough so that he wouldn't have to hear the crowd badmouth him. "I guess this is my fate." He leaned against the door that connected the inside of the building to the roof as he heard his phone ring. "You're a true blue mutant. Oh, you're the best, because powerful quirks are for the weak." Hearing the ringtone made him a bit nostalgic. He's gotten beaten up more times than he can count, and so as a form of revenge and to bring awareness, he created this ringtone. Of course, this merely incurred their wrath and cost him more bruises. One day after he had again gotten beat up, Shoji suggested that if he's going to spout nonsense about unjust fairness and such, he should take some steps towards actually spreading the word about it. So he came up with a theme, so, future national anthem. "Let's answer it before I have whoever's calling come and scold me." Sujin gathered the most normal-sounding voice he could muster and said, "Hello, it's the world's most handsome." "Shut up Suijin." Sujin was surprised by the voice on the other end. Not just because of the loud tone that required him to move the phone away from him, but because it was Shoji. He was the calm, smart, and mature person who he believed would make it into UA. He already has plans underway for him to support Shoji in the shadows and use him to bring awareness about the discrimination against those with mutant quirks. He didn't bet on himself attending since he had quite a negative opinion of himself, so hearing his unwilling future investment, who was usually stoically cold, yell at him was a shock. The number of times this happened could be counted on one's fingers, and so he immediately thought about what he did. Did I accidentally chop one of his arms off? Or did I dump some questionable liquid in his mouth again? Back to reality, however, was Shoji's still yelling tone. "You think you can just sit down and pity yourself, you jerk? You think you're allowed to just wallow in despair over how useless your quirk is for the 100th time. People are getting hurt, almost dying, and here you are wallowing in self-pity. Sujin himself would say that he was mature normally, over the years, although he used to be energetic. Seeing people constantly shun him and others do nothing about it closed him off. He saw how people flocked towards Shoji and once tried to imitate him. Unfortunately, the mask of a cold and silent, brooding personality didn't suit him. But after being at one of the lowest points in his life, he couldn't help but get angry at being called selfish after what he had just experienced. You try it, them Mr. Perfect. You have everything, all the girls flocking towards you, the looks to go with it, and the freaky strength to solve everything. I'm sorry that unlike you, an ordinary person, can't solve everything. Sujin was huffing and puffing after letting his emotions out. He immediately regretted some of what he said, knowing they poked at some of Shoji's deeper wounds, though the part about the girls he meant full and well. As he was about to apologize, Shoji continued talking. What no look, Sujin, I may appear to be this cool, unbeatable, have it all type of guy in your eyes, but even I have issues. My physical strength may be strong, but you saw how that guy's power loader and death arms were faring. Me being there wouldn't change anything. Sujin grumbled, I guess. Besides your confidence to continue getting up despite being beat up, to continue challenging not only your classmates and the teachers, but the rules of society itself to change is honesty ad cough. I mean commendable. Shoji thanked himself for his big save. He wanted to say admirable but avoided it for fear of inflating Sujin's ego too much. Although I may seem to have it all, you have qualities about you that I lack, and so how do you think I feel, seeing someone who has outdone me in courage? Someone who I would call a brother, who I would die for. Someone who I would call a rival to be sitting on the roof practically whining. Sujin stood up, ready to exchange another round of arguments. But Shoji skipped that entirely and changed the topic. Are you going to let those who look down on you win? Let them continue to think that you and by extension all those who wield true mutant quirks are weak. Shoji knew just what to do to maneuver around his best friend. Any direct statement against him would have adverse effects, however, insult his dream and you are bringing on a fierce beast. Similar to angering a chihuahua, small in size yet ferocious in nature, never. Sujin had been baited successfully, Shoji thought. In their household, Akrai heard everything Sujin was saying, though the speaker tone Shoji had him on, and the only thought he had was, that boy must have gotten that personality from his mother. Sometimes I wonder how Enkai even deals with her. Iya his wife, Enkai, and Arena were friends back in middle school and they kept in touch together. However, Arena's rowdy personality never changed. Of course, he would never say this aloud for fear of his own wife overhearing him with her devilish hearing. Back on the phone though, Shoji was still shouting, persuading Sujin. You're going to let them discredit you? Never. Then get off your high horse and do something about it. Shut up. Sujin looked beyond the crowd and at the true target that he had to take down, since he deemed that was an action that would combat Shoji's words. Of course, he knew that he might be being manipulated, but his anger won out in the end. He used his emotions as fuel, and with his mind solely focused on protecting his dream, as the boy pressed his finger to his trigger he found that his quirk awakened. The awakening of those who have the spray bottle quirk in the Shimizu family isn't when their quirk gets stronger than the original one. It's simply a term that the members call it. In actuality, the awakening is merely you locking the cap that has been placed on the members since birth. Those born with this quirk have the defining feature of owning a spray bottle for a head, yet this isn't the most important feature. This spray bottle is fully functional considering that it meets a condition. To protect their body, the nozzle automatically locks itself so that the baby can't accidentally hurt themselves. However, this causes a problem. After years of locking, it's extremely difficult to get it unlocked, which is required to utilize this quirk. Forced pulling or pushing would have adverse effects on the recipient and potentially forever irreparably damage their nozzle. So Sujin just unlocked this hidden feature and broke the constraints that had been placed on him since birth. A spray bottle sprays liquid inside of the body and, coupled with Sujin's desire to protect his dream, which is defeating the enemy, his quirk automatically tries to spray a liquid out of the newly opened nozzle. However, due to the lack of water, the clear substance that would normally be expected to come out wasn't seen. Instead, a yellow-looking liquid came out, since in the mind of the quirk, if one liquid isn't available, then the next best option would be chosen. So the people who were watching this incident on TV saw a jet stream of yellow liquid flash by from off-screen and hit the sludge monster dead center in the eye. In another household, a father, who was normally silent and calculated, burst out laughing after witnessing what happened. People who had some droplets fall on them were mortified after figuring out what happened. Shoji and Akrai, who could figure out what happened, were speechless. Enkai himself was thinking of his similar fate, but at least he was in a stall when it happened. Regardless, seeing his son also experience this misfortune or blessing called for him to let out a cackle nobody expected. Of course, he was shortly thereafter squeezed by the neck by his wife for laughing at their son, who was suffering right then. Enkai himself merely shut his eyes while holding his arms up in a wait position to pacify her. Chapter 6. Rival. And now to the popular appearance of Japan's #1 hero, All Might. As you may be aware, 2 days ago, a sludge-like entity appeared and captured a middle school student. The student, Katsuki Bakugo, was the top-ranked student from Aldera Junior High and is currently on his way to apply to UA. All Might heroically appeared out of nowhere and used his famous Detroit Smash to blow the villains to pieces, saving not only the top-ranking student but another reckless boy who also attends Aldera Junior High that ran into the villain, wasting Death Arms and other heroes' time. The news station then panned to an interview they were having with the ash-blonde-haired boy who was previously held captive. The feisty student had some words to say when we interviewed him. I wasn't trapped, rather I was caught off guard and was testing that villain's capacity. Since I'm going to UA, such ability and intellect are to be expected. After getting such a pompous remark, we asked him about his fellow students from his school. That stupid Deku, he's weak, idiotic, and a quirkless nobody. Rather than him dreaming of being equal to All Might, all Supas, and that was, unfortunately, all the time we had with this precious youth who will surely become one of the leaders of the next generation of heroes. Rather, let's review the punch that decimated the unfortunate villain. The TV rewound to a few seconds before All Might arrived. The villain had just opened his eyes after being assaulted by a yellow book bag. The owner was a green-haired boy who looked way in over his head and held a frightened look on his face. A dark green tendril was stretched out towards the boy from the sludge monster, and it seemed that another hostage would be taken imminently. However, suddenly the sludge monster closed his eyes. He held them as if they were burning and thrashed around momentarily, letting go of Katsuki Bakugo. All Might descended from the sky, and so everyone who had some droplets appear on them assumed it was his sweat, and the yellow color was caused by his hair or quirk. There'd been otter quirk-caused situations and the general consensus was such an ASNWER. Yet, micturition, commonly referred to as urination, is what was occurring. Droplets of urine in the eye would normally cause mild irritation and rubbing, that's about it. However, with the quirk spray bottle, a separate space to store certain liquids was created. As a defense mechanism, the quirk has the ability to isolate food and store certain liquids in that special area for desperate times. Due to the lack of water in the main area that would be used for spraying, that special area was used as a substitute. Urine with high pH levels was what was spayed across the building from where Sujin was to the crime scene. For those below who felt some tiny droplets, luckily none got into any eyes and they were unharmed. The sludge villain, on the other hand, was hit head-on with urine with higher than normal pH levels and was sent screaming and scrambling around to get rid of the pain. It scrubbed its eyes, not realizing that this would only cause more pain and, ultimately, not heal. If not quickly treated, the urine may even cause blindness. Sujin quickly left the scene for fear of being found, yet his movements couldn't escape the eyes of a yellow bunny-haired man. Now in the comfort of his home 2 days later, Sujin looked up at his mother, who was hugging his neck tightly. She was squeezing his neck while rubbing her face over his head. This would normally kill someone because they wouldn't be able to breathe with her strength wrapped around their neck, but that was just another benefit of the odd quirk spray bottle. Because liquids are how they get their nutrients, they can temporarily use the oxygen from water to substitute for breathing. Ding Dong Enkai, who was sitting on the couch watching the news, got up and opened the door. Sujin turned his gaze away from the TV and looked to see both Akrai and Iya, who were Shoji's parents, though a quick look around showed Shoji wasn't there, and as he was about to speak up about it, "Hey Sujin, you really took after your old man, eh? I remember when he was in the bathroom and blew off the stall's door with his quirk." Quote. Akrai, how many times have you gone to jail for sexual harassment? You jerk Enkai, I'm innocent, it's not my fault that the trains are packed during rush hour. Yeah, tell that to me when you're unbanned from every train in the country permanently. Ha 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 ha, heck, how did you get reported by Mr. Johnson, an 80-year-old man, to the police? Akrai shook, visibly fuming from what looked like anger but could also be considered embarrassment, while both Arena and Aya ignored them and continued chatting about Aya's new clothing design ideas she was cooking up. I saw the news, Sujin can now use his quirk. Oh, how they grow up so fast. I remember the other day when his bladder went the wrong way. Or that day he went to the pool and got too excited and released. Sujin, at this point, was also red. Whether that was possible or not, nobody would know, since while the adults were immersed in their world, he escaped into his room. Inside the place he slept, photos of Gang Orca, Wash, and other non-famous heroes who have true mutant quirks were lined up on his wall. Near the desk that was facing the rightmost wall, crumpled up stacks of paper were lying around. Each held plans he wanted to enact in the future as Shoji's political and media supervisor. Of course, Shoji had no knowledge of their existence since the last time Sujin showed him ideas for his future as Shoji's advisor. He crushed the entire notebook into a ball and threw it farther than the eye could see. Sujin walked over to his coffee table, which was in the middle of the room, and sat down. He stared at the paper, which had been sitting there for 3 weeks. The paper reads, Future Plans. This was something so simple, Sujin thought. He had had a rough idea of how his life would end up since he was 6, the year he got an in-depth explanation of his quirk from his father and understood the reality of himself. He was devastated that he couldn't become a hero. His father said that he may awaken the quirk, but to the child in him, that might as well have been the door to herohood being shut. He had wallowed in sadness for weeks. This change in him didn't stop the people who bullied him, but rather, without his usual peppiness, it got harsher, since this meant that they could do more without him saying anything against it. It was only when Shoji, who had just moved in next door, saw this and beat up his bullies, that Sujin decided to live out the dream of being a hero. Throughout Shoji. With that in mind, he should have an easy time filling this paper out. He's had weeks to do so and turn it in. Yet he waited this long to even put pen to paper. And with the events that occurred 2 days ago, he was even more confused about his future. Become Shoji's advisor, since I'm sure I can eventually convince him to accept, or something more. Sigh, here I thought that you would be happy about saving someone. Whipping his head around, Sujin spotted his window open and Shoji standing in front of it. Being too fatigued mentally to give him a quip, the boy just stared at him. Of course, Shoji knew what he wanted to communicate and stepped off the windowsill and sat on Sujin's bed like he owned the place. From where they were, if you walked into the room, you'd see Sujin's desk on the right, him sitting at the coffee table with his back to the door, and Shoji on his bed facing with his back to the window. You still haven't filled out that sheet, it's due at the end of the week? That's not a very true mutant of you. Sujin let out a dry chuckle. Shoji looked at him and his face went from joking to serious, since the younger boy was confused as to his future being there for his best friend was imminent. Sujin, inhale, Shoji, it's not like you to hesitate, that's not very true mutant like you were either. Although Sujin's joke was lame, the slight shifting of Shoji's turquoise mask showed that he at least cracked a smile. Ever since I was young, before I moved here, I was isolated because of my arms and mouth. When we moved, I promised myself to stand up for myself and not disgrace my dad. Then I saw you being bullied, so I used my strength, which I had been hesitant about using for good, and helped you. And instead of running away like others, you not only thanked me but then stuck around me. Not for protection, or out of fear that I may hurt you if you left, but as a friend. It was for protection in the beginning though. Naturally, Sujin wouldn't say this. You are outgoing, upbeat, and a cool guy to hang around with. The opposite of me. Others regard me as scary and dark, so being friends with you is something I cherish. Although you may not notice, there have been some people over the years that were drawn to your aura and admired you. Shoji looked lost in thought before coming back. You always said that you'd be my assistant once I made it big when I became a hero, and although I brushed you off every time, it felt good that someone believed in me. Over the years, I myself envisioned the future of you giving me instructions from my headquarters once I become a hero. Sujin stifled a chuckle as both of their thoughts coincided. If that's the case, then I guess my future is settled. Disappointing my friends isn't something I do. He reached his hand out for the pencil to start writing on the paper. So when I saw what you did 2 days ago, I needed to think.
You did something that I didn't even think I could do, and that made me reevaluate my entire thinking. Quote.
Sujin paused when his hand was near the pencil as he heard what Shoji had to say. That was a one-time thing. Don't stifle yourself short. I am sure you could achieve the same results as me if you were there. That's a lie. A voice in his head tells me. Deep down, he remembered the scene as clearly as if he was still there. Death Arms, Powerloader, and other heroes were useless on the scene. He believes in Shoji. However, Sujin is a rational guy, and even though he could understand that Shoji wouldn't be much help on the scene, but a part of him doesn't want to admit it. Shoji shook his head at my weak attempts to fling Sujin's effort off. That's what I'm talking about. You say you're weak, and yet I see someone who's more humble than anyone I've ever met. Someone who, despite being so-called weak, flung themselves into danger to save someone else. I came to the realization that I was being arrogant. The thoughts that you wouldn't become a hero were planted inside of me, and so when you fired that shot out of your nozzle, I became a bit scared. Shoji, scared? I know, but the thought of you becoming a hero, and achieving heights far greater than I ever could, and that you would leave me behind, frightened me. Before you say that's not possible, the first time you used your quirk, you shot a high-pressured beam of water over 100 meters. Shoji put his hand up to stop the boy from saying anything, and his face went from melancholy to determined. Don't worry, I've realized that such thoughts are useless. You will never surpass me. Ah, so he came to the same conclusion as I. This was the conclusion Sujin had come to for years, something that he already knew. And yet the shaking of his hand couldn't be stopped. There was something bittersweet in Shoji's comforting, yet cruel realization, yet Shoji's next words left him in bafflement for the second time today. Because every time you achieve something nobody thought was possible, I'll strive to achieve more. Every time you do the impossible, I will work just as hard to achieve it and more. Huh? I came here to tell you this. Shoji stood up, and so did Sujin. His height dwarfed Sujin's, and so when he normally bends his neck down to talk to him, Sujin got the feeling that he was looking up at Shoji both literally and figuratively. But now that feeling was gone, the look in Shoji's eyes had changed, and a fire of determination burned brightly, equal to the one Sujin usually saw in the mirror. Sujin, you are my rival. I'm going to attend the UA entrance exam, pass it, and eventually become the #1 hero. It is up to you if you become an obstacle in my path. Shoji, after leaving that bombshell, just left,
leaving Sujin even more confused than when Shoji first came in the room.
Rival, #1. What? His brain couldn't understand, but the real craziness wasn't over yet. Chapter 7. An idol's image, so that really happened, huh? Sujin looked around his room, which was painted with an orange hue due to the setting sun. His brain had been fried over the last few days, thus sleep was what his body desired, yet his mind couldn't stop racing. Hero, me? I saved a kid. Shoji's now my rival. All the thoughts from the past few days that he repressed with sheer will were breaking through due to Shoji's words. Not only was a bottle ache occurring, but the constant noise didn't help. Wait, where's the noise? The laughter of a few drunk adults could be heard just a few minutes ago. Getting up and bringing his aching body down the stairs, Sujin looked at the desolate house. The place was cleaned up, beer bottles thrown away were laying in the trash, and the shoes that crowded the front door weren't to be seen. In his search for answers, he found a note that was laid on the kitchen table reading. Sujin, we're going out to celebrate your quirk awakening. Since the bar that we were going to doesn't allow minors, there's $20 under this note. Buy yourself something and we'll be home at some point. Love, Mom, and your grumpy dad. That explains it. Sujin grabbed the 20 and pocketed it rather than spend it. He took some over-the-counter pain relievers and sat on the couch. I'm lucky I can't taste anything I eat. I've heard that these don't taste the best. And next up, after we finish the interview of All Might that was taken 3 years ago, we'll get into how crime in Japan has gone down to a mere 6% since his introduction into herohood. PZT, I wonder who makes up the majority of the victims of that 6%. Sitting up while leaning over on the couch, Sujin pressed a hand to his head and held it there for a while. Guess this medicine is affecting my emotions a bit. It's contradictory, like everyone else. I admire All Might to the death. He's cut down on crime in Japan by a major amount. Villains run from the mere mention of his name, and he's the reason that other countries are hesitant when trying to do anything that would negatively affect Japan. He's a great guy. Sigh. But in the end, even though all of this is happening, even with all of this greatness, Why is it that people like me and Shoji need to suffer? Discrimination, abandonment, suicide, defecting into the lives of criminals. Why is it that the majority of the people who fall into these categories are held by those who look like us? Sujin looked towards the door. Can you tell me? His eyes looked slightly hollow, maybe tired, or confused. A mixture of the three could be seen if one stared directly at them. Young Shimizu, I myself can't answer that question. With a big pizzazz, a big burly figure walked into the house. The common chiseled features that anyone could point out, along with that strong jawline, his pronounced cheekbones and bushy eyebrows, the unmistakable short blonde hair swept backward, resembling bunny ears. What, All Might? When Sujin looked at the door, he wasn't aware of All Might's presence. He wasn't paying attention to the big shadow that shone from the slight gap at the bottom of the door, nor did he see the two flaps of hair that stuck outside the window above the door. No, none of that was perceived by him. Sujin merely chose to do that and look in that direction because he had read somewhere that doing dramatic actions makes you look cool, and Sujin had a habit of talking to himself when he was alone. With that being said, the redness that crept up onto him could be from either his squeaky voice signaling he was not out of puberty, the fact that he stuttered when saying All Might's name, or actual surprise and embarrassment for All Might hearing him. All Might bent his head and then quickly stepped in and shut the door behind him. Because of the nature of quirks in this world, ceilings have been raised to the point where it's commonplace for people to be able to host those of 9 feet, 274 centimeters, inside their house quite easily even in humble abodes. After the door shut, screaming and the quaking of the house could be heard. Sujin wore a hardened expression as he prepared for another villain outbreak, but the barely coherent sounds that came after got rid of such thoughts. Quick, All Might's that way. I love you All Might. All Might, I might be a male but let me have your babies. Kyahhhhh. Such voices were going through the neighborhood as people ran past his house, no doubt looking for the culprit in front of him. After the voices disappeared to the point that they were negligible, All Might spoke up. I happened to see your heroic actions the other day, and so I came here to congratulate you on your bravery. Sujin didn't hear the boisterous voice he thought he would, and if this was anyone else, he would assume that the person he was listening to was nervous, afraid, maybe even shy. Sujin, what are you thinking? This is All Might, the guy who would rush into a building to save kids regardless of injury. He's fought so many people, how could he be shy about talking to me? And so the notion was discarded, as to whether he was right. Kids these days. He's just staring at me in the eye. Is he judging me right now? Sweat was dripping down All Might's head. Of course, nobody but those close to him would notice and be able to find the reason. For some reason, everyone he talked to misinterpreted his actions, so even if Shimizu did notice, he would probably think he was hot in his house. If Night Eye were here, I wouldn't hear the end of it. He's always going on about how my image is important and how a hero must have charisma, and whatnot. How'd you find this house? It was only natural that the ever-skeptical Sujin would be cautious about this guy calling himself All Might. Although Sujin believed that he was the real deal, he really wanted to know if there was some secret website or place that had people's addresses. The mindset of helping Shoji as his advisor in the future was still in his head, hence he wanted to know if there was something he could access to find out people's information. I just happened to know the way, Shimizu. All Might was, of course, lying. Sujin's father, Enkai Shimizu, happened to be drinking buddies with All Might's friend in the police, Tsukachi Naomasa. All Might had asked Naomasa whether he could find someone with a spray bottle head. Before he finished, Naomasa started asking questions. Was that yellow liquid that you saw? What was his height, stature? After he finished answering his questions, All Might asked, can you find him? After confirming his suspicions, Naomasa said, find him? I know the guy. Although I shouldn't be giving out people's addresses, especially heroes. Since that's technically breaking quite a few laws, All Might tensed. Although he could probably find him himself, it would take way longer than asking Naomasa would, not to mention that he didn't want to owe people favors, though Naomasa owed more favors to All Might than the other way around. He shouldn't even owe me anything. All Might felt burdened by Naomasa's troublesome personality and was thinking of his alternative ways to get the boy's address when suddenly, poof, All Might, or rather Toshinori Yagi, who was in his one-bedroom apartment, had transformed out of his big form and into his skeletal-like one. Due to the change in body structure, his voice would too, and so he would normally be panicking if someone normal was on a call with him since they might be able to tell a difference, and Naomasa did. Ah, it's gotten shorter over the past few years. Yagi, with his weak voice, tried to speak. Cough cough, wiping the blood off his arm, he spoke, it's nothing. I found a successor a few days ago. This boy reminded me of myself when I was young, weak yet aspiring to be a hero, filled with determination and courage, and willing to throw themselves into danger to save someone. Toshinori recalled his younger days, his image overlapping with the boy who he recalled ran away from the scene before All Might showed up. The reason I want to find this boy is because my successor reminded me that there are those who, even while weak, will struggle and will still try to become stronger. And that, rather than like everyone else, shun them and crush their dreams, I should encourage them to reach heights beyond myself. A successor, All Might. This is troublesome. Not to mention this boy, him. Hearing the not so satisfactory response, Toshinori internally sighed. Although he wanted to use that story to push Naomasa into giving him the location, the contents he spoke weren't false, he really had found a successor, and when he remembered how that boy was treated yesterday in the crowd and his actions afterwards, he regretted it. He saw what was happening, yet he merely thought, this is for the best, that boy will be out of harm's way without risk of hurting himself. Toshinori wanted to redeem himself and meet the other of the two people who impressed him yesterday. However, Naomasa was a very troublesome person. He's very strict with the protocol and is reluctant to ever call All Might for an issue. Although that in itself is an issue, whenever he did call him, he's sad that he now owed Toshinori a favor, making Toshinori feel burdened. Ah well, if it's you, I know you won't give it to anyone else. And I can get rid of one of my favors this way. Ah yes. Let me meet your successor one day. I'd like to see the person who received one for all. The reason that All Might wasn't worried was because his friend naturally knew his greatest secret. Chapter 8. Language of Pain. I came to congratulate you on your actions yesterday. Using your quirk may be illegal in public, but you bought some time, allowing me to save those two boys. Not letting Sujin become modest since he's experienced many people acting as such, All Might continued. Although I may have come at a bad time. He gestured to the turned-off TV. Ah no, this is… All Might's eyes grew dark for a second as he scolded himself in his head. He thought back to all those who've helped him get to where he is today. His master, Nana Shimura, there was also Night Eye his sidekick, and Gran Torino his master's master. Taking a deep breath, he berated himself one more time before putting on a serious face, which caused Sujin to involuntarily tense up. Young Shimizu, I have heard what you've said, and I have no answer to that question. I have done a lot in these past years in terms of hero work. His fights with AFO flashed through his mind, and as they did, the pain in his stomach thumped slightly. However, that's no excuse for the number one hero. I understand that there are many problems in the world. Discrimination, murder, and other crimes are still prevalent despite my and others' efforts. That is why we look to you, the younger generation, to grow up. Passing the mantle of becoming a hero from one generation to the next is a duty for us. All Might got up and started towards the door. There are problems in this world that I can't and haven't fixed. I have not felt the exact pain that the victims of these problems have, and even though I have this title of number one, I cannot solve every one of these problems. A scene of himself when he was younger and had a weak body flashed through All Might's mind. How bitter he felt, that he couldn't expose his past and help those who are suffering now. He spoke with a voice filled with conviction and mixed with anger. I can't understand your pain, nor can I imagine what you've gone through. If you resent heroes for these problems occurring, then please put all the blame on myself. All Might's head was tilted down. He looked remorseful about his inability to do anything and his helplessness. This same helplessness was what drove him to find his master and why he was on this path. So he raised his head and took a look at the contorting expression on Sujin's face. However, I have seen your actions, and the heart of a hero does dwell within you. Although your life is a mystery to me, I implore you to step foot on the hero's path. You who have the conviction to make a change are most suitable to do something about this society. With that, the taller man turned around and opened the door wide, slightly blinding Sujin. He made out the number one's figure as his last words rang in his ear. If you do choose to pursue this path, then I hope you will meet me at the number one hero school in Japan. The image of Ua flashed through Sujin's mind, as did that essay he still hadn't started. As he looked up, the figure wasn't there and only the orange dimming lights of the natural sky were within his sight. I quit. 3 hours later, Sujin's parents came home to find the house dark and their son nowhere to be seen. Since they had just come back from drinking, they moved to their bedroom and fell asleep without awareness of the dim light coming from under Sujin's door. Scribble, finished. Sujin, who had finally finished writing and had completed everything needed before going to sleep, jumped into the bed before clocking out, mentally letting his eyes and mind listlessly look towards the ceiling fan before they inevitably tired themselves out and fell to rest. A lone candle that was bound to go out soon lightly illuminated the letter that was just written. The envelope was addressed to Ua, from Sujin Shimizu. The summarized contents of the letter were Sujin expressing his admiration for the school, explaining his desire to attend that school, and his desire to become a hero. The last excerpt that was written was, "I have come to know recently that change does not start without a single step. That is because, without failure, innovation cannot be brought about. I desire to become a hero to change the unjustness of this world, to preserve and bring about prosperity among the people. I may not get into this school. Maybe I won't get into the others I applied to either, but I will not stop. A great man once said that if one's heart is strong enough, it can make up for anything else that's lacking. And I've recently been told that I have such a heart. So I desire to be given the chance to enter your prestigious school. Even if I don't get in, my name will not disappear. Sincerely, Shimizu Sujin." A single wet spot could be seen on the paper, and thus, with that being said, it was wrapped in an envelope to be sent to Ua. Meanwhile, All Might, who had shrunken at that point and was watching TV, remembered something about the conversation he had with the young spray bottle earlier. I wasn't supposed to let anyone know I was going to UA. He imagined what Nezu would have him do if he knew that he had leaked this top-secret information. Chapter 9. H-shaped building. Weather conditions are expected to stay around 24 degrees Celsius, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. With the coming of spring, consider heading outside every once in a while to witness the beautiful sakura's blossom. And on that note, parents of young teens who are attending the UA entrance exam, most of which haven't attended school in over 10 months, send your child with some love and luck, and we'll all hope for their best.
Many news channels, each relaying the same content, could be heard as the duo passed through the streets.
Sujin, who was wearing a pair of denim blue long-sleeve shirt and pants to represent his dad, was unnaturally flexing as he walked, straining himself, which could be heard from the grunts that came out his mouth.
Shoji decided to wear his standard blue sweatshirt and a blue sports tank top, which allowed for maximum efficiency with his arms. Looking at the two and people's reactions to them walking, Sujin's unnatural behavior could be found.
It's early in the morning and their parents forced them out of the house at 7, so they could arrive early, since according to them, on time is late, and early is on time. Both boys were scholars of their schools and had some of the highest scores in their grade, but with both of their mothers worrying, they were not unfamiliar with the saying, "But why'd we leave at 7 if it's a 20-minute walk to UA and the exam starts at 10:30? Sujin couldn't help but grumble, as he's not much of a morning person. After they left their houses, he immediately demanded Shoji take a detour and that they go to Dunkin' Dreams for their wake-up wraps and some coffee.
So as they walked back with Sujin being a little less angry, he started to notice staring. This was nothing new to either of them, as they looked out of place. However, the usually repulsed, hate-filled looks weren't there. Instead, admiration and mild lust filled people's eyes when they looked their way.
At first, he thought that they were looking at the new him. After training for 10 months, a new tiny bump could be seen on his biceps, although many would say it looked too small to call it such. But something felt off. He traced their eyes and landed on Shoji's beefy arms, although he wouldn't say anything and rarely showed more than a portion of his skin. Shoji, if you disregard the abnormal body parts, had the body of an Olympic athlete at the age of 16. With chiseled muscles, and hair that mysteriously curved down just enough to block his eyes from OHERS. Sujin normally didn't care, but since Shoji wore an outfit that maximized his mobility, the states became constant. He tried to imitate Shoji by flexing his arms, but, for some reason, Sujin thought, nobody was mesmerized by his enchanting looks. And so as they neared the school, with the time being 9 a.m., Shoji turned around and gave him a questioning look. Sujin discreetly stopped flexing his muscles, not that anyone noticed, and muttered, "Nothing," before speeding up in front of Shoji. After passing a few blocks, two huge H-shaped buildings, both connected by a walkway in the middle of the H, stood before them. They stopped to admire the sights. Sujin was amazed at the shape and wondering how troublesome it would have been to build it, while Shoji was wondering why it was made out of two-way glass. Just looking through, Shoji could see the occasional student pass by, along with an assortment of teachers. While the duo stood in place, dozens of other students walked by. They made their way into the crowd and walked as they admired the view. Ultimately, they were handed tickets and walked into a reception area. Thousands of people were lined up in the room. Chattering could be heard all about as various conversations flowed. Sujin had chosen a seat in the very back, allowing him to get a good look at the people in the room, otherwise known as his competitors. Green prickly hair. And seeing that guy's reaction from brushing his arm on it, it would appear that it's some kind of thorny plant. She must be that Shiozaki girl from the head priest's family. I remember now, she was on my list. Religion in a world filled with quirks has become commonplace. Faith is at an all-time high. With people being able to perform miracles at the twist of a hand, new religions are being created every day. People's devotion to gods has become so heavy that even the law has taken a step back in managing the church for fear of riots occurring. As long as things don't get too extreme and certain lines aren't crossed, churches practically manage themselves. It's become so commonplace that whenever the word kami is heard by others, people have all agreed to collectively not ask for further details. Sujin lived up to the name he previously had given himself as the potential #1 advisor in Japan. Although he's been training with his newly awakened quirk with his dad these past 10 months, he hasn't forgotten his past knowledge. He even had a plan to attend the UA with Shoji, of course not in the famed hero course but in the Department of General Education. To become the assistant to a future pro-hero, he devised a 10-year plan, starting with Tap. Sujin looked up at his muscular friend. Shoji nodded his head up, and as they both turned their heads, a man in a black suit with yellow hair curving up took to the stage. "Are you ready?" The crowd was silent, besides a mere tiny whisper of a "yeah" that eventually died off. The announcer certainly wasn't too happy about having a silent crowd. "Alright, since you're still tired, let's get things on a roll." All entrance doors shut loudly, the sound reverberated with an echo in the room. "The exam begins now, of course. As the topic relates to my book, I will incorporate some things from the manga. But don't expect everything to go 100% the same as it did in MHA. So whether you interpret this as an AU or me just adding details is up to you. Now, our protagonist Sujin has reached the UA entrance exam. Just know that passing this time won't be as easy as before, especially with his strength. Ops. Well, you can know that tad bit of information. Hope you enjoyed the chapter, and until next time. Chapter 10. Deception and cheating. The students started clamoring as the doors shut with a heavy thud. Dust was picked up slightly as audible shattering could be heard throughout the room. "Students!" The loud voice once again quieted the audience. All eyes were drawn to the slim, yellow-haired man with his long yellow hair curled up unnaturally. His outfit consisted of a biker jacket, fingerless gloves, and headphones, or a punk outfit. The most striking feature about him would be the voice box that he has for a throat. With his loud tone, this is naturally his quirk, but he's already causing the students to cover their ears without breaking a sweat. Your voice is too loud." A disheveled, messy-looking person walked into the room. His looks didn't fit in with the atmosphere at UA, but there was something about his presence that made all the students pay close attention to him. "Hizashi, Nezu sent me to explain this part. Alright, students, please listen to Aizawa." Sigh. Holding the bridge of his nose, Hizashi walked off to the side of the podium, and Aizawa looked towards the students in front of him. With thousands of eyes staring at him, he wasn't nervous. Instead, he was thinking to himself, "I need my coffee." "Alright, I'm sure you noticed that we had 30 minutes until the time for the start of the exam." Nodding faces and light chatter ensued. "Well, that's simple, the others have been cut. What, X300? UA is a hero school. We want those who have the motivation, desire, and willingness to put in the effort to become pro-heroes. And being punctual is one of the most important qualities of a hero." Some students started complaining about how this wasn't fair, and how they could do this, but the pro's response to this: "How many times has a hero failed to show up, for the first time today?" Aizawa shouted. "How common is it for some villain to escape that wouldn't have if the heroes arrived even a minute earlier? How many lives could have been saved?" Aizawa turned around walking towards Hizashi. "We're not here to mess around and babysit you. We're here to train heroes. If you can't even arrive 30 minutes early to one of the most important events of your life, then I doubt that any of you can become a successful hero. With that he handed the mic to Hisashi and walked off into the darkness.
Alrighty then, you heard it from him. Now, as Hisashi
took over directing the students, Aizawa arrived in the monitor room. Inside was a conference table, and multiple chairs facing towards screens, each displaying different scenes. Normally in each chair would be a different pro-hero and member of the UA staff, though at this moment, with each having a testing location assigned, the room remained empty besides Aizawa and somebody else. The auditorium with Sujin's group could be seen on one monitor. And, besides that was another auditorium with a similarly large group. Shota, a rat-bear mouse, spun around in the chair that dwarfed his size. He spoke while sitting upright, holding a tiny coffee mug in his hand. Aizawa sat at the coffee table and was sitting opposite the principal of UA High School, Nezu. That was a great performance, truly, you did strike quite an impression on those students. An impression, huh, I wasn't kidding about part of that. Aizawa became silent after that. Oboro, Nezu thought of his former student. He decided to lighten the mood by looking at the screen, which showed a different auditorium than Sujin's. Besides that, they're doing well. Looking at the screen being shown, many students were sitting in chairs while listening to the pro-hero Cementos. Worried, distraught, and annoyed faces could be seen as they listened to Cementos's speech. Separating the students who arrived before 10, and telling them that those who failed to arrive earlier have been cut. Instilling a sense of fear and cautiousness into them. Telling those who arrived later in the other room that they're getting a harder test may curb some of their tardiness. Aizawa stared at his boss's back. A scary man. Back in the auditorium that Sujin was at, grab your papers and check your number. The flapping of sheets could be seen all around. 893. Sujin remembered his number from earlier, but rechecking, he chuckled at what the heavens avenue him. Giving Shoji's paper a glance, he saw his friend also rechecking his paper. 4649, Sujin said in his head. What's the difference in treatment? As Sujin asked himself this, he followed the instructions and entered the examination room, which was reserved for the 600-900s. A lecture hall entered his sight as everyone filled in their seats assigned by their numbers. Since he was practically last, Sujin sat in the back and had a view of the entire auditorium. The blonde-haired guy was in the front of the room, standing in front of the lecture stand. 6 staff members were stationed throughout the room, 3 on each side. Tight security. Sujin waited and survived as the tests were passed around. He took a glance at the test and had his eyes open. It's easy. The content on the paper wasn't anything like what he spent the past 10 months studying for. It was basic questions from all the subjects. Questions like, from what period was Oda Nobunaga born, were even asked. Things you could pick up from when you were a kid. Sujin wasn't the only person confused, dozens had the exact same reaction. But as if there hadn't been any change in the audience, President Mike continued talking. You have 1 hour, good luck. He then walked out of the room, and everyone started the test. As the pro walked through the hall towards the surveillance room to meet his colleagues, he thought back to everyone's expression and let out his own musings to himself. UA is the best high school in Japan. The questions may seem easy or like basic knowledge, but they range across many topics. Rather than people who simply memorize a paper, those who actively go out and search for knowledge are who we desire, however. Back to the exam, Sujin looked up after completing his exam. The sound of a pencil and the occasional flip of a paper were verbalized around, but what he saw made him even more surprised. Cheating. Sujin wasn't sheltered and obviously knew what it was, but to see it in this fashion, dozens of quirks simultaneously activated, all with a center purpose. As Sujin walked down the stairs to turn in his test, he grew more and more fascinated with the creativity of his fellow test takers. Despite the lack of windows, a breeze could be felt flipping the paper of someone in the room. Someone shrank themselves and was running around looking at others' tests while trying to stay hidden. Many used their natural ability to get ahead in this exam, and even when he got back to his seat, Sujin still didn't understand why people would take this risk. Every cheater in the room understood the stakes they were playing with, whether they got into UA by their grades, personality, or a good word from someone high up. They all had one common goal now: pass the test. If they didn't make it into UA, then everything they did up until now would be pointless. UA had a unique system where they held their entrance exam after every other hero school. Meaning, that if you failed the exam, unless you're that lucky person who did well in the practical exams and did so well that you passed despite horrible written exams, you're forced to go to a normal public school and miss a year of hero school. That wasn't the reason why Sujin was confused though. UA as the #1 school had a lot of prestige. So minor actions from them heavily influenced what other institutions did. Other schools would be able to learn why someone failed the entrance exam and decide if that person is a good fit for them. So in addition to missing a year of hero school, if you're marked and failed for cheating, then you're unofficially blacklisted from every good high school in Japan. So Sujin's bright eyes were justified since essentially every cheater here was staking their entire future on this test. It doesn't matter whether I really know what I'm doing. I'll figure it out when I get in. Every cheater firmly believed that thought in the room. There was only 6 staff and over 100 people were cheating. So using their numbers and the odds, every cheater used all their tactics they had to successfully cheat into this school.
After the hour was finished, President Mike came back into the classroom. Thank you for participating. Please stand up if your name is called.
Sujin Shimizu. Was I suspected of cheating? With his heart beating, he stood up and was overcome by the countless eyes being placed on him. 4649 can be read as Yoroshiku, Yoroshiku, referring to best regards in English. Chapter 11. Manly man from the sky, too bad, kid. Phew. Glad it wasn't me, thanks for being my diversion. As Sujin stood up, the cheaters in the room whispered in their heads. They looked around and spotted something in the eyes of other cheaters. That glint of selfishness. Although we're all cooperating by not ratting each other, we each have the same goal. And with limited spots, it's every man for themselves. The malice could be felt visibly within the room. Dark thoughts wishing for everyone's downfall except their own so they could get into the school swirled around in many minds. Principal Nezu, either ignorant of or ignoring this tense atmosphere, continued on calling names. Yosetu Awase, Itsuka Kendo. After he was finished, about 183 students stood up. They had been told to come to the front of the auditorium and were simply standing there, half nervous, half expectant. The cheaters inside the room, on the other hand, were sweating bullets. Not one of us was selected. Although there were more than 100 cheaters and they may have missed some, the fact that a majority were still sitting with no sign of being called now that the principal had stopped meant they were in a perilous situation. Namori. Sujin was among the people who were in front of the whiteboard and looked towards the opening door. That's the pro-hero. Midnight. She walked in, and after winking at Nezu, who was impassive as she walked by, she stood at the center row of the seats facing everyone still sitting down. Sujin, doing his due diligence, obviously had to scrutinize, get all her crucial features so he can remember her in case he needs to in the future. She's a tall, curvy woman with sky-blue eyes, that tilt downward in the center, framed by a set of rather long eyelashes. With her long, thick, spiky, dark purple hair, which was made up of layers of varying lengths, the longest ones reaching down below her waist. Her chin-length bangs were split into 3 sections. 2 swept to the sides and 1 over her face, going diagonally down to the left between her eyes. He looked around to see the various shades of red on every student's face as they all stared at her. Not that I'm immune to such effects, but obviously. Nobody could tell with my head. He coughed in his hand a bit before looking up to see some pink mist floating towards all the students in the front. That must be her quirk. From what the media says, it allows her to put nearby people to sleep by exuding a sleep-inducing aroma from her body. Everyone who was previously sitting down, regardless of gender, was falling asleep. After seeing what was happening to those in the front, some in the back stood up, but they quickly joined the others.
Come on, examinees. Nezu had the students follow him out the door and into their previous meeting hall. Sujin was the last out the door, and he could have sworn that a suspicious expression was laid upon Midnight's face when he turned around for one more glance.
Lok Sujin and his group filtered into the leftover chairs within the room. This was the same room they were in prior and they were reunited with the others who were here before they separated. Nezu sat on an abnormally high chair and faced the students with his face filled with charisma. Thank you all for filtering in completely. I hereby declare that, in principle, you have all passed part 1 of the test. Yeah. Let's go. Settle down. We have some food behind that door right there for you to take at your leisure. Please rest up and fill in your minds. We will have our practical exam within an hour. Sujin checked the time. It was 12:45 and he was barely spent. I should be able to pass the practical exam easily if it's anything like the written exam. He felt like his prospects of getting into UA were looking up, and as this thought swirled in his mind so did his confidence. Of course, all things that go up must come down. In accordance with that, Sujin found himself running through a simulated city with destruction all around. The occasional rumbling could be heard from the other sites filled with the more powerful students. What kind of monsters are here? Remembering what he needed to do to pass, he wanted to go back and slap his previous self. Easy? What the heck is easy about this? Just my luck, I'm jinxing myself. How am I going to even pass this test? Sujin remembered what he was told about his exam. Students, your objective will be to defeat the 3 types of villain bots that will appear in the practice area. 1 pointers, which have bulky arms and ride on 1 wheel. 2 pointers have 2 slender arms along with a tail. 2 pointers that are built like tanks with 2 bulky arms as well. I mean, sure, even I can deal with 1 or 2 bots by myself by drenching their key ligaments in water. But I doubt that those meager points can get me into the school. Sigh, he slapped his face and opened his eyes to pump himself up with motivation. Where'd the light go? Sujin looked up and saw a huge shadow covering him. Something that took up his entire field of vision was rapidly approaching him. With no time to think, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the danger, the villain bot, which fell nearly after him. The bot was spazzing slightly, and the punches in the exterior showed that it wasn't going to get back up anytime soon. Sorry. Sujin looked at the red-headed boy scratching the back of his head bashfully. I didn't look at where I threw that 3-pointer. I'm Eiichiro Kirishima. Sticking his hands out, Sujin looked at it but didn't respond, still vigilant. So did you know that they could climb buildings as well? Yeah. I was fighting one when 3 more ganged up on me. I did the manly thing and took a decisive retreat while fending them off. But who knew they would follow me inside and on top of the building? Kirishima pointed towards the building that was 3 stories high next to them.
Sujin took a glance at it while trying to gain as much information as possible, another thing his dad had taught him over the last 10 months.
Anyone could be a villain, so keep your vigilance, survey your surroundings before, and try not to act recklessly. Not that I needed a lesson in being wary of people. Sujin looked at the building to search for evidence. Shattered walls, deep footprints in the dirt, and saw dust on his hands. So he broke his silent facade once he confirmed that Kirishima was indeed truthful. I'm Sujin Shimizu, and I apologize for making you wait so long for the handshake. I just happened to take a bit longer processing things. A little white lie never hurt anyone, plus checking his response could also be useful. Chuckle, it's nothing, but dude, you look super manly standing in that pose. Sujin was in a crouching position with his left hand on the floor for center balancing and his right hand holding his trigger, with his head in a constant scan waiting for any danger. Chapter 12. Left or right, black or white? Sujin got up from the embarrassing position while cursing himself inside his head. Examines. You have 5 minutes. It's already this late. Sorry, Shimizu, but I'll excuse myself. Kirishima left to fight more bots after saying this. Great, I'm back to square one. Or, well, I guess I never left. Ahhhhhhhh. Thunk 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 thunk. Sujin looked behind himself and saw a stampede of people running. The source of their distress was a robot as large as a building. Its size was enough to crack buildings by merely holding onto them. The debris in front of the robot's onslaught, which dwarfed the students' size, caused problems for the examines, many of which got injured by them and became immobile, but a few brave souls were helping the injured to safety. Is this school crazy? Bringing in something so massive is just asking for trouble. Thank God those people decided to help. Wait, help? Team work? Sujin took a look at the situation again and confirmed his idea. That's it. It was so simple. I know how to pass the exam. He was filled with vigor, but his party got rained on when he thought about the scene again. Sujin looked at the people in front of him. Should he stay and try to help, or should he try his risky plans? I don't have the time. Besides, my weak quirk won't be of much help, and if my plan succeeds, then I'll solve this problem anyway. With even more optimistic thinking, he turned around and went to search for the key people who would be essential to his plan. TCH, trying to get into UA with that mindset. What makes them even worthy of the entrance exam? Another ran away. You're way too kind, man. Not everyone is as compassionate as us. Quit talking and move, boys. I don't want to get crushed any more than you all. Alright, Boss Kendo. Sujin wasn't far enough away to not hear what they were saying, nor was he far enough away to not feel the piercing glare of those behind him. This is the right thing, right? He looked at his longer than normal hand. Clutching it, he said to himself, it doesn't matter. There's not much else I can do. They probably already have a system in place that doesn't require me to tamper with it and mess it up. Sujin picked up his pace. This year looks promising, doesn't it? There's a few good seedlings, and some are as striking as those 3 back when they took the exam. To hear such praise from UA's hardest teacher is a surprise. You wouldn't expect much from someone who expelled your entire last class and failed nearly 4/5 of your exams this year. Nezu turned around and looked at Aizawa. Their characters weren't fit for the school. I can't argue with that. He looked at the screen and saw many different people pop up. Sujin, who was running away from the injured, a hot-headed boy who was running in the direction of the 0-pointer disregarding everyone else, and many others who helped others despite the time. Cheaters aren't desired in this school. Everyone's academic abilities have already been known before they set foot inside these doors. Every test was designed to test their character. An orange-haired girl was on the screen now. She made her hands huge, and using them, she produced a sound so loud that everyone in the immediate area quieted down, allowing her to give orders on how to help the injured. In another area, a boy with a raven-like head used his quirk to transport people from area to area quickly along with someone of large stature and many arms. Leadership, strength, conviction, all these and many more are traits we desire at this school. Shining light on those with these qualities is what the tests were designed for. How they act under pressure is what I want to know. Principal Nezu took another sip of his tea as he finished monologuing to himself about his evil plans. Aizawa got into his chair and slightly closed his eyes. He paid half attention to the screen. The pro thought back to a time when he would be aghast at the principal's crazy plans. He would have his eyes wide open while Yamada would do that while yelling. He looked at the students, each giving it their all to get into this school. How long has it been since, no such thoughts now. In the back of the room, a buff man in a yellow and white striped suit was looking at the top right screen. It showed a green-haired boy running around looking for villain bots. Come on, Midoriya, the man said inside his head. Chapter 13. A duo? Trio? No, it's Dio, come on. Where are they? Sujin remembered the 2 distinct people he was looking for, each holding something that made them stand out, but he couldn't find them. Damn it. He paused for a breath and opened his gaze looking at a few pieces of broken glass on the ground, and looking at the reflection he saw one of his targets. There, he saw a pink-haired and skinned girl with 2 short yellow antennas sticking from the top of her head and a black sclera surrounding her yellow eyes straight ahead. She was coming, well, sliding in with a contestant in her hands, thanks Ashido. Don't sweat it. I just happened to pass by, but your points. I'll figure something out. Walking up to her, Sujin calmed his nerves. Can you help me? Well, tried to. He bent his head to the point that it was at the same height as his stomach. Gee, get up, can't exactly talk with your eyes to the floor. All right. Ashido stuttered in between her words as a red hue built upon her cheeks, though it was light enough that anyone who saw it would mistake it for her skin. I want you to help me with a plan to defeat the robots. I think that using teamwork like real heroes do could be a hidden part of the exam and may even grant us additional points. What am I even saying? Sujin was blurring out thoughts he had just come up with, and although he said he had people in mind, Mina was the only one he could find. One person was that hard-headed boy who instantly defeated multiple 3-pointers before blasting off when the exam first started. There was also someone with tape rollers for elbows that could be used when trying to restrict the bot's movements. That Kirishima guy he had met a while ago was also a candidate for a partner. But none of them showed up. I get the first 2 as they have great movement quirks and are really deep into the city, but what about Kirishima? When Kirishima said he was going to go, he immediately left. It wasn't 45 seconds later when Sujin thought about teamwork, but by that time he was gone. But, Ashido looked back at the person she had been talking to previously. The girl looked torn, like she was going to break a contract if she went with Sujin. She obviously wanted to stay and help, however. I want to go fight. She was excited to get to freely use her quirk today, but when the exam had started, after only 2 minutes, she saw someone who couldn't fight anymore, and using her quirk acid on her feet for faster movement, she quickly brought him to the center. But saving one person turned into another, then 3, then 6, and by now, when there were only 4 minutes left, she had helped over 10 students but barely had any points herself. I don't want to waste this opportunity, but those team points make sense. UA is known for being hard to get into, so I doubt the test is as one-dimensional as it seems. Don't worry about us, Ashido. You've helped enough. We'll be fine on our own for the rest of the time. She was so stuck in her thoughts about Yue that she turned out to their voices, not recognizing their push for her to leave them. Noticing her indecision, Sujin gave it another final push. If this succeeds, we should be able to save a lot of people anyway, Sujin added, trying to convince her to join him. Ashido, who snapped out of her thoughts, recalled getting a green light from both of the minorly injured individuals, and with her own wishes she then readily agreed. Then let's get going. She pulled Sujin by the arm and they walked through crowds of people sparsely dispensed in the designated, safe area. The quietness was killing her and her peppiness, so to alert the busy Sujin, who was absorbed in his thoughts, she broke the ice. Su, what's the plan, boss, now that you've gathered me? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm Mina Ashido. Sujin Shimizu, and the plan is, Sujin said absent-mindedly. The plan? He had a pretty good plan in his head. The angry guy would take his frustrations out on the robots, Tape Dude would capture and restrict their movements, while Mina would deal a final blow to all those who didn't die due to the explosions. Sujin didn't really expect that person to listen 100% to him, so Mina was more of a contingency, while Sujin himself would be expertly commanding them from a safe distance. He even imagined they were all in sea outfits, with him wearing a captain's hat, having a hook for a hand, and an eye patch all in all. However, that image soon shattered into pieces. I don't have a plan. Sujin stopped, automatically walking for a second before picking up the pace. Mina turned around, feeling an increase in the breeze Sujin gave off when he walked to her side. Ribbit, could you use a hand in defeating the villain bots? With Sujin not responding, as he was lost in a world of his own, the girl directed her attention towards Mina, who merely shrugged her shoulders and pointed to her side. The girl had a wide mouth that dipped down a little, similar to that of a frog. Her oval-shaped eyes held large, black irises, and she had long hair that dripped down below her back and was tied into a big, pronounced bow. 30 seconds later, they passed another group of people. Are you sure you don't need my assistance as well? And so, with the same ignorance from the leader, and the same shrug from Ashido, the duo behind Sujin became a trio. A frog-like girl, another with yellow horns and pink skin, and lastly a flamboyant boy with a pronounced belt and a showing personality. Smack! Sujin snapped out of it when he bumped into a wall. The trio was so engrossed in conversation that they had forgotten about Sujin. Ah, my head. He looked up and saw two new, unfamiliar faces along with Mina in front of him. Mina, who are these people? Sujin's personality became a bit blunt as he was trying to get himself in order. These are Aoyama and Su. They took an interest in helping with the robots and followed along. You're fine with it, Right? With her tone so reminiscent of another commanding woman in his life. Sujin broke out into a cold sweat. Why yeah, it's fine. Let's go in a circle and introduce ourselves. I'm Ashido Mina, and my quirk is producing acid. It's pretty self-explanatory, I can create, manipulate, and am immune to acid. Ribbit, I'll go next. I'm Suyu Asui, although you can call me Su. I can do anything a frog can do. Moi, then I'm next. Yuga Aoyama, I can shoot a laser out of my belly button, though not too frequently since something bad can happen. Yuga added at the end with a wink. Sujin shivered a bit when looking at him, this he averted his eyes elsewhere. Apparently, the boss, Sujin Shimizu, my quirk is pretty self-evident. I can shoot water out of my nozzle. No need to mention that first incident. Sujin mentally coughed inside his head. So boss, what's the plan? Now I'm the boss again. Sigh. It's not the most solid solution since there are only 3 minutes left, but this is what I came up with, so we're going to. Scared sizzle. Mina and Yuga turned the corner and started down the street furiously. Mina was carrying Yuga in her arms while also navigating around. Acid covered her feet while not burying her pink shoes. The girl skated around, unconcerned about the destruction of the gravel in her wake. Rumble, though it's reasonable that she did know that a legion of bots was close behind her. Nearly 30 bots were on their tail, and the number was growing by the second. Oi huff, Mina, could you loosen up a bit? I would if we weren't being chased right now. Mina was holding on to Yuga's stomach while he was facing behind her, towards the villains. She used her months of training for this, and even though Yuga himself was lighter than the average boy his age, it still took a toll on Mina. Epppp. Mina jumped, narrowly dodging a falling piece of building in her way. DRN, a three-pointer. This plan stinks for me. For the first part, I need both Mina and Yuga to go here. I need you to attract their attention and lead them down this path. Mina, I'm going to need you to go at your top speed. She could still hear Sujin's annoying voice as she regretted easily accepting this decision. I'll need to ask him for compensation after. Maybe some cake? Chocolate? Ice cream? Or a chocolate ice cream cake? Yeah, I'm sure the pushover would agree. Thinking such, she tried to ignore Yuga and his pleas for help.
Aoyama kept shooting beams from his belt on his stomach, similarly not looking too hot. His face was pale as he kept the attention of all the bots.
Aoyama's job was to keep all bots moving in the same direction. Even though they have heat sense, Mina wasn't slowing herself down enough to keep up with their senses, but what they would detect is an attack. Anything in the radius of danger to them, i.e., a beam of light that could damage their internals, would send them into a state of eliminating the danger. The only problem with this strategy is that it didn't account for his flaws, which he neglected to mention. He gets stomach aches when he continuously uses his beams. He wanted to throw up again, but he was afraid, not of the pain, but of Mina. The last time he did that, she kindly provided a reduced mutated form of her acid that made his skin itch for 30 seconds, all while still barking at him to not lose his attention. Why was I stuck with such a brute of a woman? Aoyama focus. Why was I stuck with such a wimp of a man? Although their thoughts were parallel, they worked surprisingly well together despite a lack of clear verbal communication. This guy is surprisingly useful, and although this is hard, I doubt it's harder than the others. Well, maybe Sujin's job is easier. Chapter 14. Hind-legged amphibian versus overdosed jock. Meanwhile, a certain girl was hopping in a frog-like position, and a large group of various people around her. Everyone, if you don't wish to fight, then please calmly go down this street. It will lead you to a safe area a few blocks away. Sue, your job will be to direct all those in this area a few blocks away, then meet up with Mina, and all of you come to the central location. Sue remembered what Sujin told her before they split up. She was originally going to take Mina's current position and run away, since with her tongue she could easily lift 1.4 times her weight, not to mention Yuga is small for his age. Mina's response when she realized what she would have to do was, I'm not good with leading a mass amount of people. Of course, Sujin tried to persuade her since this position suited her quick, agile quirk, but she wasn't having it. Sujin, if you don't stop, I'll. Bleep. Sujin stopped after hearing that and assigned Mina her current position with Yuga, ignoring the struggle Mina would have with his weight and their incompatibility. Sue, who didn't really have a preference since she could do either, was assigned her current position. She started directing people down a street to a safe zone, as Sujin dubbed it. Sujin apparently convinced a few people with strong quirks to at least protect anyone who comes around them from the villain bots. The people Sue was talking to bowed to each other before going off and following her directions. Everyone who was listening to her was all people who didn't want to continue the UA exam. Some of them were injured while being helped by another applicant. Others were so terrified of the villain bots that they could barely walk straight. Hearing about a place where they could rest without being on guard got their motivation pumping, so everyone picked up the pace, heading towards the area where they could safely wait out the last minutes of the exam. If you're telling me to go somewhere, then the opposite way should have a ton of villains, right? Sue looked in the direction of the loud voice she just heard. A young man with a wide build, and short, spiky brown hair that shot upward and had pronounced lips was speaking to her. Ribbit, how should I handle this? Sujin said that this plan wasn't solid, so it would probably be better to avoid as many changes as possible. There's also the fact that Mina and Yuga were waiting for me to meet them. Sue, who was on a lamppost, held a finger to the bottom of her lip as she thought, the question is how to get rid of him. She wrapped her tongue around the lamppost she was previously perched atop and slowly lowered herself to ground level. But as if he could sense her intentions, the boy spoke before she could respond. I won't let you talk me out of my idea. I'm sure you're hiding something. Any second. I'm not going to persuade you, just wait. For what? Wait, you must be stalling. Sue raised her arm, but he was already out of her youngest reach. Though a small smile appeared on her lips as he ran in the direction she desired. Behind you! Sue shouted. Huh? Turning his head, he saw about 3 separate villain bots about to hit him. The first came within arm's reach and was about to grab him with its 2 arms before he met them with his own. WIRRRRRRNNNNGGGGARRRRRGGGG. I won't lose to you in strength. It's good that I visited a store before coming, Rikido Sato thought. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small capsule. What made this capsule different from any normal one was the white power that could be seen floating around inside. Gulp Sato's muscles and veins grew noticeably larger, and he used this newfound strength to knock the first villain bot off his feet. This bot fell into the second, and the third tripped up over the first two. The third was a three-pointer, though, and its big frame falling knocked over a small building and caused its already fragile structure to collapse on top of the three. Ah! The commotion caused a minor rumbling, not uncommon in the test, but startling to those trying to escape. Raising his hands above his head, boastfully he said, "Haha, 2 one-pointers and a three-pointer. What are the chances? Buying sugar capsules was the best idea. Ribbit! There's more of those bots where the examinees are going. The bots use infrared to track people, and since a lot of heat will be concentrated in one area, the place that concentration of heat is will be swarming with the robots." Sue looked at Sato, who looked a bit confused. If you go and protect those running away, the villain bots will just show up for you to defeat. A win-win scenario, right? Sato chugged another packet of sugar and ran down the street, saying, "Thanks," as he ran away. Whoever made these bots is a monster. Though now that I think about it, that could be the same deal Sujin used to make people protect the area. Sue hadn't known whether they actually did use heat to track examinees. That was a conclusion she came to on her own after thinking about how Sujin convinced so many to use their time to protect an area. The white lie paid off since she got Sato to do her job of directing everyone out of the area and protecting them from the bots. Sue then looked at her watch. That scuffle took more time than intended. Low whirring noise. Flash. Sue looked in the direction of the flashing red light she had just seen. Coupled with the whirring, she identified it as a camera placed on a building that was facing in her direction. 2 minutes. Sue dropped her staring contest with whoever was behind that camera and quickly started her journey to meet up with Mina and Yuga to commence the last part of Sujin's plan. Chapter 15. Leap of Faith, or Death. As he climbed the stairs, Sujin reflected on what he'd been doing, running around trying to find bots to defeat, meeting interesting people who he may be seeing in the school, warranted he gets in. Finding others who formed a team with him as the lead, semi-leader. He shuddered a bit as Mina came to mind, but back to his exploits, he practically bribed some people to go and protect others. And now he was climbing up some not-so-safe and hazardous stairs to reach a roof. Reaching this building hadn't been easy, since now his goal wasn't to kill the bots but to avoid them. He opened the door to the roof and felt the air pushing against his skin. Sujin was on the tallest building in the area, overlooking this entire entrance ground. He could see the chaos that was unfolding around him. Various bots were being defeated, with a high-speed kick to the body, tangled up in vines, or blatantly punched in the head. He noticed a group of people who had grown to a significant size in such a short period. They congregated north of him, and after amassing such a force, they were more efficient in their efforts to help people who needed assistance. With a guilty conscience, he averted his gaze to the main attraction that had been on his mind since he first arrived here. A boy, small from his perspective, and a colossal villain bot were engaged in combat. That's the zero-pointer. The boy would blow up pieces of metal on the bot before being blasted off himself. While in midair, explosions were fired off from his palms, and his small body was propelled by them back onto the bot. "Die, you damned piece of metal," loud as well. Sujin looked at the carnage below the zero-pointer as well. Metal that was blasted off fell onto the ground, raising a metallic heck, reminiscent of a scrapyard. But the boy didn't seem to mind as he continued to blast the zero-pointer. "Glad I chose this area, away from that." Stomp, 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 stomp. In the distance, a stampede was coming towards his building, and in front of it, his eyes made out a tired and annoyed Mina along with Yuga, who also wasn't looking too hot. Wonder who called the incompatibility between the two and the situation. He looked and saw that in about 42 seconds, the street that Mina was running down and the one Sue was on would merge. Street view, MIA more. Please save. A slight pain stimulant on his arm quickly closed his mouth and had him turning around and firing his naval lasers once more. Ribbit, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just, Mina crouched down, avoiding a lamppost thrown at her and by extension, Yuga. The lamp collided with an old, rusted building, which collapsed as a result of the impact, sending a minor rumble through the ground. Clap, wow, impressive. That's great reaction time and flexibility. I'm used to sparring with my friend, whose quirk makes him a little too rough to take hits from. In addition, I've regularly taken dance classes since I was a child. Sue nodded while continuing to hop along. She'd heard Mina's heavy breathing and Yuga's face that screamed, "I'm going to pass out, vomit, or die soon. I can take him. I'll be fine." Huff were almost at the building, and having someone who can respond quickly to changes in the plan is required. "Why won't you move?" Sujin had his front foot on the ledge of the building. He'd tried moving his body toward that sweet spot that was required for the plan to succeed, but it wouldn't budge. Fear? He asked himself, the boy who's won constant awards for his charisma and outspokenness. Rumble once again, his eyes were drawn to the scene. He opened them up all around him, not just in front of him, and took in everyone's view. Would it really be unfounded? People my age can go toe-to-toe with villain bots that topple buildings. Those whose personalities make up the qualities of a hero are shining. Where does little Sujin fit in there? The look of that person he passed by before, the desperation in his eyes played back in his mind. I didn't leave for my plan. I left because I was scared. Huff. That's it, that's what's been bothering me today. The fear that I would become him, stuck in a weak state and helpless, completely at the mercy of others. That's what I was afraid of, he said in self-reflectance. That's why I looked away. Does someone like that truly deserve the shot at becoming a hero? This position that millions are vying for would be wasted on them, right? Sigh. Before he could think any further, Sujin's building shook. The vibrations being sent out by that one examinee's fight with the zero-pointer were enough to shift the already fragile foundation. Crash. With the bottom of the building collapsing, the entire place was evidently coming down, and Sujin's mind and body finally both agreed that he wouldn't go down with it. Tap tap tap. The weather decided to start a light drizzle at that moment as well, and so the sound of Sujin, who'd run all the way back to the entrance to the roof, and his footsteps made an audible sound. Tap tap tap. His mind wasn't in sync with his body, and yet for the first time ever he felt like he knew what was going to occur. No hesitance, no questioning, only the inevitable reality. I may die. Jump. Despite such thoughts, he jumped off the roof just in time as it collapsed. The rain had already formed puddles, which, with his sight, allowed him to view himself at this height. His hands flailed around, helplessly looking for something to grab onto. Not wanting to witness his imminent death, he turned around. Is this it? Mina and Sue, who were running towards him, saw a dust-covered Sujin jump off of a falling building and right into his death. This wasn't in the plans, right? Chapter 16, Star of the Show. Sujin's back was facing the ground, with his hands and legs spread out in a star, slowing his descent. He was still facing a very imminent death crisis though, and Sujin himself was thinking. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen, everything going all wrong. Sujin had estimated that deviations from his plan would occur. With such a rushed plan involving an uncountable number of external factors, he suspected that changes would occur. The plan was to deal with them as they came, but he couldn't deal with the current situation. Mina and Sue were so close to where he needed them to be, the robots were in position, and the stage was set. That was what made it so cruel for him, his stage, the moment when he was supposed to prove himself. It was in front of his eyes, but with each second it drifted further and further away. While this was happening below, they weren't just standing idly by. Mina, Sue, and Yuga continued to push themselves. A comrade, they knew him for a few minutes at most, yet even as pain assaulted Mina's body, and her quirk became tired from being overworked, she still tried. Sue's calm demeanor cracked as her eyes grew wider than she'd shown today. Worry and pure terror were etched onto her face as she foretold Sujin's future. They pushed their quirks and bodies going faster than before, both collectively cursing at the rubble in their way. The star of the night devolved into a crashing comet. Sujin, despite the air resisting against him, stretched out his hand towards the sky. The stage. He bent his head so he was looking at the road from an upside-down position. This allowed him to both hear and see Mina's outburst. Suijin. Her eyes had acidic tears, which burned the ground upon contact. She pushed her body even though she knew it wouldn't be enough. Bafflement befuddled Sujin. Weak, failure, pity, disgust. Thoughts and emotions like these swirled through his mind. His subconscious came to life, repeating what he never wanted to hear. Like the devil, it whispered all that he dreaded. Another tally to add to the list of Sujin's disappointments. Shut up. Sujin grabbed the trigger part of his face as he forced his head to do a 180 degrees. A perk of his quirk, he hardened his face this time, staring dead at the ground as his body was facing upwards. Sujin, the most important part of being a hero is blah, blah, blah. Sujin from 10 months ago ignored his dad as he thought of his answer. Since they were 4, most children had pondered on this question. He, like many others, had long since CME up with an answer, a moniker. Sujin didn't know what he was going to name himself, however, having something more distinguishable than his body was a first start. A series. Sujin, are you listening? Huh, wah. Oh yeah, Dad. Oh really? Then recite Hero Law 38, Section 4, Articles AE. Sujin allowed himself to get way too close to the ground for comfort. Once he deemed it adequate, he thought of the name of his recently created next move. Spray pressure hose. A jet of liquid, which was harder and more spread out than last time, came out of his nozzle, about the size of one's forearm. This liquid hit the ground. However, unlike before, it was a continuous jet of water, which meant that Sujin was still forcing out more and more. It looked like a beam that connected from Sujin's nozzle to the ground. This force and collision bumped Sujin back up into the air, temporarily saving him from becoming a puddle of blood and guts. Mina, Sue, and Yuga all softened their hardened expressions. But their pace didn't drop, rather it increased. Knowing their comrade was out of danger, they remembered they had a job to do. Meanwhile, Sujin was in the air, considering the problems. Our positioning is very spread out, the robots are a bit farther than expected, and huh. Looking ahead, he spotted someone who was lying on the road, passed out in the path of the villain bots. If Sue were here, she could identify this man as Sato, whom she had previously met. She would also analyze that from the tiredness of his body, how pale he was, and the occasional chills he got that Sato was likely experiencing a sugar crash. I can't wait for them to get close. I can't get things in the order I need them to be. How the heck can we pull this off? Enkai stopped Sujin before he left the door. I don't know what else I can give you to prepare you for this test. Whether you get in or not, you're still my son. Sujin's face scrunched up a bit. Don't ask how that's possible. Anime logic. But as a teenager, you probably don't want to hear that. Sujin did not respond and looked his father in the eyes. All I can say is trust, Sujin. I know it's hard. I know that you, even though you don't tell us, have a very hard time putting your hopes and dreams into the hands of others. Always overthinking. Always planning ahead. Sujin had an awkward face. He didn't want to lie, but admitting it openly wasn't something he would do. So admittance by silence became Enkai's way of understanding him. You try to prepare for any possible outcome and choose the one that you deem the best. Getting rid of unnecessary variables is part of that. I know that this quirk has only been with you for 10 months, however, it will become your partner for life. Enkai's voice took on a wise tone, as will any possible comrades you make at that school. Remember, Sujin, you can't do everything alone. So it's okay to lean on a crutch every once in a while. No relationship will work without trust. Remembering Sujin couldn't help but think, I don't know how we can do this. Less than half of my water supply remains. Nobody's where they need to be. Sigh. Despite his sigh, Sujin smirked. Although you said whether we win or lose, I prefer it if we won. The boy then closed his eyes, put his hands on the trigger again, and thought, it's up to your guys, I'm sure to pull this off, we'll need a miracle. On the ground, Yuga looked around and saw tons and tons of villain bots running in his direction. He stood his ground, taking a stand despite his rainbow-covered mouth. Remembering what Sujin said, he faced the bots while taking a glance to confirm that the immobile boy was behind him. I've gotten some intel from some tech-savvy people, that the core panels of these bots are located in the middle. So I need you to line them up and knock them over like dominoes with me. Yuga understood that having the best long-range abilities in the group outside of Sujin himself made this job perfect for him. However, the hidden parts of the job, which made it a tad more dangerous, only came to his mind right now. You'll need to time this perfectly with the others, so wait. They got closer with each step, while he had to stay put. The meeting point, which was originally made by Sujin, was readjusted because of this man, Sato, behind him. Meaning Sujin had to shoot from a farther distance than he planned. How does he maintain his composure? Yuga envied Sujin. Stop looking ahead. A single tear came down his face. He closed his eyes and thought, please hurry up. 1 minute left. While Yuga was with the robots a few seconds ago, Sue had started charging into a building. She had left Mina in the dust and hopped over towards a building near the one that had just collapsed at maximum speed. Her tongue was connected to Mina, causing a comical scene of Mina being dragged and getting pulled along. Ribbit, come on, as she was about to collide with the building, but she sprung up onto a ledge of the building with all the strength she could muster, her tongue stretched to the point that Mina was still touching the ground for the moment. Once she landed on the ledge, she noticed that it wasn't stable, so she jumped again before it collapsed. She jumped from the side of the building into the air. Now both she and Sujin were getting airtime, and as Sue twisted her body in a 360 degrees angle, Mina was propelled up by the force. She was flung into the sky, and Sue let go of the hold her tongue had when it was wrapped around Mina's waist, sending Mina flying in the sky towards the descending Sujin. Sue landed on a lamppost as Mina flailed her arms around in the air, flung in the direction of Sujin. Lastly, you two, I need you to get in the air somehow and deliver. To me. This is one of the most difficult parts of the plan, and I know you're tired. Don't worry, Sujin, both I and Sue can get the job done. Right, Sue? Right. Sujin nodded his head at them and said, in that case, I'll be counting on you. Sue remembered their dialogue about the final part of his crazy plan. Really, Sujin, you're the only one I know of who'd come up with this suicidal plan. Mina was in the air unaware of what Sue was thinking. She did, however, hear President Mike and his reminder about the last 1-minute timer. This is it. She looked and saw Sujin ahead. Her hand was outstretched as if she wanted to grab onto his. Sujin himself had his eyes closed at this time, and his hand was just inches away from his spray nozzle. She was so close to grabbing onto his clothes, but right when she was within grabbing range, she didn't. Instead, acid was produced by her hand, and she flung the condensed ball of acid she just created into the air. The stage was set. Yuga had just shot his beam, knocking the bots down, slowly angling them into the mid-air Sujin's path. Sue had sent Mina into the sky, and Mina had delivered the final piece Sujin needed. Spray-piercing shot. Sujin once again produced a liquid beam of water. Even thinner than ever before, smaller than a toothpick, making those who were to witness this spectacle have to squint their eyes to properly make it out. The color of the liquid was questionable, as the front of the jet stream was yellowish, with the rest being about 75% of the normal clarity of water. The stream intercepted Mina's droplets of potent acid and continued on its path. The beam passed through all 37 villain bots as the acid helped the beam pierce through their cores, making the collection of robots inactive. Sujin looked at their work as the streets rumbled for the umpteenth time today. It's over. Chapter 17. Conclusion to the first saga. Shoji looked at the green-haired kid who'd just blown away the zero-pointer. Everything happened in a flash. One moment, everyone was running away as he lifted some rubble so others could get out of it. In the next, that kid jumped up, surpassing some buildings, and punched that huge robot into the ground. However, from his following actions, the kid must not have had a way down since he panicked after. Luckily for him, he was slapped in the face by some girl whose quirk slowed his descent and thus lived. Though landing on his purplish arm, which looked broken, must not have felt nice. Although that kiss he received didn't seem to be either. Anyone else need a kiss of love to fix their injuries? An old woman walked around giving kisses to unwilling participants. Most passed out after, and she threw a brightly colored flag on their bodies before walking over to her next patient, victim. A crew of people with a stretcher walked to the passed out patients, loaded them onto the stretcher, and pulled them into the main building. Turning around to avoid her gaze, Shoji quickly started moving to demonstrate his health. There's a load of monsters in this school. If I want to stay, I'll have to make sure I don't fall behind. He prepared to hunt down some villain bots before he heard a noise. Help, I'm stuck. Sigh, running over to help this new person, Shoji thought, Sujin, you too. I'd like to meet you inside those doors. Help, within the Shimizu household. A lively night was going on as noise could be heard all around. Enkai, don't look so down. You lost that bet fair and square. Fair? There's nothing fair about you in card games. You have no proof. Now, honey, this video wouldn't happen to be proof, would it? A phone slowly descended from the ceiling in front of Akrai's face. Aya. Her quirk allows her to stretch out objects to the maximum, allowing for things like the ceiling to become like a web-like structure. This also works with her face and other things, making her look quite young for her, Ahem, making herself a name in the fashion industry with her abilities. What about him blinding me during Chohan and messing with the dice? Akrai said aggrievedly. Looking at his friend, Enkai said the two words that nearly set Akrai off. Slowly allowing Akrai to read his lips, Enkai said, "No proof." Before her husband could get up to try and strangle Enkai, Aya placed her hand on his head. She was sitting on the couch, and both Enkai and Akrai were seated on the floor near the coffee table with various board games on it. She said, "Calm down. You just need a better watcher and moderator." "I volunteer." The three looked at Arena before looking at themselves. A silent communication occurred between the three in the span of a few seconds. "Aya. No way. The last time I did that, she nearly broke my skin with her claw like nails. How about you, honey?" Akrai shivered at his memories. A couple of months ago, they had gone drinking, and Arena was in her own world. She ordered a Shirley Temple despite not liking cherries, and Akrai was the idiot who ate them while she left the table for a moment in consideration of this. Once she came back, she was devastated. She bit into his left hand, and he had to get professional help to undo her that night. "No," the two looked at the last one. "Enkai, no, why's it always me to deal with this?" "You're her husband," the two simultaneously communicated. Not allowing this bullying to stand, Enkai lashed out, "And you're her friends. If you don't, Enkai, I'll tell your son about the Great College clogged incident. I'm sure he'd be dying to know about some downsides to that quirk of his." Looking at his drunk wife, and back to his friends, who both made a shoe motion with their hands, Enkai forced a smile and looked back at his wife. Arena, her expectant look pained Enkai as he dreamed of another night of all the heat being sucked out of his body and being replaced by her frost-like arms. "Well, oh, look, that's Sujin." Like a dog to a bone, she whipped her head around, and lo and behold, her son was trying to creep up the stairs with some water in his hand. She ran up to him and opened her arm for a big hug. "Shviajin." He smelled the alcohol from her, and even he knew not to mess with her on days like this. Sujin laminated at his missed opportunity to escape by peeling his mother off. "Yes, mother." His rigid words didn't go unnoticed by her, but she was out of it enough to not care. "I had your school card here from your entrance exams a week ago, and I thought we could watch it together. Since your father doesn't want to hang out with me, I figured some mother-son bonding time was in order." "I'd love that, but, look, father's about to play another game." Looking back at the trio trying to quickly start up another game without her, she momentarily forgot about her mother-son bonding time and leapt back on the couch. She was not going to let this moment go and allow them to give her the game already started excuse as they have done the last 3 times. Enkai turned his head toward the retreating Sujin with the letter in his hand. "Son, I give you life, and this is how you repay me." "Dad, you're married to her, so you're to deal with her in sickness and in health forever, right?" Sujin smirked at his dad as he left for his room. Once he arrived in his room and shut the door, he looked at the card that revealed his future, which was sitting on his desk. "Ah, I can't wait anymore. Let's just open it." He sat at his desk and opened the letter only for a projection to play on his desk. "Hello and thank you for taking the exam, Sujin Shimizu." The principal was floating above the letter like a projection. "As we both probably don't have extra time for this, let's get down to it. You received 1 hero point for defeating a villain bot and saving Rikido Sato." Nezu's explanation about what hero points were caused that boy's face, which he didn't save to replay in his mind. He gave himself a self-deprecating laugh as he found the irony in his situation. "I worried about how I could get points, went through an elaborate summé which still almost cost me my life when I could have just not ignored the countless opportunities I had to save people." He shifted his attention back to reality as on the holographic screen, an image of 4 letters addressed to UA was displayed. "Now I'm sure you can recognize this one. The other 3 are from those who assisted you during the exam. It's usual for people to send requests to give away points, let alone 4 separate letters each talking about the same group of people." Sujin's eyes widened. The principal explained that those 3 asked for the same thing as him. Sujin thought that since he dealt the final blow to some of the robots, the points may only be given to him, so he asked if some of his points could be divided up for the others. Though he didn't know if it went through, apparently it did. "However, none of you will be getting that wish, for everyone has passed. We grade on a different basis here at UA than most people think, and you and the others' performance was more than satisfactory for our school." Sujin, with his shocked face that looked pale, looked at his window. Through both dimly lit windows, Shoji, whose face was lit up by his own letter, nodded at him. Although we can't confirm that you were at the top of the entrance examens. Sujin stopped him as such a thing wasn't even on his list of expectations, let alone desires he wanted to achieve. No, it's fine. There were some serious monsters in that school. And so along with this thought, he wasn't the least bit saddened by that piece of news. Well then, Sujin's expectations grew to the brink of boiling over. Sujin Shimizu. I welcome you to our school as a Class 1A student. On behalf of UA's staff, we hope you enjoy your Hero Academia. The hologram ended, and the only noise was from the people below enjoying themselves. A tear rolled down the side of Sujin's face. Hic. His breathing became labored as he struggled to contain his emotions. Meanwhile, Nezu strolled through the streets, admiring the devastation his examens had caused. They've gotten stronger this year. One small hole drilled through the tough cement, disappearing into the dark non-visible hole. Second gate, Area 45 opening. With the robotic announcement from the speaker, the floor below opened, and unused villain bots could be seen arising. Though they were wet and appeared relatively fine, they were in fact broken and lacking combat ability. Nezu observed the damage and then directed his head to look at the hole no bigger than the length of a man's forearm. Piercing through the concrete, hitting the sprinkler system, and having it spray on and disable all of the villain bots. He thought of the interesting examens, no group that achieved this feat, and suddenly laughed to himself. I can't even give the truth on their points. I mean, who would believe me if I told them that 203 pointers were defeated by a 4-person team? Nezu drank with his team as he ordered everything to return to how it was before he came here. This year is sure to bring many surprises. Alright, we've come to the conclusion of the first arc. Next up we'll see Sujin in a new environment, seeing new people. How will he react? What will he do? And how can he deal with the evils of the world? Stay tuned to figure out. I'll be back in a week or two, so I hope everyone enjoys the story. Volume 2, Chapter 18. Cheater hidden in the crowd recap. Sujin Shimizu. I welcome you to our school as a Class 1A student. On behalf of UA's staff, we hope you enjoy your Hero Academia. Piercing through the concrete, hitting the sprinkler system, and having it spray on and disable all of the villain bots. He thought of the interesting examen no group which achieved this feat, and suddenly laughed to himself. I can't even give the truth on their points. I mean, who would believe me if I told them that 203 pointers were defeated by a 4-person team? Nezu drank with his team as he ordered everything to return to how it was before he came here. This year is sure to bring many surprises. Inside a dark room, an alarm clock could be heard going off. Obnoxious noise reverberated from it throughout the room. Eventually, if this continued, everybody within the vicinity would be woken up. Just then, a hand underneath a pile of blankets stretched out and slapped the top of the alarm clock, the sound making a crisp smacking noise before the hand drew itself back into its kingdom of heat. The serene silence of the early morning continued. For about 5 minutes before the noise was once again heard. The hand slipped out once more, intending on replicating its previous actions. Right when it was about to hit the alarm clock, it stopped, its owner seemingly thinking. A deep sigh could be heard within the room before the hand slowly went to the side of the alarm clock and pushed its turn-off button, ending the noisy nightmare. This time, instead of going back to sleep, the hand and its owner slowly pushed off the mountain of covers and comforters before getting up. Sujin Shimizu's face, well, spray head was revealed. He sat on the edge of his bed as he collected his thoughts. It was at this moment that he noticed that it wasn't pitch black outside. Slowly, a serene blue crept up upon the borders, threatening the night as daylight would soon descend. Sujin would have taken in more of the sight, but a feeling of forgetting something nagged him for a moment before he remembered the plans he had scheduled. Junk! He quickly sprung up and walked over to his desk, quickly putting on his ironed shirt and pants along with a pair of sneakers. Spraying some light cologne, Sujin washed his hands and wiped his head with a hot rag before rushing out of the bathroom. Quickly descending the stairs, he came into contact with his mother, who had just finished packing his lunch. He'd told her it was a tedious task, but she relented on her opinion. She'd respond, "How could I let my son wake up even earlier on his first day of school to pack his lunch when I could easily do it?" And so he had no choice but to relent. Walking up to her and stuffing his lunch bag into his bag, he quickly mentioned, a quick, "I love you," hoping this would suffice so he could get out of here quickly, as he didn't want to be late. As mothers often do, she either missed the memo or chose to ignore it as she wrapped her arms around her son. "My little Sujin, you're already going into high school. Soon you may find a wife, get a job, and then get married. Ooh, then I could have grandkids. Not wanting to divulge into his mom's fantasies, Sujin quickly replied, first I have to attend school. Giving her a light spray on the cheek, which was their way of giving kisses, Sujin started out the door before he heard her say, have a great first day. Sujin then started down the road while grumbling to himself. Why did she want to meet this early? Sujin checked his phone and confirmed it was 6:28. With the weather being only a bit cloudy and it still being early in the day, Sujin encountered little obstacles, allowing him to arrive at his destination only 3 minutes late. Walking into the place, Sujin was momentarily blinded by the lights, which seemed to illuminate this tiny world. Seats and booths filled the desolate store, with only 3 figures seen inside. Hey Mina, sorry for being late. Bowing his head slightly, Sujin took off his jacket and bag and placed them next to him in the remaining vacant area of the booth he had to himself. Taking the time to look up, he took in the figures of Mina and Karisuhima, whom he'd both met the other day and who were wearing the same uniform as him. UA, he said it in his mind, as if to remind himself that he was actually a student at that prestigious school. No problem, I'm just glad you showed up. Mina deliberately stopped, as if waiting for someone to prod on and inquire more. Sujin, deciding to humor her, gave her what she wanted. Just showed up? Mina's face couldn't help but contort as she thought about her other 2 cancellations. She said stiffly, Yuga couldn't be bothered to come because he apparently needed his beautiful sleep. Sujin suspected the first part to be her own words. And Sue said that she couldn't, as she didn't want to appear grumpy in the morning. Did you know that as I prodded her on, she told me that she used to be a nightcrawler. Her parents slowly domesticated her, and so. Sujin listened to the rambling of the person opposite him, tuning in when hearing weird words or phrases like domesticated and the like. Finally, seeing that both her guests weren't very attentive, Mina became flustered. Sorry for talking too much, her voice slowly trailed off until nothing was heard. Before Sujin could give his response, she quickly shifted the topic to something else. I forgot to introduce you, but this is my friend Enjiru Kirishima. Seeing her beaming smile, Sujin didn't want to rain on her parade, so he tactfully decided to stay silent since he and Enjiru had already met. Unfortunately, the other male didn't seem to hold the same thought as he said, Shimizu Sujin, right? I met him during the entrance exam. The table returned to silence as nobody apparently had something to talk about. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, a waiter walked over and stood in front of their table. Can I get you anything today? Kirishima used this moment to take a look at the menu as he subconsciously spoke his thoughts aloud. I'm not too sure what I should get, can I interest you in the protein pancakes? The waiter had an unusually bright smile on his face, and if Sujin hadn't remembered the law against free quirk usage, which he'd broken a few times, he'd have suspected a quirk was involved. I'm not sure, please trust me, sir, they are very good. Compelled by being repeatedly interrupted and his shy personality coming through, the red-haired boy shrank back and replied in a weak voice. I guess, and for you, ma'am. Once confirming Kirishima's order, the waiter turned to Mina with an unnatural speed. Unlike Kirishima, Mina didn't seem to be affected as she replied with her predetermined choice. I'll have croissant covered in blueberry syrup with strawberries lining the side. In addition to that, I'll have your meat-filled omelet with my side being a side of avocados. Oh, and in addition to that, for my drink, I'd like. Sujin heard an audible inhalation as Mina took in a breath of air. I'd like a grande caramel macchiato in a venti cup, with 1/3 whole milk, 1/3 almond milk, and 1/3 soy milk, double the amount of vanilla syrup. A caramel wall in the cup. No caramel drizzle on top. UPSI down. Tall cup ice. Whipped cream, rounded lid. 1 shot extra espresso, decaf, cinnamon sprinkled on top. Mina's order took the waiter more than a minute to write down. Once he was done, although his amicable smile remained, the twitching of his eyebrows suggested otherwise. Is that all, ma'am? What was obviously a rhetorical question wasn't seen as such, much to the horror of the waiter, Mina, who actually put on a thoughtful expression. No, actually you can take off that last drink and make it a water instead. If only those paying attention to the waiter had noticed his oddity before, it was now obvious. His face turned brighter as his entire face twitched like crazy. Just as Sujin thought he'd burst from holding in such anger, the waiter returned to normal and gave a quick, perfunctory thank you before turning to himself. Not willing to anger him further, Sujin ordered an omelet filled with meats, vegetables, and fruits along with some coffee. The waiter left with a now disgusted expression rather than an angry one. Sujin and Kirishima approached Mina, expecting her to explain her performance, but she only said, "It doesn't matter," before talking about their teachers, with Kirishima occasionally joining in. Then the waiter returned with their food and served it on the table. Instantly, the bland atmosphere of the diner was transformed into a gourmet buffet. Both the others dug into their food while Sujin took out his blender and plugged it into the plug that was under their table. Then he grabbed the omelette filled to the brim along with the avocados, bananas on the side, and finally his coffee before pouring it all into the blender. Mina went wide-eyed as she saw the huge waste of food. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but Kirishima spoke first. "Bro, is that the ultimate protein shake?" He momentarily put down his fork as he thought of trying out what Sujin did. The person in question, getting a chance to shine, used this moment to talk about one of the lesser-known perks of his quirk. "As you see with this quirk, there's no opening for a mouth. So I have to blend everything I eat until it's like a liquid that my hands can suck through my body. But with so much excess, wouldn't, yes, you're right." Sujin didn't even think about the fact that he cut off Kirishima, who ended up being cut off for the third time today. "I can control where the energy I intake in my body goes, allowing me to designate the right amount to the right areas in." Sujin, in his fervor, suddenly took a look at Mina, who was interested in his conversation, and quickly decided to rethink his words. "I can deal with the remaining fat, energy, and other things." Kirishima nodded before appearing deflated as his thoughts of replicating this evaporated. His mind had fantasized about what this meant. As long as one knew the amounts needed, they could essentially control their body to a T. They could get the maximum amount of energy from each meal while getting rid of the excess fat, letting them stay in perfect shape. Sujin felt like bragging after the work he'd been doing over the past 10 months. It wasn't just hero training or detective skills. His father taught him this ability, which was apparently the reason he remained so fit. With it, Sujin remained fit, getting rid of the excess blubber he had around his stomach and making a faint six-pack appear. The rest of the meal was Sujin downing the drink by sucking it in quickly and the others finishing quickly so they could leave. After leaving a hefty tip for the poor worker who'd Sujin discovered was the only one working, meaning he made their food, opened the table, and waited for them, they arrived at the H-shaped building, which left a deep impression on Sujin. Chapter 19. Monster Academy Recap. This time, instead of going back to sleep, the hand and its owner slowly pushed off the mountain of covers and comforters before getting up. Sujin Shimizu's face spray head was revealed. He sat on the edge of his bed as he collected his thoughts. It was at this moment that he noticed that it wasn't pitch black outside. Slowly, a serene blue crept up upon the borders, threatening the night as daylight would soon descend. Sujin would have taken in more of the sight, but a feeling of forgetting something nagged him for a moment before he remembered the plans he had scheduled. "I can control where the energy I intake in my body goes, allowing me to designate the right amount to the right areas in." Sujin, in his fervor, suddenly took a look at Mina, who was interested in his conversation, and quickly decided to rethink his words. "I can deal with the remaining fat, energy, and other things." Kirishima nodded before appearing deflated as his thoughts of replicating this evaporated. His mind had fantasized about what this meant. As long as one knew the amounts needed, they could essentially control their body to a T. They could get the maximum amount of energy from each meal while getting rid of the excess fat, letting them stay in perfect shape. The rest of the meal was Sujin downing the drink by sucking it in quickly and the others finishing quickly so they could leave. After leaving a hefty tip for the poor worker who Sujin discovered was the only one working, meaning he made their food, busted the table, and waited for them, they arrived at the H-shaped building, which had left a deep impression on Sujin. Sujin stood in front, marveling once again at the odd shape of this building. The birds were chirping, students bustled across the entrance, and the windows gleamed. "UA," once again repeating himself, Sujin was brought back into reality by Mina's shout. "Hurry up, Sujin!" Snapped out of his thoughts, he walked at a faster than normal pace, catching up to Mina and Enjiru and taking his first steps into the building as a student. A sign in the lobby read, "Welcome to your Hero Academia, students." Sujin and Co quickly arrived in front of the huge door, which Sujin estimated was taller than All Might himself. Noises could be heard through the door and into the hallway as yelling sounded in their ears. Mina opened the door, and the scene was revealed. A boy with purple balls on his head was conversing with another whose arms looked to be like tape rollers. A stuck-up-looking person was talking to a delinquent-looking one who seemed familiar to Sujin, snapping his hands lightly. Sujin tried to think back to when he could have met him. Ah, wasn't he one of the people in that sludge incident? Looking up, satisfied after finding out who that boy was, Sujin noticed the quietness of the scene. The talking stopped as everyone looked at the group of three. This lasted for a second before they all continued on. The delinquent loudly, "Tched," before going back to his own. Meanwhile, the group got a visit from the more pristine-looking boy. As he droned on about his credentials and asked for their names, Sujin couldn't help but think. He must really want to be class president. When he thought about it, he remembered his past experiences of having everything pushed on him when he was class president. Teachers delegating work they didn't want to do, students requesting that he speak to the teacher whenever an incident arose because he was their favorite, in their words. That won't happen in this school. Sujin smiled to himself as he escaped from the trio and walked over to a seat near the back. He reflexively moved his trigger, as he felt like he could spray water if he felt like it. Then time flew as a few different people came up to him. Sue, once she arrived, went to the three individuals individually and apologized for her being unable to come, though she said that she was always free after school. Mina seemed spurred on by such words, and Sujin, not wanting to get involved in that, didn't inquire any further. Shoji, once he arrived, sat near the front and responded to Sujin's "hey" with a nod before turning around. He seems to be tired. Don't even tell me he went to the gym today? Sai. Sujin was met by a brown-haired girl who introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka. Reminds me of mom in certain ways, just hope she's not as unreasonable. Sujin recognized the green-haired boy who accompanied her as the second person involved in the sludge incident and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. No one else could walk around the door after they were finished because it was opened abrasively. Students in your seats. A lethargic man, whom Sujin recognized from the entrance exam, stepped out of a caterpillar sleeping bag before getting onto the podium. He then placed his things down before spending another minute or two, which were painfully quiet, looking for the class registration. -18.19.20. Great, all of you are here. Good for you though, since I would have cut those who weren't. Then, ignoring all the voices that arose as he said that last part, he grabbed some chalk and wrote his name on the board before turning around to all of us. You all took 8 seconds to quiet down, terribly long for so-called future heroes, where a second decides life and death. Seeing the quiet classroom filled with a tense atmosphere, the man sighed. My name is Shoto Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher. I know it's kind of sudden, but put these jumpers on and head to the field. A quirk assessment, X20. But what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka had said that. A hero has no time for such leisurely events. After saying this, a hand shot up. The raiser was Tenya Ida, who had been quarreling with the delinquent earlier. What about Class 1B, sir? Pausing for a moment, Aizawa said, Class 1A does things differently. A's selling point is that we don't follow normalcy and are rather unique in how we do things. This includes how teachers set up their classrooms. Not letting any more questions be asked, he turned around to the baseball-looking field. You all should be used to tests where you're not allowed to use your quirks. While this is a hero school, there is no need to restrict quirk usage when it is an essential part of being one. Following that, he turned to the crowd and pointed someone out. Katsuki Bakugo, you're the top-scoring student, correct? He wore an arrogant look and was going to affirm that question, but the teacher never gave him a chance. Right. Then tell everyone your best score for a softball throw, and then do one with your quirk. TCH, darn teacher, 63 meters is my best throw without my quirk. Throwing the ball into the air a few times, he muttered, let's add a little boom to this. He then planted his foot into the ground. Put the ball into his right hand and clock it all the way back before swinging it forward. Right when it reached its maximum height before it got lower, he let the ball go like it was going to be thrown normally. Boom, however, an explosion was produced below the ball, sending it into the sky. Circular clouds surrounded the ball as it reached an unprecedented height before slowly descending. A gush of air was created, making some stumble off their feet while others felt a slight chill. Beep. 705.2 meters. Know yourself to the fullest, a basic rule of all heroes. That's the number one. Sujin thought to himself. Whoa, we can use our quirk, this should be fun. The atmosphere changed. You have 3 years to become a hero, Do you think such an attitude will continue? Alright. Whoever comes in last will be judged to have no potential and be expelled. Outcries of resistance rose among the crowd, though Sujin wasn't part of that group as he was thinking. This school's much stricter than others. What am I thinking? Of course they are. They're UA where only the best of the best go. To Sujin, if such anomalies didn't exist, it'd be odd. After all, this was the #1 hero school, so some things should be different. But the teacher didn't seem to take too kindly to the cries of resistance. Unfair. Welcome to UA's hero course, or rather, welcome to the real world. Fair. Is it fair that tsunamis sweep the land, destroying homes? Is it fair that villains exist, destroying people's lives? For the next 3 years, you will be faced with many hardships, which will certainly not be fair. By all means, go above and beyond, plus ultra. Following that, they partook in a series of tests. First up was a 50-meter dash. Sujin looked to the side as both Ida and Sue were up. This should be a close match, with Sue being extremely agile and Ida looking like he has some sort of engine attached to his legs. Whoosh! A gust of wind forced everyone to close their eyes. Beep beep. Like a fish in water. I'm curious how he'll fare against the others. The screen read, 3.04 for Ida and 5.58 for Sue. Catching a glimpse of it, Sujin was shocked. What? That's about the speed Dad's water bullets hit me, and even then I could barely react. Sujin shivered a bit, remembering his training activity where he would be assaulted with water bullets, which hit as hard as rubber ones. He went to sleep with his wounds turning purple every night for a week. Soon, many rounds went by before he was called up with a boy who introduced himself as Hanta Siro. Sujin adjusted his nozzle for a moment before stepping on the starting line. Go! With his preparations, Sujin's head was turned 180 degrees from its normal position, resulting in his body facing forward while his head was facing backwards. Not feeling awkward in this position due to his training, Sujin shoots a continuous shot about the width of his arm out onto the ground. With that, he shot out ahead of his opponent, whose tape was just now sticking to the finish line. Sujin's body was propelled a few meters before the finish line, as his head had already spun back to normal. Landing heavily and allowing the force to be absorbed by his legs, Sujin couldn't help but let out a small groan as he thought that he would feel that in the morning. But not letting the pain stop him, he sprung up with his arm out, passing the finish line in a tumble with his opponent following a second behind. Their times read 4.32 for Sujin and 6.18 for Siro. His classmates were shocked at Sujin's resourcefulness, while Sujin himself was lamenting the circumstances. If I had walls in close proximity, I could have achieved an even faster time with short, strong bursts, not having to stop at the end there. Sujin continued thinking of what-ifs as he noted a few other classmates' scores. Uraraka. 7.15, Ojuru. 5.49, Yuga. 5.51. Then Sujin watched Midoriya and Bakugo race, with the latter coming in at 4.13 ahead of his own record and Midoriya coming in at 7.02. Once everyone had finished, they prepared for the next rounds, but Sujin wasn't focused on that, as he thought to himself. Why didn't he use his quirk? What kind of quirk is not useful in any way for this test? They then quickly got through the other activities. Grip strength. Sujin got 60.0 kilograms, though that pales in comparison with Soji's 540.0 kilograms. Sujin then cleared the sandbox using the same move as before to complete the long jump. He did okay with the repeated side steps and, like his classmates, was shown up by a purple ball-haired midget who simply bounced from side to side. Finally was the ball-throwing test. First up was Uraraka, who got infinity with her zero-gravity quirk. Shoji went and got 587.3 meters. Next up was Midoriya. Will I get to see his quirk? Sujin had a pretty good grasp of everyone's quirks already, but Midoriya was the only one who was still a mystery. As he waited, he noticed a determined expression on his classmate's face before it warped as the ball only flew 46 meters. Huh? I erased your quirk. Everyone looked to see their homeroom teacher's floating scarf and glowing red eyes. Erased? Is he Eraserhead? From the sites I browsed when trying to gain an understanding of heroes, he's an underground hero who can erase emitter-type quirks, mostly involved in capture cases. Sujin missed the berating he'd given Midoriya and only caught Midoriya right before his ringer started glowing and the ball left his hand. Glow, whoosh! An intense wind was once again surrounding everyone as the ball went up in the air, leaving behind circular clouds. This time everyone managed to keep their footing, as they were expecting this, but their surprised expressions could be kept under control. Beep 705.3 is what the screen said. Wow, Midoriya. He beat my record. Sujin ignored his classmates as he thought of that throw. He stole a glance at his injured classmate as he thought. He threw the ball in the air. With the power in that throw, if he lowered the angle, he would have had more distance. This school is filled with monsters. Sujin couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 20. Rotation all-around recap. Erased. Is he Eraserhead? From the sites I browsed when trying to gain an understanding of heroes, he's an underground hero who can erase emitter-type quirks, mostly involved in capture cases. Sujin missed the berating he'd given Midoriya and only caught Midoriya right before his fingers started glowing and the ball left his hand. Glow, whoosh, an intense wind was once again surrounding everyone as the ball went up in the air, leaving behind circular clouds. This time everyone managed to keep their footing, as they were expecting this, but their surprised expressions could be kept under control. Beep 705.3 is what the screen said. Wow, Midoriya. He beat my record. Sujin ignored his classmates as he thought of that throw. He stole a glance at his injured classmate as he thought. He threw the ball in the air. With the power in that throw, if he lowered the angle, he would have had more distance. This school is filled with monsters. Sujin couldn't help but mutter. Right. That's what makes this great. Only by having extraordinary competition will everyone be able to push themselves to their fullest potential. Kirishima commented on the words Sujin unknowingly muttered. Then, without waiting for Sujin's surprised expression to come to a settlement, he stepped up to take a jab at the ball-throwing test. He picked up the ball and let his arm extend out to its fullest at his side before spinning around. Looking like a human table spinner, he finally let go of the ball, which had turned into a deadly projectile. Aizawa, who was among the few paying attention, ignored the beep from the device in his hand and said monotonously, 184.2. Mina then came up, passing Kirishima, and took her turn. Though as she passed him, she consoled his deflated expression, saying, no one was watching. And that, he'll do better next time. I doubt that'll make him feel much better, though. Sujin then turned his attention back to Mina, who, upon receiving the ball, revealed a troubled expression. She then turned back to Aizawa, holding the ball out in her hand with her brows furrowed. Sensei, do you, by chance, happen to have a corrosive-resistant ball? Hopes of further showing off her quirk to her classmates lingered on this question, though they were crushed by the quick no from the teacher. Sigh. All right, class, listen up. The murmuring quieted down as everyone listened to their new teacher. Though they'd been with him for less than a day, from his personality, it seemed like any yelling from him was something to be paying attention to. Midoriya even forgot about the pain in his pale, purple finger. Can anyone tell me why you're taking these tests? Ida then raised his hand with a stern look on his face. Sir, isn't it as you said? So that we can get to know our maximum capabilities. A little more than that. A hesitant hand-well glove was waving around, gaining the notice of everyone else. Oddly enough, the glove seemed to have no body or owner for it to connect to. Is it so you can gauge our strength? Similar to what Ida had said, but yes, though again there's another part missing. I swear if I didn't train my vigilance, I'd have been terrified by the voice that popped out of nowhere. The silence prevailed as Aizawa waited, trying to see if anyone could come up with another answer. Though I'm not too good at sensing since I barely even know T. Wait a minute. Is it, so we can train in unfamiliar aspects, getting used to doing things we are not familiar with? Sujin's seemingly small voice popped up in the silence that seemed to swallow all sound. Some villains have abilities that only require a short duration to release devastating levels of damage. What do you think is required when dealing with such people? To defeat them quickly, Kirishima said with a smile. 50-meter dash. The words came to his head as he drew conclusions from his teacher's words. When pursuing villains, the terrain often isn't in your favor, requiring you to be able to hop and jump across buildings when chasing in areas like Musutafu. Jumping the sandbox. The situation isn't always in your favor. Bakugo in the future may be on a hunting mission to locate and engage a villain but end up being stuck with the responsibility to protect the target due to his strength. The person in question scowled, though it eased up towards the end. I need to know your limits to properly train you. You need to adapt to all circumstances to properly deal with all situations. That's what it means to be a hero in training. As the students considered his words, Aizawa turned to face Mina, his voice and face still monotone. Do your best. Then he walked to the side, watching her snap out of it and get ready to throw. Was he consoling her? That thought couldn't help but enter Sujin's mind. He laughed at his thought, but the more he thought about it, the more plausible it became. Sneaking a peek at his teacher, he thought, that guy really, though that was cut off by a glance coming his way. He awkwardly shuffled on the ground before focusing on Mina, whose mind seemed to return to an optimal state. She closed her eyes and gripped the ball tightly in her hands. Imitating Kirishima, she spun, planning on using rotation to increase the speed and power of the ball. Then, letting her center of balance tilt, her head was coming within close distance of making contact with the hard ground as her hand reached out as far upwards as it could. Her palms started secreting an acidic liquid, which Sujin could already see starting to burn the ball. Before it got to a bad enough degree, she let it slide from her hand and fly through the air. A few seconds later, the device made a beeping noise. 94.8. His voice reached everyone, though something seemed off about it. A hidden meaning seemed to be heard through the tone. Was that approval? Sujin walked up, picking up a ball in a basket along the way, not minding the swap of roles with Kirishima now consoling Mina. Sujin didn't plan on using rotation like the others, partially because he felt he'd look stupid if he did, but mainly because for his throw, he'd need to have control over the ball and where it was, requiring a balanced center of gravity. Sujin, with his back turned to his classmates, sprayed a light mist onto his finger, using the moist liquid to tell the direction of the wind, which luckily was right where he wanted it. He tossed the ball up into the air as he remembered his father's words said in a passing by. Sometimes less is more. Ignoring the fact that such words would normally come from a man trying to console himself for his small parts. Sujin plans on following it literally now. He tilted his head up and readied his sights and nozzle, waiting for gravity to take its course and have the ball end up where he wanted it. I can't hit the bottom as that would make the ball spin in the opposite direction of the wind, lowering its speed. Nor the sides as they would direct the energy of movement from distance ahead to either right or left. The ball trickled down, within a few more seconds, it would end up right where Sujin wanted it. I can't go to the direct middle since with too much power, as that would just split the ball in the middle, but too little power wouldn't make it go far enough. So the obvious option was. Sujin shot a rather thick ball, about the width of a toothpick, to the top of the ball. The shot just barely grazed it, spinning the ball in the direction of the wind with the power behind it propelling it forward. With the power of the shot, the rotation, and the wind, Sujin's ball ended up going significantly farther than he'd anticipated, with everyone waiting more than 10 seconds before the machine made a beep. 607.3. Chapter 21. Ambitions Recap. Sujin didn't plan on using rotation like the others, partially because he felt he'd look stupid if he did, but mainly because for his throw, he'd need to have control over the ball and where it was, requiring a balanced center of gravity. Sujin, with his back turned to his classmates, sprayed a light mist onto his finger, using the moist liquid to tell the direction of the wind, which luckily was right where he wanted it. He tossed the ball up into the air as he remembered his father's words said in a passing by. Sometimes less is more. Ignoring the fact that such words would normally come from a man trying to console himself for his small parts. Sujin plans on following it literally now. He tilted his head up and readied his sights and nozzle, waiting for gravity to take its course and have the ball end up where he wanted it. I can't hit the bottom as that would make the ball spin in the opposite direction of the wind, lowering its speed. Nor the sides as they would direct the energy of movement from distance ahead to either right or left. The ball trickled down, within a few more seconds, it would end up right where Sujin wanted it. I can't go to the direct middle since with too much power, as that would just split the ball in the middle, but too little power wouldn't make it go far enough. So the obvious option was. Sujin sprayed out a rather thin shot, about the width of a toothpick, to the top of the ball. The shot just barely grazed it, but having enough power to spin the ball in the direction of the wind, and with that power behind it the ball ended up being propelled forward. With the power of the shot, the rotation, and the wind, Sujin's ball ended up going significantly farther than he'd anticipated, with everyone waiting more than 10 seconds before the machine made a beep. 607.3. The rest of the events were a blur. Sujin was still in shock from getting the fourth farthest distance in class. Though his shock was reasonable, none of the recommended students even broke the top 5, with Shoji's 587.3 taking that spot. Though none said it out loud, Almost everyone unconsciously placed rather high expectations on the recommended students. With big names attached to the two of them, Momo Yaoyorozu is a part of the famous and rich Yaoyorozu group, a tycoon family having a presence in almost every industry possible. Fashion? They're one of the richest brands in the world, cooperating with UA's Department of Support and other technical support companies to make effective and stylish clothes. Business? They own several brands, being the producers of the most popular phone brand to date. Then there's Shoto Todoroki, son of Enji Todoroki, the current #2 hero, Endeavor, head of the Endeavor Hero Agency. Though that short-lived burst of pride at beating such people didn't last, Aizawa had gathered everyone around an electronic screen, each nervous to see their results, not wanting to be the unlucky person expelled on their first day. Here's how you did. With no motivational speeches or congratulations, he merely pressed the button on his tablet and the results appeared. Up first were the two obvious results, though the order wasn't certain everyone expected it. A big fat number 1 was attached next to Momo Yaoyorozu's name, and below a number 2 was next to Shoto Todoroki. Nobody's eyes lingered on their spots for too long. Even the two in question were more interested in the position of those who caught their eyes. Todoroki's eyes looked at the screen, the contrast of his two different hair colors and eyes making for quite the scene. Red hair and turquoise eyes on the left of his face and white hair and brownish-gray eyes on the right would make any stop for a second look. As expected. His sight zoomed in on the name right below his. The name Katsuki Bakugo next to the number 3 spots filled his eyes. Meanwhile, Sujin found his name on the screen, a big number 5 right before it. His teacher left little time for everyone to either marvel or laminate at their standing as he spoke quickly, likely trying to leave here soon. These are your class rankings for your quirks. You don't like it? Change it with effort. All of you. All of us. Forget what I said in the beginning. It was a motivation grabber meant to bring out 100% of your abilities. Many sighs simultaneously echoed through the field. Then Yaoyorozu went on a spiel about how this should have been expected, likely to try and motivate our classmates to pay more attention and think more critically. But Sujin couldn't help but be skeptical. He'd done his research on the faculty at UA before he came here. Through forums and sites he'd caught wind of a post. The user didn't say who they were, but Sujin inferred that they were a student. But the content was that a teacher didn't have students last year. Every day his classroom was empty, devoid of students. The writer also said that when talking to his friend about it, he was told that the teacher of that room did have students, but that teacher expelled them on the first day. Sujin wasn't someone who believed just anything, but when cross-referencing this info he found several posts about how stuck up UA was, some saying their facilities were undermanaged and poorly cared for. Others mentioned that they were corrupt and kicked out their best class because some rich billionaire wanted to. Sujin took it all with a grain of salt, but with what Aizawa said earlier about the freedom UA teachers had when teaching, he couldn't help but connect them to and expect as much. Then why didn't he keep his promise? It'd instill fear of being expelled, would motivate everyone to try harder for a longer period since that fear would always exist? Sujin thought to himself, looking around to find inspiration and seeing his teacher walk away. Unless, was nobody suitable? Was there nobody who he thought should get kicked out, because everyone had potential? Speaking of, didn't he say to Midoriya that he didn't have potential when he was gonna break his whole arm, so he shrunk the range of damage from the entire arm to only a finger? Sujin wanted to dispel his theory, not wanting to believe the outcome, which seemed too good to be true. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Sujin spent the rest of the day ruminating the fact, even when he was walking home with Shoji, and split off from the rest of the group. The orange sky hung over their heads, threatening to disappear. The road was desolate with only the sound of their footsteps being heard. Sujin, not being able to take the silence and being alone with his thoughts, was the first to talk. Do you think, our teacher did have the intention of expelling someone at first? Sujin stopped looking at Shoji, who'd gotten 3 steps ahead, before stopping and looking at him. Shojin analyzed Sujin's face for a moment before sighing and continuing to walk and looking forward to talking to Sujin behind him. It's a possibility. Sujin also started walking, keeping the distance between the two. Then Shoji mercilessly cut him off though, but it's just as probable that he planned on expelling everyone who didn't pass his test. Maybe on the recommended students who passed his evaluations before class started. Shoji stopped walking when saying that. Sujin also stopped thinking over that possibility. Maybe, no, it's likely, there's no way UA would trust someone's words that a person was suitable for their school. Nodding his head to himself, Sujin continued. They should have had another test on a separate day. That should be true. UA is the #1 school in Japan, and there's bound to be more than 4 recommended students, so they should have also held their competitions battling for the limited spots. Lest UA get sued for corruption, accused of being biased to those with money and their sponsors. Shoji though shrugged and again continued walking down the path to their houses. What does it matter though? He looked down to his side, seeing Sujin caught up there. He accepted us, so at the very least on the first day, he believes we have what it takes to be his students. Regardless of his contemplating the possible reasons for his actions, as long as we continue showing what we have done today, we'd be fine. Sujin, instead of muttering or thinking in his head, responded this time, still looking straight. No, stagnation would just get us expelled like he said, we've got to do more, catch his eyes with our performance and effort. We need to become so invaluable, show so much potential that UA itself would never dare let us go. Shoji glanced over and gave out a dry laugh at Sujin's amped-up face. How do you suppose we do that? Place in the upcoming sports festival, no, rather we've got to win that, If the past years are to go off, then it's possible for the finals to be some team tournament. Like 2 years ago, when it was a group of 3 defending the crown final. The year that Big 3 of the UA won, right? Yeah. And did you think of how we were gonna beat up those monsters? Sujin knew who he was talking about: Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Bakugo, Midoriya. The people he designated as the 4 kings of the class in terms of abilities currently. Though Shoji's the 5th, Sujin muttered inwardly. Unbeknownst to Shoji, Sujin looked up with a face that said, isn't it obvious? We go plus ultra. Chuckle, Sujin, go home. Shoji almost couldn't help himself from laughing out loud. Sujin looked up to find his house to the right with Shoji's on the left. Walking up to the door, he heard the rustle from inside. Sujin looked around to find Shoji still in the same spot. Are you serious about that sports festival? Of course, Sujin said with a determined look. Tomorrow at 6, meet me here. Then, not waiting for a response, Shoji turned around and headed to his house. Sujin nodded and opened the door, which momentarily missed his dad's face. Sujin noticed the disfigurement of his clothes, as well as his mom, who wasn't trailing too far behind. Enkai meanwhile looked at his son before a realization popped up on his face. He grabbed his work bag and the shoes he didn't put on yet and ran out the door. Sujin, why don't you tell your mother about your day? Enkai had to scream as he was getting farther and farther away. He passed Shoji, replying, hey, to Shoji's quick, hello, Mr. Shimizu. Sujin looked at his father's car, scurrying away, before feeling chills on his back. Turning around, he saw stars in his mother's black eyes. How was school? Did you do anything interesting? What am I saying? Of course you did. What about friends? Did you make any? Were any girls? Did you make girlfriends? Not wanting this rambling to continue lest she delves back into marriage like she had this morning, Sujin put a stop to this at once. Mom. Mom, but as if she were in her world. Arena's expression quickly turned to sorrow, as if she were bipolar. Wrapping her arms around Sujin gentilly, she said, oh honey, it's okay. What is she thinking now? It's okay if you like boys, don't be afraid, Mom has always got your back. Mom. It's, sigh, can we just talk about this inside? Okay. Bye Shoji. So Sujin's 2-hour-long questioning began, only stopping because of Miss Aiya's casserole. That night, the object of his prayers shifted to include a special thanks for her. Chapter 22. Defiled Recap. And did you think of how we were gonna beat up those monsters? Sujin knew who he was talking about: Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Bakugo, Midoriya. The people he designated as the 4 kings of the class in terms of abilities currently. Though Shoji's the 5th, Sujin muttered inwardly. Unbeknownst to Shoji, Sujin looked up with a face that said, isn't it obvious? We go plus ultra. Chuckle, Sujin, go home. Shoji almost couldn't help himself from laughing out loud. Sujin looked up to find his house to the right with Shoji's on the left. Walking up to the door, he heard the rustle from inside. Sujin looked around to find Shoji still in the same spot. Are you serious about that sports festival? Of course, Sujin said with a determined look. Tomorrow at 6, meet me here. Then, not waiting for a response, Shoji turned around and headed to his house. Sujin looked up, seeing Shoji along with the seemingly endless sand behind. The crashing of waves was incessantly piercing through his ears. The dim hue of yellow slowly creeping up through the morning sky barely illuminated their surroundings. A beautiful picture painted. If it wasn't barely 6 a.m., I'm gonna become sleep deprived if this continues. Sujin has been waking up at this hour for the past week. What first started with his early breakfast with Mina and Kirishima has turned into a daily thing. After that day he thought he would catch some Z's until 7 before getting ready and enjoying a relaxing walk to school. But no, his father decided that since he was going to UA he needs more training and that the morning was when the body was most productive. Sujin grumbled, looking aggrieved. Though he said all this, he was particularly angry with his father. On one hand, he was correct, and that wasn't even the whole truth. Waking up to get a snack late last night revealed that crime has become more rampant these days, and so all heroes are taking on extra shifts to compensate. Getting rid of the father and son's after-school training session and pushing it to the morning. Inward, Sujin knew this wasn't his father's fault. But the sleep-deprived him who'd just woken up less than 10 minutes ago didn't care. That's not mentioning this guy. Meeting stares. Shoji registered hostility for some reason. Sujin became even more annoyed looking at the confusion on that guy's face. What's there to be confused about? You say meet me in the morning a couple of days ago but ghost me just to tell me in school that you had to delay due to injuries from weightlifting. There I was just standing for 15 minutes looking like a fool. Then dad comes out, finds me doing nothing, and thinking I created an excuse to skip training for a day makes that session even more grueling than the last. Sujin shivered, remembering the purple bruises that littered his chest. Not noticeable enough for others to see easily, but that sure as heck was felt by Sujin. No matter how satisfying it was to see his mother beat up his father, the punishment his father labeled as extra training wasn't. And then, on top of all that, you listened to my grievances with my father yesterday and had a talk with him about another 6 a.m. meeting. I thought you were being a pal, saving my sanity by using the excuse so we could chill, rest, or just sleep. But you meant it. Sigh. Look, Shoji. There's no time. Anticipating his next move, Shoji, a man of few words, oohed him off. A tick mark appeared on Sujin's head. Between my personal training time and your training, plus school, plus unexpected chances, there's just no other suitable times. This is because we're behind, right? Correct. We lack the training, environments, and quirks our classmates have to become top of the class. So we can only make do with hard work. Yeah, I remember. We need to train in actual combat situations since as heroes we'll encounter them sooner or later. Good. I won't hold back now, so prepare. Sujin nodded before getting into a combat-ready position with his hands spread wide like he was going to grapple Shoji. The two locked eyes before they dashed toward each other. Once an arm's length away, Shoji threw a punch packing strength that made the wind howl at its behest. Sujin turned his body, leaning on his right leg to dodge. While in this unstable position, others would find it difficult to counterattack. Sujin raised his right hand towards his trigger, hoping to land a direct shot on Shoji. Unfortunately, he had to stop his previous actions, jumping off his right leg into a roll to escape from Shoji's knee, which was as bulky as his forearms combined. From then a game of cat and mouse ensued. Shoji rushed to Sujin, trying to get close to using his overwhelming strength to end this. While Sujin, with his long-distance quirk, tried to create space. Tilting his head to the left, barely missed an upper hand. Jumping, Sujin used the rotation already created to spin his body so that his legs ended up in Shoji's face, if it wasn't for an arm seemingly coming from nowhere. Now, Shoji thought this was a prime opportunity to catch the surprisingly nimble Sujin. So he reached out his other hand, which didn't bear the weight of Sujin's leg, and reached for his ankle. Though his expectations didn't come fruit, as Sujin, who failed to kick Shoji, had a glimmer of glee within his eyes. Sujin put power into his legs and, using Shoji's body as a springboard, kicked off of it and back into the air. Then, not letting the chance slip, he put his hands on his trigger and fired multiple thin shots directly at Shoji. Each was placed somewhere he would move to dodge, forcing Shoji to face the brunt of his attacks. While Shoji dealt with the swift counterattack, Sujin, who hadn't used any means to propel himself back into the air, landed on the ground. Sujin thought to himself, this quirk isn't suitable for close-quarters combat. Though it can pack a punch, the speed of manually pulling the trigger and aiming takes too much time. That should be why Dad focused on agility and accuracy training first. He looked up only for sand to cover his sight. Then he felt a kick at his ribs, changing his sight as Sujin crashed into the sand a few meters away. Wah! His thoughts were disoriented, though he wasn't given a chance as Shoji arrived rather quickly. Knowing he doesn't have time for any tricks to escape, Sujin reached for his nozzle. But a kick from Shoji's legs caused his arm to go numb, and a direct kick to the chest of the barley standing Sujin changed the scenery once again. Sujin now landed in the ocean quite a distance from Shoji, who was walking slowly and calmly. Wow! Sujin looked and squirted his eyes to see Shoji, and the thin wounds that pierced his body and left trails of blood was now visible. That crazy jerk charged through. By the time his thoughts slowed enough to think clearly and for him to finish his speculations, Shoji had already arrived. He stood in front of Sujin, who was still sitting on his bed in the ocean. Shoji was immobile, as if his wounds were fake. "I believe I won." No arrogance was heard in his voice, serious as if he was talking to a teacher. "Damn it, want me to surrender? If I don't, you're gonna immobilize me for 10 or more seconds." Sujin grabbed a fistful of sand before a weird expression appeared on his face. Looking up, Sujin said sarcastically, "You've won?" Shoji looked at his current opponent, whose left hand still shook slightly, the water which would remove his agility, along with himself. Sujin couldn't help but twitch his eyes at Shoji's obvious looks of "yeah. Shoji, I don't surrender." Shoji was on guard against Sujin, and although he felt he had the best chance of winning, he never forgot about the unpredictable Sujin. But as he was about to leap away, Sujin had already got his hand on his trigger and sprayed a widespread mist on Shoji. Normally this wouldn't injure anyone unless Sujin got his hands on dangerous materials, it'd just be a mist of water getting on them. But when open wounds are still leaking blood, and seawater comes into contact, Shoji let out a grunt of pain, though that was an accurate representation of the pain. He felt as if he were walking through thorns just to jump into the Dead Sea. He became paralyzed by pain momentarily, as it simply hurt too much to move. By the time he regained body functions, a nozzle threatening to pierce him was in his face. Putting his hands up ever so slowly, watching as Sujin's eyes narrowed, Shoji said, "I surrender." Sujin relaxed his guard and backed up. Then silence remained as both were waiting for their incessant panting to finish. They both sprawled out like starfish in the sand and watched as the orange hue gradually turned yellow. Once it felt like they weren't going to die, a light chuckle ensued. "You won." Sujin let out a grunt. "Good job. I only won because of the environment. Making use of the salt water, plus the coincidence of you charging through the torrent like a madman." Shoji sat up facing Sujin's, who head towards him. "I made use of the sand to obscure your wounds. Otherwise how would I have been able to land any injuries on you?" Shoji lightly tapped Sujin, though the shaking from the touch suggested otherwise. Sujin, through his injuries now settling in since the adrenaline was gone, sat up and faced Shoji, putting on a serious expression. "No, if you hadn't run through and only dodged getting hit by one torrent, then the mist wouldn't have affected you so badly to the point of immobilization," Shoji said with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "But would you have even come up with that plan if I wasn't as injured as I seemed?" Sujin had no rebuttal there. Lying down again, Shoji put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. Regardless, that was a valuable experience. Silence then prevailed as Sujin sat upwards, still thinking. He walked away to grab both of their phones before asking in a weird tone, "Shoji, when does school start?" Shoji begrudgingly sat up and opened his eyes, saying, 7:30 a.m. Why? "'Cause it's 6:58, and we're 20 minutes from the house and 10 from the school." So the boys rushed their tired bodies to their houses, to take showers, and get ready for the day they would hopefully not be late to. ***. Might as well since we're late. The two boys, despite their high difference, both fit through the door and sauntered into the nurse's office. Looking around the empty waiting room filled with the scent of medicine, the two took a seat waiting for the person in charge to arrive. They didn't wait long though, as the youthful heroine, recovery girl, walked in from behind a sliding door. The two looked at the short elderly woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun, her notable large needle being used as a cane suiting her lab coat draped on her. As she looked up and noticed the two, she spoke in a harsh tone, "More patience, it's not even 9 yet. I'm betting you two haven't even gone to class yet, huh?" Sujin started to explain their current circumstances, but not wanting to hear any possible excuses, she cut him off by her prodding his and Shoji's bodies. Experienced hands poked where it hurt the most, for Sujin his chest, where a heavy kick from his friend lightly stung, and for Shoji, it'd be everywhere. The purple bumps remained to cause him to feel more pain than Sujin. Clicking of tongue. "Look at you two. already so beat up before the day started. Whacking him and Shoji on the head, she shook her head and ordered Sujin to wait while she took Shoji behind the sliding doors. He analyzed the room. The plain look combined with the light candy scent scattered around in the medical scented room made for the atmosphere to turn peaceful. That combined with the warm rays of the sun caused his eyes to droop rather quickly. His willpower refused against the action of sleeping, but the light mumbles from the other room were the final nail cementing his slumber. The next time he woke up was with a asterisk thwack from her cane. Sujin put his hands on his head and looked up with an aggrieved face plastered onto himself. Good, since you're up we can begin. That's when he remembered he fell asleep looking up at the clock reading 10:28, more than an hour and 30 from when he slept. What could they have talked about? So Shimizu, how'd you end up in this situation? I heard the gist from your classmate, but I want to fully understand the situation. So the light conversation flowed as Sujin began telling a story of how they fought, mentioning his heroic moves, Shoji's use of the environment, and focusing on what happened for them to become injured. All the while Recovery Girl wrapped his body in bandages, applied various ointments to him, and fixed him up. Pausing for a moment, she looked up at him. So you fought because of your friends, rivals? No, it's because we wanted the experience of actually fighting. But couldn't you ask your hero dad to do it? Maybe it's a three-way of participation between you three, but isn't there something that prompted you to fight so early? Sujin was stumped there. Although he'd been making great progress for someone who only recently got his quirk and had quite the ability, an inexplicable sense of foreboding remained. One which seemed to push him to get stronger to face whatever was coming. So while others would notice he seemed to rush, Sujin felt like he had to. Noticing his silence, she refrained from asking any more questions until she was finished. The clock now read 10:53, close to lunch for his class. Put this on every 6 hours starting now on the spots where it hurts. It's a muscle relaxant as well as a healer. Accepting the bottle, Sujin felt a tap on his cheek. Then she backed up Sujin, lightly tapping the wet spot on his face. I've been defiled. Sujin's mind went into panic mode momentarily at the shock of his first kiss outside of his family, not with a hot, young girl but with a old and experienced member of the UA staff. Youngsters these days not understanding the favor being given. Paying attention to his condition, Sujin did feel less pain, though the wobbliness substituting it wasn't much better. Giving him a candy, she dragged Sujin to the front door, and before he knew it he was in the hallway while she was inside the room. You should watch your friend at the gym. Most of the muscles in his arm were torn up, and would leave scars if left unattended too. Closing the door, Sujin stood there for a moment before continuing on his path to the classroom, wondering what he would say for his lateness. Behind, Recovery Girl, known by her colleagues as Chiyo Shuzenji, threw out and put away the dirty and excess materials.
These boys sure are like them, albeit having a better relationship. I just hope they don't also have the penchant for disaster as the others. Though it's unlikely, there are still only heroes in training, so it's unlikely they face anything dangerous soon. Unaware of the effects her words would have, she continued with her activities as Sujin opened the door to his classmates, instantly facing 30+ eyes. Great of you to join us, Shimizu. Chapter 23. Hysteria at 12. Recap. Paying attention to his condition, Sujin did feel less pain, though the wobbliness substituting it wasn't much better. Giving him a candy, she dragged Sujin to the front door, and before he knew it he was in the hallway while she was inside the room. You should watch your friend at the gym. Most of the muscles in his arm were torn up, and would leave scars if left unattended too. Closing the door, Sujin stood there for a moment before continuing on his path to the classroom, wondering what he would say for his lateness. Behind, Recovery Girl, known by her colleagues as Chiyo Shuzenji, threw out and put away the dirty and excess materials. These boys sure are like them, albeit having a better relationship. I just hope they don't also have the penchant for disaster as the others. Though it's unlikely, there are still only heroes in training, so it's unlikely they face anything dangerous soon. Unaware of the effects her words would have, she continued with her activities as Sujin opened the door to his classmates, instantly facing 30+ eyes. Great of you to join us, Shimizu. Sujin didn't plan on trying to explain why he was late. One thing he noticed is that the teachers at this school each have their own unique personality quirks. But one thing they had in common was interrupting people. So looking down slightly, Sujin just stared at the tiles momentarily. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, hoping to erase this feeling of tiredness. Sigh, I'm assuming it's the same reason as Shoji? Just sit down. You can explain it here after lunch.
A sheepish Sujin walked to his seat, ignoring the stares of his classmates. Meanwhile, Aizawa started squirting eye drops into his eyes. Once the bottle was empty, he threw it out and grabbed a new one. How many does he go through in a week? Part of the class thought collectively. When Sujin got himself settled, he looked up at Mina's pensive stare as if saying, "What happened?" Sujin responded with various gestures, first shaking his head side to side meaning, no, then pointing down, the combined meaning, not now. He then made an eating gesture, not the way he does but how everyone else does, where he picked up imaginary food, put it close to his mouth, then rubbed his belly, thus translating to lunch. If everyone could stop playing charades, we can get back to the lesson. Aizawa again looked to see Sujin's head protruding down. As I was saying, it's about some domestic homeroom things. Is it a quiz? X20?
It's time to choose a class president. Despite the unenthusiastic tone when speaking, the entire class erupted.
Instantly shouts appear, all along the line of, "I want to be the class president," reverberating around the walls. Class president, that takes me back. Sujin remembered the days when he'd run rigorously through the school, being more of a teacher's dog than a helpful advisor. Students treated him like an outsider unless they needed something, and the teachers ran him ragged for the smallest thing. Maybe their coffee wasn't the right temperature, or they forgot to make scans of the paper. There was even one teacher who had him go to their house to grab the purse they'd forgotten. Worth it though. Although he did all that, the payout was worth it. He gained access to the school teachers' computers. You know, it's weird. The school computers were connected to the government website, which had a record of all children in school and their connections. Sujin found a jackpot worth of secrets, heroes who have secret love children, specialties of people, quirks, etc. I planned on using that info in the future to help Shoji, but maybe I'll help myself. Speaking of Shoji, Sujin turned around and made eye contact with him. Shoji nodded his head up, communicating without talking. You? Sujin shook his head. Nah. Our true leader must be chosen by election. Will you allow this, sensei? Aizawa, the person in question, was already zipped up into his caterpillar-like sleeping bag. However you do it, just make it quick. With that, he lay down on the ground and shut his eyes.
Ida organized everything quickly, cutting up 5 pieces of paper into 4s, then distributing THM. Following that, everyone began writing who they were voting for.
Who should I vote for? Shoji? Nah, he's too isolated. I could do it myself, but I'm not particularly interested in being class prez. Guess Ida would work. So once Sujin finished, he passed it up to the front. Within 5 minutes everyone's votes had been tallied. One name was listed with 3 tallies, Midoriya, then 3 names were listed with 2 tallies. Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Sujin himself. His head snapped back to Shoji, whose eyes shone with humor. But who was my other voter? It seems Midoriya is our class president. I will forego my running for vice president, so competition between Shimizu and Yaoyorozu remains. Sujin was about to announce his running for the place, but the bell beat him to it. Ring. Everyone grabbed their things, rushing out of the classroom to be the first in line for lunch rush's food. Sujin was in a barren classroom with only himself and Shoji still seated, while Ida was organizing everything before walking out with his lunch. Aizawa had sat up at some point while still being zipped up in the sleeping bag. So, the reason you two were late? An extra week of cleaning shifts? Yay. Noticing the stares coming their way, Mina apologized in a quieter voice. Looking at Sujin, whose entire being felt pissed off, she couldn't help but explain her outburst. Sorry, but with both you and Shoji picking up a week's worth of classroom shifts, it means that everyone gets to go home earlier. Sujin couldn't stay too mad, so he nodded before digging into his lunch. Dad definitely going to turn up the training intensity after learning about this. Enjoying his meal, Sujin engaged in the topic that's been on his mind since class. Who voted for me? I don't know too many of our classmates. I think Sue would have picked some of the better candidates in the class. I know Shoji was one, meaning the other should be. Mina, did you vote for me for class president? Mina gulped down her food and averted her eyes. Mina. Exhale, just confirm with me next time. Closing her eyes and clapping her hands in front of her facing Sujin, Mina said, sorry, you just seem like a great candidate. You're smart, have good leadership skills, and are one of the only people I know. Sujin, is there a reason you don't want to be chosen? It was Kirishima who brought this question up. Change. Sujin said it offhandedly, but the sound produced spoke many stories. Returning to silence, Sujin looked around the cafeteria. Cliques already forming were observed by him. Those in the same class, people who have similar interests. Then he looked at his table, and those who unexpectedly came together due to certain circumstances. Sujin, Kirishima, Mina, and others from various classes were all at this table. Sujin continued observing his schoolmates when an unexpected visitor arrived. A duo. The girl who seemed to be leading the other one was a fair-skinned girl whose irises were royal blue. Her hair is periwinkle, and it reaches all the way down to her knees, twisting around itself at her waist and curving inwards around her legs. The male of the two had an unassuming presence, his messy, indigo hair, and thin, tired-looking eyes, partially covered by his bangs plus his hump. Starting to form in adolescence showed his introversion at first sight. Sujin wasn't unaware of the duo. They were famous, practically the face of the upcoming UA student body. "Hi, my name is Nijire Hado, and this," Nijire pointed to the male, "is Tamaki Imajiki." Mina's expression grew flustered and Kirishima's eyes had respect in them while reflecting the two. What could two of UA's big three need with freshmen like us? We're sorry to disturb you during your lunch break, but if you don't mind, we have some questions for you. Not that we have the option of declining. Sujin thought as the unusual quietness and heated stares weighed on his mind. Sure. Great, we're in acquaintance with UA's principal as well as the student council of the school, and on behalf of them we want to understand how freshmen such as yourself are finding your experience so far and if there's anything we can do or change to help. Problems? Sujin thought back, not finding anything, in particular, to note on. The floors were unusually clean, the staff seemed friendly enough, and the seating seemed to be of high quality as were most things here. Mina seemed to fall into a similar predicament. No, not Mew. There is something. Kirishima struck down a fist onto an open palm while his mouth made an "oh" face. Finding certain facilities is a bit difficult with the lack of signs, so maybe that's something you can work on. PPFFFT. The senior who seemed to have created a serious atmosphere disappeared, and a more light-hearted one has ensured that fitted a conversation between teens. Sorry. Wiping her face, Nejiri said, facing Kirishima. Major areas like the gym, cafeteria, and fields were mentioned in the entrance ceremony. She didn't finish her statement, but the words appeared in their minds. The ceremony Class 1A didn't attend. Kirishima's face became the same color as his hair. Wanting to save him from further teasing, the older woman said, but signs could indeed be helpful, especially with guests or forgetful freshmen. Beep *, security level 3 has been breached. All students evacuate in an orderly fashion. Chaos broke out in the lunchroom, and everyone pushed to the exit in a state of panic. Isn't this UA? What place could be safer? Did villains break into the place? I want to go home. Mass hysteria surrounds all students as they clambered, trying to cram the entire freshman body through one door. Mina. Sujin's hand was separated from hers at some point as they were constantly pushed around. He looked around the hallway trying to spot a familiar face. Eventually he caught sight of Ida, who was floating above everyone and propelling himself toward the exit sign. Floating? Is Uraraka around here? Lo and behold, there she was a few feet below him. The exit, is he trying to lead everyone there? As Ida arrived at the exit, he faced a new dilemma. Nobody would be able to hear him. The alarm blared still and confused noises of panic were prevalent throughout the hall. As he was thinking of a plan better than shouting, his hand became wet. Not just him, but everyone in the hall felt mist sprayed on their heads. They all collectively looked up and found Ida not too far ahead. Ida traced back the liquid to a conspicuous spray bottle in the crowd. Not wasting this chance, he spoke loudly, ignoring the alarm. Everything's fine. It's just the news. There's nothing to panic about, we're all fine. This is UA. Behave in a manner befitting this great institution. Right when he finished, a powerful laser pointer flashed around the walls. It's pointing to the exit on both ends, along with pathways into other hallways leading to other exits. Sujin traced back the slender hand of a conspicuous woman whose height made her stand out in the crowd. Was that Yayorozu? Ida, coming to the same conclusion, nodded in that direction before continuing on with his speech. Everyone please safely and orderly exit out of the nearest exit. Due to the quick thinking of the three, everything was resolved rather quickly. Sensei, what happened at lunch? Reporters got through the gate and we had to swiftly subdue them. Now Midoriya, you had something to say to the class. The nervous wreck of a boy walked up and bowed to everyone. I am sorry to the three that voted for me. I can't live up to your expectations. After the lunchtime performance, I believe I'm not suitable for the president. Midoriya, one incident can't define. Ida, thanks. However, I've thought it over and made my decision final. With that, he walked back to his seat. Sujin, finding his chance, also spoke up. I too would like to resign from being vice president. With that, nobody was president and the vice president has been decided. How does this work then? Yaoyorozu, due to the circumstances you were promoted to president, Aizawa said in an offhanded manner. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat before waking up at the podium. I'm honored to accept the position of president, however I have conditions I had to have accepted, none too different from my contract. However, Ida and Shimizu both would be required to be my vice presidents. I'm not sure that's appropriate. Second. Naturally, the two in question disagree with the statement. Ignoring that, however, she turned to their homeroom teacher. Sensei, your thoughts? He's a lazy individual, so there's no agreeing to her proposal, which should require more paperwork to be filled. I agree. Turning around, she flashed a smile. I look forward to working with everyone. So she had that mischievous side to her as well. Sujin looked at Mina, who also looked smugly back at him as if it were her idea, and she was taking credit. She spurred Mina on. How? I've been with her all day. Sujin was going to continue his thoughts, but she stuck her tongue out at him and then turned around facing the front where the new president gave her congratulatory speech. On second thought, it doesn't matter. Sujin also faced forward, thankful for his spray bottle for a head as he felt it was extremely hot. Inwardly he was thinking of Mina's last action, mainly. One phrase repeated on end in his mind, cute. Meanwhile, right after the lunchroom incident, on their way back to class. Sotamaki, how'd you think of those freshmen? Courageous and bold. Indeed, moving without hesitation, having chemistry amongst themselves. The freshmen really get more interesting every year. Chapter 24. Transparency to the rescue. Recap. Sujin, finding his chance, also spoke up. I too would like to resign from being vice president. With that, nobody was president and the vice president has been decided. How does this work then? Yaoyorozu, due to the circumstances you were promoted to president. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat before waking up at the podium. I'm honored to accept the position of president, however I have conditions I should accept, none too different from my contract. However, Ida and Shimizu both would be required to be my vice presidents. I'm not sure that's appropriate. Second. Naturally, the two in question disagree with the statement. Ignoring that, she turned to their homeroom teacher. Sensei, your thoughts? He's a lazy individual, so there's no remembering her proposal. I agree. Turning around, she flashed a smile. I look forward to working with everyone. So she had that mischievous side to her as well. Sujin looked at Mina, who also looked smugly back at him as if it were her idea, and she was taking credit. She spurred Yaoyorozu on. How? I've been with her all day. Sujin was going to continue his thoughts, but she stuck her tongue out at him and then turned around facing the front where the new president gave her congratulatory speech. On second thought, it doesn't matter. Sujin also faced forward, thankful for his spray bottle for a head as he felt it was extremely hot. Inwardly he was thinking of Mina's last action, mainly one phrase repeated on end. Cute. So their slightly less monotonous day continued on. President Mike teaches English in a boisterous way, having everyone come up and sing lines from one of his favorite US bands, the Beatles. There was Midnight teaching history in a rather odd manner, enunciating on parts dealing with slaves of war, giving subtle winks to certain students. Wonder if this is legal? As Sujin entertained such thoughts, he couldn't wait for the day to end. That was before someone barged into their class. I am here. With that, the number one hero in all of Japan, someone Sujin, surprisingly, wasn't meeting for the first time. All Might appeared. The moral of the class rose as all the sleepiness that subtly infected everyone was washed away. All Might. His hero age suit. Sujin looked at the famous hero with the reverence of others, but a hint of determination was there as well. He unconsciously set the number one as a goal, something he plans on achieving in his lifetime, and so his gaze was different from others while similar to some. Most notable were Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki, who both had similar desires within their gaze. All Might shifted, but tried to ignore the fanaticism he often felt and got straight to the point. Young heroes, prepare for the trial of battle. To accompany you, we've prepared the gear we had you send in. All Might watched as everyone got their suitcase that corresponds with their seat number. Change, and remember, from now on you all heroes. Sujin walked out of the tunnel with his classmates and faced the desolate city. Abandoned cracked buildings and streets that looked like All Might himself destroyed them lay in his sight. He couldn't help but sigh at the money it must have taken to make this. Speaking of money, Sujin once again inspected himself.
A standard blue construction jumpsuit laid on his chest in remembrance of his father, but unlike his, Sujin's had some special features.
The material was flexible and durable, but the main feature was the tubes resembling the one hospital stuck into you, which were on each of his 5 fingers and then converged into one big tube running down his forearm and disappearing into the suit. They were water distributors who could move water from where they were connected, to the tips of his hands, then connecting to the open holes on his fingertips. Sujin would not need to worry about how to procure water. There was another feature about it being connected to a certain area, but Sujin preferred nobody to know about the hidden what-if feature he added. Finished inspecting himself, he turned and looked at his classmates. Cool and useful outfits were spotted, like Bakugo's gauntlets, Momo's open design, and Siro's helmet. Others' outfits looked impractical, as if they only existed for fashion. He saw Prez, who was having a verbal debate with Sujin's less than satisfactory classmate, Mineta, and then he saw Shoji. With his arms completely uncovered and the tank top-like shirt, Sujin could see the style he was going for. The army-like pants and masks on his face make Shoji look like a soldier. Giving a thumbs up, Sujin continued inspecting before being ripped away by All Might's voice. So basically, we're just defending the bomb, or capturing the heroes if we're villains, while the heroes have the option of capturing or simply reaching the bombs. Sujin summarized the content he heard, ignoring the useless comments that occasionally came up. Although he couldn't make a proper plan as he didn't know who his partner was, he analyzed the objective of this. The hero has the advantage of only needing to reach an object. People like Hakugakure have an advantage, while the villains need to play keep away, no doubt a specialty for people like Ida. Or combat, which the 4 kings may find to their preferred method. Though Prez may need prep time and Midoriya seems to be a loose cannon. Either way, how I play this depends on who's in my group. With that, he turned his attention back to the group just to hear All Might explain that teams will be drawn via lottery. Another activity which imposed unfairness in certain situations. Is this to show us the unpredictability of the hero's work? The groupings were Bakugo Uraraka, Midoriya Ida, Shoji Kirishima, Mineta Juru, Sujin Hagakure, Todoroki Su, Mina Yuga, Shiro Ojuru, Kaminari Momo, and Sato Tokiyami. Hagakure, great, if we get hero, I've got this in the bag. With me creating a commotion, we can draw their attention, making them forget her so she can sneak on and give us the win. As Sujin was thinking, life played a cruel trick on him, as things would never go that easily. No, the pairings were A. Villain. Bakugo Uraraka vs Hero. Midoriya Ida B. Villain. Shoji Kirishima vs Hero. Mineta Juru. C. Villain. Sujin Hagakure vs Hero. Todoroki Su D. Villain. Mina Yuga vs Hero. Shiro Ojuru. E. Villain. Kaminari Momo vs Hero. Sato Tokiyami. Not only did he not get the role he wanted, but he was placed in a match with one of Class 1A's strongest, Todoroki, and if that wasn't enough, there was Su, who already knew his quirk and a few of his capabilities. Almost all of the students had walked into the control room, which was dark, the only illuminating source being the many screens showing the inside of the building from many angles. Apparently, Pair A was facing off right now. Sujin sat down in a coroner's office, depressed as he thought of how impossible the task was. The feeling wasn't anything new, but this time he didn't lack information that he could use to trick himself into false optimism. No, he knew. Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He could conjure ice large enough to overtake at least half of a 3-story building, and that's information Sujin found from a video released of him doing this when he was 12. Coupled with the feats he's displayed in the short time Sujin personally saw him, he knew he was probably royally skir-wed. As he wallowed, he heard footsteps come up to him. He looked up only to see nothing before feeling hands on his shoulder. Do you need something, Hagakure? Sorry. Sujin lowered his head, realizing that while he looked to be looking around, he was probably staring into her bosom if her hand's height were anything to judge by. Looking to the side, he noticed the gloves backed off and that she'd sat to the left of him. Is your head at the same level as mine? Hold on, yeah. He heard her shuffle and noticed that her posture, again using her arms and shoes as a judge, was better than before. Sujin turned to her, making sure his eye level was right. Sorry, you stuck with someone as useless as me. Sujin clenched his fist, feeling horrible to make others feel the pain he was all too used to. It's not that. Looking down to become quiet as he ignored the brief stares turned in their direction, he continued. It's just, sigh. Todoroki. Frankly, I don't see how we beat him. We are not heroes, so your main strength can't be used, and he outclasses us in nearly every category, not to mention the information pertaining to my moves may have been leaked already. Sujin looked down again, feeling a bit depressed before feeling a pat on his head. Sujin looked up, imagining a grin on her invisible face. I think we'll win. Her voice told that she wasn't looking at him, yet her voice was firm, as if she deeply believed such a thing would happen. How great, now I have become a stuttering mess. Look. The gloves pointed to their opponents who were not getting along. Sue seemed to be trying to tell Todoroki something, but he kept ignoring her and denying any chance she had to talk to him. Eventually, Sue sighed and sat down, likely creating her own countermeasures. Why, the son of the number 2, someone who's likely never lost. Don't you think arrogance would build up? We may be outclassed individually, but with that attitude, we can split them up before dealing with them one-on-one. The plan was crude, too crude to call it one, but Sujin acknowledged it was something. A ray of hope he wanted to latch onto. I think we can do it. With what you demonstrated in the lunchroom, I think that your brain can come up with a great plan to get us out of this. Nodding his head, Sujin looked at where he thought her head was. I will, he sounded confident once again. Why, I remember what you did as well as your scores, so I was happy when your name got called as my partner. She didn't finish the sentence, but Sujin could tell the last part. Don't sigh like I'm useless. He felt deeply troubled as that wasn't his intention, so he looked intently at her. We'll win. He had a thumbs up and radiated a bright mod, bringing embarrassment to her invisible face. Idiot, my F-face is you up here, but I thought. As the banter continued between the two, an unpleasant feeling welled up in one of the Class 1A members inexplicably as they heard this scene. What's going on with me? Chapter 25, Heroes vs. Villains. Recap. I think we'll win. Her voice told that she wasn't looking at him, yet her voice was firm, as if she deeply believed such a thing would happen. How great, now I have become a stuttering mess. Look. The gloves pointed to their opponents who were not getting along. Sue seemed to be trying to tell Todoroki something, but he kept ignoring her and denying any chance she had to talk to him. Eventually, Sue sighed and sat down, likely creating her own countermeasures. Why, the son of the number 2, someone who's likely never lost. Don't you think arrogance would build up? We may be outclassed individually, but with that attitude, we can split them up before dealing with them one-on-one. The plan was crude, too crude to call it one, but Sujin acknowledged it was something. A ray of hope he wanted to latch onto. I think we can do it. With what you demonstrated in the lunchroom, I think that your brain can come up with a great plan to get us out of this. Nodding his head, Sujin looked at where he thought her head was. I will, he sounded confident once again. Why, I remember what you did as well as your scores, so I was happy when your name got called as my partner. She didn't finish the sentence, but Sujin could tell the last part. Don't sigh like I'm useless. He felt deeply troubled as that wasn't his intention, so he looked intently at her. We'll win. As quickly as Sujin had started making plans, the first match ended, though he did see parts of it. Ida used his speed to get past Bakugo, who just let him pass. Then Midoriya, Bakugo's supposed to target, and Bakugo himself fought, shaking the huge building. Talk about powerhouses. Then Ida ran into the room Uraraka was in. He caught her off guard and ran past her, but apparently, she found some old rope and made both the bomb and herself float. She then jumped around the rather spacious room with herself being weightless while Ida kept trying to run at her. Ida had figured out her plan at some point and used a moment she looked at to fake tiredness. Once she let her guard down, he sped past her and jumped for the bomb in the air. But an unexpectedly strong explosion broke the floor and beat them, moving the bomb away right when his hand was going to touch it, causing him to fall. Uraraka, even though on the opposite team and clearly overloaded by having made the bomb weightless for a while, made Ida float, preventing any damage from their fall. Ida happened to land on the bomb when he safely landed on the ground, cementing Uraraka and Bakugo's loss. Uraraka went to puke rainbows immediately after, though. The team, once finished, returned to the control room where a discussion on who the MVP was taking place. "Who do you think the best in the match is?" "All Might, I think there are 2 people for that position." There was Midoriya who made a plan with Uraraka and then dealt with the unexpected Bakugo who ignored Ida. But he lost points for destroying the building in the process, which could have negatively affected the bomb, something he should prioritize as a hero. Seeing All Might not saying anything, Yaoyorozu continued. But there was also Ida, who tried to follow the plan but also dealt with the unexpected scenario. He dealt with Uraraka while keeping damage to a minimum, and he also quickly used the situation at the end to secure the bomb, preventing any lives from being lost. Ambitious, I see. All Might's sweat dropped a bit but nevertheless agreed with her assessment. Correct, young Yaoyorozu. Then he shouted Group B, a group Sujin expected to end quickly, and his prediction came to fruition. In the beginning, Jiro placed her earjack on the building, determining their movement. From her hand movements, she said to Mineta that only one was coming to them while the other was going in a pincer. The two confronted together, planning on ambuing the one and then quickly taking the bomb and ending the round. However, they didn't account for one thing: Shoji's also a great censor. Though it's not wrong for not thinking about it, it's not the first thing you remember about him when you see him. Shoji, who censor the four footsteps, knew they were coming to him, likely also thinking only he was walking toward them alone, likely attributing the lack of Kirishima's footsteps to him being at the far end of the building. However, when the heroes met Shoji, they were shocked. Kirishima was placed on Shoji's shoulders. Using his already heavy weight, Shoji explained that Jiro would be trying to know where the both of them were, so he carried Kirishima, confusing her hearing. Once they encountered Jiro and Mineta, Shoji there, Kirishima to Mineta, who surprisingly was quick-witted. A purple ball was placed on Kirishima's fist. All of your punches won't hurt me, I'm immune to the ball. Though Mineta said so, the scared expression didn't appear on Kirishima's face. Instead, a battle-hungry smile did. I don't have to hold back then. Shoji walked up to Jiro, who waved their hands up in defeat. Once Shoji was at a certain distance, she manipulated her lobes to connect to her hero suit. The result was a powerful sonic vibration relayed outwards. The building shook, and hoping to use this in catching Shoji off guard, she tried to sprint past him, but Shoji was unaffected. His weight and stature made the vibrations tickle him but do nothing else. Shoji wrapped his arm around the sprinting Jiro, capturing her, and he flexed his muscles to keep her in place. Grabbing the bands symbolizing capture around his waist, he wrapped them around her, resulting in his viceroy. Kirishima also seemed done making Mineta his punching bag as he wrapped his tape around Mineta, announcing the end of the match. All right, class Who wa, Shoji created the plan nullifying Jiro's sensory abilities null. She relied on them too much and he made use of that, catching them off guard. Then he paired them up nicely, using his stature to dominate the less combat-oriented Jiro, causing his team to win. Everything again? Cough. Why yes, young Yaoyorozu, now Team C. You make the plan. Both Sujin and Hagakure were in the room of the bomb. Sujin grimaced at his lack of ideas. Only one. Knowing Todoroki's nature and from what I've seen about him when researching online, it's likely he'll try to end this quickly. Knowing that he'll probably try to freeze the entire building over. Sujin walked over and grabbed a crate that would support his weight and jumped on it, with Hagakure doing the same. It's unlikely it's faster than we can think, so when we see the ice we'll jump into the air and let the crate freeze over.
That's a solid plane. Hagakure sounded elated as well as surprised.
It's a nice one, but I don't know about his fireside. Sujin didn't get to say anything as ice quickly crept up in the room. Jump. Both of the two jumped into the air, avoiding the ice. Now we just need to catch him off guard. A moment prior at the entrance. Plan? Sue said in a rather plain voice. She was rather tired of trying to converse with her stubborn and arrogant classmate. If he doesn't have one, I'll need to plan A. Sujin's ability works best in long-range combat, so I'll need to worry about him. But my sensitivity to touch can help me locate where one of them is. I can also use my tuff to grapple onto the side of the building and climb my way into the room, opting for the sneaky route. She had options, but she needed to know what her partner planned on doing. Watch. He walked up to the door and froze over the building in a thin layer of ice. Not wanting to stand it, Sue blurted out one more piece of advice for Todoroki. He's rather perceptive. She became dumbfounded as that confirmed that he was listening to her while ignoring her and turning her away. I could punch him. As Sue was having such thoughts, Todoroki was thinking about his next moves. A thin layer of ice meant to bait them onto the floor, then once a false sense of security has arrived. He put his hand once again onto the lightly ice-covered building, Rip it away. He once again froze over the building, but this time the ice was about 3 inches in thickness and faster than before. I'll win without him. He then walked inside, ignoring if Sue followed him.
Tiring. Sue, who usually didn't do well in the cold, hoped this would end soon. Todoroki walked upstairs and into the room where they were.
Kicking down the door, he was met with a spray bottle to the face. He quickly reacted though and froze over Sujin's bottom half completely, stifling the spray bottle's actions. Looking at the only dry spot here, Todoroki saw a piece of ice broken up as if it had been pierced by a pressure washer. He looked down at his classmate and said, "You got far." Then, ignoring the reaction to his words, Todoroki walked to the bomb, wanting to end this farce. Right when he was about to touch it, he was startled by a voice. Endeavor. His actions stifled thinking about his father, but that stifle was enough for Sujin, who'd gotten his insanely cold hand to his trigger to pull it. A shot that was thin yet deadly headed for Todoroki's left arm. He would have been severely injured if not for a tongue pushing him out of the way. Todoroki was smashed into the bomb by the force, but the spot where he was standing had a hole that went through the inches-thick ice as well as the concrete walls and out of the building. Heroes win. Todoroki stood up with a grunt and walked out of the building, ignoring his classmates.
Young Todorki, can you fix the ice? TCH. On his way out though, he laid his hands on the exterior of the building once again and melted all of the frozen ice.
Everyone made their way to the break room, with Hagakure being identifiable since she was directly frozen on her bare skin. "Who do you think the best in the match is?" Shimizu analyzed the situation and made use of his limited resources to conduct a satisfactory plan. Even when it went awry, he created another of having Hagakure yell out, distracting Todoroki and giving them another opportunity to incapacitate him. Although they lost, that was only due to a timely intervention of Sue, otherwise the match may have very well been theirs. Correct again, Yaoyorozu. All Might swore that in the next matches, he would get a chance to say something. With that, Sujin dragged his tired and cold body to apologize to Hagakure, then he sat in his corner and analyzed the match. "I was arrogant in assuming the speed and power was all Todoroki could muster. I also became complacent in moving on to the next task, not remaining vigilant. That allowed him to take advantage of that. Once I became unfrozen, though there wasn't much I could do. He came surprisingly fast and I didn't even have time to realize a shot. I also didn't account for Sue moving him, but my movements were limited in the ice, not allowing me to shoot multiple shots." Sujin finished analyzing himself. Overall a 6/10 performance. Though I have some questions for Dad when I get home. With that, the rest of the games went rather quickly. Mina, Yuga and Mina attacked in a long range and defeated Zero, whose tape was burned, melted, and Ojuru, who couldn't do anything from long range, leading to the villains winning. Yaoyorozu once again did the analysis. In the last match, things were more competitive. With Mina's group result, the heroes and villains both had a 2-2 tie. The first and third had heroes win and the second and fourth were villains. Via power, Sujin would have given it to heroes, but he didn't want to underestimate the Prez, and how right he was. Sujin saw Prez spread out water making the floor wet, then once Sato and Tokiyami appeared, Kaminari lit the floor up. Tokiyami's quick appeared to be afraid of the light and didn't protect himself from the lightning, leading to Tokiyami being paralyzed. Sato powered through but came down with a rubber bullet shot from a gun. Then a taser incapacitated him, leading to a sweep through, and the villains won overall with a 3-2 lead. All Might did get to do an overview at the end, which ran on for quite a long though. Chapter's over, so unless you want to read my review, thanks for reading. Chapter 26. Slice of Life. Mina text has an underline, Sujin's is normal. Recap. Sujin finished analyzing himself. Overall a 6/10 performance. Though I have some questions for Dad when I get home. With that, the rest of the games went rather quickly. Yuga and Mina attacked in a long range and defeated Zero, whose tape was burned, melted, and Ojuru, who couldn't do anything from long range, leading to the villains winning. Yaoyorozu once again did the analysis. In the last match, things were more competitive. With Mina's group result, the heroes and villains both had a 2-2 tie. The first and third had heroes win and the second and fourth were villains. Via power, Sujin would have given it to heroes, but he didn't want to underestimate the Prez, and how right he was. Sujin saw Prez spread out water making the floor wet, then once Sato and Tokiyami appeared, Kaminari lit the floor up. Tokiyami's quirk appeared to be afraid of the light and didn't protect himself from the lightning, leading to Tokiyami being paralyzed. Sato powered through but came down with a rubber bullet shot from a gun. Then a taser incapacitated him, leading to a sweep through and the villains won overall with a 3-2 lead. All Might did get to do an overview at the end which ran on for quite a long though. That seems to be it. Thank God. Sujin looked around the empty room with only the three of them inside. The class had ended long ago. Aizawa, who was supposed to supervise them, left the moment the class ended, saying that they were the three most responsible in class and to not cause him any trouble or they'd be running laps on their day off. So Yaoyorozu, the class president, and Sujin and Ida, her vice presidents, had been discussing matters their lazy teacher left to them. Even Shoji abandoned me once we finished our classroom cleaning. Issues mainly relating to their upcoming field trip, and materials the class needed like extra pens, papers, highlighters, etc. Sujin himself mentally wasn't unused to such boring tasks, but the 10-month-long break seems to have made him less sturdy against them. Yaoyorozu once again going over the plan. Next week we'll take a trip to the USJ or the unforeseen simulation joint. When there we'll be placed in unexpected situations to learn how to use our quirks properly. Sigh, Shimizu, please. Momo's fine. To answer your question, yes, that's the current plan. Sorry. Rubbing the back of his head, Sujin thought. Uncomfortable, I'm not used to such treatment. I mean, when such a powerful person in both name and reality is next to you, it's only natural to feel like a rock next to a gem. Heck, I'd prefer using honorifics, but she denied that as well. That's fine. Momo rubbed her upper arm with her hands, looking sad. Idiot. Sujin admonished himself. Is this a situation where some important figure feels discouraged by being ostracized from people she wants to be close to? Although using the information I got from a manga is dubious. Sujin looked up once again, confirming his previous thoughts of her feeling saddened. Whatever. Sujin stood up in a bow, surprising both Momo and Ida. No, it's not. Momo, I apologize and will call you your preferred name from now on, and I'd be delighted if you'd also be less formal and call me Sujin. Oh, okay. Standing up once his apology was accepted, Sujin turned to look at Ida as well. I'd be grateful if you did as well, Ida. I second that. Then please call me Tenya, Sujin, Momo, with pleasure. Once that fiasco was finished, the three sat back down and got back to work. Since we left off conforming, Momo, can you run down our individual task for Monday? Sure. Tenya, you're on bus duty, making a seating chart for who's to sit where on the bus ride to and from the USJ. Though I'm not sure if that would actually work out with Bakugo being in our class. Sujin kept that information to himself though. Sujin, you're on lunch duty. You need to get a tally of who's bringing their own lunch and who's not, so we can give Lunch Rush a large order the day before we get them. I myself will be confirming the time with the teachers as well as dealing with any other matter that comes up. I'm also responsible for distributing that information to the rest of the class. Mutters, then this Saturday should be perfect timing. What did you say, Sujin? I said that out loud. This Saturday, Mina. Myself and a couple of others are going to the mall so I can get their information then. A couple others, **T. It's just a little gathering. Sujin noted his words were not working, so he switched tactics. Actually, Mina said she couldn't find time to get either of your numbers, so she asked me to get them for her. Sujin had a nervous look on. Barely anybody would be able to tell, as he thought she may have seen through his crappy lie. Luckily, both of the two seemed to lack social experience and didn't suspect a thing. Sure. Momo seemed to perk up at that and eagerly got her phone out. It's late notice, but I should be able to do something. Brother may have taken time off, but he shouldn't mind resting instead of training me. I didn't mean to go that far. It's not that important to miss training with a pro. A bonding activity without classmates isn't anything to joke about. Besides, I can gather information on how they act in public and further my comprehension of them and make the seating chart even more accurate. Sujin couldn't argue with that logic and got both of their numbers before finishing up the meeting. As they walked out of the building, Sujin had his jaw dropped. A limo was waiting for an embarrassed Momo and the pro ingenium was waiting for Tenya. Before Sujin could get an autograph, he overheard the conversation the duo had about an emergency, so Sujin wisely waved at both before trekking on his way home. Pulling out his phone, Sujin opened the message tab with Mina's contact. Mina. You're gonna be there on Saturday, right? I was gonna train. I said, you're gonna be there on Saturday, right? I guess great. Yesterday you okay? You've been a little off since the battle simulation. Read at 2:39, I'm just gonna assume it's that time of the month. Here's Momo and Tenya's contact info, make sure to add them to the mall group chat. Momo, Prez and Tenya wanted to use first names, and the contact info. I accidentally let it slip about the mall info, not that it was a secret, and to not make them seem down I told them you couldn't get a chance to get their info and that they could pass it through me to you. I could have gotten it, but those two give off some intimidating presences, especially Yaoyorozu. Sujin thought back to earlier, sure Momo seems a little still but she seemed to generally care about the class. She seemed fine when I was with her, same with Tenya. I'll take your word for it. There she's been added, I got homework to do so I'll talk to you later. With that Sujin closed his phone thinking of the day while arriving at his house. Opening the door and taking off his shoes Sujin sees his mom cooking dinner, while his father is on the couch going over reports. How was school? Good. Sujin tiptoes over to the stairs trying to get away unnoticed. That's nice, did yo? Sujin came face to face with his mother's large wide eyes. Damni. What happened? He winced from the volume as she ran over examining his body for any severe injuries. How's it? His dad asked, still sitting in his chair, not believing a high school student could get hospital-level injuries and still be calm. He's cut all over his arms and… My God, are those bruises. She reacted this much from the scrapes. Sujin was used to his mom's overbearingness, but to react so much over scrapes he got while flailing around both in the morning and afternoon was a little too much. Though he couldn't help but wince when she touched his rubs, they were still hurting even after being healed by a recovering girl since she said he didn't have enough stamina for a full heal. Anything broken? No, only some slight pain and scratches. It was Sujin who answered, not wanting his mother to exaggerate anything. Medicine cabinet in the bathroom along with the bandages, tweezers, and pain medication. Sujin has already used to his dad's blunt manner of talking, and with his mom's attention grabbed by the food he escaped to tend to his wounds. Once he finished, Sujin along with his father and mother sat at the dinner table. Some miso soup was placed in front of everyone, with the boys having been shredded to pieces to allow for easier intake.
Itadakimasu. X3. After praying, everyone got into their food, savoring the warmth and flavor of the delicious soup.
Your wounds? Dealt with, nothing major, some sleep and rest won't shake off. Sujin and his father ate through their suction holes, allowing them to talk while eating. Though Enkai kept his gaze on his son, prompting Sujin to answer more questions. I and Shoji had about this morning, a test of strength, and he ruffled me up a bit. You won? A hint of expectation was in his father's tone. Yeah. Enkai with his not eating hand patted Sujin's back, happy he had a topic he could rule over Akrai with for the next day. Though that wasn't it. Both Enkai and Arena stopped paying attention to Sujin's words. Later that day I fought Endeavor's son. Endeavor. Enkai didn't have too good of an impression of the number 2, whenever he met and saw him, an arrogant and unhinged atmosphere hung around. Like a beast waiting for any prey to mistake it for a predator. We fought in teams, but to summarize, he froze the building all at once, then defeated me even when I escaped his entrapment once again.
Enough. No hero talk at the table. Her voice was so loud Sujin wondered if it was carried out even next door. Sujin was surprised but nevertheless compromised with his mother and finished his food. Then walking over to wash, he heard his father say to him, later in the basement. He nodded and cleaned his plate before leaving. Only the sounds of Arena's and Enkai's movements could be heard. After some time Enkai arrived in their non-renovated basements, rampant with spiders but also great at keeping info in due to the walls. I need to have an automatic trigger. Sujin laminated on his biggest problems. He needed to manually press the trigger, causing him to waste time when dealing with unexpected enemies. He half expected a negative answer, but his dad confirmed his positive results. You'll need to train. Like your glutes, you already have a foundation in moving it, but now you need to start with exercises to consolidate your current control before trying to increase it. That makes sense. Every day in the morning, start off by twitching the nozzle. Then as your control increases you can instinctively try to fully compress it until it only requires your thoughts. Enkai turned to leave the thinking Sujin but turned around on the last steps of the stairs. This basement has been proven behind the walls to withstand impact, so practice to your heart's content. With that, he left the budding Sujin and walked into his room, finding his wife on the bed holding onto a family portrait. A young Sujin about 6 or 7 was grabbing onto Enkai, who sat the small child on his shoulder while Arena was holding onto his arm. I'm scared. Enkai said nothing,
letting her finish and sat next to her on the bed. Being a hero is dangerous, fighting villains all day. It's his second week and he's already been injured. What if, when he fights one day, he... Enkai grabbed onto her, holding her in a hug and rubbing her back, letting tears fall down her face. I know it's hard. I can't say you won't face any danger. He faced her so that they were making eye contact before going into his home and opening the basement camera live feed. Sujin, practicing tirelessly, could be seen through the night vision. But can we really afford to take that smile away? Orena said nothing, grabbing the phone and letting the video play while crawling under her blankets and into bed. Enkai also did so after shutting the lights off. Sujin, I need you to get stronger, much stronger than where you are at now. Chapter 27. Unruly Bunch Recap. He half expected a negative answer, but his dad confirmed his positive results. You'll need to train. Like your glutes, you already have a foundation in moving it, but now you need to start with exercises to consolidate your current control before trying to increase it.
That makes sense. Every day in the morning, start off by twitching the nozzle. Then as your control increases, you can instinctively try to fully compress it until it only requires your thoughts.
Enkai turned to leave the thinking Sujin but turned around on the last steps of the stairs. This basement has been proven behind the walls to withstand impact, so practice to your heart's content. With that, he left the budding Sujin and walked into his room, finding his wife on the bed holding onto a family portrait. A young Sujin about 6 or 7 was grabbing onto Enkai, who sat the small child on his shoulder while Orena was holding onto his arm. I'm scared. Enkai said nothing, letting her finish and sat next to her on the bed. Being a hero is dangerous, fighting villains all day. It's his second week and he's already been injured. What if, when he fights one day, he... Enkai grabbed onto her, holding her in a hug and rubbing her back, letting tears fall down her face. I know it's hard. I can't say you won't face any danger. He faced her so that they were making eye contact before going into his home and opening the basement camera live feed. Sujin, practicing tirelessly, could be seen through the night vision. But can we really afford to take that smile away? Orena said nothing, grabbing the phone and letting the video play while crawling under her blankets and into bed. Enkai also did so after shutting the lights off. Sujin, I need you to get stronger, much stronger than where you are at now. Sujin checked his phone, and saw that the time was 10:30 a.m. already. Still in their meetup location near a palm tree in the center of the mall, which, surprisingly despite the early time, was already bustling with people. Sujin had been standing here for about 15 minutes, his being the main informer of the others decided to show up early. After all, early is on time, and on time is late. Sujin chuckled to himself. It seems like the last time he heard that was so long ago, yet it was not even 2 months ago. He was simply a middle school graduate before, some kid trying his luck, yet now he was a student at one of the most prestigious high schools in the world. He felt pride swell up in him whenever he donned the blazer. The statement, "I earned this," felt like it was etched onto his being. The respect others showed, something he wasn't all too used to receiving, and the envious gaze, different from the pitying or contempt ones. Sujin desperately wanted to wear the garments all the time, but incidents like the unexpected sludge villain told him that he didn't always end up in the best situations to be wearing them. So today Suain donned a red button-up short sleeve, plaid flannel, along with gray slacks to show a more professional appearance. Thanks, see you later. Looking ahead, Sujin saw Momo shut her chauffeur's door. She was dressed in an all-white dress with black flowered patterns, along with heels enunciating her legs. Sorry for being late. No, looking around, Sujin said, you're earlier than most. So the two talked about the game plan, or the lack of one while waiting. Sujin proposed they set off into groups since he didn't want to overwhelm the stores with a group as large as theirs. But Momo shot that idea and any rebuttals down, stating that from the evidence she gathered, movies, books, media, friends often walk along in the mall together, closing their bonds. She further countered by saying that any form of separation may hurt people's feelings, and Sujin, not having anything, simply prayed for the store owners and left it at that. All of that took place within a few minutes, and Tenya in a car driven by his older brother also came. The pro-hero Sujin saw yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Cool slicked back hair, expensive glasses, and a luxury car making people think a big shot came were all he saw. Nice to meet you. You must be Sujin, my little brother's friend. Thanks for taking care of him. I know he can be rather stubborn at times. Sujin was going to give a comment it's fine, but he noticed the shock on his classmates' faces. Seemingly, Tenya prided himself on his image of a well-mannered leader. Before Sujin could say anything though, a beeper was heard from the car. Sorry to cut it short, I have to go. But brother, it's your day off, Tenya, you know crime never sleeps. Besides, in the future when you're a pro hero we can complain about it together. With that he left in a flash. Worthy of the name Speed Hero Ingenium, his vehicle was also fast. So Momo continued conversations as more and more showed up. Uraraka walked in. Apparently, she lived on the other half of Musutfu, but a few sneakily placed weights in her quirk and she could bounce through the ground getting here fast. Midoriya was driven by his mother, who thanked everyone profusely for hanging out with the boy, much to his own embarrassment. A few tears even threatened to leak out of her eyes if it wasn't for the hurried shooing Midoriya was doing. Jiru was driven, as was Kaminari. Hagakure sauntered in from who knows where. Apparently, she got the last spot on the bike rack as Shiro, and Tokiyami all rode them here. Yuga was driven by his parents, who seemed very nervous, though it was odd since with his personality this shouldn't be his first outing. Regardless, after everyone talked amongst themselves, the last two arrived, Mina and Kirishima, who both looked exotic. Mina's flannel and yellow crop top, along with her jean shorts, really filled the image of a young high school girl. Whereas Kirishima's all-red suit was out of place. Sujin saw the two bickering in a friendly manner and clenched his fist. He assumed it was due to the neatness of that suit. Freshly ironed out wrinkles. No blemishes or signs of being worn, snug to a fit, and amazing color scheme. He'd have to ask his mother if they could go shopping. Sujin would need to make a deal with the devil to obtain a better suit. Nice suit, Sujin said, intrigued by the details of the suit, where, who, and when it was manufactured. Unfortunately, that wasn't answered, as an embarrassed Kirishima said. I may have gone overboard. This was the manliest thing I could find in my closet. Huh, what are you talking about? Your suit is amazing. The creases, blemished. Everything screams perfection. I'm sure if my old man was here he'd compare my dressing ability to yours for the next decade. An even more embarrassed Kirishima stood before him, though a feeling of pride welled up inside the red-haired boy. He was manly, someone had acknowledged him. The moment didn't last long as a chuckle interrupted it. Peeved, of course, you would think so, Sujin. What? Sujin looked at himself, unnoticeable, frowning. You look like my middle school substitute teacher trying to fit in while adhering to the dress codes. How? Is it the khakis? It's seen as a style of respect in formal yet informal events. Yeah, where's everyone else? Sujin pointed in their general direction and Mina walked past him. Before they passed each other completely she whispered, but I love the color scheme. So a red-faced Sujin was rooted in his original spot for quite some time. Finally walking to the center of the others, once Momo cleared her mouth 3 times, they explained what would happen. They would travel in one big group to explore the mall. That quickly turned into chaos. 15 teenagers, excited, hormones rampaging, in a mall. What could possibly go wrong? If you said everything you'd be right. From part of their group visiting stores and staying there for too long, people somehow getting lost, and went out of sight, and it wasn't even Hagakure. Perhaps the biggest blunder was when 3 idiots, Shiro, Kaminari, and Mineta, wandered into a store called Spencer's, filled with certain objects, and bought something. That something, long in shape, was burned, melted, crushed, and turned into ashes by a myriad of attacks coming from Yuga, Momo, Mina, and Kirishima. Though the trio didn't face much better, looking worse than when they came here. Sujin was tired, and having to apologize to workers left and right for some unruly behavior made him miss the Saturday he should be spending. So when lunchtime hit they all split up, agreeing to meet up at the food court at 1:30 p.m. to leave. Sujin ended up going with Mina to get her sandwich, and Kirishima broke off from them, waiting in a huge line to get the Meat Lovers 3000X, some new American deal. As Mina got her food and was eating while walking, Sujin was slurping the concoctions he had combined into a container. They got to the topic of their rocky friend. Kirishima, cool? Mina has a confused expression on her face. Yeah, his demeanor is frank and his hair and personality make him stand out. Oh right, I forgot, Kamen, you're not just gonna leave me hanging there, right? It's nothing, just that he wasn't like that in the past. He was more reserved, but an event where he was forced to protect me and my friends changed him. From then on he preached about being manly. That's why you're working hard. Yeah, to become strong enough to support myself on my own 2 feet. Sujin noticed the brightening of her downcast expression and high-fives himself. He was just about to direct the topic of conversation to hero names when he saw something. Some people, dressed in all black, turned into an empty store along with an unwilling participant. Chapter 28. Repentance Recap. So when lunchtime hit they all split up, agreeing to meet up at the food court at 1:30 p.m. to leave. Sujin ended up going with Mina to get her sandwich, and Kirishima broke off from them waiting in a huge line to get the Meat Lovers 3000X, some new American deal. As Mina got her food and was eating while walking, Sujin was slurping the concoctions he had combined into a container. They got to the topic of their rocky friend. Kirishima, cool? Mina has a confused expression on her face. Yeah, his demeanor is frank and his hair and personality make him stand out. Oh right, I forgot, Kamen, you're not just gonna leave me hanging there, right? It's nothing, just that he wasn't like that in the past. He was more reserved, but an event where he was forced to protect me and my friends changed him. From then on he preached about being manly. That's why you're working hard. Yeah, to become strong enough to support myself on my own 2 feet. Sujin noticed the brightening of her downcast expression and high-fives himself. He was just about to direct the topic of conversation to hero names when he saw something. Some people, dressed in all black, turned into an empty store along with an unwilling participant. Looking ahead at the woman kicking and screaming, Sujin's face hardens. He puts his mug in his bag and turns to Mina, who also seems to have noticed. She also takes the last of her bites and seems ready to go and deal with the criminals, but Sujin stops her with a grab on her shoulder. Turning around with a confused expression, Sujin explains, "Let me deal with it." "But, Mina, there's other things that need to be done. I can get there in time and have the non-lethal quirk, plus appear more intimidating. One of us needs to inform the mall security and heroes stationed here before they get away without alerting them. You are the fastest in running with or without our quirks. We each are suitable to a certain job, and right now you're most suitable to inform. You'll need to go. I remember where the heroes are, on the other side of the building." Nodding his head, Sujin put his bag on a nearby bench, hoping it wouldn't get stolen. He turned around to find a complicated expression on Mina's face before she shook her head and ran off. "Haze, I didn't want to say it so bluntly, but I didn't know how to phrase it. Her quirk would cause damage to the mall, and considering we're unlicensed heroes about to technically commit a crime, I don't want to add to the scolding we'll undoubtedly get. Not to mention with me having a hero father and being in this situation before. Adding on, if anything, I technically have connections to All Might, I can be shielded from most repercussions." Turning around, Sujin ran into the store. There was a door with a broken handle and sounds of someone pleading could be heard from behind it. Opening the door and looking inside, Sujin saw a store barren of everything, apparently cleaned out. The walls were white and there was no light, but the sun coming in from the glass overhead in the mall showed the scene. He saw 2 thugs asking fiercely for the woman's wallet while she crouches on the ground clutching herself, apparently falling into a panic attack. The criminals, excluding himself, widened their eyes seeing Sujin in the doorway. Hey, was all one of them could get out as a jet of water landed on his chest, not powerful enough to cave it in, but enough to knock the winds out of him and turn him temporarily incapacitated. I really need to change its name. Jet is too repetitive. From now on it's going to be water bullet. Piercing bullet for thin shots to trace blood, and blood bullets to cause bruises. Finishing his conversation with himself, Sujin noticed the other robber had unlocked himself from his stupor. A fist enlarged, making it as big as 2 of Shoji's arms put together, coming towards Sujin's face. Sujin dodged to the left, doing a barrel roll. Then, with the other person's mass being off balance, Sujin sent a blunt shot at his legs, knocking him onto the floor. Sujin then focused on the victim, who was fortunately safe. He grabbed her waist and jumped back from the other 2. Putting her on the ground, her eyes regained clarity, and as the situation registered once again about how she was robbed and almost had something worse done. Not that Sujin knew about, she screamed. So a screaming woman ran out of the now unlocked door and caused a mass panic. Mina should have gotten the heroes on duty. Sujin noted the 2 were trying to stand up, and a rope was telekinetically floating towards him from behind his head. Unfortunately for them, Sujin's head moved at a 180 angle, making their sneak attack useless. So turning it around and grasping the rope, Sujin returned his head to its normal position. Then 2 blunt shots to the ankle of each villain sent them tumbling down once again. A few knots later and they were successfully apprehended. Looking at the miserable pair, Sujin couldn't help but think to himself, Those training lessons with Dad really pay off. Sure, I caught them off guard, but this was the first pair of villains I defeated. Damned hero, you're that guy that hangs around Katsura Tanimachi near the dock. I'm not telling you anything. Wow, Dad is famous. Though these nimwits can't even tell the difference. Not that anyone even tries to tell the difference when it comes to mutants. Gripping their hair, Sujin got into character. Keep yapping and your jaw's gonna end up on the floor. Giving them a demonstration, Sujin sent a piercing shot at a 90-degree angle, aiming so it ended up in the pond next to the mall. The layers of wooden boards pierced through and struck fear in the villain's heart. Dad's persona of a scary person to villains is annoying, though as he said, nice people in the world of heroes have their lunch stolen from them. Too nice, and these guys misunderstood the situation. That should shut them up for a while. Sitting on an adjacent chair that previously held their bags, Sujin looked through the open door waiting for the real pros to come. But the silence is short-lived as the shameless villains open their mouths. Big bro, we're wrong. Please don't kill us, wah. We'll promise to turn to a life of good. Not even 2 minutes ago you were trying to rob a woman in broad daylight. Sujin gave them an unimpressed look, though his face made his intentions nearly unreadable for those who didn't know him well. That unknownness of what he was thinking scared the duo even more. Boss, please. Boss. The cries of the two men could be heard throughout the room. If anyone walked in, they'd think Sujin was a yakuza, educating his subordinates. Oi, yes boss, we'll tell you our life story. How'd you come to that conclusion from a simple, oi, once upon a time? Not wanting to deal with their foolishness much longer, but also intrigued as to why villains turned to a life of crime, Sujin cut in. Hurry up. Yes, boss, two brothers were poor and didn't have anything, their parents abandoned them in the slums, and the brothers grew up surviving on scraps and handouts. But as they grew older, those grew infrequently. The brothers, forced by the circumstance, turned to a life of crime. Nothing more than a petty crime of robbery here and there. Robbery isn't exactly petty. But then the gracious, magnificent boss, sent from heaven as a divine angels, showed the brothers the right way. Not with stealing but with your own hard work. The brothers plead with heaven's exalted one to allow them to right their wrongs. Sujin had a thoughtful expression, his hand moving to support his head. The brothers could read this and excitement laced their faces. Yet Sujin's words were the opposite of what they wanted to hear. Did her words have no meaning? Huh? Boss? Her words, indignation, pleading with you to let her go, did they have no meaning? An unnatural silence ensued as the peppy villain had no rebuttal. Not once have you apologized for this event today. No sympathy could be heard in your voice. Your expressions of a sly weasel gives you away. Their expressions hardened like a child getting caught doing something they knew was bad. Remorse, hey, impossible without repentance. Then the familiar silence went about. Sujin hated liars. People treated him like sh*t, but most were honest about it. But liars were his pet peeve, he couldn't understand. If even obese men are willing to talk down to him truthfully, why couldn't they? He knew the answer, but the dislike of liars all but stayed the same. They disgusted him. A snake slithering about. Sometimes he wanted to grab their throats and shlee. A figure walked through, police uniform donned. He looked at Sujin and the villains. With Sujin's presenting expressions, 4 more police officers cuffed and dragged the villains out of the room. But as if their previous silence was a lie, they started thrashing about, boss. Dayu, hero, you know nothing about our lives. Their screaming words drowned out as they went down the hall. The officer in charge walked up to Sujin, placing a hand on his shoulder as Sujin did to Mina, and said, if you could come with me. Chapter 29. The Furies Recap. Then the familiar silence went about. Sujin hated liars. People treated him like sh*t, but most were honest about it. But liars were his pet peeve, he couldn't understand. If even obese men are willing to talk down to him truthfully, why couldn't they? He knew the answer, but the dislike of liars all but stayed the same. They disgusted him. A snake slithering about. Sometimes he wanted to grab their throats and shlee. A figure walked through, police uniform donned. He looked at Sujin and the villains. With Sujin's presenting expressions, 4 more police officers cuffed and dragged the villains out of the room. But as if their previous silence was a lie, they started thrashing about, boss. Dayu, hero, you know nothing about our lives. Their screaming words drowned out as they went down the hall. The officer in charge walked up to Sujin, placing a hand on his shoulder as Sujin did to Mina, and said, if you could come with me. Sitting in the car, Sujin was having one of the most awkward moments in his life. His father, an imposing figure, was silent, driving home letting the sounds of the car fill the air. An impending sense of doom loomed over Sujin as he partially regretted his actions, not saving the woman, but maybe being more kind. If it wasn't for his father who was already there waiting to pick up Sujin, a charge of aggravated assault, unregistered quirk use, and a whole lot of other charges would have remained on his record. Permanently. That could have screwed up his hero career. But he steeled himself. Although things could have gone badly, at least they didn't, right? You could have gone to jail. Sujin looked over, gazing at his father's hardened face. But having nothing to say in response, he let the stern voice fill the car. Your mother would have cried, Shoji would be sad, and your friends at that school. His dad left it off, but he could already know the answer. If it was before, Sujin would have resolutely said that they wouldn't give 3 thoughts out of their day. But now, he wasn't so sure. Sure, Kirishima may have missed their morning conversation on his workout gains, but Shoji was in the class. The Prez and Ida may have trouble with the upcoming events if he were to miss them, but they could bounce back. Sujin, his dad was looking straight at him, and the car and stop as the light was red. That. His dad was pointing at his heart. It's not just yours. Me, your mother, your friends, every one of us cares about you. Goosebumps crawled over Sujin's skin. If you get hurt, we hurt. If you are wronged, we feel wronged. If you locked up. Knocking on wood, Enkai continued. God forbid, but if you were put in jail, maybe you can handle it, but your mother, she'd be a mess. Shoji wouldn't have anyone to compete against. I wouldn't have my son. They had arrived in their parking lot. With the car turned off, Sujin looked at his father, whose full attention was on him. Sujin, deep sigh. I know you won't stop. You probably can't. Some great hero sense is instilled inside of you from the one above. Sucking in a cold breath, Sujin's eyes slightly shook. Remember, if you stop, then all of the possible victims you can save become a tally on a sheet counting up the death toll. I don't want to put too much on you, but please consider your actions before you commit them. Alright. Why yeah dad. Getting out of the car, Enkai left Sujin inside, to ponder over the conversation, and to escape from his mother's wrath before Enkai could calm her down. Sujin was walking down the street. 2 days had passed since the mall incident. Sujin learned many things from then. Digesting the information wasn't easy, but once he did, he felt inadequate, like he was a selfish consumer who didn't give anything back. He could have said that in the future he'd give back even more than he received now, but waiting when he didn't have to. Nom nom nom. That's why you're here, to repay the world, taking pity on us. Since when were children's words so sharp? Sujin stood in front of 3 children, triplets by the look of it, who was sitting on a dumpster eating some fast food his meager money could buy. They were dressed in a simple white shirt and short sleeves, preparing for the upcoming summer weather. A gray skirt, black stockings, and blue hat along with the similarly colored bow on the collar made the siblings seem like the daughters of wealthy individuals. Adding in their nearly identical brown hair and blue eyes, and they seemed like 3 fancy replicas of themselves. Sujin had found these 3 yesterday. They practically begged him for some food. Then after giving them some food, they practically chased him away. He would have left it at that, but something in him wanted to know more. Why were they wearing such nice academy clothes yet begging for money? What caused their wood view to become so rapt? Why were they so rude? Our parents. Huh? You wanted to know how we got here, right? Nodding his head slightly, the tallest one with long hair and a more mature look than the others, she explained. We were the smartest 3 in the orphanage, thus were sent to the most prestigious academy for those under 10, Shiketsu Pre-High's all girls. Shiketsu UA is the best in terms of high schools in making heroes, but Shiketsu is a close second and often has higher ratings in junior high and younger programs. This time the youngest of the 3 spoke up. In a soft voice, she said, but children can be cruel. Nodding, the eldest continued. Yeah, the others weren't exactly like those from an orphanage. Something about keeping the academy pure and the like. They push all the hard tasks onto us, and the teachers turn a blind eye. The short-haired middle one couldn't stand it and lashed out. And when we complain to the matron, she simply tells us to endure. I swear she'll have to endure after I stick a broom so far up her A. A fist scrunched up, found its way onto her head, and a bump instantly formed. Ahem, as she was saying, the matron doesn't care. The other orphans exclude us since we are too prissy. She said with quotations, making staying there less than undesirable. One day when we were hungry we found that asking nice people like yourself makes them give us food. Sujin wanted to respond, acknowledge their story and validate the pent-up feelings they undoubtedly had. But an alarm signaling that school was about to start came from his phone. Sorry, don't apologize, yeah, it's fine. As long as you promise us 3 things. Sujin looked up, unable to tell who said what. Could have been the youngest, she seems to be the type to read and see these kinds of situations in books. But the middle one has the personality to shamelessly ask for something after I gave them food. Though the eldest could have been trying to secure profit for her siblings. Unable to tell, Sujin nodded in their general direction and surprise washed over the eldest's face as she doubted that Sujin would even agree. So it was the eldest. First, promise you won't tell anyone about us. Too many adults have lied about planning on helping. Those heartbreaking words came from the youngest. Nodding heavily, Sujin turned to the next one. You need to come back, T, to give us food. The Tsunere middle one made that request, which once again got a nod. Turning to the oldest, Sujin prepared himself for a troublesome request. Tell me your name. Nodding slowly, surprised by the ease he was going to say out loud, but she told him to whisper it to her. Sujin Shimizu, future number 1, giggling she said, Wheel Mr. Number 1, it's almost time for school gates to be closing. With that, speeding off, Sujin heeded to the gates, though he heard bickering in his wake. No fair sis, I want to know his name. Promise me you'll stop taking my pants. But mine were ripped. Probably because you're digging in the creek looking for some mysterious treasure. Chapter 30. Incredulous recap. First, promise you won't tell anyone about us. Too many adults have lied about planning on helping. Those heartbreaking words came from the youngest. Nodding heavily, Sujin turned to the next one. You need to come back, T, to give us food. The Tsunere middle one made that request, which once again got a nod. Turning to the oldest, Sujin prepared himself for a troublesome request. Tell me your name. Nodding slowly, surprised by the ease of the request, he was going to say it out loud, but she told him to whisper it to her. Sujin Shimizu, future number 1, giggling she said, Wheel Mr. No number 1, it's almost time for school gates to close. With that, the speeding off, Sujin headed to the gates, though he heard bickering in his wake. No fair sis, I want to know his name. Promise me you'll stop taking my pants. But mine were ripped. Probably because you're digging in the creek looking for some mysterious treasure. Alright, suit up if you want to. If not, get into your jumpsuits and head to the bus. Aizawa walked out of the class, likely to get some rest before setting off by heading to the bus before everyone else. Sujin and the other males headed to the locker rooms, changing into their outfits. Sujin opted to change into his hero outfit, which had been cleaned from their previous battle. He turned around once most were finished and found that everyone except Midoriya had theirs on. Figures, though, since he was the most damaged in that final explosion. Bakugo, Shoji, Ojuru, Sato, Todoroki, did you all have activities preventing you from attending the class meeting on Saturday? It was a great bonding event which allowed those who attended to increase their understanding of their peers, and as such became a huge pity when we didn't have full attendance. Sujin, who'd gotten ready and was ready to leave, raised a metaphorical eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Tenya was even bringing this up. Ojuru and Kirishima had bashful looks on their faces, and Sujin noticed the change in Shoji's as well. Sorry there, Ida, me, Ojuru, and Shoji were having a bout of training with each other. Increasing your physical capabilities is also a great use of time, Tenya mutters. I myself was in a baking class so I couldn't come, unfortunately. Nodding, Ida turned to their icy classmate, who wordlessly returned the stare before walking out, not giving one word. Not giving up, Ida turned to their last skipper, Bakugo? The person in question slammed his locker, violently replying. Why should I waste my time hanging out with you losers? With that he stormed out and Kirishima went to placate his friend. Midoriya was closely behind, visibly worried about Bakugo. Or maybe what he'll do in his enraged state. Regardless, the rest followed out as everyone was done changing. Sujin simply shook his head while placing a hand on the confused Tenya's shoulder, indicating that it was fine. This is why I didn't confront them about missing, not mentioning that it's not mandatory, but the disastrous duo often overcomplicate simple things and waste a lot of effort and sanity. Sujin followed the others downstairs and out to the coach bus. As expected of UA, even their transportation isn't lacking. A newer model of Sujin's knowledge had anything to do with it. Sujin aligned with the others who were waiting to get on the bus, but Tenya raced across and stood in front of the door, planning on assigning everyone their seats he had pre-made. Why should I listen to you losers on where we sit? Yeah, this is a small bus trip and we're not grade schoolers. Surely us sitting anywhere should be fine, right? As the saying goes, mob rules. And with the seeds of dissatisfaction being sowed, the entire class, separate from a few individuals, started opposing the assigned seats. With Bakugo starting the precedent of pushing past Tenya and walking onto the bus, everyone soon followed and Ida's seating chart was officially useless. Another head nod and shoulder pat and Sujin entered the bus, though before he did he helped Momo put the prepared lunches in a compartment under the bus, with him having handed the list in a few hours ago. Once on the bus, Sujin took a seat with Mina and Yuga, who were excitedly talking with Momo across from him, then discussing something about the latest fashion trends and hero-related fabrics. Sue and Kirishima were discussing Midoriya's quirk, but Sujin looked at his friend who still had some vestiges of sadness from Saturday. Sorry about leaving you there. No, it's fine, what you said was right. Besides, I heard that the heroes helped in taking down the villains, so my job was extremely important in contacting them, right? Right, Sujin said in a drawn-out voice. Apparently defeating two villains wasn't something the police wanted to tell the world, so an agreement was that as long as Sujin didn't oppose their story, they wouldn't charge any charges on him. Mina was content that she was useless in this endeavor and joined the fashion conversation, adding her 2 cents. Sujin ignored the outside world like his teacher and thought about the USJ. I wonder what exactly we're going to be doing there. Maybe All Might will meet us there since he was our hero instructor. Sujin was both right and wrong. All Might was supposed to be here, as he overheard from the conversation his teacher and the Pro Hero 13 were having, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, he could make it. Is All Might injured? Sujin briefly considered it but shook his head in denial. No, he's the number 1, so there is not much which can hurt him, and with his status, he should have world-class doctors, so something happening to him directly can be ruled out. Maybe some spontaneous dangerous villain attack occurred which delayed his arrival. Speaking nonsense like others, Sujin subconsciously viewed the man as not human. Sure, he aspired to beat the number 1 and take the title, but the feats spoke for themselves. Lowering the crime rate in Japan to the single digits, so much that villains feared his name, one individual this. It'd be odd if Sujin did regard him as someone normal. Flood wrecks, landslides, fires, etc. etc. This is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of disasters and accidents. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. Sujin, like the others, marvels at the sight around them. They were standing on the entrance pad with a huge arch marking the beginning of descent, with a huge flight of stairs going down. Various areas with different settings. In the north, a rocky terrain lay bare, to the east a water and rain zone existed, and in the northeast a fiery zone. To the left rubble was piled up. Hope I don't get the fire zone, I'll be practically useless in my best aspect, long range. Tuning back in, Sujin caught the middle of 13's speech. During All Might's trial of battle, I think you took away a true sense of the danger of brandishing those powers against one another. Indeed. Sujin thought back to Todoroki, about how the impressive feat of freezing a whole building in a matter of seconds was something he didn't even bat an eye nor seemed winded against. This lesson will serve as a fresh start. Let's get to studying how to wield our quirks for the sake of human life. Your quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. Mass clapping, Pro Hero 13 quirk. Black hole. Sujin thought about how any accident could end up claiming many lives. Only then did he think of how dangerous some quirks could be. Sujin was also impressed by the hero gaining a newfound respect for heroes. With a quirk that's main purpose was to maim and wallow everything like an insatiable glutton. 13 had turned it into something which helped clear unneeded waste, effectively getting rid of waste sites and radioactive dumps single-handedly. Air whirling, everyone's attention was taken by the air circling to the lower levels of the stairs. Like a vortex, a purple, wispy portal opened. The first thing they saw from this was a head, or a hand. Someone had a hand, human by the look of it, plastered onto their face, leaving only their eyes and light blue hair to be seen. Hide together, don't move, somehow. What the teacher is that kind of new training, Kirishima said, walking forward to get a better look at them. Aizawa rapidly put a hand in front of the boy's chest, pulling down his goggles and tensing his muscles. Those are villains. Panic grew in his classmates. Of course Sujin wasn't exempted. Why would villains appear here? Why isn't the security system going off? The system should have gone off when they appeared, but the lack of response and the fact that the phones are down mean this was a planned assault, and that they hacked into the school. Those reporters. Did they use them as a distraction to get information on when we were going to be here? But why? Did they want to extort the heroes for money? Sure, they had Momo, Tenya, and Todoroki, 3 children of famous heroes, but to appear in front of them at this time when they were prepared to fight instead of secretly didn't make sense. To Sujin their actions were incomprehensible. Meanwhile below, Eraserhead and number 13, All Might was supposed to be here according to yesterday's report. All Might not here, even after we went to all that trouble. Hey, he's a pro, if we call their numbers maybe All Might will appear. Aizawa's eyes shrunk, apparently, he could hear them from up there. 13 I'll go fight, protect the kids. Aizawa then leapt down the stairwell, his scarf softening his landing, and he sprung right into the action, engaging the villains in hand-to-hand combat. Wow, I forgot that one-on-one battle or Sensei's specialty. No time for analysis, Midoriya, we need to evacuate. I am afraid I can't allow that. A misty figure appeared in front of the door, blocking the way. 2 pure yellow slits were on what could be identified as his head, and a metal color was wrapped around his neck. Greetings. We are the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter the UA Academy, in order to engage with Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him. What? Time slowed down. Sujin barely registered the words in his head. Extinguish him. All Might is the number 1 hero. Invincible, uncanny, unextinguishable. That number 1, are they stupid, insane, or maybe? Sujin didn't know which of the options he thought was right, but all of them brought goosebumps to his skin. This is my role. He spread his mist out so it enveloped the entire area, threatening to cover every inch of the platform. Not on my watch, you jerk. Yeah, that's not very manly of me. Regardless, the punch and explosion did nothing to his ethereal body, instead they simply shot ahead of the bunch. Sujin sent a shot to the eye of the creature, but that similarly went through. Darkness befell everyone's vision. You will be scattered, and tortured, then slaughtered. Welcome heroes, to our personal heck. Sujin similarly couldn't see, the last thing on his mind was his unfinished thought, the terrifying one he didn't wish to entertain for even a moment. They have something which can kill him. Chapter 31, Twinge of Insanity. Recap. A misty figure appeared in front of the door, blocking the way. 2 pure yellow slits were on what could be identified as his head, and a metal color was wrapped around his neck. Greetings. We are the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter the UA Academy, in order to engage with Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him. What? Time slowed down. Sujin barely registered the words in his head. Extinguish him. All Might is the number 1 hero. Invincible, uncanny, and unextinguishable. That number 1, are they stupid, insane, or maybe? Sujin didn't know which of the options he thought was right, but all of them brought goosebumps to his skin. This is my role. He spread his mist out so it enveloped the entire area, threatening to cover every inch of the platform. Not on my watch, you jerk. Yeah, that's not very manly of me. Regardless, the punch and explosion did nothing to his urethral body, instead they simply shot ahead of the bunch. Sujin sent a shot to the eye of the creature, but that similarly went through. Darkness befell everyone's vision. You will be scattered, and tortured, then slaughtered. Welcome heroes, to our personal heck. Sujin similarly couldn't see, the last thing on his mind was his unfinished thought, the terrifying one he didn't wish to entertain for even a moment. They have something which can kill him. Everyone was disoriented, confusion laced their barely recovered minds. Aizawa was fighting the villains below, but hearing the commotion, he turned around, trying to verify the situation above. The villains, though common street thugs, were not stupid. This moment of confusion caused one of them with a knife in hand to slash the hobo-looking man's leg. Of course, heroes aren't that inexperienced. Aizawa moved the moment he felt the pain, preventing the knife from lodging itself too deep within his leg, but the nick would soon catch up to him. Though for now his attacker found themselves knocked unconscious. The hero's worries were not relieved though, as another onslaught of enemies came. Kids, please be safe. Though some of the children were not faring much better themselves, contrary to his hopes. Those like Bakugo and Kirishima were in the rubble area, in an unfamiliar building that had cracks riddled through the collapsed walls and a patchy roof. The sun, slightly blaring in through the see-through dome roof of the facility, is their only light source. With the covered space, Bakugo couldn't make full use of his quirk, adding to his dismay that the villains seemed to have prepared, having been there for a period of time, meaning the young heroes were thrust into a battle in which they started at a disadvantage. In the water zone, Midoriya found himself in a sticky situation with a shark-like villain and himself in the water. Minoru Mineta was far away on a boat but was paralyzed in fear. Midoriya's only saving grace is that Su Asui was close by. A battle of amphibians would soon begin. Shoto Todoroki was in as easy a situation as you could face. His massive power placed in the landslide zone adjacent to the rocky one made his icy quirk with the unstable ground a great combination. Mud froze over rapidly changing terrain. His quirk suited for mass entrapment means that the ones in a sorry situation in that battle were the villains, not the student. The group that had it the worst was those who were not transported. They were still on the top platform. The only difference with this group was that there was a large portion of people and that the villains were transported to them. Wah! Watch out! Tenya picked up the disorganized Uraraka and sped away, narrowly dodging the punch intending to take her life. Shoji, not missing the chance, sent a punch of his own, packed with his recent gains from lifting. One punch was all he required to knock the villain out cold. Thanks. Uraraka said, welcome, came from Tenya, while Shoji nodded, both boys not knowing whom she was referring to. Ida, I need you to leave and inform the heroes about the situation. As said by Kaminari before, it seems the communications are down, the pro-hero 13 stated. But, how arrogant to speak of your plans in front of your enemies, the misty transporter who lingered errant interrupted. Your knowing won't matter since you're not leaving anywhere. Turning from the misty man who patiently waited, not making any moves, 13 reassured the young student. Ida, by leaving to inform the heroes, you're not abandoning anyone. Rather, you're saving us all. We need backup, and with no one knowing what's happening, how could they arrive? The young student debated in his mind. Uneasy at the situation could be seen, but slapping himself on both sides of his cheeks, he replied. Yes, sensei. Giving a quick bow, Ida suddenly sped towards the door. I'm afraid Kurogiri, cannot allow you to do that. The villain tried to go and stop the engine boy from leaving, but intense suction pulled him in the opposite direction. Black hole. The villain recognized what was obstructing him, HMPH. Not giving him a chance, 13 asked her students to retreat behind her, increasing the suction and pulling Kurogiri off the ground. A powerful quirk, pulling anyone into the miniaturized black hole. Unfortunately, as a rescue hero, you didn't train your quirk's combinative power, only focusing on the direction of the suction. Deciding that was enough words, Kurogiri moved his mist. He opened two gates, one between the hero and himself, and set its destination, the other gate, located to the back of the hero. The result is that her own quirk sucks 13 into the portal, and with Kurogiri lowering the distance, the back of the hero is sucked into her own black hole, leaving the hero incapacitated and greatly wounded. Hagakure rushes to support the fallen hero, while Kurogiri leaves his victim alone. The man, now free from his binds, lunges at Tenya, who, at this point, was a few meters away from the glass. Just when his mist opens up, ready to engulf him, he finds himself once again not in control of his body's direction. Shoji, noting that things were about to get dicey, made the decision to throw Uraraka to the mist-like man, though unfortunately he was unable to explain the plan due to time constraints. Luckily, even though she wasn't told what to do, the girl figured things out rather quickly, and slapped her hands on the only solid part of his body, the solid metal collar around what could be presumed to be the man's neck. This made him float uncontrollably, and before he could simply enlarge his mist, Zero shot two strands of tape wrapping around the metal collar and pulling him towards the students. Shoji assisted in restraining the villain. This gave the vice president enough time to jump through the window, and with the sound of broken glass clicking and clacking against the floor, he was gone. Their situation was going well considering things, and if Sujin knew, he'd be wishing for some of that luck. Sujin was in the rocky zone and was surrounded by villains. Mina wasn't too far away either, in her own predicament. Unlike the others, their villains hadn't been transported there. Originally, Sujin and Mina had heard shouts, and seen sparks of electricity, so remembering their classmates, they deduced that Kaminari should be close. So the pair intended on finding and regrouping with him, but the villains had chanced upon them, hence their current predicament. Dodging his head to the right, Sujin used the chance to spin his head in a 360-degree motion. The nozzle ended up hitting the villain's funny bone. This caused the instinctive action to clutch their arm, something Sujin didn't miss, and sent a powerful blunt shot to knock the man back into his comrade. Catching a break, Sujin looked up and made eye contact with the two leaders of this operation. They were a surprising bunch to Sujin. "You," he said it absent-mindedly. The skinnier one, though still big enough to be classified as overweight for an adult man, replied sarcastically. "Wow, the hero finally decided to pay attention to us. You look different from the other day with more enemies to deal with. By the way, how's that farin for ya?" Their tone suggested they couldn't get any happier at the change in the situation, with Sujin now being the one under pressure. "How? You're supposed to be locked up in jail awaiting trial. And All Might's supposed to be here. But I guess things don't work out the way they want. Ain't that right, boss?" Sujin grimaced slightly at the implications. Ignoring Sujin's look, the villain went on. "A few dollars spent here, a key handed there, bodies on the ground, some fighting, and we were free. Could you believe it? Not even hours after we were out, we got wind of some news. A raid on All Might." Confirming Sujin's suspicions and the words in his head, Sujin only had one question left. "Why?" The two sitting atop the rocks had a confused expression on their faces for the first time today. "You can't beat All Might. The money you get would be confiscated, so why?" Unfortunately for the young hero, he was still thinking about the situation naively. "Kid, listen closely. I'm not here for their money. That's a nice added bonus, but we're here for your despair, your screams of sorrow, and your eyes filled with regret." Laughing to himself in his twinge of insanity, he continued. "The rush of dopamine that brings me. Is there any other reason needed to commit a crime?" Chapter 32. Criminals Cascade Recap. "How? You're supposed to be locked up in jail awaiting trial. And All Might's supposed to be here. But I guess things don't work out the way they want. Ain't that right, boss?" Sujin grimaced slightly at the implications. Narrowing Sujin's look, the villain went on. "A few dollars spent here, a key handed there, bodies on the ground, some fighting, and we were free. Could you believe it? Not even hours after we were out, we got wind of some news. A raid on All Might." Confirming Sujin's suspicions and the words in his head, Sujin only had one question left. "Why?" The two sitting atop the rocks had a confused expression on their faces for the first time today. "You can't beat All Might. The money you get would be confiscated, so why?" Unfortunately for the young hero, he was still thinking about naively. "Kid, listen closely. I'm not here for their money. That's a nice added bonus, but we're here for your despair, your screams of sorrow, and your eyes filled with regret." Laughing to himself in his twinge of insanity, he continued. "The rush of dopamine that brings me. Is there any other reason needed to commit a crime?" The conversation is cut off by a sudden noise to their right. "Get off me." "Heh, boss. Yeah, I know, a rare delectable. Around 15 right, prime age. *TCH*. Wouldn't it be worn by all of us? Speaking with no experience, around that age they recover quite fast. Besides, we're in the mountains and no one can bother us." Mina's pink face grew paler and paler. Even an idiot would be able to understand the meaning of their words. One of the brutes who'd just been talking looked down to see a slight off complexion from Mina. He crouched down and grabbed her hair, lifting up her head since she was being pressed on the ground by a foot to her back. "Ah, you're scared? We'll crush any hope of yours. You seem to have some electrical friend over there right now. He'll soon be turned to meat paste as our human battery happens to be stationed over there. Kaminari. He can't control himself after he uses a certain voltage. He'll be like a lamb to the slaughter." Hick. "Bert, you made her cry. Ah, cut the fake compassion." "Yeah, besides, ain't that what we're all here for?" The group of criminals erupted into laughter at the thought. Sujin himself wasn't idly by. The moment he saw his classmate being pinned to the ground, he tried to rush to save her, but a huge weight on his body made him fall to the ground on his stomach as well. Trying to save her wouldn't be any fun. Stay there for now. The fatter one who could enlarge his limbs had made his hand bigger, pinning Sujin to the ground with ease. "They served their purpose, right brother?" "Exactly. With that cold remark, the man dressed in an overgrown gray puffer and jeans moved his hands. Unfortunately, our contract ends here. Saying the mirthless words, multiple rocks the size of his fist came barging into the villain's chest. The force of the rock changed their bodies' directions and knocked them off balance. But the rock's speed didn't decrease, and it continued its motion, bringing them into the air only supported by the rock. Eventually, they were over the cliff, with the majority having stayed up though a few had already fallen. "We had a deal." The one behind this picked his ear, and annoyed, he remarked, "God, are people so stupid these days? Deals were made to be broken. Besides, there's a reason none of you have quirks that protect you from heights." The one who screamed at the telekinetic man looked down, seeing the vast land below, which would undoubtedly spell his untimely demise. "Why, sorry, I didn't hear you." Smiling, he let the group plunder to their deaths. Then he walked over to the still scaredish Tealess Mina, whom he tied up with a rope on her forearms, as he grabbed her cheekbones roughly and moved her head from side to side. "What do? I can secrete some acid and burn the rope, but then what? He can just manipulate the acid right off my hand, and besides, even if I do manage to catch him with it." An unpleasant childhood memory played in her mind, screeching, blood, cursing, they were all present, along with a scene of dread. She shook her head mentally. "You're over that already, besides, desperate times call for desperate needs." But her comfort couldn't deny the feeling of food trying to rush out through her mouth, the pangs of a migraine just thinking of the situation. Not to mention the slight shaking her body took on when the gory scene appeared in her mind. The man, though, didn't care for her thoughts and Mary looked at her face before grabbing her costume on her shoulder. "The boys were right, though you're a looker. Johnny. I'm going to go for the first." A slight nod, and he reached for the clothing, ruffling its state as his grip increased, making his intentions clear. Get rid of the cloth that was in his way. Sujin had to bear witness to all of this. His mind was in turmoil. He wasn't weak, he'd defeated these guys before, so why was he just sitting here? Why did he end up in this situation? Because I got distracted, a classic rookie mistake, and his mistake is showing its reparations. The weight on his back only got heavier as his assailant expected Sujin to retaliate, and he was correct. If it was him from a month ago, maybe even before, he'd have cowered away, becoming too stuck in the how and why and forgetting the now. But this him was different, once again laminating the need to increase training as his trigger was becoming an even bigger problem. Sujin looked around to see if there was anything he could use. He desperately searched for an opportunity to right his wrongs. "Hero, you're getting weaker." The black-haired teacher merely grunted as he once again took down another fraction of the incessant villains. "Did you know, some cool red slight sparks when you use your quirk, nulling others' active abilities? That's a cool power." The light blue-haired man stepped into the fray, catching the hero off guard since he'd been standing by all this time. He didn't try to fight but instead grabbed onto the hero and looked into his eyes. "Unfortunately, your quirk seems to be suited for short bursts and sneaky attacks. You weak heroes are only good in your preferred environment, right?" The hero shrugged the villain off, wrapping his sturdy gray scarf around the villain and pulling himself back to the ground. A hand reached for his leg, but he jumped off, using the man as a springboard before it could land. "But you're still fighting, is it to give those kids a chance?" Leaving with those words, Aizawa felt a huge fist pounce into his back, no doubt injuring his spine as he was sent flying into the villain. Those cold, scratchy hands finally found their place on his elbow, and the hero grimaced, suppressing the blood-curdling screaming that arose as he felt his skin decay in real time. "Unfortunately for you, Eraser, cool guys are always the first to die." Chapter 33. Why? Recap. The man, though, didn't care for her thoughts and Mary looked at her face before grabbing her costume on her shoulder. "The boys were right, though you're a looker. Johnny. I'm going to go for the first." A slight nod, and he reached for the clothing, ruffling its state as his grip increased, making his intentions clear. Get rid of the cloth that was in his way. Sujin had to bear witness to all of this. His mind was in turmoil. He wasn't weak, he'd defeated these guys before, so why was he just sitting here? Why did he end up in this situation? Because I got distracted, is a classic rookie mistake, and his mistake is showing its reparations. The weight on his back only got heavier as his assailant expected Sujin to retaliate, and he was correct. If it was him from a month ago, maybe even before, he'd have cowered away, becoming too stuck in the how and why and forgetting the now. But this him was different, once again laminating the need to increase training as his trigger was becoming an even bigger problem. Sujin looked around to see if there was anything he could use. He desperately searched for an opportunity to right his wrongs. Sujin's eyes scanned around looking for anything he could use to get out of this situation, and lo and behold, just what he needed was in front of him. Sujin bulged his muscles, twitching and struggling, making the hands holding him loose for a second. Stay down. But the moron had already made the mistake. He provided an opportunity, something Sujin capitalized on. A rock deeply rooted in the ground lay in front of Sujin, so shuffling his body like a worm, Sujin used the rock as a standpoint and pressed his trigger with the rock. His training could be seen through his actions as he changed the nozzle without his hands, making its setting ultra-thin from its more blunt form before. So a thin shot came from his nozzle and pierced the man who was about to get Mina in his clutch's hands, leaving a small, gaping hole in its wake. Arg! He fell back on his bum and clutched his hand while glaring at Sujin, completely forgetting about Mina. Danielle, use it, yes, you messed up now, brat. Johnny wanted to save these things, but now I can use them. Get ready and be grateful for us to use trigger on you. With that, the fatter one stabbed himself with a needle before grinning like a madman and pressing down on the trigger. The green vial injected itself into his bloodstream, and the effects were immediate. His muscles bulged, incomparable to Sujin's, as his entire body surged. He got larger, only a bit shorter than Mount Lady but as buff as All Might. Ha ha ha, power like never before. With that, his rampage started. Sujin looked to the left and jumped forward, dodging a huge rock that just narrowly missed the boy and turned him into meat paste. Looking, Sujin also saw another vial of liquid on the ground below him. That liquid boosts their quirks. This guy should have a permanent augmentation of his muscles and hands, enlarging them. Sujin slid to the ground, missing a huge hand trying to swipe at him. That guy's quirk should have simply strengthened him, giving him an increase in weight capacity than before. Sujin now stood at the edge of the mountain with the entire facility behind him. In front were two villains who'd completely forgotten about Mina, who was burning the ropes binding her. Their eyes, did they lose their sanity? And they said, trigger right. A few years ago, in one of the other districts, there were reports of mass quirk outbreaks. Apparently, they were forced outbreaks caused by a new drug, trigger. Maybe this is a slightly improved version. Shaking his head, Sujin focused. He could think about the why later, but right now he had to focus. Turning to the right, Sujin blasted a rock, obscuring the telekinetic man's vision and forcing him to overextend himself to deal with the rubble. Sujin then turned to the big man who was running at him. Thank you, Midoriya. Flashback, how to deal with it? Why yeah, in my notebook. I write down observations of the quirks I interact with along with what I think should be done when trying to deal with them. What's your most recent entry? Mount Lady, flashback end. Glad we sat together for a brief moment in the mall. Running to him, Sujin thought over what they conversed about. First thing to notice is that they are slow but usually act like they didn't enlarge, meaning a lot of gigantified people will try to deal with situations as if they were normal people. Sujin ran right through the giant's legs, just missing the hands that bent down to grab him. Next, they aren't used to sudden changes in size, so their increased durability will also increase their sensitivity to pain. Sujin changed his nozzle automatically again, adjusting for a blunt shot, and then shot the man's knees, bringing them down. Their slowness will make them more susceptible to attacks. In reality, they're a huge target that not even the worst shooter can miss. Huh? Sujin ignored the giant's shouts and moved his head to face the ground before jumping slightly and spraying it, propelling himself into the air. As Dad taught me, a good jab to the chin can rattle the brain, shutting it down and knocking them out. Now I'm improvising. Sujin once again prepared a shot. This time, however, it would be a more widespread one. Accounting for the increase in surface area, Sujin's nozzle opened more, allowing for a wider spread of liquid to come out. Preparing most of his reserves, Sujin prepared himself to end this two-way fight. If he wasn't a villain, I'd pity him. Spraying the bullet, Sujin saw instant success as the collision dimmed the light in the man's eyes and sent him to slumberland. Unfortunately, Sujin was in the air, and his accuracy was off, so some of the liquid ended up in his opponent's mouth. Half-retching sounds, he'll taste that later. Allowing himself to turn upside down, Sujin looked at his other adversary. He cleared out all of the rubble and was glaring at the boy. He stretched his hand out to try and control Sujin, but failed when Sujin's hands twitched. Is his concentration so bad that the slightest interruption of me moving without his control is messing him up? Sujin didn't know if he was right, but if he was, he kind of felt pity for the man. Still, Sujin sent a few blunt shots to deter the man, and as he focused on getting rid of those, Sujin began his descent but also enacted the final part of his plan. Your quirk isn't that powerful, and it is rather predictable, so you need to focus on deception if you want to defeat enemies at long range. Thanking his teacher for those words silently, Sujin looked to see if his plan had worked. The man was destroying and moving the blunt shots so they didn't injure him, so he had no time to react when a continuous shot of water and reserves attached to a beam hit him dead in the chest. Collapsing, Sujin ran over after landing and breaking his fall with another shot. He made a quick punch to the jaw and ended the man's comeback with him slumbered upon the rough ground. He looked over at Mina's state, her tattered clothes, the shoe that ended up misplaced. His anger once again surfaced. More than he expected to feel, but somehow it felt right. Looking at the man under his feet, Sujin sprayed a total of 3 more blunt shots at the man while reasoning. Since his quirk was boosted, maybe his body was too. For a preemptive measure, I should pack a little more punch to keep them knocked out cold. With that reasoning, Sujin did the same for the other criminal and took a look at his deshelled face. His cheeks were red, and his hair had fallen out, though it was unknown whether it was due to Sujin or the drug they took. Looking down, Sujin thought that it was right. For a villain who tried to do unspeakable actions to end up like this. In fact, I'm lenient. If I was like Bakugo, he could have ended up more, His thoughts were halted by a screech. Quickly looking over, Sujin saw the person he just saved with a hand over her mouth and a tear in her eyes, looking around at all of the carnage. Blood stained the rocks, many tattered clothes lay on the ground, and the 2 bodies were brutalized by the person in front of her. He looked into her eyes, reading their expressions. A drop of anger, a cup full of happiness, and a gallon of fear. Why is she afraid? The bad guys were all defeated. But a moment of thought and looking at where her eyes focused like a deer in headlights told him everything. She wasn't afraid of the villains, she was afraid of him. Click-clank. Sujin's footsteps could be heard as the teenage boy dashed off the mountain, not before shooting a shot into the air and piercing the roof, leaving glass falling close to their location to inform people nearby as to where she was. His feelings of discomfort were maximized. He wanted to explain. The clothes were from the group that wanted to ***** her. Most of the blood was from the villain against whom he fought. It was unavoidable. But were the body's states necessary? He wanted to answer with a yes, to explain that the drug made them more resistant and that it was a precautionary measure. But his mouth didn't. Instead, his legs chose for him to run. It hurts. He wasn't a stranger to being a disappointment. Many have placed their expectations on him only to be disappointed. He's let many down before. But recalling her expression, somehow she's afraid of him, a feeling he's received from some discriminatory people. It just felt thousands of times worse. Why was she afraid of him? Why did he run? Why didn't he explain? Why didn't she ask? Why? Chapter 34. Situation deteriorates. Recap. Sujin's footsteps could be heard as the teenaged boy dashed off the mountain, not before shooting a shot into the air and piercing the roof, leaving glass falling close to their location to inform people nearby as to where she was. His feelings of discomfort were maximized. He wanted to explain. The clothes were from the group that wanted to ***** her. Most of the blood was from the villain against whom he fought. It was unavoidable. But were the body's states necessary? He wanted to answer with a yes, to explain that the drug made them more resistant and that it was a precautionary measure. But his mouth didn't. Instead, his legs chose for him to run. It hurts. He wasn't a stranger to being a disappointment. Many have placed their expectations on him only to be disappointed. He's let many down before. But recalling her expression, somehow she's afraid of him, a feeling he's received from some discriminatory people. It just felt thousands of times worse. Why was she afraid of him? Why did he run? Why didn't he explain? Why didn't she ask? Why, 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 why? TCH, this is what they sent to kill us, weaklings. Come on. We've got to save the others. I'm worried about some of our classmates since they should also be fighting some villains wherever they were transported to. Go ahead if you want, I'm just going to murder that warp gate mother f*** CKER. Wa Bakugo, don't you care about our classmates? He's their exit and entrance, their back door. If he's down, they're all sitting ducks who can't do anything but be lambs to the slaughter. Yeah right, you may have killed my comrades, but your arrogance will cost your life. Behind the pair of boys arguing, a man with bloodshot eyes grabbed a knife and charged at them. But our classmates, as if he could already tell right when the knife was about to make contact, Bakugo stretched out a hand behind him and spread his palms out in front of his face. Boom! The building rattled as the previous criminal was thrown through a few walls and was instantly knocked unconscious, suffering grave burns. If they were that weak, they would have died already. They faced the same entrance exam as us. They defeated or escaped from those weak robots who are stronger than these guys. Looking around, Bakugo spit on one of the villains' faces. Regardless of how weak I think they are, they can't have gotten into the best class in UA without some ability. Yeah, that makes sense. Are you going to look for those D-listers or fight? Punching his fist together, Kirishima replied, if that's the case, let's take these villains down. The duo jumped out the window, with Kirishima jumping being tossed by Bakugo somewhere far. Immediately the ash-haired boy produced a large explosion, sending him into the sky as he closely followed. Surprisingly to any adult who would watch this on replay, the students had done much better than initially expected once reports of the situation had reached them. The cases of everyone at the Central Plaza, a huge group, or Todoroki and Bakugo, number 1 and 2 in the class, defeating their opponents could have been somewhat expected, but the teamwork some showed was eye-opening. On your right, jumping to the side and momentarily stopping his laser, Yuga just barely missed a claw-like hand swinging to where his head just was. Instead, the criminal was met with a huge tail to the noggin, knocking him out due to the rattling of his brain. Merci mon ami AQ, oh, please spread your legs. TL. Thank you, my tailed friend. Choosing to believe the odd request, Ojuru immediately widened his stance. And not a moment too late, as a blue beam went through the empty space and hit somebody's head that was trying to creep up through the ground. Thanks. The pair used their abilities to cover for their weaknesses. Long-range villains were left to Yuga, who would barrage them with attacks. When he was recovering or the villain had good defense, it was Ojuru's time to shine, putting his martial arts training and huge tail to use, which he swung around rather dexterously. Together, the two racked up piles of bodies around them, all alive but injured. I sense them in this area, their body temperature stands out in this fiery zone. But their battle wasn't over as the duo readied themselves for another onslaught of villains. Similarly, in the rain zone, a surprising result of not just teamwork but a level head helped the pair of Tokiyami and Sato make it out and defeat villains on their way as well. Dark Shadow'n now. A shadowy bird-like monster materialized from Tokiyami's body. The boy was in the road with rain pouring over his head and artificial clouds blocking the sun from appearing on the streets below. Standing in the middle of the metropolis area, he couldn't help but think. Thank God for the clouds, or dark shadow wouldn't be half as useful as it currently was. But not allowing himself to be distracted, he focused. His quirk and intelligent companion, Dark Shadow, had separated from his body and flown upwards to the roof. While that was happening, a dark tendril attached the boy to his quirk, akin to a black umbilical cord. The shadow-like creature could clearly interact with reality as it grabbed the villain, who was sneakily stalking the boy, and threw him off the 4-story building and onto the ground. Luckily for the criminal, he caught his bearing and landed safely. Unfortunately for him, he landed right in front of a manhole in which the sugary demon wearing a yellow suit jumped out and knocked the guy unconscious. Nodding, Tokiyami summoned his quirk into himself to regain his strength, then motioned for his friend to follow as they moved once again. Thanks, the boy with a human body and raven head spoke. It's fine, Tokiyami. I should be thanking you. If I went with my original plan of barging around, who knows what would have happened to me. The area they were in was one populated with criminals targeted for stealth. They tried to kill the boys from close, far, and at any range. Fleeing once an opportunity was missed meant that oftentimes one of them acted as bait to lure out their opponents. Let's hurry, I have a bad feeling, Aizawa. Shissu put a hand up to her classmate, Mineta, whose small body with his purple ball-like mohawk hair was shaking. Up ahead, their teacher, Shoto Aizawa, who had just been looking like a badass kicking all the villains, was now on the ground, the muscles from his elbow clear to see. And a huge, buff, purple, bird-like monster was holding his face into the ground. The most disturbing part was the exposed brain, which made others think that was an experiment. The horrifying thought begged the question, were there more? Nobody wanted to, or could think of that right now though. The three helpless children who just defeated a shark-like villain at the cost of a few of Midoriya's fingers were forced to watch this cruelty with their own eyes. You can erase people's quirks, which is a respectable ability, but there's nothing to it in the end. After all, when faced with overwhelming might, you may as well be quirkless. I need to keep their attention off the kids. Aizawa tried to stand up, fight, and buy time so that the villains wouldn't set their gaze on the children. But even placing his palm on the ground and using it as a push-off point didn't help. Instead, the thing holding him only increased its grip. Creak, he's snapping me like a twig. I should have been able to erase his quirk with a glance. In other words, this is his base power. He's darn near around All Might's level. Crash! The teacher's head made rough contact with the ground, and cracks appeared as blood dripped into the crevices of the earth. A purple mist appeared in the middle of that scene. Shigekari Tamura. Kurogiri, if you're here, then is number 13 dead? I incapacitated. I'm afraid the students caught me off guard, and one of them slipped through when I was preoccupied. Eerie silence ran through as only the scratching of the light blue-haired man's neck with a hand covering his face could be heard. Our plans have crumbled. We can't win with tens of heroes coming at us. We lost. Game over. Silently, the scared purple-haired midget turned around to face the other two, whose heads were barely poking out of the water. Everyone's body was submerged to hide from the villain's sight. If they leave, then we are free. In that case, let's take care of a few annoying buds and knock that number one pride down a bit. At a moment's notice when they were distracted, the handsy man had crossed the short distance and had arrived at the edge of the water where the children lay. The hand that spelled the end for Aizawa was rapidly arriving at Sue's face. The normally composed girl was frozen in fear as her life flashed in front of her eyes. Help, was her only thought. Just when she thought her face would deteriorate, the cold, rough hands did nothing to it. The pale villain turned around to see glaring red eyes staring at him. Darn, you really are cool, Eraserhead. No, Midoriya wasn't thinking. Just like in that incident with the sludge villain, he moved before he could properly react. But this time, he initiated that movement. When the teacher gets his eye contact cut, the man's quirk should instantly return. Before that happens, I need to separate Sue from the man. Detroit Smash. The green-haired boy called out his attack, which he'd stolen from All Might within his mind. Let go of her, Nomu. But it was not met with the usual wind blazing. Instead, the unsatisfying feeling of punching into a pillow, one where you know you dealt no damage, was felt. Nice punch, it looks like a smash. Are you an All Might fan? The horrible realization of why these villains would come here knowing All Might could appear, dawned on the boy. This monster, he's the one meet our All Might killer, now die. The hand once again strangled out, and the proximity was even closer, meaning there was no time to react even if he could get over the same paralyzing fear his classmate had felt. SHHHHNNNGGGG. Faster than he saw, faster than the dumb-brained monster whose senses had been enhanced could perceive, faster than their ears registered. A flash of light passed through the man's hand. A gaping hole was left in its wake, the ground was cut open, and blood spurted from the wound. Though he was now saved, the number one thought in the young man's mind was, who? Chapter 35. A Hitch Recap. This monster, he's the one meet our All Might killer, now die. The hand once again strangled out, and the proximity was even closer, meaning there was no time to react even if he could get over the same paralyzing fear his classmate had felt. *SHHHHNGGG** faster than he saw, faster than the dumb-brained monster whose senses had been enhanced could perceive, and faster than their ears registered. A flash of light passed through the man's hand. A gaping hole was left in its wake, the ground was cut open, and blood spurted from the wound. Though he was now saved, the number one thought in the young man's mind was, who? Sujin was walking down the mountain. He'd steer clear of the path where he assumed the villains were dropped, as he felt he had enough PTSD for one day. Moving along the path, he defeated any villains he encountered. They didn't even know what hit them, as they instantly had their entire world filled with white. In his hazy mind, Sujin didn't consider the consequences of his actions, which could lead to their deaths if his shot power or placement were not at the rest angle. Why? No, let's not think of that right now. The boy had better things to focus on at the moment. He didn't want to consider why, and he didn't want to remember her eyes. The slight shaking, the look of fear, the look of hatred, and the look of anger blended together within his mind. Fear, disgust, anger, filth. All of them became a mix as the boy perceived them. He knew that most of it wasn't directed at him, that it was mostly the moment that caused them, but the thought that someone he considered a friend, a close confidant that Sujin has been warming up to, someone who, although he wouldn't like to admit it since he had proclaimed himself to be a person who holds people at arm's length, had become a big part of his life. Her radiating kindness, never-ending energy, and peppy smile had brought out a beacon of light the previous man had cast away. Having such a pillar look at him that way, giving him that look that random strangers he passed by on the street did, it hurt. He wanted to ask why. What did he do to deserve their stares? Who decided that because of his appearance he should be hated, loathed, looked at as if he were filthy? When did the unanimous decision on how he should be treated come to a conclusion? But he was also afraid that the people he trusts deeply and looks up to, not just Mina but Shoji, All Might, and Kirishima even, would end up affirming what he hoped to be misguided suspicion, the paranoia talking. The brightness of the light that brought him out of himself was unbelievable, which made the darkness that held no one all the more frightening. I ended up thinking about it anyways. After this, I'll make it up to her, I'll prepare a big apology, and everything will end up fine. I should have at least that much trust in her, right? Yeah, things will be fine, hopefully. Sujin had walked onto another mountain, this one right across from the water area, where the rock was firmer than the previous one. He believed he had cleared all of the villains within his immediate area. But looking up, he saw a small figure in the water zone. Are those my classmates? He couldn't see, as the distance easily spanned hundreds of meters. He searched through his pocket and picked out a pouch his dad had reminded him to pack before he left. Heaving a dry, hollow chulk, Sujin thought, at least there's one thing that's going my way here. His dad had told him to bring a monocular telescope, a cheap but effective pair he bought for his own heroic endeavors but eventually fell out of favor and became obsolete. Using it and looking ahead, Sujin saw a few figures. The misty man who teleported them, the villain who appeared in the portal, and an unknown bird monster. A hand was heading towards Su's face, and instantly Sujin categorizes them as villains. I can't get there in time. Once again, in times of peril, his dad came to the rescue. A memory from a week ago came to the forefront of his mind. Sujin, when you're too far from your enemy, use this position. Remember, you'll be immobile when it's in use, so use it sparingly. The name of the move was Spray Sniper. Getting on the ground, Sujin laid on his stomach as he held his head with his hands, having them act as stabilizers. Between his pinky and ring fingers, he held the monocular telescope, steadying it along with his breathing. He saw his teacher glare at the man, and the man glanced back. Sujin guessed the situation simultaneously, lining up his nozzle and fixing his aim. That man can deal damage to Su once he connects his palm with a body part. Teach is stopping the villain's quirk, but that should last for more than a second with that huge thing being right there. Meaning Sujin had less than a second to act, not accounting for travel time. The wind was at an all-time low compared to before, and there was nothing in the path stopping him. It's now or never. Press the motion of his trigger pressing down and his nozzle being opened as a long torrent of water shot out. Sujin couldn't make any mistakes as he had people in close proximity he had to protect, meaning no burst, only one shot, one chance. The jet glided through the air. Sujin's breath hitched the moment he pressed down. But that was the problem. His small breathing hitch knocked the shot off balance, not by much initially, but it added up as the shot took longer. It moved and crossed the distance, but when it hit, he mentally clicked his tongue. I intended to use a more blunt shot to injure his wrist and dislocate the bone, preventing him from using his quirk. But the slight direction change made the shot end up in the palm, and the indecision in Sujin's mind at a split second caused the shot to be slightly stronger than he intended. The result was that the torrent tore through the villain's hand, and Su got blasted by some water and blood, which luckily had reduced velocity and force. Sujin was happy. Sure, he had been more violent than he intended, but he saved his classmate. But the eyes of the monster on him caused Sujin's soul to freeze in fear. His target said a word he didn't make out, then instantly that thing locked eyes with him. I need to root, a force to his chin area sent his head upwards and his body flying off the mountain. How? It didn't matter as his consciousness got hazy. In less than a few seconds, he went from the pressure of his shot, to the glory of saving someone, to the humiliation of defeat. His eyes grew hazy as Sujin's world turned white, and right when he was about to conk out, he heard the famous line. I am here. The words felt less meaningful, more hollow, without the all-migdy feeling. He was held in some arms, and that was the last sensation his brain registered as Sujin having been knocked out. Volume 3 Chapter 36, Aftermath and New Opportunities. Recap. The result was that the torrent tore through the villain's hand, and Su got blasted by some water and blood, which luckily had reduced velocity and force. Sujin was happy. Sure, he had been more violent than he intended, but he saved his classmate. But the eyes of the monster on him caused Sujin's soul to freeze in fear. His target said a word he didn't make out, then instantly that thing locked eyes with him. I need to root, a force to his chin area sent his head upwards and his body flying off the mountain. How? It didn't matter as his consciousness got hazy. In less than a few seconds, he went from the pressure of his shot, to the glory of saving someone, to the humiliation of defeat. His eyes grew hazy as Sujin's world turned white, and right when he was about to conk out, he heard the famous line. I am here. The words felt less meaningful, more hollow, without the all-migdy feeling. He was held in some arms, and that was the last sensation his brain registered as Sujin having been knocked out. Don't you look peachy. Intense stare. Geez, calm down, Mr. Brody. The kids are fine, as expected. Hey, that's not what the nurses say, Hisashi. Okay, you're cold and don't care about the kids.
Aizawa's eyes twitched as he, who was wrapped up in tape to the point where he'd be called a mummy, watched his work friend put air quotations.
So how's the injury? Sigh. Fine, a few lacerations here and a skull fracture there, plus injury to my already delicate eyes. But the frames protected them from huge harm. The pro-hero president, Mike, grimaced at what that implied. A further decrease in your abilities. That's to be expected. I signed up for it the day I got the license. Speaking of licenses, with the kids' performance yesterday, they're on their way to getting their license in record time. Hey, those kids have a long way to go, so what happened? After All Might appeared, he dealt with the huge bird monster. Your classmates started helping by tying down the transporter and taking down any stray villains. After the other pros arrived, their transporter got the ringleader away, but not before he got shot by Snipe. At least that's what the police told me. So that's what happened. Indeed. So now, my foolish son, how did you end up in this state? Sujin was lying in his bed with bandages over his stomach and an ice pack laying over it. Recovery girl had dealt with most of the wounds since this was a UA-related accident. But the stamina drain meant that the lighter injuries, which caused nausea and other terrible symptoms that kept him up all night, remained. Not wanting to think up some witty response, Sujin dryly replied, Big bird monster. Makes sense. Then, pointing down to the wet bandages on his arm, Sujin asked, do you know how this ended up happening? Enkai pointed to the body slumped right next to the two, and Sujin nodded slightly. Makes sense. Any plans? For sports festival, I've got a flyer that says it's coming up in a few weeks. That's so. Shut up. Shuffle. The two looked over to see the body shuffle around in the bed but ultimately ended up maintaining the same breathing pattern. Guess I should have expected as such. Anyway, by your reaction, I'm guessing you didn't get told by your school. I figure the flyers were just given out today, so they probably meant to give the news after the field trip. The sports festival. It's finally here. Sujin was pumped up. A chance to prove himself had arrived. You know what it entails, right? Sujin nodded his head. A chance to showcase my abilities to the world. Yes, but not just that. Right, I forgot the apprentice program. Indeed, heroes can offer to have you become their apprentice if your abilities line up with theirs or you have something to learn from them. Do you have someone in mind? You don't have to make it that obvious, Dad, obviously. And don't say me. You, shut up, again. The fist handed on the patient's head, bringing Sujin to collide with the fluffy pillow. A black tick appeared on the boy's head. Old man. But he soon forgot that resentment in favor of his burning question, why? First, don't flatter yourself, kid. I wouldn't take you just because you're my son. Sujin's tick appeared again, but mainly because we don't match. The heck we don't, there's literally not a quirk in the world that's as similar as ours. You want to be number one, right? Nod, your old man's a rescue hero. Someone who helps around the neighborhood and in situations of duress. But, Enkai gently pushes Sujin's head back down, just listen. You're going to need to decide what kind of hero you want to be. I'm not saying right now, but you should start thinking about it soon. Besides, if you want to be a combat hero, then look around, snipe. The Western cowboy-like hero appeared in Sujin's mind. I know him from back in the days when we went to the shooting range together. His combat style should be useful for you, should you choose to pursue it. Enkai walked over and picked up his wife. I'm going to take your mother to our room. Enkai walked over to the door before turning around. Just, think about it. I'll hear your answer after the sports festival. Shut asterisk. Fine. Walking over to their shared room, Enkai looked down at the sleeping face below him. You're a terrible actor. She opened her eyes, and a Cheshire-like grin appeared on her face. Really, I could have sworn you believed me in some instances. You even bragged about it for days. She got out of his arms and walked down the hall, purposefully swaying her hips, ignoring Enkai's messed-up face. This woman. Tisk, my nozzle still aches, should be residual pain, but still. Sujin walked effortlessly through the doors he used to gawk at and up the stairs. Freshmen busted about, the common topic of discussion being the upcoming sports festival. Hayes. I need to find Shoji. I want to train, especially in close combat. I only won against those villains due to their idiocy and surprise. We should also see if Kirishima and Mi. Yuga wants to pair up together so we can train chemistry, Sujin. A voice the boy didn't want to hear came from the other end of the hall. He consequently sped up, acting as if he heard nothing, but from a classroom in front of him, a group of boys walked out and blocked his path momentarily. Mina, using the chance, sped up and grabbed his shoulder. Sway asterisk breath Jin. Darn. Look, can we please? Ring the blaring bells signaling the start of class sent the group hustling back into their classroom. Ah, that's the bell. We should head to class. The boy then moved his shoulder, escaping her light grip, and escaped into their class, which was unsurprisingly lacking a leading figure, and had Tenya shouting at some of his troublesome classmates. He cleared his bag from his desk and took out any books for the later classes today. That was dumb. I know. She must have been hurt, I know. Then why'd you do it? You know. Sujin's mental battle raged as he split into two parts of himself. The half that wants everything to go back to normal and the half that feels too responsible to let it. We hurt her. She was hurt back then as well. Just add it to the pile. Just more drive to make the apology even better. So you don't feel remorse. It's not fed up. Another part of his brain screamed. Then tell me what you think should be done. We should distance ourselves. We should tell her that we are. Give a time limit so and remind her it's not her fault. How arrogant. Our atonement is hurting her. Atoning is the only way we can apologize. The part of him that felt it wasn't even his fault got the courage to speak, who said we had to. We did. Only to be ruthlessly executed by the others who all were in agreement that they must have done something wrong. Morning. In stepped their mummified teacher, Sigh. Sometimes I think I have a problem. Chapter 37. Face the music, Crazy Man's Plan. Recap. Sujin walked effortlessly through the doors he used to gawk at and up the stairs. Freshmen busted about, the common topic of discussion being the upcoming sports festival. Hayes. I need to find Shoji. I want to train, especially in close combat. I only won last time due to their idiocy and surprise. We should also see if Kirishima and Mi. Yuga want to pair up together so we can train chemistry, Sujin. A voice the boy didn't want to hear came from the other end of the hall. He consequently sped up, acting as if he heard nothing but out of a classroom in front of him, a group of boys blocking his path momentarily. Mina, using the chance, sped up and grabbed his shoulder. Sui Ha-jin. Darn. Look, can we please ring? The blaring bells signaling the start of class sent the group hustling back into their classroom. Ah, that's the bell. We should head to class. The boy then moved his shoulder, escaping her light grip, and escaped into their class, which was unsurprisingly lacking a leading figure and had Ida shout at the trouble crowd. He cleared his bag from his desk and took out any books for the later classes today. That was dumb. I know. She must have been hurt, I know. Then why'd you do it? You know. Sujin's mental battle raged as he split into two parts of himself. The half that wants everything to go back to normal and the half that feels too responsible to let it. We hurt her. She was hurt back then as well. Just add it to the pile. Just more drive to make the apology even better. So you don't feel remorse? It's not duh, then tell me what you think should be done. We should distance ourselves, but we should tell her that we are. Give a time limit so and remind her it's not her fault.
How arrogant. Our atonement is hurting her. Atoning is the only way we can apologize. Who said we had to?
We did. Morning. In stepped their mummified teacher. Sigh, sometimes I think I have a problem. Aizawa-sensei, you're back. Sensei, are you alright? Can you really call that alright? Their teacher was shaking while walking towards his desk. Both hands in slings, and his entire head, besides one eye, covered. Don't concern yourselves with me. The battles are not over yet. Eck. More villains. Bring it on. After a dramatic pause, he spoke, the UA Sports Festival. Sujin tuned out most of the rest. It was just his teacher regurgitating information he already knew. How important the event was, how big a chance this is, and what they could achieve during the event. But one piece of information did catch his ear. This event has replaced the Olympics in Japan with the sports festival. From what I read, that's an understatement. Even countries from outside of this region, superpowers abroad in places like America and China, watch the festival, top-level people hoping to poach anybody who catches their eye. It's even rumored All Might was one of those very talented students who went under everyone's radar originally, and he was poached by a famous American billionaire who erased his past completely. Sujin became pumped up by his own thoughts, and his classmates mimicked his responses while listening to their teacher. I must succeed. This is my chance, it's now or never. To show my beautiful self to the world, lots of hot, fired-up girls. Money, of course, not everyone's thoughts ran concurrently, but in their own special way, everyone became excited for their upcoming future. Right after second period literature, in which a cement block hit them all in the face with his monotonous tone. Sai Sujin stood up and stretched, trying to move his sore limbs after the snorefest they just had. It was lunchtime, and even before the teacher could leave, most of the class ran out of the room. Even Tenya sped up his apology and left. Turning around to assess the place, Sujin saw Mina glaring at the boy. No time like the present. Sai Sujin turned to his left and patted Sue's seat while looking at his friend, whose angry expression turned elated as she practically skipped to the seat. Then she turned to look at him while putting on a serious face. Can I go first? She shut her mouth and wordlessly nodded. I need some distance from you. As he expected, she went wide before dropping down a bit. Hurt and worry laced her face, which was trying to hide its expression. Sujin's heart hurt. In that moment of vulnerability, the part of him that wanted to forget this stupid plan surged with strength. But his resolve stood like an unbreakable wall, not even fading in an ounce of strength, blocking the rational and decision-making parts of his mind from being affected. No, I must do this. It's not you, really. Mina's features expressed confusion. If he didn't have a problem with her, then why? The question wrote itself on her skin. During that incident, her head read his words, and her worries dissipated, replaced by anger, not only at the boy for their misunderstanding but at herself. Her overreaction to the situation, her taking those negative thoughts and putting them on her best friend, caused this. She caused this. Suijin. Now it was her turn to want to explain, to want to yell at the foolish boy in front of her. It's not your fault, you didn't do anything. Please, take that expression of self-hatred, one she, in her earlier years before she came to UA, knew all too well, off of your face. She came here to change, her wardrobe, outfits, and personality. She changed because she wanted to cast away her ugly past, not transfer the wounds onto someone she cared for. But Sujin shook his head, denying her. I don't want that to be the version of me you think of. I don't want that to be how you recognize me. I don't want that to be me. Hurt. That's what Mina could make out from Sujin. In all of their time together, it's been tough figuring out what he was thinking or feeling. During their free time, he would sometimes text her a picture, and she'd guess what expression he was trying to convey. She even thought to herself and summarized that her lonely friend used that trait, which he conveyed to her once alienated him from society, to hide himself from everyone. So she studied and spent hours of her time trying to learn about him. She didn't just want to be another superficial person who couldn't deduce what he was even feeling. But she didn't focus on those additional thoughts, which may lead her down a new and exciting path of progression or downfall between the two. She didn't even notice that this was the first time she accurately read Sujin. Instead, she just wanted to give him a hug, like Kirishima did for her. She sensed that a hug was what he needed right now. But the boy became the bane of her existence yet again. He fixed himself, returning to that aloofness and stiffness that made it hard to read Sujin again. He cleared his voice and stood up, now looking down at her. I just need some time. Give me until the sports festival ends, alright? Not waiting to hear her answer, he walked to the door with his lunch bag, which she knew for a fact held his smoothie of death. Courtesy of Kirishima, wanting a taste of the ultimate protein drink he had after one of their training sessions with All Might in his bag. The boy opened the door and walked out into the empty hallway, leaving her to her thoughts. Coward. You didn't even tell her the main reason for the long waiting time, because she'd disagree. Yeah, there's no way she'd agree if she knew that we want to replace our image of that event, which should have left a huge impact, with another one. But what if, not if, and when we win that sports festival, we'll perform or do something crazy. Something that will blow every bad image she had of us in her mind out of the water. A ruthless glint spread in the boy's eye, one not commonly seen on heroes. Sorry classmates. He would win that sports festival. Mina looked at where his classmate just was. Warmth permeated through the seat and into the air. That big loaf just had to go and misunderstand everything. She didn't miss the determined look he showed earlier when Sensei talked about the sports festival. There was no chance of persuading him out of this anymore. But her thoughts stopped when she caught something sticking out from the top of his desk. A green sticky note that wasn't there before. I know you didn't eat lunch, and I always pack a normal protein shake since you fainted in class that one time from missing lunch. Check inside my desk. She followed the instructions and lo and behold, her favorite strawberry protein shake was there along with a straw. Mina poked a hole in the top while opening the straw package. She didn't have the focus or the preferred amount of time to go and eat a proper lunch. Dummy. Chapter 38. Senpai. Help me. Recap. But the boy became the bane of her existence yet again. He fixed himself, returning to that aloofness and stiffness that made it hard to read Sujin again. He cleared his voice and stood up, now looking down at her. I just need some time. Give me until the sports festival ends, alright? Not waiting to hear her answer, he walked to the door with his lunch bag, which she knew for a fact held his smoothie of death. Courtesy of Kirishima, wanting a taste of the ultimate protein drink he had after one of their training sessions with All Might in his bag. The boy opened the door and walked out into the empty hallway, leaving her to her thoughts. Coward. You didn't even tell her the main reason for the long waiting time, because she'd disagree. Yeah, there's no way she'd agree if she knew that we want to replace our image of that event, which should have left a huge impact, with another one. But what if, not if, and when we win that sports festival, we'll perform or do something crazy. Something that will blow every bad image she had of us in her mind out of the water. A ruthless glint spread in the boy's eye, one not commonly seen on heroes. Sorry classmates. He would win that sports festival. WOOAH, what the heck? Sujin, Tenya, and Momo turned their heads from their table to the door. They were discussing how much money to get from Aizawa to purchase things like water, protein bars, etc. More like debating. The previous two wanted to pay out of pocket since it'd be less of a hassle, but Sujin wasn't willing to let their teacher off so easily. I'm not sure if they notice, but he's dumped even more work on us since the incident. Now, in addition to their usual work, he didn't even keep up appearances of monitoring them. He just left, claiming he was injured, despite perfectly beating up Bakugo during a training session a few hours ago. So Sujin's revenge was to force him to do the work. Thus he kindly persuaded the two to buy the items and then bill the receipt to their teacher, of course after the festival so he couldn't claim injury. As Sujin was cooking up his masterful plan, his classmates clambered into the crowd, blocking their way out. They are crossing the exit. What are they here for? Mineta, whose limited sightline was blocked by the behemoths, became frightened. They're scouting out competition, they want to see the gang who came through the villain in ambush. These losers are checking us out before the big battle. Scouting out the competition? It's pointless to try, so why don't you just FCK off? Ya goddamn mobs. Don't go around calling people mobs Bakugo, and watch your language. That's not befitting of STU. Ida jumped out of his seat, walking over like a helicopter to patrol Bakugo, but a voice from the crowd overpowered his. I came to see what you kids are made of, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. The FCK you calling kids? I'm a bit disillusioned, so that's it? Sujin looked at the lethargic purple-haired spokesperson. If he didn't have a different hair color and a more outgoing personality despite his appearance, he'd have suspected their teacher had a secret love child. Still, his name rang in his mind, not just because of his hair but because of his quirks, which he'd previously read up on. Hypnosis. If you respond to his words, he can put your mind under his control. He was among many children whose names had been marked with a red flag within their Musutafu school district files. Did you know, based on the results of the sports festival, people can come under review and be transferred to the athletics department? Some of his more perceptive classmates' eyes went wide as his meaning registered in their minds. But even for the slow-witted, his next words sealed the nail in the coffin of his intentions. The reverse is also true, scoping out the competition. If nothing else, a Gen Ed student like me is thinking, hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroics kids while they're still on their high horses? So consider this a declaration of war. After that, all kinds of people rang in front of the crowd, including a silver-haired boy who was as serious as Kirishima and the orange, big-handed girl Sujin saw from the entrance exam. At this point, he and Momo had postponed the meeting for a few days and were standing around the door with their classmates. Crackle smoke rose, making up most of the backup, and the shaperist student in their class was the culprit. Hey, why'd you do that? Bakugo didn't turn around. Instead, he spoke while still shoving students out of his way. Looking back on his classmates, he said, it doesn't matter. This time, even those outside got offended at him for implying that they didn't matter. WHAAAT, X30. Still, his face was rarely devoid of emotions, and as if this were a common topic, he spoke, none of that matters once you're at the top. The top? Perhaps it was his charisma or powerful quirk, but after that sentence, a path was made for him and subsequently his classmates, and they exited the room easily. Sujin stayed watching the bag and goal he was temporarily chasing move away unperturbed by anything. He repeated that sentence, the top. Clenching his hands, Sujin's determination rose. He had to succeed in this festival. Are you sure? Yeah. Sujin turned back around and faced a certain locker belonging to Tamaki Imajiki. Geez, I ended up having to take on even more work, thanks to someone over here. The duo was waiting for their senior, as they had a request for him. Shoji approached Sujin a few days after their classroom bombardment, asking him to set up a meeting between him and Imajiki. Sujin didn't know the guy much, but since he was part of the Big Three, he figured their teacher would. So a conversation about asking where his locker was so they could catch him ended up with Sujin, freely, assisting with paperwork. I could have asked one of our other teachers, but they'd probably have other conditions, besides. He looked at his friend, his eyes showing a faint trace of worry, apprehension, and determination. Shoji doesn't ask me much, so this should be the least I can do for him. So the two stood like mob bosses, just waiting for him. Other seniors who were also leaving late walked to grab their shoes, but some were intimidated and either sped up to quickly get out of there or decided to just forget swapping their shoes entirely. A huge buff student who honestly towered over most in the school with a mask making his face unreadable, along with his lackey, not that Sujin knew. If he did, he'd surely have something to say about that. But alas, he didn't, so everyone's thoughts of how those two were going to bully Imajiki senpai went through their minds. Shoof asterisk, they looked up and saw the smaller purple-haired boy with pointy ears walk over to them. He then awkwardly stooped in front of them as they were leaning on his locker. Hey Imajiki senpai. Sujin decided to be the one to dispel the awkward atmosphere between them. Hey. Sujin, thanks for bringing me here, I'll see you later. He gave Shoji a look out of the corner of his eye, questioning his decision, but the boy remained firm, assuring Sujin of his words. I'm a little worried about how those two stone walls will converse, but oh well. See you later, then. Sujin waved a hand while walking away. Shoji looked around, noting that it was just them on the first floor of the building. Bowing at a 90 degrees angle, Shoji said firmly, please help me train for the upcoming sports festival. Silence came, not that any of the two there minded it. They were used to it, and Shoji was honestly prepared to copy some of Sujin's tactics and bother this person for days on end. Amajiki spoke barely at an audible level, but the tentacle boy's hearing managed to easily pick it up. Why? Why did he want to be trained? It was a good question. He had a dad at home who, although he wasn't there much of the day, could give pointers occasionally. The same could be said for his teachers, so why? Images of the news flashed through Shoji's mind. Him watching a pro hero, Death Arms, be powerless to save his classmate from a villain. The fact that Sujin had to put himself on the line to save Midoriya because no one else could or would. Everybody was waiting on a suitable hero to deal with the situation, waiting for All Might to come. But Shoji was watching. He knew that All Might wouldn't come until later. What if Sujin wasn't there? What if Sujin didn't stall for time? Images flashed until this recent event, when Bakugo and Kirishima tried to attack the mist villain but failed and ended up getting transported away. Could I have done better? The answer was a resounding number. He looked up with determination, something Amajiki didn't expect from someone he pegged as reserved like him. I don't want to have to wait for a suitable hero. I don't want to be a one-trick pony or someone who can only watch as a crime is being committed. Dad's quick is just having extra hands, much different than my own. From what I learned, Amajiki can change his body with animal parts, allowing him to gain a plethora of experience and help me with certain aspects of my own quirk. Please, help me, Amajiki. He bowed again, more sincere than before, though there was an aspect he didn't mention. A secret piece of motivation only he knew.
I don't want to lose. Sujin's always been his friend, a boy who was inferior to him in many aspects but still fun to be around. He was determined and hardworking, features Shoji tried but failed to emulate in him.
Shoji used to have the idea that he'd always be one of the strongest, no matter where he went. A fact he took solace in was that it was something nobody, no matter how much they disliked or hated him, could take away. He felt guilty about being happy that he was stronger than Sujin, but that feeling that he had something nobody would steal from him made him feel satisfied. So no matter how many times he encouraged the small boy, he would always feel a twinge of guilt and pleasure. But recently, things changed. Sujin's abilities have skyrocketed. His mind changed, and if before he looked at Shoji as an unattainable goal, he now saw the bigger boy as a rival. Shoji tried to distance himself from Sujin. He didn't want a rival. He just wanted to be better, no matter how selfish that may sound. But no more running away. That incident with the monster opened his eyes. Sujin wasn't fighting to be better than him. He was fighting to protect all around him. But I'm not going to let you have the title of strongest friend so easily. So Shoji wanted to train. A fire of passion he'd never felt before was lit by Sujin and burned brightly as the competition became his sole focus. I will win. Amajiki observed the boy in front of him. His eyes. It's like Miro's whenever we train together. Not an unhealthy competition but one that brings mutual benefit. A pure feeling. Frankly, if you asked him who was more similar to the freshman duo that was originally standing in front of him, he'd say the other boy. His eyes reflected the past Tamaki. Underestimating, self-doubting, self-loathing. But it's understandable why he came to me. His quirk is quite similar to my own if I ate seafood. He decided he'd train this boy. Although different in personality, his determination should allow him to persevere. Besides, that other boy had a passion in his eyes, which should allow him to persevere for at least a little longer before things imploded. Lift your head. You can call me Tamaki. Thus, a short but meaningful partnership between two UA students was ensured, one that would become one of Shoji's most memorable moments in his life. A.N. Shoji in the future. Senpei. Yamate Kundasai. Sri had 2. Chapter 39. I'm here recap. Place in the upcoming sports festival. No, rather we've got to win that. If the past years are to go off, then it's possible for the finals to be some team tournament. Like 2 years ago, when it was a group of 3 defending the crown final. The year that Big three, of the UA1, right? Yeah. And did you think of how we were gonna beat up those monsters? Sujin knew who he was talking about: Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Bakugo, Midoriya. The people he designated as the four kings of the class in terms of abilities currently. Though Shoji's the fifth, Sujin muttered inwardly. Unbeknownst to Shoji, Sujin looked up with a face that said, "Isn't it obvious? We go plus ultra." Thus, a short but meaningful partnership between two UA students was ensured, one that would become one of Shoji's most memorable moments in his life. So the stressful times went on. Seconds turned to minutes, which turned to hours, then days, and finally weeks. The entirety of UA's freshman class trained relentlessly, each hopeful of proving themselves at the upcoming sports festival. Until the day finally came, most, like Sujin, couldn't calm their emotions down from the previous night, causing them to lose sleep. Sigh. Hope I don't perform worse because of this. Sujin rubbed his non-existent forehead, hoping the heat from his hands would wake him up. Mr. Shimizu, you're really rich, huh? So she told them. The trio he had previously met in an unassuming alleyway on the way to Uwa was currently snacking on his money. Figuratively, of course, but what he bought hadn't been cheap. A battery-powered fan coming in red, purple, and blue. Some water for the upcoming summer, some food? Sujin didn't know what to get them. Something easy to make but simple to store. Didn't require extensive materials and was nutritious enough to fill them up. While browsing the store today, he decided on the ultimate food even he could feast on. As long as my stomach is working properly, instant ramen. You only need hot water and the package to make a fulfilling meal for the day. Plus, if you don't even have water, you could smash up the ramen sprinkle in the package and eat it dry. At least that's the part Sujin heard from Shoji. To say their faces were confused when he brought out the packaging was, to say the least, to his horror, they didn't even know what ramen was before him. So after he quickly explained the principles of the meal to the lost souls, they decided how they wanted to eat it. The oldest and youngest both wanted it the way Sujin himself recommended. The boy also planned on just watching, but deciding he needed a nutritious meal before his big day, he drew in a pack for him. Perhaps feeling bad for using the water and package, he brought out his portable hot plate. Unluckily, the eldest, realizing how useful this was, asked if he could lend it to them, using her youngest sister as backup. They got me, so he ended up loaning his hot plate to them, vowing to buy their own so he could get his decade-old partner back with him. Sujin completely ignored all thoughts of this being her plan from the start, not wanting to consider that possibility. The next dilemma was that the hot plate couldn't be used on plates as it could melt, and Sujin really didn't want to have to bring out his favorite bowl lest they ask for it. The problem was quirky covered as one of them brought out a hot plate emptied of its contents and ready for heating up. As the three cooked up some marvelous food, the middle child was simply starving, so her barely listening brain recalled his easier method, which in her mind meant a faster method. She grabbed a package, threw it onto the ground, and stomped on it, following a sped-up version of the boy's instructions. She crushed it up and ate the food, not understanding the same feeling he described to them. Did he lie? Her words were cut off by the amazing aroma of food wafting into her nose from the other group. She abruptly barged into the huddle that had formed around the port and stared at the food. "Do you want some? Please say no," Sujin begged. Furiously nodding, the food was split 4 ways, and everyone enjoyed their meal in the early morning. Sujin stood up after finishing, relishing in the warmth of his stomach, and said, "Oh well, got to go soon, so time for presents." Like Santa Claus, he pulled out things from his bag, ignoring the receipt that fell out, and handed them the gifts he got. A story on plants, fruits, and wildlife made into a comic book was given to the youngest, as Sujin remembered her trying to sound out his name when they first met. Why the middle didn't just read my bag to get my name, or why the oldest asked, I'll never know. Still, her passion for reading could be real, and I'll never deny a fellow scholar. He got a martial arts book that told the story of a young fighter facing adversaries but overcoming the odds in the middle. The book was unique in that it had pages in between chapters dedicated to explaining the technique the characters used. It's best to get the one who seems to hate school the most into reading, plus knowing how to defend yourself in this society is never useless. For the oldest, he got her a journal with a key as a lock. She seemed like the type to have many thoughts she couldn't share, so jotting them down should help her memory. Then, even though the meager allowance money he saved up and brought out was begging for rest, he slaned his already defeated cash storage device one last time. Today on the hero-centric news. A radio. Something to pass the time for them. They could also sync it with the program from across the street onto the TV. Thus, a weird voice-to-video separate TV situation could be going on over here. You're going to be participating. The youngest pointed to the radio she'd been fiddling with for a minute. Ua first years once again prepared to compete in the sports festival. Then her hand gravitated to his uniform's logo, the Ua icon resting as the main piece. Yeah, he gave a short but thoughtful answer, do your best. Have fun. Give us a good performance, number one. Shoving down his embarrassment, Sujin said, thank you, Mara, Ale, and Siphone. The girls were taken aback by that. They were not used to anyone bothering to distinguish them from each other. For a while, they were just referred to as the sisters. But how'd he know our name? Ale looked at her bag, where one of her papers was titled, My Sisters. Mara and Siphone plus me, together were ASM. Sis, I hope he does well. Her youngest sister and shyest sister worried about others, which was rare, me too. As was her middle sister not being angry with the world, I as well. She said in response. Sujin, dressed in the blue Ua jumpsuit they wore for training, was sitting in the classroom waiting room, listening to his peers speak their desires, which riled something inside him. Ho ho, is this a declaration of war? You can consider it that way. Sorry, Todoroki, you're right. You may be better than me in most practical aspects, but I'm here too. I already qualified for UA and have a spot in this race, so I'm going to give it my all as we'll. Silence rang as everyone registered the words of Midoriya, whom most thought was an unassuming guy who stood at the middle to lower top half of the food chain to announce his competence in the top spot of the festival. Most ignored it, but some took it too seriously. Kirishima's resolve to have some manly battle with them was rising. Yaoyorozu reminded herself not to underestimate anyone. Mineta even had a small increase in his desire to prove himself more than the girl-loving man he was. I'm going to as well, right? Sujin was no different from them. He had even more on the line than most of his classmates. He thought back to his interaction this morning, to his promise to Shoji, to Mina. I'll be number one. Sujin said the words he thought out loud. Why you bastards, you think I'm not worth it or something? A hot glare landed on the three boys who'd just spoken out. Beepa signaled telling them it was their time to walk out of the dark tunnels and into the stadium, which seated thousands and was broadcasted to thousands more. The hot glare lessened but promised pain should he meet them during any of the activities. Todoroki ignored it, thinking his abilities would show who's best. Midoriya was worrying about his best friend and how he'd deal with that troublesome quirk of his, while Sujin couldn't care less about anything else. I did it, he announced himself. Most wouldn't understand the significance of what that meant to the awkward boy. Most of his thoughts were behind bars in his mind, and only in environments where he was around those he cared about would he speak about himself. He's experienced too much to not understand how malicious others could be, but just now he did. He said what he'd do, and besides the intense reaction of his hot-headed classmate, nothing happened. A part of him wanted to boast about how this should be expected and flooded a part of his mind with shame at his overreaction, but a deeper part recognized how big of a step this was. One of many upon my path to ultimately win this festival. Sujin cast his gaze up, forcing his eyes to look down, an instinctive reaction. And to look up, he lowered his shoulders, steadied his breathing, and only slightly squinted his eyes at the harsh glare the sun provided upon coming out of the tunnel. Parents whispered their children's names upon watching them on TV, but Sujin's and Shoji's? The two had front row seats and were only looking to see their boys exit from the stage. The Shimizus recognized the change in his son's posture, Sujin. They both said it with varying degrees of worry, concern, and pride. The UA Sports Festival, where the hero worlds inchoate little eggs aim for each other's throats and the top, out grand yearly melee. The crowd busted in excitement, and let me guess, all you miscreants came to see them, right? The freshly formed miracle stars that shrugged off a mass villain ASSUALT with wills of steel. The Department of HEROICS. The cameras were centered on their faces, freshman class. Their eyes adjusted to see the large crowd and the extravagant stadium in which they would be competing under the watchful eyes of the world. You're here for Class 1A, right? I'm here. Chapter 40. Maniacs Recap. I did it. He announced himself. Most wouldn't understand the significance of what that was to the awkward boy. Most of his thoughts were behind the bars of his mind and only in environments of being around those he care about would he speak about himself. He's experienced too much to not understands how malicious others could be, but just now he did. He spoke what he'd do, and besides the intense reaction of his hot-headed classmate, nothing happened. A part of him wanted to boast at how this should be expected and flooded part of his mind with shame at his overreaction, but a deeper part recognized how big of a step this was. One of many upon my path to ultimately win this festival. Sujin cast his gaze up, forcing his eyes to look down, an instinctive reaction. And to look up, he lowered his shoulders, steadied his breathing, and only slightly squinted his eyes at the harsh glare the sun provided upon coming out of the tund. Parents whispered their children's name upon watching them from the TV, but Sujin's and Shoji's? The two had front row seats and were only looking to see their boys exit from the stage. The Shimizus recognized the change in his son's posture. Sujin. They both said with varying degrees of worry, concern, and pride. The UA Sports Festival, where the hero worlds inchoate little eggs aim for each other's throats and the top out grand yearly melee. The crowd bustled in excitement, and let me guess, all you miscreants came to see them, right? The freshly formed miracle stars that shrugged off a mass villain ASSUALT with wills of steel. The Department of HEROICS. The cameras centered on their faces, freshman class. Their eyes adjusted to see the large crowd along with the extravagant stadium in which they would be competing under the watchful eyes of the world. You're here for Class 1A, right? I'm here. Sujin looked around, admiring the large crowd and the loud stadium, while trying his best to ignore the 18+ rated hero and teacher, lest his mind become clouded by unwanted thoughts. He ignored most of the words coming out but registered her rather lackluster introductions to the rest of UA's departments. The business department, general education students, Class 1B. What a huge selection of talent UA has at its disposal. He eyed up his opponents, taking in their appearances and mentality. I'm going to win. Though he was mostly ignoring the outside world, he still remembered his arrogant classmates' words. Typical. He'd bet that if you asked him what Bakugo would say during the speech he got for placing first in the entrance exam, Sujin may have gotten the exact answer. Though that gets me thinking, I wonder exactly what I got in the exams. He made a mental note to ask once the festival was over. Sujin tried his best to ignore the shouts of the crowd, along with the other departments berating Bakugo and further lamenting their entire class as stuck up. His attention was focused on the huge screen across from them, which was spinning too fast to have the words deciphered. If you would direct your attention to this screen, this is how we'll select the games in which our amazing students will participate for this sports festival. Will it be a battle of wills in a temperature change occupation? Maybe we start out with a free-for-all, or a complex puzzle. From his research in the past years, Sujin knows that the sports festival events aren't meant to empower any one department or person. Rather, they were randomly chosen to give everyone a fair chance. So while he was contemplating what it could be, Sujin tried to prepare himself for anything. And it's dungeon exploration, dungeon exploratin. A collective thought ran through the students' heads. Then the screen flipped, giving a tough 2D map of what Sujin supposed would be the dungeon. In this dungeon, you will all be transported to a random entrance point on the map. Your task is to go through the dungeon and escape. As the pro-hero president Mike explained, the students were given a bulky black vest with a yellow button on the back of it. While going through the dungeon, you don't want your button getting pressed inwards or you're eliminated. You must travel, avoid anyone, and escape with your life in your hands. Then the screen flipped, showing scenes of 2 levels, broken through roods, ancient walls, and rough flooring. While you're traveling and exploring, there will be traps to try and stop you. Please remember that if your button is yellow when the round ends for any reason, then you are eliminated and cannot move on to the next round. Sujin, though, was trying but failing to remember the scenes, so he elected to take notes of the major points along with the placement of certain traps. But he mainly focused on the exit and any landmarks around it. So essentially, this is a sensory experience where you must train your stealth and location finding skills. Wait, he didn't say we couldn't team up. Though there's a problem of trust. If I can find Shoji, we're making it out of this just fine. Good luck, students, and may you all go plus ultra. Armed with a plan, albeit a crappy one. But with a plan, Sujin followed the crowd to the tunnel, where they were all stopped. Please put on your blindfolds at your feet. They all bent down and put the blindfold over their legs. Then they were escorted by staff to a door that was randomly placed all around the building, and surprising enough, the building was large enough for there to be a door for each student. And START, All of the students rushed into the two-story building of considerable size, hoping to win the prize. Meanwhile, the crowd directed their attention to the large screen, which rotated through different cameras showing the inside view. Now crowd, let's spice things up already, we cannot, of course, allow things to be too simple. The yellow-haired announcer pressed a big red button, saying, shake. Then suddenly the building jerked back and forth, up and down, as if on a spring, trying to exchange everyone's position. The square was on a platform and was spun around quickly. The students inside scrambled for something to grab onto, hoping that this would end soon. After a few seconds, the building stopped spinning. Phew, what? It was only after a few seconds, when the majority of the students calmed down, that some of them noticed the red glimmer from their once yellow button that had receded into the machine on their back. Any circumstances. This phrase is all the more true for them right now. Meanwhile, some were more fortunate than others. Wake up, Deku. Slapping himself, the green-haired bully patted his now red cheeks and used a hand to the wall to stabilize him, hoping to steady himself. But laughter behind him threatened to end his sports festival journey instantly. Along with the laughter, his back felt heavy, as if an additional force was acting upon it. Quickly turning around, an elongated finger was pressing into his backside and onto his button. Turning his head around now, the red glow reflected off of his now pale face. Eliminated. The machine spoke. I lost. Common, we've got to hurry to the entrance, though we won't pass up the opportunity to lower the competition. While some were refusing to accept changes, others were hoping things would change. Come here, you damn Windex bottle. One time. I insulted him one time, and suddenly I'm number one on his target list. God, where's Midoriya now? I could use the weird bromus they have going on to escape from this guy. Sujin cried with no tears as he ran for his life, as he had a sneaking suspicion that if he was caught, his button being pressed would be the least of his concerns. I did it. Not that this change was hard to do, but there was a question I had whenever I read MHA stories. If authors were willing to the personality of characters, their history would shape them, canon events too. Suit their desires, not to attack anyone. Then why, when they all reached the point, when they arrived at the sports festival, did things remain the same? I mean, if it's supposedly Rondo, then doesn't that mean that any butterfly effect, any change no matter how small, it could even be just that a butterfly caught the principal's eyes when he was about to press the button, choosing the events that caused him to wait a half second, causing another option to come? I wanted to change the festival as it's an event I felt has been done numerous times over. Oh, the MC goes through, the main cast does, and blah blah blah, no change, no nothing, so I did. I don't consider this me altering the plot for no reason, since again any change in the story could have affected this event, let alone an entirely new character replacing an existing one. But anyways, I plan on adding some new events and keeping some others. The main thing I also wanted to do was to play to different strengths. I don't know if this makes sense, but the original MHA Sports Festival feels bland. At first, it's a contest of speed with a little thinking of how to increase that, then it's teamwork and tactical abilities, then lastly it's just fighting. Not that any of that's bad or anything, but I just feel like a 3-part tournament could be a bit more open. I mean, besides those with powerful or fast quirks, nobody even had a shot of getting past the first round. So I wanted to highlight different parts. In this fic, the first part plays on the ability to remember the crude map, detecting the intractney and protecting a button. A test that you can't beat if you're just a brute. Anyways, that's my rant. I hope everyone likes the book and chapter, and if you do, please consider showing by liking, commenting, even if it's just a TFTC, and reviewing. Please, if you have the time, drop a review, as I am always interested in hearing feedback and how others are liking the book. Chapter 41. Salvation Sent by the Babymaker Recap. Wake up, Deku. Slapping himself, the green-haired bully patted his now red cheeks and used a hand to the wall to stabilize him, hoping to steady himself. But laughter behind him threatened to end his sports festival journey instantly. Along with the laughter, his back felt heavy, as if an additional force was acting upon it. Quickly turning around, an elongated finger was pressing into his backside and onto his button. Turning his head around now, the red glow reflected off of his now pale face. Eliminated. The machine spoke. I lost. Common, we've got to hurry to the entrance, though we won't pass up the opportunity to lower the competition. While some were refusing to accept changes, others were hoping things would change. Come here, you damn Windex bottle. One time. I insulted him one time, and suddenly I'm number one on his target list. God, where's Midoriya now? I could use the weird bromas they have going on to escape from this guy. Sujin cried with no tears as he ran for his life, as he had a sneaking suspicion that if he was caught, his button being pressed would be the least of his concerns. Finnally. Looking at the collapsed roof behind him, blocking off the path, Sujin put his hands on his knees, taking in deep breaths. It's been God knows how long since he started being chased by that maniac, and he just couldn't lose him. That, and his freakishly good instincts, meant that Sujin really was in a pickle. Adding on to the fact that he didn't want to use most of his reserves, Sujin's just been running around like a headless chicken. But a few moments ago he noticed a crack on the roof, so, after passing that point, he used his odd physiology to spin his head around and use a piercing shot to collapse the thing on his classmate. Was that dangerous? Yes. Would I do it again? Also yes. Sujin shook his head. He didn't have much time to waste. Although he could recall bits of the original map, there were still many parts he couldn't quite remember. In addition to him already having a disadvantage for not being capable of sentencing, he'd need to get a move on. Wonder what Shoji's doing. Wonder what Sujin's doing. The large boy, with his lower face covered, thought. As he was doing so, he raised his head forward and effortlessly sent a glare saying, "Don't," to the pair that was trying to sneak up on him. This stage had been rather simple for him. Protect the button? He just wrapped some of his arms around the button like a shield. Locate the exit? Vibrational sensing made that a simple task as well. If Shoji really focused, then he could feel the significant movement east of his current location, the arena, he figured. But unlike him, as most of the freshmen made their way through the dungeon, not everyone was having such a smooth time. Where is it? 1 second. The blonde-haired boy turned back around, facing some robots, while trying to ignore the irritated feeling that crept up on him. Ojuru had come into this competition wanting to do his best, so when he found out that this was a location-based test, he decided to seek asylum with a partnership. It was just his luck that he met Juru, someone whose quirk was especially suited for such competitions. Unfortunately, due to the nature of her quirk, he had to stop moving so that she could concentrate on finding the exit. Thus, their current situation of him being stuck in a deadlock with one of the robots they faced during the entrance exam wasn't very favorable. Just as he thought that two more had rounded the corner, and seemed to spot the duo. Juru, I'm going to need you to either hurry up or call this one off. We can always try again once there are no villains around. His desperate pleas went unanswered as the two new assailants got even closer. He didn't want to stop his current deadlock for fear of messing up her concentration or, worse, damaging her ears, but Ojuru felt like he was out of options. Just as he was going to make a decision, she stood up, unplugging her ear jacks from the walls. 1 floor below, 300 feet west ahead. Noting that she was done, the mini-martial artist grinned, as that meant that he could go wild. Instantly, he smashed his bulging tail into the scrap of metal, turning it into recyclables. He braced himself as the first of his new assailants charged at him, and he received the full force on that onto his wrist. He grunted under the pressure but still managed to complete his next actions, which were spinning his body in a 360-degree motion using the initial force to carry himself. Then, by the time he reached his original position, the second one had come within striking proximity, and a collision of robots ended both of them. Phew. Let's get going. Right. So this duo moved their way down the hall, hoping that they wouldn't get to the entrance too late since, who knows, maybe there's a certain number cap. You're already out. Why are you hunting us? Isn't this against the rules? Screams rang throughout the dungeon as many were caught off guard by a mysterious salesman. A green-haired boy was pitching products while eliminating opponents from the competition, but the most striking part was his glowing red vest, signaling his defeat. Many had assumed that if you were defeated, you'd be kicked out, as such was a precedent established in similar trials at previous sports festivals. So their surprise was imminent when they learned that this boy kid and would be trying to eliminate them. I'll deal with him. But bro, enough, I'll take care of him while you three search for the exit. Hick. If fate has us meet again, then we'll reunite in the second round. Bro, X3. Midoriya looked at the dramatic scene of three students running the opposite way while their leader came towards him. Ahem. You wonder what these are? We'll see you just in time for a demonstration. This is the Shock Repulsion 1400. They can absorb kinetic energy and release it all at once, allowing for devastating damage. Of course believing without seeing isn't enough, So come. Let's engage in a battle to show you the true might of these gauntlets. Though on the outside the boy was spouting nonsense shamelessly, in his mind he imagined himself repeatedly ramming his head into a wall with a flushed face. Apparently his act annoyed the boss enough that he started charging in towards him. Midoriya, who'd done this multiple times before today, lowered his center of gravity while readying his fist, and once they were only a few meters away, he struck. One connection of his fist to his stomach wouldn't have done much damage, that was unless extra K was released, increasing the impact of the blow. Piercing through multiple layers of defense, the man slumped onto his back and fell to the ground, knocked out and eliminated. As Midoriya watched the button turn from yellow to red, he observed his own. What was once a dark shade of red had been slowly getting brighter. She was right. A few minutes after he'd been eliminated, he was met with a strange face. A girl named Mei Hatume, who was part of the support department, apparently saw MC vibes, or whatever that meant within himself and offered him a deal. As long as he promoted her babies, she'd help him. At first, he planned to decline, to at least keep whatever minuscule pride he had from being so obviously scammed. But as if that innocent-seeming girl were the devil, her next words hooed him over instantly. "You're not completely eliminated yet." "Huh? Yeah, when I took a look at one of these vests an eliminated person gave me, I found some extra signals we weren't told about." She then pulled out the vest she deconstructed and flipped it onto the back before pointing to the huge, clear button. When this is pressed in, the pressure sends a signal to this over here, which sends a signal to the administrators of the event in your vest code, thus presenting you with a red color and noise saying you're eliminated. Midoriya nodded his head. Everything made sense so far. However, I found something else. There are two special functions inside these vests. One is a timer. Each and every vest has an individual timer. Next is a collector. Whenever you eliminate somebody, the vest records that interaction and records the number of people you eliminate. He nodded his head but was confused. Sure, this was interesting, but nothing told him how he could get back into the round. "I have a speculation. The amount of time it takes to get out of the maze will assign you a certain number of points. Reasonable considering the individual timers. So along with those thoughts, the number of people you eliminate should also be able to shave off or give you some points. That theory, along with me finding a wire, says that when some unknown condition is fulfilled, it will send another signal to you, button, and bam. It's possible for you to still be in the race." Normally he'd disagree. Her conjunction relied heavily on theory and speculation, but that one event was why he believed in her. The entrance exam. He was sure he'd fail since he'd never defeated any villains, yet he ended up passing due to the unknown criteria of hero points. If there's any place that'll surprise me like this, it's UA, right? With that hope in mind, he focused his limited time on eliminating opponents and promoting the baby that she lent him. For the boss, we're here to save you, Bow Punch. And after eliminating the other three Lakeys, the green-haired boy's face lit up both metaphorically and in reality. She was right, he thought while looking at the yellow glow with a red tinge that appeared on his back. Chapter 42. Porosity Recap. She then pulled out the vest she deconstructed and flipped it onto the back before pointing to the huge, clear button. When this is pressed in, the pressure sends a signal to this over here, which sends a signal to the administrators of the event in your vest code, thus presenting you with a red color and noise saying you're eliminated. Midoriya nodded his head. Everything made sense so far. However, I found something else. There are two special functions inside these vests. One is a timer. Each and every vest has an individual timer. Next is a collector. Whenever you eliminate somebody, the vest records that interaction and records the number of people you eliminate. He nodded his head but was confused. Sure, this was interesting, but nothing told him how he could get back into the round. "I have a speculation. The amount of time it takes to get out of the maze will assign you a certain number of points. Reasonable considering the individual timers. So along with those thoughts, the number of people you eliminate should also be able to shave off or give you some points. That theory, along with me finding a wire, says that when some unknown condition is fulfilled, it will send another signal to you, button, and bam. It's possible for you to still be in the race." Normally he'd disagree. Her conjunction relied heavily on theory and speculation, but that one event was why he believed in her. The entrance exam. Finally, Sujin, looking at the door of light, was overwhelmed with relief. He'd been running around for God knows how long, and seeing the exit, he could almost cry from how tired he was. After escaping from Bakugo, he'd just been trying to fix his other dilemma of finding the exit, which mostly consisted of asking other participants. As one would expect, most didn't respond or looked to be trying to trick him, so with such people, Sujin simply eliminated them since his quirk was particularly suited to such aspects. However, there were a few that he perceived to be genuine, and in such situations, he walked away peacefully. Sujin looked to his left and saw his partner, which was the reason he could even get here so fast. The huge open pore-like spots going from his exposed shoulder to his wrist would normally creep others out, though for Sujin, this was as normal as a dog. Sujin thought back to their first interaction less than an hour ago. "Can you tell me where the exit is?" It was his perfunctory statement before he either left peacefully or beat up whoever he was talking to. Nobody today had answered his question, so hearing an answer he didn't expect, Sujin was naturally surprised. "Down the hall on the second floor, the exit should be around there," his old friend explained, pointing upwards. Naturally, Sujin started scrutinizing the guy, trying to determine the truthfulness of his words. However, perhaps believing the squinting of Sujin's eyes to be distrustfulness, he started explaining himself. "My quirk makes me sensitive to air currents, and with the entrance doors being closed, stagnant air is what I should be feeling. However, when I was up there," he once again pointed upward, "I felt air flowing in, colder air, air that could only be from the stadium." Sujin's excited voice cut him off. There'd be no more wandering around for this spray bottle, he thought internally. Still, one more thing plagued his mind: why didn't you go? If he found the exit already, why was he still in here? Giving Sujin a half smile, he said, "Why should I?" A no-brainer answer resounded in his head: to win. Yet his thoughts were quickly cut off. "I can't win. My quirk's not really suited towards fighting, mobility, or anything other than detection. Maybe I can skirt by one more round, but in all of the sports festival's history, not once has there been a round that didn't involve some form of combat. No, rather than embarrass myself, I'd rather go out on my own terms." Sujin was stumped for a moment. He'd known that fact about combat. He'd studied past sports festivals before coming, wanting to get a comprehensive understanding of what he could face. Yet only now did he think about how such things affect others. "Hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroic kids while they're still on their high horses?" A quote from a certain purple-headed boy popped into his mind, and as it did, feelings of regret and self-anger did as well. Arrogant. That's what Suin was currently thinking of himself. "I'm sorry." Sujin apologized for his insensitive behavior, yet before a response could be given, he asked a question. "But, are you trying to get an internship?" A hesitant look then appeared on the guy beside him. "I'm not actively looking for one." "No, not that. Do you want one?" "That's what I should have asked. I mean, yeah, but there's no way I could get one." Sujin's tone grew a few octaves higher. "Then why don't you show me the way?" As he said that, he started walking a few steps ahead. Sujin turned around and faced his friend stuck in a stupor. "If you want an internship related to your quirk, then you've got to show them your abilities. So, you show me the exit, showing those watching that you can navigate. And then when I win the sports festival, I'll talk you up." Win. You've got to be crazy. There's Endeavor's son. That crazy guy from class 1A. And I heard that class even has an Ida in it. It was Sujin's turn to give him a confused look. "If I don't aim high, then I don't even deserve to win." Sujin then turned around and stuck his hands in the air, waving them in a dismissive way. "Besides, I have some secret weapons up my sleeve." His friend that was being left behind was still confused as to where Sujin's confidence came from, especially since his quirk was so predictable. Yet something about the air around him and his confidence drove his legs to start walking ahead. "I'm Hiraku, you, Sujin, future number one." Being surprised yet again, Sujin saw a look of not mockery but consideration, which then turned into belief. "Here's where we part ways." He looked back up at Hiraku, who stuck in the shadow, not wanting to come into the light illuminated from the area marking the end. Instead of awning directly, Sujin stuck a fist up, which Hiraku quickly reciprocated. Together, they made a fist bump, which spoke more than words could show. Sujin tilted his head upward so he was facing the ceiling before shooting out the camera that showed where they came from. He'd been doing this from almost every section they came from, and he'd noticed that in certain increments, cameras monitoring the place were located. Destroying them will provoke interest from the school, thus leading to them already taking an interest in us too and investigating our path and the previous footage. Some early footage, a gift, and insurance should things unfortunately go the way Sujin doesn't want them to. I'd be a fool not to make a backup plan. Finished with his thoughts, Sujin swung his body around and entered through the door of light, signifying the end of the first round. And contestant number 28 enters through the door. With only 4 spots left, WHO will take the prize? Sujin looked up, facing the crowd and his fellow passers. He caught a glimpse of the camera facing him and showcasing his body before it quickly changed, showing the inside of the labyrinth disinterested. I show you. Sujin subtly declared. Still, he focused, suddenly noticing the crowd's words weren't of approval but of dismay. He's cheating, darn, quirkless. This is disgraceful, end his test already. Looking above, he noticed Midoriya on the other side, defeating enemies like there was no tomorrow. Midoriya, Chapter 43. Grid Recap. Finished with his thoughts, Sujin swung his body around and entered through the door of light, signifying the end of the first round. And contestant number 28 enters through the door. With only 4 spots left, WHO will take the prize? Sujin looked up, facing the crowd and his fellow passers. He caught a glimpse of the camera facing him and showcasing his body before it quickly changed, showing the inside of the labyrinth disinterested. I show you. Sujin subtly declared. Still, he focused, suddenly noticing the crowd's words weren't of approval but of dismay. He's cheating, darn, quirkless. This is disgraceful, end his test already. Looking above, he noticed Midoriya on the other side, defeating enemies like there was no tomorrow. Midoriya. On the screen, Sujin saw Midoriya defeating his fellow students. If it was only this, he'd question why the crowd was getting so angry. But the dim, reddish-yellow button on his back was a clue to their dismay. That's a lighter color than the dark red that shows when eliminated. And that yellow, is he doing some kind of progressive revival of his entry? Like in a video game, as you're attacked, your green HP bar goes down, but when you heal, it starts to fill back up. Sujin equates the battle of the clear and green HP to Midoriya's yellow and red colors fighting for dominance. The condition to revive then is, he focused on Midoriya, looking to see if he was doing anything unusual. Maybe there were secret buttons on the wall he had to press or a song he had to sing. But after a minute, Sujin saw nothing other than him eliminating people with a gauntlet one of the support heroes had brought with them. Eliminating. So if he eliminates a certain number of people as a loser, he gets some form of XP that brings him back to life. Though those gauntlets could also be the case, maybe this is a hidden option only allowed for those who don't use their quirks. Still, Sujin was impressed. For his classmate to not only not become discouraged but to even figure out this hidden function was a feat of his resolve. But as he tuned in, the crowd's woes turned from dismay at Midoriya to criticism of Ua. Are you trying to hand him the win? This is clear favoritism. Why does he get to continue while the others are eliminated? Sujin worried a riot would ensue as an angry mob of parents expressed their anger at their children being eliminated, but Midoriya still continued his run. Still in his mind, he couldn't help but think, this was clearly a hidden function, you can only blame your child's incompetence for not finding it out. And it seems like he wasn't the only person fed up because a deafening yet quiet voice spoke, silencing them all. Cheating? Aizawa said in a snarky voice. Those gauntlets he's using were made by a student in the support department by herself. She lent them to Midoriya, which is why he's using them. But how's that fair, a powerful quirk student with support material? Fair? You don't complain when students with compatible quirks team up helping each other out of the tunnel, but when he does it with a support hero, it's a problem. The questioner and the crowd sat down, having nothing to say in response to his words, lest they further label themselves as hypocrites on national television. What he's doing is perfectly fine, and as for the secret function you mentioned, it's available to all students who were eliminated. In actual missions, you won't know all the details or who you're working with and will need to adapt to your situations. That's what this trial is meant to simulate. Sujin nodded his head at his sensei's words, wholeheartedly agreeing. Maybe I should help him with some of the paperwork when we bill him the receipt. Sujin put the idea on the back burner, planning on thinking of such things after the day was over. So with no more problems from the crowd arising, they watched as the trainees, but mostly Midoriya, as they mainly focused on him, went through the trial. After Sujin, Kamiari came rushing out with his yellow hair and a black lightning bolt laying atop as identifying as ever. Ah, Sujin, I'm glad you made it too. The boy stood up, sauntering over as if he weren't resting his hands on his knees immediately upon coming out. Sujin shivered as he thought about what Aizawa must be cooking up for extra training should he see physical tiredness evident as they ran through the trials. Why, yeah, that's nice. I'll talk to you later, Sujin. Hey, I'm Kaminari. Nice to meet you. The boy, whom Sujin suspected of having hung around a certain purple-haired figure a bit too much, rushed over to the entrance. Coming out were Itsuka Kendo, the brown-haired girl he saw on the entrance examination, and Tetsu, according to President Mike. Were his parents just that lazy? He couldn't help but question. Still, everyone was on the edge of their seats, wanting to know who'd get that last spot. Sujin also paid attention, as Midoriya was already near the exit. In his path was a slit-eyed boy with his hair pulled into a ponytail protruding from behind his shoulders. President Mike looked and saw on the sensor map that everyone else was either giving up or too far away for them to complete the race above the victor of this battle. Deducing that this would be the finale before Trial 2, President Mike decided to openly voice it, lest anyone get bored with the lack of Aido. On the right is Hiryu Rin, a member from Class 1B, whereas he faces Izuku Midoriya of Class 1AWHO will win between these two. Without any words, Hiryu brandished his arm before he activated his quirk. In the place of his normally tan skin were green scales reversed so that they protruded out sharply and were ready to poke anyone. He ran towards Midoriya, trying to slash him, yet his moves were too simplistic, an easily readable slash to the left or right. Something anyone with a level head could avoid. And look, Hiryu starts the battle with a fierce onslaught of attacks. Will Midoriya succumb? Obviously not. Everyone judged by looking at the screen. And just as predicted, Midoriya dodged, but surprisingly, he wasn't getting too close out of caution against any hidden tricks. He backed away, sticking to the walls, and Hiryu was opposite him, perhaps deciding that close combat would do him no good, so instead he started fighting long range. He raises his arm, and surprisingly, his scales, which were pointed out, lay flat. Then, after the anticlimactic scene, they shot off like pistols at a gun targeting Midoriya's wall. Everyone's eyes widened as they processed the scene. Thoughts of this being the end ran rampant in many's heads. What a sticky situation for Midoriya. Can he escape the barrage of scales? A hint of worry could be heard in his voice, but it was quickly disguised so the audience didn't notice it. The audience was on the edge of their seats, and not to disappoint, Midoriya applied his smarts to escape. The boy jumped towards the roof, allowing the scales to hit the wall where he'd previously been. Hiryu tilted his arm upward, not resting for a moment, but that's what Midoriya wanted. He stuck his hands back so that the palms were facing the roof, and when they made contact, a repulsion of air shouted out. Midoriya was blasted to the floor so fast that even though he planned for things to be this way, he still had difficulty seeing this. Not to mention Hiryu, even some of the audience couldn't react. Using this chance, Midoriya made a mad dash towards Hiryu, who was only a few meters away. To his credit, Hiryu rather quickly got hold of his bearings, and rather than trying for another long-range barrage, he readied himself, turning his scales back forward for a defensive position. Then, right when Midoriya was within 5 meters, he struck, another predictable result from before, and with the same effortless dodge. This would have been a mirrored scene had Midoriya jumped away instead of charging in like now. A smirk adorned Hiryu's face as he thought, got you now. With a single thought, his left arm also adorned metal scales. He had a certain glint in his eyes as he was punching Midoriya, who seemed defenseless. So this is Class 1A. It's impressive to get this far without using his quirk, but if he wants to undermine me, then I'll just show him the consequences. His balled-up fist, surrounded by razor-sharp reverse scales, approached, and it seemed like it was the green-haired boy's fate to have his face mauled. But instead, Midoriya's left hand, previously hidden by his body's angle from Hiryu's eyes, approached. A hand? The angle, he wants to catch my own, as arrogant as Natoma said. My scales are so sharp they'll tear straight through. His words got stuck in his throat, as right when the gauntlet and his scales were less than a few centimeters from connecting, his hand changed direction. A powerful gust of wind redirected his blow onto the ground. Now with his stomach wide open and his hand heading towards the open ground, he looked straight ahead, gazing into Midoriya's calculating eyes. I didn't want to show that this early, but if I need to, I will. He clenched his eyes, waiting for the burst of pain that would be his signal to use his special move, as he could barely hold onto it for a few seconds. But it never came. Instead, it was his balance rapidly becoming unstable that awoke his eyes. He looked down to see the floor cracking, sending shards flying everywhere. Gritting his teeth, he activated his spatial technique, scale carapace. His entire body became adorned with scales, protecting him from the inevitable onslaught of sharp rubble trying to lodge its way into his skin. Opening his eyes while breathing heavily, he could only hope the dust stopped the camera from seeing too much so he could retain its secrecy. Have you just seen that? It seems that Class 1B aren't to be counted out yet. A stunning full-body armor keep Hiryu in the race. Can he win with this his bout of ABILITES? He'd have cried had he known what President Mike was saying outside. Still on his guard, Hiryu looked around, using his slitted eyes to try and locate Midwaya. If he wants to attack, then now is the perfect time. Tap 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 sounds of rapid movement could be heard, and Hiryu tensed his muscles, getting ready, yet nothing occurred. In fact, were they getting farther away? On the other side, the moment he used his own force plus Hiryu's to cause the mini avalanche, Midwaya booked it to the exit. Why fight when I can win without it, were his thoughts. He knew his limits and his quirk, so he planned to play to his strengths without it until needed. Boo! Boring. I want a refund. He stepped onto the clean, gray pavement, signaling he had succeeded in passing, yet the crowd's mixed mood caused him to sweat. He understood their anger since anyone would be when getting scammed, yet all he could do was rub the back of his head and smile. Asked contestant. We'll prepare for the round 2 in just a moment. Midoriya would have had more time to ponder on him being last should a certain screaming boy be hastily coming towards him. Deku U little sh t, Bakugo. A.N. Updates and chapters will be on Thursdays from now on. Chapter 44. Help! I'm stuck in the pipes, recap. On the other side, the moment he used his own force plus Hiryu's to cause the mini avalanche, Midwaya booked it to the exit. Why fight when I can win without it, were his thoughts. He knew his limits and his quirk, so he planned to play to his strengths without it until needed. Boo! Boring. I want a refund. He stepped onto the clean, gray pavement, signaling he had succeeded in passing, yet the crowd's mixed mood caused him to sweat. He understood their anger since anyone would be when getting scammed, yet all he could do was rub the back of his head and smile. Asked contestant. We'll prepare for round 2 in just a moment. Midoriya would have had more time to ponder on him being last should a certain screaming boy be hastily coming towards him. Deku U little sh t, Bakugo. The ferocious, spiky-haired boy roughly grabbed the collar of Midoriya's shirt, effortlessly lifting him up onto his toes, showing his gains from their brief training period after the USJ incident. Explain what the. Midoriya flinched as he saw Bakugo's free hand light up with small explosions, a scare tactic he developed since grade school, he thought. Still, he subconsciously ignored his childhood friend and observed him more, wanting to get more in-depth understanding of how much he'd grown. The bulging of his developed muscles, rough palms, and even his intimidation explosions packed more power than he'd last recalled. Ryu ignoring me. It seemed the lack of response pissed off the red-eyed boy so much that he centered his stance while bulging his muscles, preparing to toss the smaller of the two onto the ground, not caring for the fact that they were on national television. Luckily for both of them, an intervention ensued before anything could occur. Bakugo, what are you doing? Separating the hands of Midoriya and Bakugo, Kirishima put his arm around Bakugo and whispered inwardly so nobody could hear. We're on national television, so. That did remind the boy that this was being broadcast, and with that thought, his sense of reasons flooded back, causing him to get even more angry, though a small part he'd never mentioned was embarrassed at making a fool of himself. Reacting violently, he roughly shoved the new pair of hands off and backed away. FCK off. He then turned away, walking towards another wall to brood. At least that's what Sujin assumed as he stared at the boy. Turning his gaze in another direction, he locked eyes with Mina and gave her a friendly wave, though his metaphorical eyebrows rose as he saw her red face and her giving a rather uncharacteristic, shy-like wave. Nah, she's probably just tired. Half-heartedly convincing himself of what he hoped to be true. Though he partially didn't, he turned upwards, trying to peer through the glass and plead with his teachers to hurry up. And as if they heard his calls, hello to those WHO finished. Congratulations on passing. Now look above as we spin the wheel to determine round 2 of the sports festival. Everyone directed their attention to the top of the sky as it flashed with countless options. Hide and seek, tag, two-man. Those with high output quirks hoped for direct combat, whereas others with ranged abilities wanted a more target-focused game. However, as the screen slowed down, everyone slowed their breaths, anticipating what it would fall on.
It seemed like a game of who's got the best unique feature would be chosen, before, at the last second, another option passed on the screen.
Capture the flag, was both shouted and could be read. Normally, many would moan and groan at this option being picked, as it unfairly gave an unfair advantage to those with physically suited quirks, yet a small hope for the classic UA twist was held in many's hearts. Capture the flag, a game where students will enter our GROUDN gamma, filled with many factories that for a LABRYINTH. Shown on the screen was an overhead look into the pipe-filled place. Hidden all over will be flags you're tasked to acquire and protect. Though we have 32 people entering, there's only 16 slots to be awarded. The students were led by robots to their designated entrance point. Sujin's was a door, while he saw others like a vent, a crawlspace, and even a chimney. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Your placement is based on how and when you completed the test. Thus, the farther down you were, the farther away you were from a flag, and the closer, the better. In fact, number 1 Todoroki is right next to 1 when his entrance opens. Dropping that little nugget of knowledge, some, like Midoriya's and Kaminari's faces, dropped, while others, like Bakugo's ever-present grin, seemed to grow wider, and a small smirk could be seen on the half-red, half-white-haired Todoroki. Go! Their entrances opened and the examiner sprung inside. Huh? Sujin was currently hidden behind one of the massive pipes, watching as what he could only describe as anarchy ensued. One moment, a rather happy business student was hiding not too far from him, strategically hidden from any angles above and from the light. Sujin guessed his plan was just to wait there for the entire time. Unfortunately, he didn't account for the unnaturalness that was quirks. So to Sujin's bulging eyes, some shadow-like thing attacked the student's position. He could only tell due to the 2 yellow eyes, and as he was gawking at the scene, a student he recognized from Class 1B popped out. Shihai's quirk has to do with stealth, from what I remember. A quick tussle in which the more scrawny of the 2 lets out a pathetic pweh sound at the end.
Shihai then seemed to morph back into a shadow and attempt to run away. Sujin needed to concentrate to track him, as his speed was fast and any shadow could be him, but another enemy came to interrupt. You darn sneaky shadow. First you want to interrupt me in a fight and then you run away, D. Thank you for running away. Sujin said a quick prayer while thanking God that he was far enough away that the explosions didn't affect him. Meanwhile, the pipes ahead didn't survive the large, constant explosions of Bakugo, who was attacking in the air. But the distance between the 2 was enough that the poor Shihai could eject himself from his quirk and get thrown into the wide open. Unluckily, Bakugo's keen eye caught that a flying angry ball was heading towards him. Junk. Thinking so, Sujin wondered if he should help. At one point, he didn't want to intervene and lose the element of surprise, along with furthering Bakugo's fury. But on the other hand, he was supposed to be trying to be a hero, and he didn't want anyone to be seriously injured, though part of him still believed there were heroes present to deal with any mishaps. As he was in an internal struggle, Shihai took the decision out of his hands. Throwing up the red flag in the air, Shihai used Bakugo's attention, being displaced to run ahead and hop in the shadows created from the rubble. Then, in his usual fashion, he escaped. You think that'll get rid of me? Bakugo wasn't satisfied, so with practiced movements, he stopped his palms from producing explosions by flipping in the air and grabbing the flag before stuffing it in his pockets. Then, with his stomach facing the ground, he put his hands several degrees behind him while facing below and ignited his nitroglycerin sweat. Come back here so you can die. Sujin looked at the rocket flying away and shook his head. This is going to be troublesome. I mean Thursday for updates. I wrote on the wrong day. Thursdays are my off days. Let me know how you like the story. Any problems, any particular loves. Leave a review, please. I hope you're enjoying. Adios. Chapter 45. Face of the Hero Department Recap. Sujin guessed his plan was just to wait there for the entire time. Unfortunately, he didn't account for the unnaturalness that was quirks. So to Sujin's bulging eyes,
some shadow-like thing attacked the student's position. He could only tell due to the two yellow eyes, and as he was gawking at the scene, a student he recognized from Class 1B popped out. Shihai's quirk has to do with stealth, from what I remember. A quick tussle in which the more scrawny of the two lets out a pathetic pweh sound at the end. Shihai then seemed to morph back into a shadow and attempt to run away. Sujin needed to concentrate to track him, as his speed was fast and any shadow could be him, but another enemy came to interrupt. You darn sneaky shadow. First you want to interrupt me in a fight and then you run away, d. Thank you for running away. Sujin said a quick prayer while thanking God that he was far enough away that the explosions didn't affect him. Meanwhile, the pipes ahead didn't survive the large, constant explosions of Bakugo, who was attacking in the air. But the distance between the two was enough that the poor Shihai could eject himself from his quirk and get thrown into the wide open. Unluckily, Bakugo's keen eye caught that a flying angry ball was heading towards him. Junk. Thinking so, Sujin wondered if he should help. At one point, he didn't want to intervene and lose the element of surprise, along with furthering Bakugo's fury. But on the other hand, he was supposed to be trying to be a hero, and he didn't want anyone to be seriously injured, though part of him still believed there were heroes present to deal with any mishaps. As he was in an internal struggle, Shihai took the decision out of his hands. Throwing up the red flag in the air, Shihai used Bakugo's attention, being displaced, to run ahead and hop in the shadows created from the rubble. Then, in his usual fashion, he escaped. You think that'll get rid of me? Bakugo wasn't satisfied, so with practiced movements, he stopped his palms from producing explosions by flipping in the air and grabbing the flag before stuffing it in his pockets. Then, with his stomach facing the ground, he put his hands several degrees behind him while facing below and ignited his nitroglycerin sweat. Come back here so you can die. Sujin looked at the rocket flying away and shook his head. This is going to be troublesome. Sujin looked ahead, observing the aftermath while processing what he had just witnessed. So, is this event meant to simulate a retrieval situation gone wrong? Now, not only do you need to grab your target, but also protect and keep them safe for an extended period of time. If that's the case, expanding the maze's space further tests our tracking abilities, wide-range attacks, and stealth prowess, allowing everyone to play to their advantage. Reviewing his words, Sujin nodded to himself, believing he had grasped the general idea of this round. If everyone is playing to their own advantage, then I should as well. He said it aloud, feeling that talking to the open air would clear up his previously confused thoughts. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Looking ahead, a distorted silhouette emerged from the relentless, never-ending smoke. Sujin took in the appearance of his new acquaintance, blonde hair, blue eyes, a lean build, and, most importantly, an irritating voice. He was easily recognizable as Nato Monoma, someone who practically embodied the stereotypes associated with the hero department. Obnoxious, rude, and arrogant, all of these traits seemed to converge in Monoma. Sujin couldn't help but think, though his quirk, copy doesn't. Wait, copy. Sujin's offhanded thoughts conjured a scheme to have him and his new acquaintance easily pass this test. He smiled, though no one could see it, and Monoma shivered as if he were prey in the eyes of a predator. But steeling himself, Monoma continued with his provocation. I mean, how could you pass by when you face me, Monoma of Class 1B? Ignoring the snide remarks, Sujin replied, I'm Sujin Shimizu, of Class 1A, he said with so much venom that one might wonder what great injustice Sujin must have committed to incur such malice. Of course I know. Everyone knows about the famous class that defeated villains in a chance encounter. Sarcasm dripped through his malice-filled tone. Correction. This would be easy if I could deal with him before I punch his face into a wall. Oh, that. It wasn't as much of a big deal as everyone's making it out to be. Sujin pulled on the depths of humbleness he possessed to downplay their achievement. It was clear Monoma had a grudge against Class 1A, and his plans wouldn't work if they couldn't cooperate. Unfortunately, someone just wouldn't let things go. Oh, really? I was under the impression that it was a great exploit. But it appears you all are a bunch of frauds masquerading as a group, superior to everyone else. He turned around, seemingly done with the conversation and ready to leave, already forgetting how he was going to stop Sujin, as he claimed earlier. However, as he turned around, putting on a faux relaxed position with his arms on top of his head, he heard something that compelled him to turn back. Guess you don't want to be better than 1A. Sujin appeared impassive in his listener's eyes. I mean, the title, Class 1B student carries Class 1As through the second round before ruthlessly defeating him in the third. I thought this would fulfill your desire for Class 1B to be on top, but oh well. Sujin was going to copy him, planning on putting on a lazy expression of his own, hoping that Monoma would take the bait. However, things worked even better, as without him having to turn around, Monoma responded. Well, if you're going to offer yourself on a silver platter, then who am I to refuse? I suppose if you're begging, then I have no choice but to oblige. Sujin wanted to give a deadpan stare, but he chose to internally shake his head while outwardly nodding. So, what quirk do you have? Normally, I'd safeguard this secret, but since you won't be able to defeat me, I guess I'll show you. Sujin crouched down, placing his palm on the ground. To Sujin's bewilderment, the area in front of him, the rubble, seemed to sink as if its weight increased, causing it to partially sink into the ground. Monoma then stood up, seeming tired yet feigning indifference to it. Honanuki's quirk. Soften. I got it when we high-fived before coming in. It can trap things in the ground, making it an effective capturing tool. He beamed as he spoke, trying to show off the quirk and his classmate, expecting praise. Shameless. That's not even your quirk, Sujin couldn't help but think. Still, he had to admit to the versatility of copy. Where others saw weaknesses due to the outside conditions of requiring others to use it, Sujin saw immense potential. What if there were two Bakugos flying in the air like twin dominating towers of destruction? Or two Todorokis who make glassers that dwarf cities before letting them fall, destroying all below? Maybe two Kaminaries who can produce enough voltage to fry someone inside out. The prospects were endless, and all his quirk needed was someone to line up on a wall and wait for the order for them to shake hands before he could single-handedly deal with most problems. Sujin imagined that in the future, this quirk would flourish when he joined a proper hero agency and had access to choosing who he wanted on the team. Still, Sujin thought back to other examples of powerful quirks and asked, how long does it last? I have about 30 seconds left of this quirk before it disappears and 5 minutes in total, he said offhandedly. If Sujin had proper eyes, they would be twitching like mad by now. 5 minutes, and you wanted to brag with that? The boy looked up, facing the blue skies. If he looked at that face any longer, his fist would end up somewhere he didn't want it to. He tuned out the world for a full moment before calming down and looking at Monoma, who was confused at this point. Oi, shish. Suddenly, Sujin put a hand to his mouth and grabbed Monoma by the back of his gym uniform, pulling him into his previous hiding spot. Keeping a hand over his growingly restless companion, he tuned into the duo in front of him. Where are you going? Where? Dude, didn't you see that huge explosion over there? Seeing his friend shrug his shoulders, he continued. Anyways, according to my quirk, there's a whole bunch of flags and people to the back of us, meaning all the other areas are vacant. And with my quirk, there's no way we can't find a flag. Behind. The duo then quickly sped off, hoping to clutch onto the opportunity to secure their advancement to the next round. Sujin thought to himself while pulling his hand off of Monoma's mouth, lest his skin get bitten off. You, behind. According to them, we can find a whole slew of enemies. Defeating them should be no difficulty for your expertise. And where many people are, many eyes will be exposed to your amazing Class 1B abilities. If you can't change the winds, adjust your sails. Taking this saying into account, Sujin opted to play to Monoma's ego and his hyperfixation by putting down Class 1A and putting Class 1B on a pedestal. Sujin didn't want to give him any more time to think, lest he think of a counter. He started moving cautiously, scanning the area while keeping his EAD on a swivel. Sujin, while moving his thoughts back to the past few weeks, thought back to the moments that taught him to do this, to who drilled these techniques into his head, and couldn't help but think to himself. I'll use your teachings to pass this round and the next. I'll keep going until I win the whole thing. So please keep watching, Dad. Chapter 46. Elements Opposition Recap. The duo then quickly sped off, hoping to clutch onto the opportunity to secure their advancement to the next round. Sujin thought to himself while pulling his hand off of Monoma's mouth, lest his skin get bitten off. You, behind. According to them, we can find a whole slew of enemies. Defeating them should be no difficulty for your expertise. And where many people are, many eyes will be exposed to your amazing Class 1B abilities. If you can't change the winds, adjust your sails. Taking this saying into account, Sujin opted to play to Monoma's ego and his hyperfixation by putting down Class 1A and putting Class 1B on a pedestal. Sujin didn't want to give him any more time to think, lest he think of a counter. He started moving cautiously, scanning the area while keeping his head on a swivel. Sujin, while moving his thoughts back to the past few weeks, thought back to the moments that taught him to do this, to who drilled these techniques into his head, and couldn't help but think to himself. I'll use your teachings to pass this round and the next. I'll keep going until I win the whole thing. So please keep watching, Dad. Sujin and Monoma were running through the pipe-filled obstacle course, ducking and weaving through the carnage caused by a huge fight. Sujin spotted an ice glacier in the distance spiraling up, and the dead plants on the ground gave him an idea of what had happened. Todoroki had a flag. Knowing him, he was probably alone and attacked anyone who had one, then took it for himself. The vines should be from her, Shiozaki. I don't know her personally, but if her strength is like this, then she's probably the same, Sujin mused. Sujin remembered her ice-cold face, coupled with her strength, and people like her usually followed a straightforward mentality, facing problems as they came. People like that don't usually consider the troublesome nature of certain scenarios, usually choosing the first viable option available, Sujin thought, letting out a sigh of relief that he wasn't like that. The most likely scenario is that she saw him with a flag and, disregarding anything else, chose to attack. With both of them having mass area effect quirks, it's no wonder the place ended up in this state, he realized. His eyes lit up with an idea. There should also be other people assessing the area, meaning picking one off subtly with a flag and then retreating should be easy. Sujin never intended to fight head-on. Despite his bold words in the locker room a few hours ago, he was banking on his intelligence and strength to carry him to victory. His intelligence told him that fighting Todoroki head-on was a bad idea. My water gets neutralized by his ice unless I add enough speed to it, and even when I factor in the increase in space, my only shot would be a one-hit snipe before quickly getting the flag and running away, an impossible task. He looked behind him, noticing that although he wasn't going too fast, it was a speed most would find difficult to keep up with. So he was mildly surprised when he saw Monoma keeping up with only glistening sweat and slightly hurried breathing, indicating that he was getting fatigued. If he suddenly gives me a hard time or resists retreating, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. Leave him. If Monoma wanted to fight Todoroki instead of considering the future and being smart, he was free to do what he wanted. But there was no way Sujin would abide by such stupid ideals when the path to victory was within his sights. A rumble interrupted his thoughts. Sujin stopped, put his hands on the ground, and detected that the rumbling was slightly to the left. He looked up, spotting a pipe a few meters in the air that should provide an overview of the area. Get on me, he told Monoma. Monoma wanted to protest, but the seriousness in Sujin's eyes made him mutter something before hopping onto Sujin's back. TCH. Who are you ordering around? Sujin rolled his eyes, taking a few steps to adjust to the new weight. Then he did a 360 degrees look around before facing the ground while twisting his nozzle to its widest setting. Whoosh! The force of the wide stream of water sent the two boys into the air at a height that promised a few broken bones, at least if they landed without protection. Ops. The added weight, which he wasn't used to, and his attempt to conserve water due to his inability to refill from the last round caused Sujin's calculations to be a bit off. What should have normally put them above the pipe so they could land on it instead put them just below it. Wah! Acting as fast as his mind could operate, Sujin used his muscles to push Monoma close enough for him to wrap his arms around the pipe. Then, knowing that his upper body strength probably wasn't that high, Sujin swung himself, using his improved flexibility to flip himself to where he was level with the pipe. While upside down, Sujin stuck out a hand, using the handlebar to grapple. As his body returned to normal, he stuck out his other hand, now hanging from the pipe. He ignored the whimpering of his fellow heroic department student and instead used the gains from his strength training to pull himself up before wrapping his legs around the pipe's army style. Sujin shimmied his way to the top before lending a hand to Monoma and pulling him to the top. During the silence, he observed, and all he could think was, wow, bodies. That's what mostly clouded his vision. About 10 yards out, he saw a cleared-out circle in which two parties stood. Sujin didn't need to guess who they were. Instead, his gaze turned outward. He saw bodies lying and bleeding out on the ice in the perimeter, all collectively out of the count for the festival. The scene provided another perspective on just how powerful Todoroki and Shiozaki truly were. Could I do this? He didn't finish the thought, as he already had the answer. No. Sujin turned around, signaling to Monoma, who had adopted an army pose by wrapping his legs around the pipe, to follow behind. Together, they shimmied their way toward the pair opposite each other. As Sujin got closer, he started noticing minute details. They both stood on their respective domains, Shiozaki on a vine coiled beneath her feet, and Todoroki on an icy block leaking Arctic air. They faced each other, tense and ready to spring into action. But then the tension disappeared, as if they weren't just heavily fighting. Shiozaki turned around and used her vines to walk away, sending one of them to grab an empty flag from one of the unconscious contestants. There goes my plan for sniping. Still, Sujin was inwardly grateful not to have to put himself through that ordeal. He scanned around, looking for anything noteworthy. Besides the purple stalk of high purple, he looked to his right, and behind a rubble of rocks was the famous Hitoshi Shinso, who seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike before losing interest in it. As Hitoshi turned around and Sujin locked eyes with the boy for a second, and within that second, he started freaking out. Hypnosis. If you respond to his words, he can put your mind under his control. His metaphorical mind started turning gears, and after taking a look and seeing a glint in Shinso's eyes, his head started blaring alarms. Monoma. We have to go. Now, Chapter 47. Brainwashing Epidemic. Recap. Still, Sujin was inwardly grateful not to have to put himself through that ordeal. He scanned around, looking for anything noteworthy. Besides the purple stalk of high purple, he looked to his right, and behind a rubble of rocks was the famous Hitoshi Shinso, who seemed to be aiding for an opportunity to strike before losing interest in it. As Hitoshi turned around, Sujin locked eyes with the boy for a second, and within that second, he started freaking out. Hypnosis. If you respond to his words, he can put your mind under his control. His metaphorical mind started turning gears, and after taking a look and seeing a glint in Shinso's eyes, his head started blaring alarms. Monoma. We have to go. Now. Sujin instantly turned around, urging Monoma to shimmy away. The blonde-haired boy was confused but began gently moving on his way. The comical scene of two boys inching away above the sky played out. Though they were escaping, Sujin's mind wasn't calm. No, perhaps it was even more tense. He focused behind him, trying to spot Shinso, to no avail. After a few minutes, when they were quite a distance away, he calmed down and tried to rationalize with himself. If we're this far away, then he should, you're quite easy to find, right? He looked down, seeing the shock of purple hair framing a familiar face. Ojuru was carrying Shinso with a blank look on his face. Hypnosis, Sujin thought. Then, ignoring the question altogether, he turned to Monoma. Don't talk to him. Sujin spoke venomously because, with Monoma's personality, he felt that this was the only way to subdue him. He ignored the complicated expression on Monoma's face, rather focusing on what he could do to get out of here. Wow, the mighty hero students are afraid of me. I'd think that you'd be a little braver, but you're trying to run away again. Sujin planned on ignoring him as planned, yet something compelled him to come out of his thoughts and look ahead. And when he saw that look on Monoma's face, he swore in his mind, Dawn. Fear WHO? You? Why would I care about someone WHO couldn't even make it into the heroic department? And you, Shimizu, WHO the heck are you to afford? And that's enough of that. In real time, Sujin watched the blank expression fall upon Monoma's face. At the same time, he released his hold on the bars, free falling to the ground. Don't let him escape, Shinso said in a neutral voice, like a chess master ordering his pieces around. After he said that, with no hesitation, Monoma released his hold and even used his feet to propel himself faster than Sujin's free fall. When the weight came upon Sujin's back, he waited until he was low to the ground before using a long shot to propel himself off expected course. The force sent the two boys into the street and now dangerous close to the ground. Sujin directed as much of the force to his back and Monoma by default. Recovery lady'll have to deal with you. Groaning inwardly, Sujin stood up, ignoring the moans behind him, and looked up only to see a flying tail coming towards his face. Oh, come on, Sujin ducked under it before rolling backward, narrowly missing a knee uppercut. Impressive, Shinso said. Sujin looked at Ojuru's face, seeing the self-agony mixed in with his face at not being able to control his body. Quickly cooking up a plan, Sujin stood still, letting his arms out to his side and standing like a target ready to get hit. Hypnotized Ojuru obviously didn't let the chance pass by and punched, brandishing his finish in a standard martial art pose. Yet, at the last second of contact between his palm and Sujin's neck, he tilted the arm to the left, making it miss. Sujin, who was expecting that, mentally pressed his nozzle in, sending a rather rapid shot to Ojuru's head which knocked the boy straight back onto the ground. He took a deep breath before facing Shinso while being on guard for any support devices or anything else. Shinso, seeing this, gave a low whistle, clearly impressed by Sujin's display of power. As he did so, he walked towards Monoma, who'd been knocked away from Sujin by the fall and was currently unconscious. "You're stronger than I thought." Though before, Sujin could bask in it, he ruthlessly took a verbal shot at him. Shinso crouched down, grabbing at Monoma's face with his back facing Sujin, who really wanted to take a shot but ultimately refrained. Shinso then sat back up and said, "And here I thought I could take down one of the weaker Class 1As alone. Guess I overestimated myself. If this was me before, that may have hurt. But now?" Sujin didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Maybe this was Shinso trying to elicit a response to use his quirk on him, or maybe this was his genuine thoughts. But why would his opinion matter? There were many in his class Sujin thought would lose to that barrage, and there were some who could have effortlessly dealt with it without as much effort as Sujin put into it. Either way, Sujin didn't plan on letting the opinion of someone outside affect him pursuing his goals. Sujin didn't know it, but if you asked Denkai what Sujin's biggest gain from these last few weeks, he wouldn't say combat intelligence, shooting accuracy, or knowing exactly how much force to knock someone out without killing them, or anything else along those lines. He'd say it's confidence. Sujin kept his vigilance and silence while looking around for any other threats, brushing Shinso's words off without a glance. And as his eyes were off of Shinso for a brief moment, he thought he heard a tch. Yet the same cool, calm, and collected personality remained when he looked back. "Oh well, if you excuse me." Sujin focused on him, wanting to figure out where and how the boy who was practically quirkless as long as Sujin didn't talk would escape. So, the moment his hands reached and grabbed a ball-shaped object out of his pocket, a quick, thin shot akin to a rubber bullet hit Shinso's hands, knocking the object away. AC.
Huh. Sujin saw the pain in the boy's voice yet he instantly became quiet. Is he trying to be manly? He didn't seem like the type for it.
The answer was revealed when a black, misty smoke began to fill the area, blocking off sight. Sujin put his hands to the ground, wanting to feel vibrations, yet the concrete floor provided to be a poor insulator. In a last-ditch effort, Sujin let off some more rubber bullet-like shots in a hazardous way, yet nothing else came up. "Oh well, it's not like he had a flag," Sujin shrugged. Shinso checked his pocket where his flag was. While doing so, he held onto his frazzled and sprained hand. That went worse than expected. He heaved a dry chuckle while taking rights and lefts he'd scouted before. The original plan was to defeat Shimizu since he seemed to know his quirk. If he did, then in situations like that where Shinso had to fight one-on-one, he'd be powerless. Yet, he's far stronger than I thought. I even sent his own partner after him, kept Ojuru by my side to block against his long-ranged attacks, before sending him in undetected for a sneak attack yet he still dealt with it. Shinso updated Sujin on his list of people who he didn't want to fight against. Although he was already ranked rather high, this time it wasn't just due to the nature of his quirk. He's sound. Shinso couldn't find any holes, edges, or anything to poke at him. Even though numbers 1 and 2 on the list were impossible to win against with normal close-quarters combat, there was a smidge of a chance he could do it as their personalities led to a fault. But someone like Shimizu, both calm, level-headed, and a long-ranged fighter, he was Shinso's enemy. And he did a number on my hand. Luckily with this, I'll pass through the second round and be able to get healed by Recovery Girl. The boy stiffened, shivering as he thought about how he'd get healed. Once he arrived in an area he deemed safe, Shinso got out his flag and looked at it. To think he didn't attack me then, no, I can't blame that, he's just cautious, though his cautious is my 14. Shinso found this in the back pocket of Monoma when he searched him under his villain pretense. Play to your strengths, right? He honestly didn't expect much, but when Monoma got knocked out by Shimizu, the distinct color peeked out beneath his shirt, and with Shimizu distracted, all Shinso had to do was block Shimizu's view, and the flag was as good as his. I'm lucky I met that support kid who gave me his smoke bombs for me. sparing him. I'm also lucky that Monoma was so easy to read, though who would have thought he was playing a guy like Shimizu. Chapter 48. Schemes thwarted by mysterious tale recap. Sujin kept his vigilance and silence while looking around for any other threats, brushing Shinso's words off without a glance. And as his eyes were off of Shinso for a brief moment, he thought he heard a tch. Yet the same cool, calm, and collected personality remained when he looked back. Oh well, if you excuse me. Sujin focused on him, wanting to figure out where and how the boy who was practically quirkless as long as Sujin didn't talk would escape. So, the moment his hands reached and grabbed a ball-shaped object out of his pocket, a quick, thin shot akin to a rubber bullet hit Shinso's hands, knocking the object away. AC, huh? Sujin saw the pain in the boy's voice, yet he instantly became quiet. Is he trying to be manly? He didn't seem like the type for it. The answer was revealed when a black, misty smoke began to fill the area, blocking off sight. Sujin put his hands to the ground, wanting to feel vibrations to determine where Shinso ran to, yet the concrete floor proved to be a poor insulator. In a last-ditch effort, Sujin let off some more rubber bullet-like shots in a hazardous way, yet nothing else came up. Oh well, it's not like he had a flag, Sujin shrugged. Ha. Ah. Turning around, Sujin saw Ojiro sitting up while clutching his head. While quickly walking over and supporting him, helping him to stand up, Sujin caught a quick peek at his head, noticing that the expected purple bruise wasn't there. He inwardly shook his head. The resilience of the strong. Thanks, Shimizu. The second the disoriented Ojiro got to his feet, his first thought was to again let the blood rush to his head by doing a deep bow, which would further increase his distortion. Knowing this, Sujin quickly waved away his worries. It's fine, that's what heroes should do. Ojiro heaved a puff of air, and the silence caused the two to look around, causing both their eyes to fall upon the slumped body whose battered form was littered with wounds. I did a bit too much with him. In my defense, like the Ojiro situation, some people have weird durability. While he was thinking so, Ojiro had gone over to Monoma's body and started patting the boy down. Seems like he got to it. To what? Sujin had walked over and was next to the standing up Ojiro by now. His flag. Oh, that's nothing, but if he had actual eyeballs, Sujin's would have popped out of his head by now. He had a flag. Ojiro, though probably channeling his inner shoji, kept the same face and nodded. When I was under his control, I could still see, and when you two were crawling above, he spotted a flag in Monoma's shirt. I got played. Sujin would be lying if he said his pride wasn't a little bit stung. Being duped by someone you thought was easy to read didn't sit well with him, like he was the one moving to the strings attached to him. But he tried to put that aside, not that it worked, but he tried to and focused ahead on how he was going to pass this round since, although he didn't have an exact timer, he should only have a few minutes left. Maybe I can track those two behind. Their plan was feasible, but if they don't have one, then I'm screwed, aside from the fact that they may be gone by now. But as Sujin was cooking up more plans, Ojiro surprised him. Oh right, here. The tailed man reached into his shirt and pulled out something. That something was the red-colored flag that Sujin was searching for. Making eye contact with the gobsmacked Sujin, he explained. When Shinso brainwashed me, he had me confirm that I didn't have one, but halfway through, he ordered me to be on standby as he interrogated a support student. He momentarily released control for some reason, most likely due to the strain of using it all through the first round, since I vaguely remember him complaining about how he was tired from controlling 9 people in the first round. Sujin made a mental note to add that tidbit of information to his list later. During that release period, I saw a flag hidden under a pipe. So I grabbed it and stuffed it into my clothes. We then met up, and after a harsh debacle, I ended up under his control. Harsh debacle? What did he say? You like someone or something, and you sputter out incoherent noises that fulfill the response condition of his quirk or something. Though Sujin said that speculatively, when he looked up and saw the beet-red face, his mouth dropped. Seriously? Who would it be? Oh, Hakuger. I do remember the two staying together often. Are you sure? Sujin, changing topics, returned to the flag as he wasn't too sure about taking it. With the time left, it was almost guaranteed failure should Ojiro give it away. Yeah. The blonde-haired boy looked up to the sky with a faraway look only he himself would understand. I failed. I'm not weaker than him, yet I was under his control. If he asked me to attack another contestant, he asked me to commit despicable acts. Sujin heard the grit with which he said that. He saw the furrowment of Ojiro's brows and wanted to console him, but before he could, it was all gone, like the boy found peace within that short period. I can't move forward. Not knowing the conditions, I thought that my passing would be a mere fluke and come at your expense. I won't change my mind for me, so it's yours. Sujin said nothing else but nodded, and Ojiro, like a weight lifted off his chest, smiled before walking away. Well, that should be my last interaction in the sec. Like the gods enjoyed Sujin's peril at being wrong. When the boy looked up, he saw someone with multiple arms held together by a thin skin like film. His trademark mask stretched from the lower portion of his face to the bridge of his nose. And the silver hair that hung down like a paid actor, Shoji. Sujin quickly hid the flag behind him while tensing his body. He didn't want to meet his childhood friend this early, as he hoped they would both make it to the finals. I can try to run, but physically, he outclasses me, and with my little water reserves, I could only get a few seconds of distance before he catches up. Sujin's mind ran, trying to avoid an encounter with Shoji, yet another part considered what that entailed. If Shoji was truly flagless, then if he wasted his time on Sujin, then he'd be out. What do I do? Shoji took that decision away when, like the wind, he turned around and left. Sujin, who had been loosely paying attention, recalled the image of Shoji's face. His eyes read a message. Not now, where the words Sujin seemed to glean from the facial expression. And that's time, contestants. Everyone reports to the stadium with your flags, and please note that you're being watched right now, so any fighting will result in automatic disqualification from all other competitions. Now it's over. Chapter 49. Opposites don't attract. Recap. During that release period, I saw a flag hidden under a pipe. So I grabbed it and stuffed it into my clothes. We then met up, and after a harsh debacle, I ended up under his control. Harsh debacle? What did he say? You like someone or something, and you sputter out incoherent noises that fulfill the response condition of his quirk or something. Though Sujin said that speculatively, when he looked up and saw the beet red face, his mouth dropped. Seriously? Who would it be? Oh, Hakuger. I do remember the two staying together often. Are you sure? Sujin, hanging topics, returned to the flag as he wasn't too sure about taking it. With the time left, it was almost guaranteed failure should Ojiro give it away. Yeah. The blonde-haired boy looked up to the sky with a faraway look only he himself would understand. I failed. I'm not weaker than him, yet I was under his control. If he asked me to attack another contestant, he asked me to commit despicable acts. Sujin heard the grit with which he said that. He saw the furrowment of Ojiro's brows and wanted to console him, but before he could, it was all gone, like the boy found peace within that short period. I can't move forward. Not knowing the conditions, I thought that my passing would be a mere fluke and come at your expense. I won't change my mind for me, so it's yours. Sujin said nothing else but nodded, and Ojiro, like a weight lifted off his chest, smiled before walking away. Well, that should be my last interaction in the sec. Like the gods enjoyed Sujin's peril at being wrong. When the boy looked up, he saw someone with multiple arms held together by a thin skin like film. His trademark mask stretched from the lower portion of his face to the bridge of his nose. And the silver hair that hung down like a paid actor, Shoji. Sujin quickly hid the flag behind him while tensing his body. He didn't want to meet his childhood friend this early, as he hoped they would both make it to the finals. I can try to run, but physically, he outclasses me, and with my little water reserves, I could only get a few seconds of distance before he catches up. Sujin's mind ran, trying to avoid an encounter with Shoji, yet another part considered what that entailed. If Shoji was truly flagless, then if he wasted his time on Sujin, then he'd be out. What do I do? Shoji took that decision away when, like the wind, he turned around and left. Sujin, who had been loosely paying attention, recalled the image of Shoji's face. His eyes read a message. Not now, where the words Sujin seemed to glean from the facial expression. And that's time, contestants. Everyone reports to the stadium with your flags, and please note that you're being watched right now, so any fighting will result in automatic disqualification from all other competitions. Now it's over. What do I do? Inside an empty classroom, a pink-skinned girl seated on a desk complained loudly. Aren't the next steps pretty obvious? Said an invisible collection of mass. It is to me, Kiro. In front of the girl were her fellow female classmates seated as if they were students listening to a teacher talk. Kyokura, Momo, Su, Toru, Ochako. Repeating the names inside her head. Mina felt the joy of having friends she could confide in and inwardly felt grateful to have them here. But there's no way I can just go and do that, Sorry, but I don't know the next step either. Class Prez, Momo, right, she told me to call her that. Momo raised her hand, exclaiming with a slightly embarrassed face. This was one of the few times the young girl had been completely clueless on a topic discussed, as although she was awarded the best education available when she was growing up, a chapter on boys wasn't one of them. Obviously, it's to go and straight up confess to him. A rather pumped up Ochako said so, looking excited at being able to participate in the blooming of a new relationship with her own two eyes. I can't just go and do that. Why not, Kiro? She's right, it's not like he's the dolt Kaminari who'll let anything you say fly over his head. Mina didn't miss that lonely expression that momentarily appeared on Kyokura's face, but she wasn't in the right headspace to address that, so she stored it and made a note to definitely talk to her about that later. What about you, Ochako? If it's so easy, why don't you just go talk to Midoriya already? Instantly, the round-headed girl with brown hair bobbing towards her chin had her face alight with a crimson color. Waving her hands, she desperately defended herself. It's not the rig, it's alright. Mina, no one's here to attack you. Sue's comforting voice, missing her characteristic Kiro, followed by a gentle touch on the shoulder, awoke Mina from her habitual retaliation. Sorry, it's fine. Mina took a deep sigh before reluctantly explaining. It's just, he seems really distracted with the sports festival, and he told me he'd explain why he distanced himself after the sports festival. After she practically spilled her heart out, she looked up to see the most deadpan stare placed on everyone's face, even Momo. Sue placed a hand on Ochako's shoulder, shaking her head. Let me explain. Mina, you know Sujin's a boy, right? She shook her head at the basic question, and boys are usually dense, stupid, idiots. Kyokura, butting in, said. I was gonna say knuckleheads, but you get the point, right? Hesitantly, she shook her head yes. Surely not all boys are, as she explained. Then, although Shimizu seems like one of the smart boys, his actions indicate that he's probably trying to win the sports festival for you. Mina's flattery was instantly washed away with bewilderment and shock. Think back, before the festival began, were there any words he said to you about what he wants to change? Confusion still laced her mind, and in her stupor was a weak, I don't know? Maybe it's because he felt too weak, or his pride was trampled on. Ochako was stumped as to what would make Shimizu change, as were the rest of them. And Mina had joined them in the slump. That was until a memory surfaced, on the day they were talking in the classroom. I don't want that to be the version of me you think of. I don't want that to be how you recognize me. Image, she whispered those words in her realization. Image, if that's the case, then he wants to implant the image of a champion, successor, into your mind. But why would Shimizu think you have a bad image of him? That's what I also want to know since you seem so fond of him, Kiro. With her trademark tick back, Sue questioningly said. But Mina wasn't listening. Her embarrassment never surfaced as she realized the crux of the issue. I'm the problem. The day she showed that face, which perfectly reflected her current emotions at that moment, was why. She hurt Sujin, and he misunderstood that as himself hurting her. Thus, he was trying to fix his image in her mind by winning the sports festival. It is messed up logic. Why go through all that effort instead of having a civil conversation? But romance makes you blind. She'd heard that quote before. I mean, the only reason I even sat down here with the girls is because I exhausted all of my brain thinking of what to do for the past few weeks. No matter whether she was in class, training, eating, her mind seemed distracted, always focused on one thing, Shimizu. He invaded her heart's way through and ended up becoming a substantial part without her even realizing it. She was only made aware of it when her dad pointed out that her grades started to dip. Not that she was shocked since she never rated her schooling ability high. But the dip reminded her just how much she missed Sujin, and not just because he helped her with her homework. Their study sessions, where he'd carefully go over each topic, not getting angry when she asked him to re-explain a subject for the 15th time. How after, they'd go out for a drink and laugh at whatever came to mind. How their occasional morning walks to school together that had been ramping up in frequency prior to the USJ changed from her initial thoughts of troublesome to something she expected and was even excited about. She started noticing just how much Sujin invaded her life like a parasite. No, more like a symbiosis where they mutually gain from each other.
Another tidbit of information he carefully explained to her.
Though she tried not to think about it, part of her thought of him as her best friend, yet that title felt distinctly odd, friend. Like selfish and shellfish, it seemed like an apt title, yet as time went on and the phrase was used more and more, the distinctions and tidbits of uncomfortableness built up. Do I want to be friends? She didn't want to lose Sujin, as her current predicament showed, but she didn't want to be his friend. No, I don't want to just be his friend. More, she wanted more than just that title. It felt inefficient to both explain their actions and her feelings. And as if all the pieces clicked in place, Mina's desires finally formulated a solid foundation in her head. I want him to be my boyfriend. She was too embarrassed to say the word out loud, but saying it inside her head felt just right.
Not wanting this to be another friend situation, she bypassed the step of waiting for the word to passively be said and heard a bunch and manually did it.
Boyfriend. It felt right. Boyfriend. The word rolled off her mental tongue and sent a burst of dopamine through her body, coursing through her brain.
Boyfriend. 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 I
want Sujin Shimizu to be my boyfriend. Her eyes widened partially because she realized she said that out loud and partially because of how happy she was from hearing that spoken into reality, as if her physical words would manifest her desire. Everyone else in the room had their eyes widened from hearing that. Well, at least 4 of the 5 present, as she couldn't actually see Toru's eyes. What do I do now? You tell him, Sue seriously said. As said earlier, boys aren't the smartest creatures. Though Kyokura said that, a softness she previously lacked showed through her voice. That should be enough to knock him into a stupor, Momo added, already picturing the scene in her mind. Allowing him to forget about his image, and allow you both to have a serious conversation, Ochako added her 2 cents.
With all of their words complementing each other, the scene was constructed in her mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, the break between the second and third round will be ending shortly. Contestants, please return to the central area and spectators, please return to your seats. I repeat. The girls stood up, with Ochako and Momo planning to go to the contestant area and Sue, Toru, and Kyokura to the stands. They all gave a small smile as they thought she had everything in order. See you later. Each said before leaving the room, though Ochako had a, "You better spill the deets when this is over," look on her face before she shut the door. Mina said on her next decision, took out her phone, and opened up Sujin's text contact name while going over her plan.
It's true that he's doing this partially for me, but...
She remembered that even before the USJ incident he had been excited for the festival. He even went on a tangent about why it was so important one time.
Mina was rather sure that her text may have distracted him if she told him the heavy news instantly, impeding him from succeeding.
Opening up his text messages, she saw how their last conversation over text was over a week ago. She mentally clutched her heart while soothing herself, it's fine, this'll change soon enough. And instead of her fingers going to the buttons to spell out her drama, she started with a W. When we meet, I have something to tell you. Sending the press, she heaved a huge sigh and placed her phone down. Who said opposites don't attract, she sarcastically thought. Apologies for the later chapter, enjoy, chapter 50. We go plus ultra? Recap. Opening up his text messages, she saw how their last conversation over text was over a week ago. She mentally clutched her heart while soothing herself, it's fine, this'll change soon enough. And instead of her fingers going to the buttons to spell out her drama, she started with a W. When we meet, I have something to tell you. Sending the press, she heaved a huge sigh and placed her phone down. Who said opposites don't attract, she sarcastically thought.
Spectators, please return to your seats. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the break between the second and third round will be ending shortly. Inside the halls of UA, one-sided bickering could be heard between 2 parties. The high-pitched tone and lack of retorts could lead one to assume it was one of the institution's students conversing with another similarly aged peer. But peeking around the corner, a black-haired woman with almond-shaped eyes rounded the corner with her husband in tow. Though the couple were both well above 40, the spectacle of her walking forward while putting almost all of her body weight on his arms and turning his way was reminiscent of their youth.
But her nagging his ear off about worries of being late and the man's tired expression showed the years of maturity that their relationship had undergone. Thus excluding physical appearance, they may appear to be elderly at that moment. The couple walked down the desolate hall with the echoing of their feet as the only noise to their ears for the few moments of tranquility it took for Arena to catch her breath. Look at the halls. Sujin is probably already fighting his first opponent. What if he loses? No, Arena, he can't lose. My boy's strong. I've just got to wish he wins with no difficulty, but then I'll be wishing the fight ended early, making me miss precious video time. The woman was torn between supporting her son in a speedy endeavor through the tournament and hoping he took his time so she could capture even a glimpse of it. Thus, she circled back to the issue of her not being able to witness him, a feat she caused by requesting her jacket since it was suddenly cold inside the facility. Feeling guilty if her husband went alone, she accompanied him. Enkai looked at the smaller woman in his arms and noticed her jacket falling off the side of her shoulder. Abiding by his naturally developed instinct as a husband, he slyly pushed it back onto her shoulder, using her confusion at her shoulder being touched, which caused her to look the other way to plant a little spray on the side of her cheek. Her quick pout as she realized what he did caused a burst of laughter that enveloped the hall and eventually affected her, causing them both to break out into smiles. The two forgot about Arena's worries for a moment, allowing them to walk into 3 sections just in time to witness the 16 selected students stand up on stage for the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final round of the UA Sports Festival. Please direct your attention to the board. The board in question, which previously displayed the previous 2 rounds, once again lit up like a roulette wheel. And with the commentary from President Mike occasionally chipping in with a, "What will it be?" or a, "Can anyone guess?" everyone's expectations were tense. Those at home sat on the edge of their seats, with many parents hoping that the next event suited their child's quirk the most, though the more confident parents thought, any test will be one he'll come first in. The wheel slowed down until it landed on one standard yet exciting option all the same. It's A, tournament bracket. Cheers erupted in front of the crowd as UA seemed to know exactly what events to use to get the most out of the audience. Many on the stage were breathing a sigh of relief, others snorting or grunting assertively, while a select few cursed under their breath at their terrible luck. Next, the big screen atop it flashed with 8 square slots on the bottom of a pyramid, where each number of slots got divided by 2 the higher you went. To the left of the pyramid were the 16 names of the contestants that stood atop the stage, and 8 or another mix-up of names. The screen flashed to a blank black screen. Here's our contestants. In the first matchup, we have Mizo Shoji vs SSSSSSS, Tenya Ida. A select portion of the crowd erupted, though interestingly enough, this wasn't the parent section. Instead, a portion of the visitor section where fans had pop-ups of both Tenya and Tensai Ida, Tenya's brother and famous pro-hero Ingenium, waved around their accessories dramatically. Humble him, Tenya, KYAAA. We get to see Tensai's brother in live action. Don't tarnish Tensai's name. Okay, seems like we have a fan club in the building, but no matter as the next matches are underway. After he proceeded to name all the starting matches from left to right on the pyramid in order, meaning whoever had the match next to you in sets of 2 would be where your victor would emerge. After Shoji's and Ida's, the following went: Momo Yayorozu vs Ochako Uraraka, Hanta Siro vs Hitoshi Shinso, Abara Shiozaki vs Enjiru Kirishima, Katsuki Bakugo vs Denki Kaminari, Itsuka Kendo vs Mina Ishido, Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Midoriya, and lastly, he called Tetsu vs Sujin Shimizu. "Oh, you're back," was a blanket statement from Akurai as he looked at the duo settling into their seats before he turned back to look at his son, sizing up his opponent. "And Ida, this won't be an easy one for Shoji." Akurai heaved a few chuckles at the thought. It was good for that boy to encounter struggles for once. "That girl, is she sizing up Sujin?" The pair of 8 eyes traveled to the pink-skinned girl, whose head timidly seemed to swerve to and from the spray-headed boy. Her only saving grace that anyone in the stadium couldn't say for certain was her pink skin blending in with the red blush. "Ha ha ha, isn't that quite normal? I remember Enkai had quite the number of suitors back in his dao." A quick pound to the chest from Aiya caused Akurai's tangent about how busy his colleague was in his high school days to end. Another unfortunate thing for Akrai was that his intended effect of causing Irena to go into a jealousy fit seemed impossible. Scoffing, Irena said, "Oh sure. There's a reason that despite his countless suitors, he remained a twin in the bushes when I got with him instead of a daunting branch."
If Enkai had a mouth, it'd be twitching like crazy by now, and this was one of the moments he thanked his facial features for being difficult to read.
Enkai was currently banking on her not paying much attention, thus causing her to be unable to interpret his current expression. But what kind of superwife, self-proclaimed, would she be if she missed her husband's expression? Her tone turned to a sweet one as she spoke slowly.
Oh, honey, it's okay that you didn't have Yggdrasil yet. It's only expected when your only options back then were people who wanted to test the temperature at which your head melted or whether that nozzle could rub against more than the ligaments inside.
The uncomfortableness from Enkai permeated through to both Aiya and Akrai, who were sending Akrai hateful glares as he got Irena started.
I'll just keep an eye on that hussy and see what she wants with my Sujin.
Meanwhile, Sujin himself was wide-eyed at his matchup. He had one of the worst runs to the title possible, with him having to beat one of Class 1B's strongest, then moving on to one of the four kings. Then there was a date with someone who was either Bakugo or the one to defeat him before he faced off in the final with the strongest in a side that contained Tenya, Shoji, Abara, Momo, and more. F***ck. Mina, though standing next to him, had completely different emotions as she was overjoyed. She wouldn't have to wait forever to meet Sujin, she only had to defeat Kendo and likely Bakugo. Sorry, Kaminari, but it's the most probable choice. So one hard match since Kendo couldn't have had a worse opponent, and she'd be through. Her determination spread throughout her being as Mina saw her desired future within her grasp. I'll take hold of my fate. Todoroki's thoughts were as silent and cold as ice. And Bakugo's were as loud as fire, with him snorting at the matchup, clearly only putting the latter rounds in his eyes. The students, like the spectators, were fired up and ready to claim the title of champion of the UA Sports Festival. Though one long thought rang in Shoji's mind, place in the upcoming sports festival. No, rather, we've got to win that. If the past years are to go by, then it's possible for the finals to be some kind of team tournament, like 2 years ago when it was a group of 3 defending the crown final. And did you think of how we were going to beat up those monsters? We go plus ultra. Those words echoed loudly in Shoji's mind, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the time he had spent with Sujin only a few weeks ago. As he looked at the tournament bracket, the memories of their spirited discussions came rushing back. They had strolled through their neighborhood, just the two of them, with their dreams and ambitions illuminating their path. Shoji and Sujin had shared their goals, their aspirations, and their unwavering determination. The bond they had formed during those conversations was unbreakable, a testament to their shared journey. As Shoji considered the challenges ahead in the tournament, he couldn't help but feel a deep attachment to the past. Those late-night talks under the starry sky across the windowsill, their shared laughter, and the belief that they could achieve anything together had fueled their spirits. Now, with the tournament before him, he couldn't help but think back to those moments and the promise they had made to each other. The determination in his heart was as strong as ever, and he knew that he had to carry the torch of their shared dreams and go plus ultra, just as he hoped Sujin would as well. Excitement boils through his blood as thoughts of the final ring through his mind. A.N. Who do you think will win? And who would you say had the run of death? A.N. Where'd the time go from 80,000 plus words, 50 chapters, numerous characters, and 2 years? What started out as a joke became one of my most popular books. Wow. Thank you to everyone for supporting this book and me as an author. Please drop a review, as I'm hoping to get to the 10 required to get the book rated, and let me know your thoughts as to the content of the book below. Chapter 51. Management Intervention Recap. The one long thought rang in Shoji's mind, place in the upcoming sports festival. No, rather, we've got to win that. If the past years are to go by, then it's possible for the finals to be some kind of team tournament, like 2 years ago when it was a group of 3 defending the crown final. And did you think of how we were going to beat up those monsters? We go plus ultra. Those words echoed loudly in Shoji's mind, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the time he had spent with Sujin only a few weeks ago. As he looked at the tournament bracket, the memories of their spirited discussions came rushing back. They had strolled through their neighborhood, just the two of them, with their dreams and ambitions illuminating their path. Shoji and Sujin had shared their goals, their aspirations, and their unwavering determination. The bond they had formed during those conversations was unbreakable, a testament to their shared journey. As Shoji considered the challenges ahead in the tournament, he couldn't help but feel a deep attachment to the past. Those late-night talks under the starry sky across the windowsill, their shared laughter, and the belief that they could achieve anything together had fueled their spirits. Now, with the tournament before him, he couldn't help but think back to those moments and the promise they had made to each other. The determination in his heart was as strong as ever, and he knew that he had to carry the torch of their shared dreams and go plus ultra, just as he hoped Sujin would as well. Excitement boils through his blood as thoughts of the final ring through his mind.
Wait for me, Sujin. Oh, junk, I fell asleep.
Dude, how'd you fall asleep at the UA Sports Festival of all things? Man, the first round kicked my butt, and you know my quirk's properties. I get too tired easily. But enough of that. How's the fighting going? Instead of responding, the boy from the general course simply pointed behind him to another UA student. The plumper boy had a head of blonde hair cascading upwards in swirls, making a blonde cylinder of hair sit atop his head. Such was Fumitake, a member of the UA management course. Whoa, wonder how his hair gets when there's a breeze. Can you explain what happened in the past matches for me? Getting up out of his seat, he walked over to the container-headed man and asked. I wanted to get a 24/7 stream. But my backup camera on top of the stadium should be able to get it. Fine, I can practice my quick recapping skills this way as well. The boy walked over and paused his camera that was set up on a tripod. He then played it back to the start of the first round, setting it at 3x speed before taking a deep breath. I forgot, but unfortunately, due to the crowd, I couldn't get any audio, though I plan on adding a montage of music before uploading this for my class assignment. The first match was Abara Shiozaki vs Eiichiro Kirishima. This was perhaps the least interesting match as it started with Shiozaki sending her vines after Kirishima. The red-headed boy gripped them and tore them apart with his immense strength, but that's about all the interesting things that happened. She then sent various vines to grab onto him, and with so many parts, he failed to defend himself and became tangled up. She then dragged him to the edge and threw him over, ending his run at the festival. He's right. How uneventful that was. Although the spectacle of one of those Class 1As dangling in the air without those smug faces he saw in the opening made this match better to watch.
Next was a slightly more interesting match, Hitoshi Shinso of the General Course vs. Honta Zero of Class 1A. Though it was also simple, as immediately when it started, insults flew out of Shinso's voice, and Zero, angered, responded. After a couple of bouts of conversation, right when Zero was about to attack, the fight was over. On the screen, he could see how the two got into a verbal argument, and right when the Class 1A man jumped off from the ground, he stopped in his tracks, landing on the pavement sprawled out before being carried off the edge of the stadium, resulting in Shinso's win.
After that, the least quirk usage match happened between two fellow students from Class 1A. Bakugo Katsuki and Denki Kaminari. The skinnier boy was visibly scared, so the second the announcer said, "Start," he created an electrical charge generated around him in his immediate vicinity. While he did that, he blindly charged toward the ash-haired boy. The yellow electricity was visible as it danced around the boy, who shut his eyes, going into a blind charge. But a simple explosion from his hands, an application that he showed no reaction to as if he was used to it, sent him into the sky. Then a devious expression popped up on his face as he aimed his hands at the ground. He didn't know how Fumitake said this was boring. This was perhaps the most action-packed match next. Would he explode everything below him? How would Kaminari respond? His blood was boiling, wanting to see the battle between quirks, yet he was ultimately left disappointed, as the next scene showed Kaminari not noticing his opponent was in the sky and running off the stage. His silence was palpable, as the people in the stands in the video replicated it. Ahem, and that's the end of that. Oh, the next match is starting soon, so let's finish this up. Next was Mina Ishido vs Itsuka Kendo, perhaps the most mismatched when referring to the quirks of the two parties. The crowd seemed to notice as well. In the video, everyone had an apprehensive look on their faces when this fight started. And on her part, Kendo put up quite the fight, with her not relenting when Mina's acid visibly burned her skin. But ultimately, her tenacity couldn't carry her to victory as she passed out on the stage. A pity, though, that was nice of Ishido to carry her off the stage. Then Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Midoriya was the most action-packed event. Give a round of applause to Hurriedly, Fumitake said, I'll finish, then tell you about the last fight later. Todoroki started off sending barrages of ice at Midoriya, whose body gradually suffered under the brunt of his massive power. Repetitive bombardment tactics? If he kept that up, then Midoriya should eventually lose. Yet an inspiring speech from him about how much Todoroki needs to be his own person and use his own power caused that tactic to stop, and the two of them had one huge clash. Midoriya was rushed to the nurse's bay with multiple broken limbs after being flung out of bounds, whereas Todoroki used his ice to keep himself inbounds. Seriously, dude, how did you sleep through even that? Seeing his friend butting in on their conversation, he was about to give a rebuttal. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the two current contestants hopping up on stage.
The current favorite to win the whole thing is Todoroki, followed by Shiozaki, then Bakugo.
With that, the conversation temporarily ended as the three boys, along with the rest of the crowd, turned to watch as two Class 1A students clashed. Shish. Who do you think will win the next two matches? Isn't it obvious? The next two have Tenya Ida and Momo Yaoyorozu. It's pretty clear who will win. I guess I get Ida since he is part of that family and he's his brother, but Yaoyorozu, she's not even part of a hero family. Nor is anyone in her family a hero. Seriously, she's probably been afforded the best education since birth. Not to mention, I heard her quirk has to do with gadgets and stuff. Things you don't need the best hero to teach you. Conversation raged as the crowd speculated on who would win the next two rounds. We have a star in Class 1A. Who surpassed the likes of Shoto Todoroki and Tenya Ida in certain aspects. Ochako Uraraka. Her opponent is the inheritor of the illustrious Yaoyorozu family, Momo Yaoyorozu.
The two ladies stepped onto the rectangular slab of cement, easily remembering the rules they had been told.
You pass out or step out of the bounds of the rectangle, and you're eliminated.
Momo, I have my own reasons for being here, so I won't lose.
The taller girl nodded her head and said, I'd have it no other way. I also refuse to disgrace my family, so Ochako, please oblige. Start. The fight commenced with a burst of intensity. Momo utilized her quirk, Krati, with remarkable precision, manifesting a flashbang from her exposed skin. The stadium was momentarily filled with a blinding light, leaving the audience in awe of her abilities. Ochako, quick on her feet, instinctively ripped off her shirt, revealing a sleeveless black undershirt she had strategically chosen for this confrontation. Using the fabric, she shielded her eyes from the searing radiance, demonstrating her resourcefulness. Ochako cautiously advanced, but a gut feeling urged her to dodge left. Her decision was well-founded, as bullets whizzed by her previous position, narrowly missing her. And the fight starts with a bang as Yaoyorozu doesn't relent. Ochako, having regained her bearings, launched herself at her opponent with determination. However, Momo refused to back down, deploying an array of weapons, from rubber bullets to a staff, even resorting to minor grenades. The ferocity of their battle intensified, leaving spectators on the edge of their seats. After several minutes of this high-speed cat-and-mouse game, the deadlock was broken. A well-placed flashbang impaired Ochako's vision. She was utterly fatigued, and her dodging skills were CM promised. Even as her intuition screamed at her to move, she couldn't react in time. Momo had cleverly devised an ingenious trap, employing two extended wires that sent a paralyzing electrical signal through Ochako's chest. The once agile contender now convulsed on the arena floor, helpless and vulnerable. Momo, though equally winded, admired Ochako's endurance. Her plan had been to finish the fight swiftly, as her quirk's effectiveness was closely linked to her energy reserves, but Ochako had proven to be an unyielding adversary. The balance of power had shifted, yet Ochako remained within reach of victory. All she needed was one touch, and she knew it. She didn't mind prolonging the battle for a few more minutes, still in control of her destiny. Momo sighed, relieved that her stunning and tasing strategy had worked. She realized the limits of her quirk and the importance of swift victories. She also couldn't help but admire Ochako's unwavering determination. As Momo approached her fallen opponent, she was shocked to find Ochako not burdened by the shame of imminent defeat. Instead, a triumphant smile graced her face, revealing her indomitable spirit.
Momo desperately attempted to jump away, but the platform she was standing on began to float erratically, destabilizing her footing. In a final act of defiance, Ochako summoned her last ounce of strength to make physical contact with Momo.
Float. The unexpected turn of events unfolded rapidly. Momo ascended uncontrollably, soaring higher and higher into the sky. Her initial shock gave way to a regretful realization that she had missed her opportunity to respond. As Momo reached the skies above the UA Stadium, her defeat was sealed, and Ochako was declared the victor. With a sense of pride and determination, Ochako smiled at her victory, while immediately upon landing thanks to her teacher, Momo proceeded to the Class 1A waiting room, where she found the empty aftermath of her struggle, nothing. Ochako was elated, however, her celebration was subdued as she saw her friend Momo struggling to fight back, tears disappearing from everyone's sight.
Sue offered words of comfort and support to Ochako, reminding her to be proud of her remarkable feat. While Ochako was preoccupied with her friend's emotional turmoil, she ascended to the stands to witness the final match of the first round of 8.
A.N. Sorry for the delay. Chapter 52, Masked Thief.
Recap. As Momo approached her fallen opponent, she was shocked to find Ochako not burdened by the shame of imminent defeat.
Instead, a triumphant smile graced her face, revealing her indomitable spirit. Momo desperately attempted to jump away, but the platform she was standing on began to float erratically, destabilizing her footing, in a final act of defiance. Ochako summoned her last ounce of strength to make physical contact with Momo. Float. The unexpected turn of events unfolded rapidly. Momo ascended uncontrollably, soaring higher and higher into the sky. Her initial shock gave way to a regretful realization that she had missed her opportunity to respond. As Momo reached the skies above the UA Stadium, her defeat was sealed, and Ochako was declared the victor. With a sense of pride and determination, Ochako smiled at her victory, while immediately upon landing thanks to her teacher, Momo proceeded to the Class 1A waiting room, where she found the empty aftermath of her struggle, nothing. Ochako was elated, however her celebration was subdued as she saw her friend Momo struggling to fight back, tears disappearing from everyone's sight. Sue offered words of comfort and support to Ochako, reminding her to be proud of her remarkable feat. While Ochako was preoccupied by her friend's emotional turmoil, she ascended to the stands to witness the final match of the first round of 8. So, ladies and gentlemen, after that fight, this will be the final of the first round of the third event in this sports festival, marking the beginning of the end. So, please welcome, on the left, son of a pro hero, ITTTTSSSSS, Mizo Shoji, and on the right, a boy who needs no introduction, brother of Tensai Ida, son of the Ida franchise Tenya Ida. The boys walked up the stands, standing in the corners, much quieter than their female counterparts had been. For Shoji, this had been normal, as he was often the silent type, while for Ida, he had far too much on his mind, like how Momo had been defeated. It still felt weird for him to call her that. He knew that Ochako would prove to be a difficult opponent, given her first-place ranking in one of their initial class tests and her obvious quirk advantage. Before their match, he felt like he'd be able to defeat her since he knew her quirk. Simply stay away, find an opportunity, and get her out of bounds. Easy. That's what it was supposed to be, yet Momo, someone others considered to be on the same status level as him, still couldn't. This shocking defeat put him on alert. He didn't look down on her for her exit, as he himself didn't know if he'd fare better if he lost. No, I'll win, he told himself. He had to for his brother, who, though he couldn't be here right now, promised to catch some part of the festival after his shift today. He'd reach the final so his brother could see him in all his glory. Ida sized up Shoji, hoping not to make the mistake of underestimating his opponent.
Start. The signal marked the beginning of their match.
Ida adopted a cautious approach, carefully assessing Shoji's movements. Shoji, never one to shy away from action, initiated the engagement by charging toward Ida. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ida activated his engines, propelling himself out of harm's way and dodging Shoji's attempts to catch him. Ida's calculated tactics were countered by Shoji's quick thinking and defensive maneuvers. The two exhibited exceptional speed and agility, making it a challenge for either of them to land a decisive blow. Shoji attempted to grapple Ida, but the young speedster's agility allowed him to evade these attempts. So he wants to grapple me, not letting Shoji have the initiative. Ida went on the offensive. He sped into the danger zone, using his calculations to dodge any outstretched hands, and once within proximity, he dove down, using gravity to spin his body and send a powerful kick with his heel to Shoji's rib. But the silver-haired man blocked it with his massive arms. Ida sent a flurry of attacks in the next few minutes, all trying to deal with the immobile rock known as Shoji. He pushed Shoji from behind but had to dodge after less than a second. He went for Shoji's legs, yet the buff man was agile enough to jump away. Shoji, with his numerous arms, proved to be a resilient and immovable force. Ida's repeated efforts to overcome Shoji's defenses proved futile, and with each passing moment, Ida's stamina began to wane. He couldn't help but question whether Shoji was an unbeatable opponent, a thought that began to plague his mind as he struggled to gain the upper hand. The announcement of the 15-minute mark prompted Ida to take decisive action. He couldn't hold back any longer. It was time to unleash his full potential, Recipro Burst. With a loud shout, his legs burst with new energy as he sped toward the behind of Shoji. He once again spun, wanting to do a side kick, but he was thwarted.
Shoji not only managed to block it but he used his heavier weight to fling Ida into the sky.
I'm not done yet, spinning like a certain blue hedgehog. He swung his legs like an axe of death as he cleaved towards the masked mutant.
But it was all for nothing. Shoji first caught the leg, then pulled him down to his level, making the man wearing glasses stare eye to eye.
That was before he sent out an elbow to Ida's stomach, and when the air was knocked out of him, he utilized the chance to throw him out of bounds. The counterattack was swift, quick, precise, and one you wouldn't normally see from someone of Shoji's build. Sujin in the crowd also naturally heard of Shoji's amazing moves and thought, of course they're mine. Sujin had developed a martial art route that considered a fast, counter-attacking style using his body instead of his quirk. The idea came long before he unlocked his quirk but was only implemented recently, and naturally he used it in his spars with Shoji. Still, though, Sujin sounded angry to anyone who could read his mind. He was mostly excited and surprised. Excited as that meant that their fight would be even more interesting than before, and surprised as Shoji managed to replicate it so quickly. Meanwhile, Ida, out of bounds, lay on his back while thinking about how he managed to react to his turbocharge. His quirk, he can use his ears, extra eyes, smell, everything. His senses are boosted and aren't bound by normal human limitations, making him react to my speed. He was also expecting such, as that was all I emphasized. A profound wellspring of sadness, regret, and an overwhelming sense of despair surged through Ida as he lay sprawled on the unforgiving arena floor, his hopes of victory cruelly shattered. And Mezou Shoji is the winner. Back up in the stands, Fumitake made his way to the duo as he explained the round he never got to. The forgotten round, it was Sujin Shimizu versus Tetsu. Another lackluster round. The metalhead charged at the spray-bottled boy but was dodged easily. This kept happening before he went to the edge of the ring before charging once again, this time faster like a bull. Shimizu, using this incompetence, jumped to the sky again before using a jet of water to push the boy, who could barely stabilize himself, out of bounds. Oh, was all he could reply as the upset of the last two rounds and the fact that all of his betting money was gone made him speechless. Now, pay attention to the following matches as they'll be some of the best in UA history. I can feel it. Hey sis, what's, in the bag? The youngest, out of breath as they had just run away from a group of ruffians declaring that spot as their area. I don't know, Al, the oldest, went through the plastic bag, unwrapping his crappy boy and opening it. And what she saw was crackers, noodles, and a phone. Picking up and reading the note aloud, it said, "Hey, in case you guys have to move or something and can't watch the festival on the TV or if that radio conks out, here's my phone." After a list of instructions on exactly what needs to be done to watch it. Unlock his phone with his password he apparently set just for them, then open the web browser, click on the open tab, and boom. The girls could see the area and hear commentary coming while Sujin stepped up to fight someone. Wow, they said in unison. They got absorbed in watching it, so when a notification came, they ignored it as spam and swiped up, dismissing it. Nobody noticed that it was a double notification, with both being spam and a text message. N. Here's a chapter. Honestly didn't even plan on posting today since I was feeling lazy but author-san got up and did their work.
Praise me. Maybe with some comments. Head pats also unacceptable for a Kamizan.
Chapter 53. Decisive Maneuvers Recap. Meanwhile, Iida, out of bounds, lay on his back while thinking about how he managed to react to his turbocharge. His quirk, he can use his ears, extra eyes, smell, everything. His senses are boosted and aren't bound by normal human limitations, making him react to my speed. He was also expecting such, as that was all I emphasized. A profound wellspring of sadness, regret, and an overwhelming sense of despair surged through Iida as he lay sprawled on the unforgiving arena floor, his hopes of victory cruelly shattered. And Mezou Shoji is the winner. Back up in the stands, Fumitaki made his way to the duo as he explained the round he never got to. The forgotten round, it was Sujin Shimizu versus Tetsu. Another lackluster round. The metal head charged at the spray-bottled boy but was dodged easily. This kept happening before he went to the edge of the ring before charging once again, this time faster like a bull. Shimizu, using this incompetence, jumped to the sky again before using a jet of water to push the boy, who could barely stabilize himself, out of bounds. Oh, was all he could reply as the upset of the last two rounds and the fact that all of his betting money was gone made him speechless. Now, pay attention to the following matches as they'll be some of the best in UA history. I can feel it. Up on the stage, it's Abara Shiozaki, the deadly flower of Class 1B, VSSSSSSS, the most surprising contestant in the quarterfinals, the maestro of the general course who's made it this far. It's HIITOOSHIISHINSOOO. Soldering up the stairs with his not-so-trademarked tired face was the general course's star, his unkempt purple hair giving him away too easily. Though not for long, he thought to himself. He wasn't kidding when he challenged those Class 1As earlier. He would prove himself in this festival, gain the recognition he deserved but didn't get due to the entrance exam's nature, and join their class. If he had to kick one of them out to do so, then so be it. He'd already beaten one of their members, so the others shouldn't be too far ahead of him in terms of strength.
Though, he grimaced. Shinso was internally thankful for having gotten the chance to display himself in the previous round, as he really didn't think he'd make it out of this one.
He was a bit arrogant, as others told him, but even he knew his limits. Blabbering idiots were his favorite opponents, whereas stupidly powerful, silent types were his worst. And thanks to research before the festival, the Princess of Vines was a thorn in his side. He wished that was a joke. Not only was she the exact opposite of who he wanted to face, but he was virtually powerless in front of her quirk. Guess I'll go with that plan. ANNNNDDDD, start. The nanosecond his ears heard the pro's words, he put on his best sincere face and said, Abara, you don't mind me calling you that, right? How would you like to talk first? In an unexpected turn of events, Shinso, the broody boy, initiated a conversation. As he put his hands up in a peace-like position, Shiozaki stopped, if only for a brief moment, but she never let her guard down and looked at him blankly. Really not the talkative type, What about conversing about our Lord and Savior? Blink, her interest certainly piqued, as Shinso presumed, but her silence was a testament to his previous findings.
Sigh. He threw his hands up above his head, shaking his cranium, before putting them in his pocket and turning around.
What, is he giving up just like that? President Mike's commentary sparked some of the crowd's reactions, and many disdainful glares and words were sent to the boy. Disgraceful. Is this a student of UA? Giving up so easily? How unmanly. This kid wants to be a hero with that mentality. The last person who spoke was a hero. But thankfully, there were two commentators, and this time the normally quiet one had something to say. Knowing his limits and resigning himself early, showing his ability to know when to advance and retreat, that paired with his previous showings in the round of 16 would make him quite the commodity to some. And an unexpected appearance of the number 5 hero, Edgeshot, in the stands of the crowd nodded, agreeing with the assessment. With his side being fairly quiet, many of his fans, both male and female, passed out from his looks, caused his voice to clearly reach the entirety of the stadium. Indeed, I personally would like such a person on my own stealth missions. Maybe I'll extend an invitation to the kid after this. Thus, the crowd's opinion did a 180, going from criticizing him to praising his intelligence. The boy himself smirked, expecting this reaction, and was happy that his plan worked. If he couldn't get past Shiozaki's nature, then he would work with it. Make sure she can't do anything to gain the limelight, making it shine on him. Capitalize on that by having a bout of banter with her before resigning himself. And if the strict teacher of Class 1A caught on, then it was a guarantee not to drop his image but even boost it. Of course, the number 5 pitching in himself was an unexpected but nicely added change in his plans. With this, the UA staff would undoubtedly review him with more consideration, and if that goes well, then his plan to transfer to the hero course has an even higher chance of succeeding. Still having to play his part, he closed his eyes, not wanting their gleam to be perceived, and lazily walked into the tunnel, disappearing from the crowd's sight. Just like that, it was over. Though the match ended so abruptly, the crowd was far from bored, wanting to see more brilliance from the UA candidates. Wheel alrighty then, since that was concluded so quickly, let's welcome our next contestants, Mizo Shoji, the son of a pro, versus Ochako Uraraka, the defeater of Yaoyorozu. Come on Ochako. Shoji stood on the stage with his arms crossed, awaiting her appearance as if an overseer to their battle.
The girl suppressed her nerves, not allowing herself to get psyched out.
WHO will win? Can the little missy cause another upset? Let's get going. So without further ado, start? This match was different from the previous ones since, unlike them, neither of the two immediately attacked. Ochako's actions were expected, similar to how she started out her bout with Momo. But the hulking boy staying on the defensive spoke to Ochako's strength. So with an unfound cautiousness, he sized her up, taking small steps to the side, appearing at leisure yet tense. The girl had her nerves rattled as this didn't follow her original game plan at all. She knew her strengths and weaknesses, and attacking first was never on her list of strong points. Still forced by her loudly beating heart, she acted. She ran towards the boy with her determination evident on her face as his steps grew closer.
When she breached his danger zone, the agile boy performed superhuman feats, effortlessly jumping above her and missing her outstretched hand.
But in his way in the air was a jacket, one completely outstretched, that blocked his sight of the ground and, subsequently, her. What a showcasing from Uraraka, using her quirk to make the jacket float, blocking Shoji's sight. The timing she had to have on this had to be calculated to the exact second. As he was preoccupied with that, he felt a tap on his boots, and an unfamiliar sense of weightlessness, releasing all the mass he had to deal with, washed over his body. Recognizing this as her quirk, zero gravity's effect, he acted with his predisposed backup plan.
Who will win the festival and, more importantly, this round? Really, I want to shout out a winner, but nobody comments anything.
Speaking of shutouts, thanks to whoever dropped a 6th review for the book, and I hope whoever gave me 1 star falls on a banana. Hint. I'm not afraid to make any character lose. Chapter 54. You or Me. Recap. So with an unfound cautiousness, he sized her up, taking small steps to the side, appearing at leisure yet tense. The girl had her nerves rattled as this didn't follow her original game plan at all. She knew her strengths and weaknesses, and attacking first was never on her list of strong points. Still forced by her loudly beating heart, she acted. She ran towards the boy with her determination evident on her face as his steps grew closer. When she breached his danger zone, the agile boy performed superhuman feats, effortlessly jumping above her and missing her outstretched hand. But in his way in the air was a jacket, one completely outstretched, that blocked his sight of the ground and, subsequently, her. What a showcasing from Uraraka, using her quirk to make the jacket float, blocking Shoji's sight. The timing she had to have on this had to be calculated to the exact second. As he was preoccupied with that, he felt a tap on his boots, and an unfamiliar sense of weightlessness, releasing all the mass he had to deal with, washed over his body. Recognizing this as her quirk, zero gravity's effect, he acted with his predisposed backup plan. A rock. He spun around, thankful that at least that portion of his body could be manipulated. Then, using his arms and eyes, he aimed for her head before throwing the piece of gravel. The girl's eyes widened as she had no time to dodge it. She raised her arms to shield her head. Due to her actions, the pads of her fingertips touched, and an accidental usage of her quirk broke her connection, causing Shoji to fall back onto the ground. Ingenious, when he jumped in the air, Shoji actually used enough force to break the cement in preparation for if she tagged him. At the same time, again, dissatisfaction welled up the masses. Cheap shot. Why aim for the head? He could have hurt her. But neither of the two commentators were finished, nor would they allow the crowd's words to settle any longer. The faith he had to have in her abilities is visible by his preparations. The previously mummified teacher's mic flared to life. His cautiousness is a testament to her resolve. For you all to criticize that is to do the same to her. Mezzo is a kind yet smart kid. If he prepared this much for her, then it means he truly thinks of her as a worthy opponent. Her arms shook as she felt a purple bruise start to form on her wrist, which received the most of that attack. She felt her stomach twist as the aftereffects of her quirk crept up on her, and an affirmation of her opponent's strength welled up in her mind. Strong. She rushed in again, only to be met with the same flip over her, only this time much higher than before. It seemed like he was a calculator, as after repeating this a few times, he now jumped to a higher position just out of her reach yet close enough to where, when he landed on the ground, he could begin his counter. He moved swiftly, targeting what he could never risk, having any part of his body caught in her grasp. His punches hit like hammers, and his palms on her chest felt like the air got beaten out of her lungs. Ochako was barely standing and shivering, yet the only visible damage to her body was her original bruise from the rock. She felt her consciousness slip and wane and knew her time was coming near. Like Ida, to win, she needed to do her best. The roar of the crowd as she stood up once again after being knocked over by Shoji fueled her to do more, as did the thought of her mom and dad watching. Money. That was her initial reason for entering the School of Heroes. Ever since she was a kid, they hadn't had the best financial situation. A naive question of what job paid the most, to which her parents responded, heroes, lit her childhood dream. But over the past few months, watching as her classmates had genuine ambitions, not half-hearted or baked like hers, lit something else inside her. Midoriya screaming so passionately, Momo took the time to teach her things she'd forgotten, saying, a hero needs to know everything they can to be most prepared for any situation. All of them brought out a genuine desire inside of her, not only for money, but now she wanted to prove to them and to herself that being a hero meant more. She could be more. And looking at Shoji's gaze that said, again, it felt like he was acknowledging her as well. So she stood up amidst her shaking legs and body, which screamed for rest, ready to meet his demands. The two had a stare-off, her gaze, which didn't falter in the slightest, different from when she first walked onto this stage, sent a message to everyone's hero. I am here, and for the faintest of moments, she could have sworn she saw him nod. Again, she dashed at him, slower than before but more determined than ever. Again, he dodged to the sky, this time not taking chances with the new Ochako and jumping to the sky. But not this time. The girl tapped her fingers to her body, lifting herself into the air, and with a bending of her knees, using her strength to propel herself into the air, she was off. Shoji was powerless in the air, and she capitalized on that, using her fingers to swipe at his flailing legs, activating her quirk and making him float. But unexpectedly, she held on. What? Ochako after catching Shoji off guard has held on. The two soared into the sky, and to those below, it appeared that Ochako was holding on. But in reality, Shoji had his grip on her shirt, forcing her into the sky with him. Like with Momo, they soared above, quickly reaching above the stadium and higher, yet it didn't end. Her original plan was simply to lure him into the sky, go with him, and then jump off, using her quirk on herself, to safely fall to the ground. But that won't work now. She had been battered by Shoji the entire fight. Her standing up and making one last charge was purely her will. Even now, she had to fight mentally to stay awake, let alone use her quirk again, which used physical energy. Right now, she would die if she fell to the ground, but there's no other way. Her mind slowed down, and her body relaxed as the air got thinner. The higher they were, the less oxygen she had, and her stressed body desperately needed that resource right now. So she looked up, using her reserves to lift her head and look into the silver-haired boy's eyes. She mouthed her words and watched as shock was evident in his eyes at her next action. You or me? She used the puzzle of herself to use her last means of attack. With such surprising quickness that she started doubting what was really her last, she lifted her head down onto his hand. Then she bit. What is the instinctive human reaction when in pain? To get rid of it, and if it was coming from what he held in his clutch, then his subsequent action was to release her. She felt the howling wind rush through her ears as her body locked up, finally declaring her done. She thought about the rest of the words she couldn't mouth out at the moment. Either you run out of breath or I fall to my death. In exchange, her life, or his win. She didn't mean to apply such insidious methods, but this was truly her last card to winning the festival. If they went higher and higher, his added mouths, which were already supplying him with extra oxygen, would promise him the win. So she bet her life was the last thing she had. The girl heard the sounds increase from below as her body was positioned to face the sky. With her last thought, she looked at the image of a clear sky, and a yellow ball of energy illuminated everything. An unimaginable warmth flooded her body as the yellow rays felt akin to a mother cradling her newborn child. How pretty, wins, Chapter 55, to save. Recap. Then she bit. What is the instinctive human reaction when in pain? To get rid of it. And if it was coming from what he held in his clutch, then his subsequent action was to release her. She felt the howling wind rush through her ears as her body locked up, finally declaring her done. She thought about the rest of the words she couldn't mouth out at the moment. Either you run out of breath or I fall to my death. In exchange, her life, or his win. She didn't mean to apply such insidious methods, but this was truly her last card to winning the festival. If they went higher and higher, his added mouths, which were already supplying him with extra oxygen, would promise him the win. So she bet her life was the last thing she had. The girl heard the sounds increase from below as her body was positioned to face the sky. With her last thought, she looked at the image of a clear sky, and a yellow ball of energy illuminated everything. An unimaginable warmth flooded her body as the yellow rays felt akin to a mother cradling her newborn child. How pretty, wins, WAAAAHHHHHH, mommy, he's scary. Scenes of how the mere presence of himself frightened children played on loop. That day marked the last day he went out without wearing his mask. Simultaneously, while he was recalling the scene like a film, his classmate released herself from the clutches of his hands. Once free, since they were so high up in the air, she fell down, gravity whisking her away. No, she didn't fall. I let go of her. Regardless of whether it's instinct or not, he was the reason she'd be hurt, because of him. Mezzo's darkest thoughts crept from their abyssal-like corner, snaking their way into his mind, tainting his normally pure self. If she dies, then another one of them is gone. Those who hate us. Just like Sujin said all those months ago. People with true mutant quirks are looked at as different from normal and out of place. Even in this society. Removing one of the others would balance the scale. A dark chuckle echoed, though mysteriously enough, he didn't hear it. Even out the playing field a little. No different from trying to rectify the situation from the past when all of them drove your family of 3 out of the village. He hated how those thoughts made him feel. He hated how a part of him actually thought that way and how he even considered agreeing with those notions. Sujin wasn't like that. The spray-bottled boy thought differently, and a massive part of context was left out of that quote. Stop. He quelled his inner thoughts. Shoji had been feared as a kid, even throughout middle school. Those who didn't bully him did so not out of respect but out of fear. He was adamant about his dream of being a hero from a young age. So many believed it was out of hatred, they feared his vengeance once he grew old and wise. But I just want to save people, the boy thought so while free-falling towards the girl, thankful that her quirk's effects stopped due to her fainting. He wanted to save Sujin from those dark ideals he used to shout, to be that exception, setting a precedent different from what he said and guiding Sujin on a better path. He wanted to save his parents from constantly worrying about him. His mother's shaking hands whenever he got a bruise rattled his usually firm heart. He wanted to save this society's messed up views, as Sujin previously pointed out. That's why he's trying to elevate his position to one that could make decisions. And most importantly, he wanted to save himself. Save his fate from just being another name society threw in the trash. A miscreant who whined about how he was wronged by this world. He wanted to be more. Shoji's desires to save were the reasons he was even here. Nobody will take that away from me. The boy dove down, making his body as thin as possible, while diving headfirst after the girl. But first, he has to save her, or else Midoriya will be mad. He chuckled inwardly, imagining the heart attack the boy and the rest of his classmates must be having. They were getting closer and closer to the ground, and with each second, Shoji started to hate the laws of science even more. He desperately hoped to increase his falling speed, but even as she was completely facing the sky with her back to the ground. By increasing the resistance of the air on her and slowing her descent, the initial distance between the two was just too large. Hope seemed to be lost as the girl's fate appeared to be to meet the rough cement. The crowd grew restless, and a series of faces gradually grew pale. Those who could help had to wait for her to be in range, but due to her speed, they had to time it perfectly, so many had sweat dripping down their faces with anticipation. Ochako, Her classmates shouted with worry as they watched the scene. Some of the weaker-willed ones shut their eyes, not wanting to see the outcome. Then, instantly, as if responding to outside factors, something acted. In the future, many would debate whether her quirk activated on its own, fueling the theory that quirks were sentient. Others would argue that her subconscious, even when knocked out, recognized her imminent peril. Thus, that's what activated her quirk. Regardless, the quirk zero gravity, in that situation, activating, caused the girl to ascend rather than descend. It was barely for a moment, a second at maximum. But it was enough. Mezzo seized the opportunity, reaching out his arms towards her while, underneath his mask, smiling. The piece of cloth was doing its job in overdrive, covering up the majority of his face, yet the upturning of his mouth couldn't be hidden as it faltered just a bit. A smile? Sujin was captivated by the rare sight of him being able to see the silver-haired boy's faint smile, as were the Shoji and Shimizu families. Smiling in the air, he spoke while grabbing her and bringing her into his clutches. I'm here, Chapter 56. Film of a Lifetime, Recap. Ochako, her classmates shouted with worry as they watched the scene. Some of the weaker-willed ones shut their eyes, not wanting to see the outcome. Then, instantly, as if responding to outside factors, something acted. In the future, many would debate whether her quirk activated on its own, fueling the theory that quirks were sentient. Others would argue that her subconscious, even when knocked out, recognized her imminent peril. Thus, that's what activated her quirk. Regardless, the quirk zero gravity, in that situation, activating, caused the girl to ascend rather than descend. It was barely for a moment, a second at maximum. But it was enough. Mezzo seized the opportunity, reaching out his arms towards her while, underneath his mask, smiling. The piece of cloth was doing its job in overdrive, covering up the majority of his face, yet the upturning of his mouth couldn't be hidden as it faltered just a bit. A smile? Sujin was captivated by the rare sight of him being able to see the silver-haired boy's faint smile, as were the Shoji and Shimizu families. Smiling in the air, he spoke while grabbing her and bringing her into his clutches. I'm here, wrapping her unconscious body into himself. Shoji rolled a few times in the air before his eyes shone with the light of a plan. He used his quirk to create more arms, making his body heavier. Then, using the closest inner pair to hold the girl to his body, he spread the others out wide. An interesting aspect of his quirk was that, with his mother's quirk's application of a spider mixed with his father's extra hands quirk, Shoji's underwent a mutation. Most knew that he could create not just hands like his dad but also his 5 other senses, but there was an extra application he was using to his advantage right now. Whenever he created a new hand, that limb was held together by a film of skin, akin to the ones spiders used to make their nests. Using the film created right now, Shoji managed a form of pseudo-gliding. Still tilting a bit towards the cement so they would reach the ground, the boy forced himself to steer into a circle. The weight of his and her bodies, plus the violent winds, threatened to tear the thin skin that held the two afloat. The boy gritted his teeth while forcing himself to stay calm, trying to ignore the feeling of his skin being stretched to the maximum. The imminent terror of the girl plummeting to her death has been avoided, and sighs of relief were spewed by the hundreds. But even works of miracles can only last so long, and this was shown as it didn't take too much time for Shoji to lose control of his flight as his knowledge in aerospace was only so much. Controlling his terminal velocity, knowing how to adjust himself to the changes in the wind, and his aversion to mechanism itself. His lack of knowledge is shown as, instantly, the second the film on his limbs got respite, it made sure to announce its pain, sending waves of agony over the boy's body. This caused him to lose control of his arms, making them lose their position in the sky that was keeping the two afloat. And the torrent of pain assured him that he was not going to be able to try that trick again in the short term. Now they were once again falling, this time a bit slower, and were close to being in a catchable position for many heroes. But one voice dissuaded them all. I am here, dressed in his hero costume was All Might, the #1 pro ready to save the day. He jumped up from nowhere and caught the plummeting meteors, returning them safely to the ground. It's All Might. They're safe. My offer about my babies still stands. I'm a girl now. The crowd blew up as the surprise appearance of #1 washed away all the worry that had previously accumulated. All Might, the person in question, gritted his teeth as his inner body strained. Fights from the past placed a heavy burden on himself, causing him to barely be able to transform these days. And passing his quirk off to his successor didn't help. He was originally only going to pop up to announce the winners. But the appearance of these two caused him to make an early appearance. The second the silver-haired boy's back touched the ground, he shot open his tightly closed eyes, but he avoided the look of the number one, not wanting to get caught up in that right now. Instead, he hurriedly stood up, presenting his classmate, who was in a fetal position, to the hero. All Might-san, PPLE, calm down. The thudding of a cane on the steps leading to the stage they stood on was audible to the boy. And lo and behold, the healing hero, Recovery Girl, made her appearance. Likely, in what was fast for her, she made her way over to him before having him bend to his knees, as she couldn't see the Ochako held in his arms with his added height and her shortened one. Doing whatever doctors did, not that the two next to her would know, she determined the girl's condition before standing up. Extreme fatigue and a few minor injuries, nothing to stop the festival over with or anything. She then beckoned for the medical students who were performing there, on field exam, today to help her transport the girl to a stretcher, which followed her as she walked back into the black hallway. But someone in the crowd had one question: who won? Hearing this, without turning around, she replied, "I'm sure your announcers can let you know."
And as if on cue, the monotonous voice spoke, due to the nature of the fight and Uraraka passing out first, the winner is
Mezzo Shoji, his energetic friend announced, making his voice fade into the background. Shoji stood on the stage confused, as the previous events had all moved far too fast. First, he was fighting, then saving her, and he somehow won. All Might even showed up, a fact he was now processing. Clap like something possessed by the crowd, that one clap turned into thousands. Clap 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 soon, applause mixed with cheering and roars as the crowd made their agreement with the decision known. Congratulations, young Shoji. I hope to see you in the future trials. A hand was placed on his shoulder. With that, the number one turned to the dark corner, planning on talking to the crazy principal about his seating arrangements. Once again, Mezzo Shoji wins the round and advances forward. Please check out the last two quarter-finals battles, Mina Ishido vs Katsuki Bakugo and Suijin Shimizu vs Shoto Todoroki. It seems like his dreams were still alive. Chapter 57, Sweat Drop. Recap. Soon, applause mixed with cheering and roars as the crowd made their agreement with the decision known. Congratulations, young Shoji. I hope to see you in the future trials. A hand was placed on his shoulder. With that, the number one turned to the dark corner, planning on talking to the crazy principal about his seating arrangements. Once again, Mezzo Shoji wins the round and advances forward. Please check out the last two quarter-finals battles, Mina Ishido vs Katsuki Bakugo and Suijin Shimizu vs Shoto Todoroki. It seems like his dreams were still alive. All Might inwardly cursed Nezu for the predicament he ended up in. Sitting up on a chair made for his size was the number one, as if on display to the public. Normally, that'd be fine. All eyes are on him. But add to the fact he was so far up, he was looking down at Aizawa and Yamada in their booth. Apparently, the mouse-like principal thought it'd be a great idea to host the number one where everyone could see. So, using a bit of technology the hero suspected had existed since the beginning, he raised a metal chair from the mysterious opening in the ground. The pro thought that was normal and breathed a sigh of relief when he first saw it, but that breath went away when, after he was asked to sit on it, it started ascending. A metal pole was attached to the bottom and lifted him into the sky. First past the crowd's gaze, then past the commentator's booth, before finally settling on a height so high that the man became a resting place for passing birds. Apparently, like Nezu said, his job was to sit there and look pretty, as he was so far from the stadium that even his boisterous voice would have issues reaching down there. So, putting on his trademark smile, he wondered when he'd be able to get down. Coming onto the stage, the feisty Katsuki Bakugo. I'm sure you all want to know if his words in the beginning were arrogance or confidence. The acidic queen, the dancing maestro Mina Ishido, is facing him. TCH, the ash-haired boy let his disdain at their words be known, his rough demeanor pissing off the crowd, furthering Mina's support and chance to win. Beat him up. Show him who's boss. Make him regret living. Though their words were aggressive, the girl was trying to keep her face straight as she just took a peek at the stands. In the student section, all of the girls save for Momo and Sue, but the person she focused on was the spray bottled-headed boy. His quick, good luck boosted her confidence more than any of these people could do, and the minuscule fear of Bakugo died. The girl was currently tuning out President Mike's generic introduction, choosing to recall one of the most important things Sujin explained to her about her quirk. From our test, I can see that you can control the levels of solubility and viscosity of your acid. Basically, if you lower the solubility, you ensure that your quirk doesn't become lethal to most living beings. And by raising viscosity, you can generate extremely slimy acid that acts as a protective barrier by gluing it to surfaces. Besides asking him what solubility and viscosity meant, she practiced with him, finally putting a name to the process she'd been unconsciously doing for the past years. And with the new knowledge, she developed moves for different situations, making her quirk more versatile, as Sujin said. She was brought out of her daydream by the loud boy blasting himself in her direction with an outstretched hand. Predictable. Taking a note out of Sujin's book, she'd done a bit of homework herself before the festival, of course. This was during the patches in the day when her mind wasn't clouded with the boy. She did some light research into all of her classmates, taking note of anything she should be wary of, and on her list, she'd never forget one of the strongest in the class. The reputable Bakugo favored his right hand and usually tried to blow you up upon first contact. Her eyes reflected him getting closer and closer, but instead of a scared expression, Mina appeared confident. Acid veil. Maximizing both the solubility and viscosity of her acid, she put her palms together before separating them in front of her. The result was a blob of acid spread out in front of her, blocking Bakugo, and with him having no way to stop himself, his explosion hit her wall. Drops of acid flew from the wall everywhere, onto the ground, which sizzled her skin, while hit remained the same due to her resistance to her own fluids. But the boy himself? The front of his nose burned as he tried to blast himself away from her. But not before she followed up with a standard move of hers, something that incorporated her interest in dancing with a combat style. She spun on her right heel, making her elbow into a spear and clocking the boy in the neck with it, making him gasp out the air in his lungs and get launched away from her. He stood up with fury on his face, sporting a look that showed he wanted to kill her. And surprisingly, Ashido has taken the upper hand, getting a hit on Bakugo. The crowd roared with excitement, showing just how unpopular the boy was with them. They pounded on the stadium floor cementos personally created, using their noise to display emotions. A battle between the nimble Mina and the ferocious Bakugo ensued, with Mina rushing, blocking, counters, evasions, huge blasts, desperate flying, flinging herself away. The crowd would say that this had been the most entertaining fight yet, with both quirks being quite flashy, allowing for maximum visual entertainment. Seeing that his current actions wouldn't result in anything, Bakugo decided to go for a different strategy. He took tips from one of his classmates, not that he'd admit to that spray bottle jerk, and implemented it. Due to the destructive nature of both of the two's quirks, multiple pieces of rubble and holes in the ground saw Manalus, jagged pieces of rocks lay around them. Seeing the previous aggressive boy back away, Mina had a foreboding feeling but still decided not to attack out of caution. That proved to be wrong, as when he was at the edge of the stadium, he stood straight with both his palms showing to her and sat at his side a bit elevated off his body. Looking at the boy's ominous position, the entire stadium got uncharacteristically quiet, allowing for his disturbing words to follow. No, it wasn't what he said that was ominous, it was how he said it. His usual spunk wasn't seen, and the vein in his neck that seemed to always be bulging was gone. In a quiet voice quite unlike him, he spoke one word, die. Chapter 58. Transcendent Trauma Recap. Looking at the boy's ominous position, the entire stadium got uncharacteristically quiet, allowing for his disturbing words to follow. No, it wasn't what he said that was ominous, it was how he said it. His usual spunk wasn't seen, and the vein in his neck that seemed to always be bulging was gone. In a quiet voice quite unlike him, he spoke one word, die. Nitroglycerin, an explosive material, is mixed into the boy's sweat. His hero costume has a specific tank that stores the sweat, building it up for one huge explosion. However, to achieve this, he must exhaust himself before building up enough. That was the case before he strengthened his quirk and, most importantly, himself. He trained relentlessly in his free time, increasing the impact of a single drop of sweat severalfold. How did that darn jerk get so strong? This thought fueled his pursuit of strength, aiming not to let that quirkless, well, the previous quirkless wannabe, pass him. In doing so, he started noticing his quirk was getting stronger as he did, perpetuating the cycle of strength. The results of the past few months will be revealed today. With him posing in the ominous position of a villain about to give a grand speech, he let the sweat on his palm explode into a myriad of flames. A deafening explosion occurred, shaking the stadium itself, and screams of fright and terror reverberated throughout. The object of his explosion was the gap between him and Ishido, standing on the edge of the stadium. The force brought about by his quirk caused rocks, pebbles, and rubble to be flung at the girl. A huge torrent of projectiles threatened to leave Mina seriously injured should she face it head-on. Guess I'll have to use that, she thought, referring to an incomplete special move she had been working on for the past few months. Acid Man, spinning in place, seemingly ignoring her impending doom, the girl twirled like her life depended on it. As she spun, a light blue liquid seemed to generate from somewhere on her body, spreading more as she spun. The liquid traveled up and down her form, consuming her entirely, but she didn't stop spinning. When the rubble arrived, she'd done all she could to prepare for it. It tore through the air, clashing with her acid. By changing the viscosity and solubility, she was able to melt it before it came into contact with her skin. This took away from her total liquid capacity, which was why she continued to perform as an impromptu fidget spinner. She closed her eyes, putting her entire trust in her quirk's destructive capacity, a factor she once denounced all those years ago. When there was nothing left to fling at her, Mina stopped spinning, panting with a few bruises in areas that lacked enough acid but overall fine, having survived the ordeal. Bakugo also had irregular breathing, albeit less exaggerated than Mina's, but it showed that even this freak suffered exhaustion. If this was perfect, I could throw my acid while spinning, making this an offensive and defensive move. Alas, a move this complex meant that it'd take more than the few months she had prior to perfect this move. But Mina was proud of herself for defeating yet another of Bakugo's attacks. The experience showed her that he wasn't undefeatable and reinforced her confidence that she could win. Bakugo, her shout brought his attention to her. You're going down. A shout of her resolve saw him dismiss her with a snort. Apparently not tired enough, the boy engaged in his bout again, blasting himself closer yet staying out of her reach, relying on ranged explosions. The girl jumped out of the way this time, using the chance to create some acid balls to throw at him. Unfortunately, due to the hazardous way she jumped, her shots were not accurate and didn't land. But the message that she could fight back sent him on the fence. If only for a moment before his face contorted into anger, and he attacked even more fervently. He attacked left and right, blocking off her paths and seemingly trying to force her somewhere. No, I can't let him have the initiative. She made up her mind, expanding even more physical energy to cover her hands in acid before rushing towards him. The boy was caught off guard, and not trusting what a fully conscious, accurate Mina's range was, he blasted to the sky. But it seems like an idea, a devious one for her, sprouted in his mind as he smirked midair. While flying, his hands were normally placed below himself at his sides to keep himself in the air with constant explosions. Seemingly not caring about maintaining himself in the sky, he abandoned that procedure, opting to place both hands together, palms facing downwards, in her direction. Mina's senses went haywire, with alarm bells ringing. She watched him mouth a word as she scrambled for an acid shield above her. This explosion, like the previous one, reverberated throughout the stadium, becoming a thunderous roar echoing in the air. Shockwaves cleared the rubble caused by it, leaving the picture of Mina's state easy to see. The girl had labored breaths and blood running down her legs as shrapnel pierced her skin from below. She'd had no time to deal with them because the blast itself preoccupied her. Boom! Now, with a hand above himself, the boy used his quirk, using the rapid explosion to propel himself back to the stadium at sonic speeds. Right, next to her, Mina desperately tried to move her tired body, but it just wasn't fast enough, as somehow Bakugo managed to have his legs absorb the shock of rapidly colliding with cement. His fist then went for her neck, but with a timely lean back, she narrowly missed the damage. Next was a grapple from him, her neck once again being his timely target, but using her energy, she reached a hand to his own, placing her palm on his as he did to her neck. Simultaneously, as she did, a scene played out in her mind. Fear of herself, fear over their condition, and fear of being alone. Fear that she'd be the cause. The emotions seeped through time, finding themselves inside her right now. Suddenly the girl closed her eyes, resigning herself and unclenching her fist, ready to face the music as she heard him speak. Why you dare underestimate me? The boy was enraged. She really thought she could go easy on him and win. Die. The hand left her neck before releasing an explosion at near point-blank range. Sway. In the stands, everyone watching this let a gasp out of their mouths as they watched the scene of the girl being blown up. A few seconds earlier was Sujin, who was watching this match with a surprising amount of seriousness, even though he didn't realize it. His hands were squeezing the railings as he watched the powerhouse of the class clash with one of his friends. He wanted to do something, anything, to stop the current state Mina was in, battered and bruised, looking like she could fall over at any moment. And the second he saw her close her eyes and the expression on Bakugo's face, he acted. His mind went against the instructions it set for itself to follow the rules. Not caring if he was expelled from the festival or even school, Sujin instantly ran a hand to his trigger, having already had it on the thinnest setting for the fastest speed. His aim was Bakugo. Whether that be an arm, hand, or head wasn't up to him. It seemed like he would shoot, adding to the fray, but just before he did, someone stopped him. A quick scan of the crowd saw him and the other spray-bottled man, Enkai, with his dad shaking his head. Not yet, he seemed to say. Sujin turned back to the stadium, watching a partially charred Mina lay on the ground and All Might holding Bakugo's hand in the sky with a serious expression. I declare young Bakugo the winner. Though he said that, he didn't have a smile on his face and picked up Mina before carrying her down the hall. Sujin almost ran over the railing separating the crowd from the battleground when he saw the two disappear into the hallway, likely on their way to the nurse's room. Sujin Shimizu versus the son of the number 2 Shoto Todoroki. He looked at Bakugo, who returned to his normal scowl and similarly walked down the hall and into a room. A fire was lit in Sujin, one he didn't know why but could tell would consume him unless he fulfilled his desire. With malice and hate, he spoke in his mind, LL beat Todoroki and get to Bakugo. He swore you would. Chapter 59. My Way Now Recap. A quick scan of the crowd saw him and the other spray-bottled man, Enkai, with his dad shaking his head. Not yet, he seemed to say. Sujin turned back to the stadium, watching a partially charred Mina lay on the ground and All Might holding Bakugo's hand in the sky with a serious expression. I declare young Bakugo the winner. Though he said that, he didn't have a smile on his face and picked up Mina before carrying her down the hall. Sujin almost ran over the railing separating the crowd from the battleground when he saw the two disappear into the hallway, likely on their way to the nurse's room. Sujin Shimizu versus the son of the number 2 Shoto Todoroki. He looked at Bakugo, who returned to his normal scowl and similarly walked down the hall and into a room. A fire was lit in Sujin, one he didn't know why but could tell would consume him unless he fulfilled his desire. With malice and hate, he spoke in his mind, LL beat Todoroki and get to Bakugo. He swore you would. Sujin sat with his hands interlocked, his elbows resting on the table, and the base of his trigger resting on his knuckles. The boy sat in the dark, with the only light coming from the crack under the door shining blue, reminding him of the outside world. His mind was cluttered with thoughts, particularly around one girl. Was she okay? How bad were her injuries? Did she need surgery? He wanted nothing more than to rush into the hospital room and check, but a specific message from recovery girl saying that he couldn't enter forced him back into the waiting room. With the field needing to be fixed once again and the number 1 leaving to help Mina, the match was postponed for about 20 minutes. Normally, that's time to listen, socialize, and get your mind off of what's clogging it, but for him, it's only more time to worry. Knock knock. Without waiting for confirmation, the door was opened, and the intruder was none other than Shoto Todoroki, his upcoming opponent. Normally, he would be more level-headed, but with the current state of things, Sujin's words followed a more curt pattern. What? Obviously, the Iceman beside him raised an eyebrow, but besides that, he didn't acknowledge anything. Give up. This jerk, taking silence as reluctance, he explained his thought process. You're not weak, you wouldn't be here if you were. But do you really want to embarrass yourself on stage like Zero? Your quirk isn't suited for this kind of battle, like that purple-haired guy. You're more of a support, hit-and-run kind of hero. Having to restrain himself, Sujin spat out, you're saying I'd lose? A quick response came from the other boy. Undoubtedly. He then put his hands up in a peace-like position and said, look, 5th or 6th place is a respectable position for someone like Y. Shortly, we'll be back for the last of the quarterfinals. Taking the chance, Sujin stepped towards the boy before walking to his side, shoulder checking him with a rough bump on his way out. I'll see you on the stage. Left in the room alone, Todoroki couldn't help but internally sigh. I tried a page from your book, Midoriya. Unfortunately, as I expected, kindness doesn't work. Do I really have no choice but to follow that man's wishes? He balled his hands into fists before releasing the tension. Regardless, I'm still not going to give him the satisfaction he wants. I'll win without his power. Sujin Shimizu, son of a pro, vice president of the rambunctious group VSSS. Sujin moved his gaze and attention from President Mike to the crowd, scanning and finding his parents. Admittedly, it wasn't too hard, as the noise those two made, with the addition of the mezzos, had them stand out from the rest of the crowd. While three of them were cheering as loudly as possible, his father calmly stood up in his seat. Looking at him, Sujin's eyes widened as he looked at his hand movements. Putting his hands at the level of his midsection, he repeatedly raised and lowered his palms, the message being clear to Sujin, who used to watch sports with him. Calm, the boy nodded his head, putting thoughts of Mina's injury to the side. He rationalized with himself, thinking, I'd be doubting Recovery Girl's ability if I kept worrying. Coincidentally, as he finished his thoughts, it was time for their battle to begin. Start. Taking a moment before starting his attack, Todoroki asked Sujin one last time. Still not giving up? Never. With a look of exasperation, the boy stuck out his right hand and said, then I'll make this quick. Saying so, a huge block of ice manifested from Todoroki's hand and was rapidly heading towards Sujin. With confidence, Sujin tossed himself to the side, and not being perturbed while colliding with the ground, he kept his head upright and simultaneously aimed at his target. Pew pew pew. A few probationary shots were sent, which were swiftly met with another ice wall. Tisk. Nobody knew if it was Sujin or Todoroki expressing their dissatisfaction. Using foresight to know that continuing this farce wouldn't get him anywhere, Todoroki put his right palm to the ground. Ice crept from his skin outward, threatening to devour the entire ground. And when the ice started to get to Sujin, the boy started sending shots around him, breaking it and creating a cement safe haven for him. Unfortunately for him, the boy's ice was versatile, and thus, while temporarily leaving Sujin's little area, it focused on covering the rest of the cement. Temporarily, meaning that after it captured the rest of the stadium as its creator willed it, it started attacking Sujin's area. How useful! Sujin kept trying to completely stop the ice's advances with the many shots he sent, but ultimately nothing was happening. Surprisingly, Todoroki stopped momentarily, staring at him with bewilderment. What, do you really want to fight a battle of attrition with me? The boy's eyes widened, and mysteriously, as if directed by an outside force, for no apparent reason, his eyes were drawn towards his father's seat, connecting with the older Shimizu who was observing him. When facing the weak, you must be cautious, and when facing the strong, everything about you must exclude the demeanor of hesitation, yet you must also be decisive. His old words, along with the fact that his enemy had to wake him up, filled Sujin with shame. Snap into it. Play to your strengths, not weaknesses. The boy looked up with clarity, and seeing that, Todoroki continued the barrage, this time more fervently. But Sujin wasn't interested in playing the same game, so jumping up, he let Todoroki have that one area, completing his dominance over the floor of the stadium. Instead, he tilted his head down, opting to send himself into the sky. With a shing, the boy was sent flying, soaring well above what Todoroki could build in a few seconds. Pressing his advantage, Sujin sent dozens of shots into the air, most impeded by a block of ice built above Todoroki. But the boy still smiled as his plan was commencing, 3 shots to break the ice, all sharp ones heading towards a concentrated area. Then there were 3 more to attack through. And it seemed to work. Not expecting anything to get through, the overconfident boy let out a grunt as he felt that the skin on his chest would soon bruise up. Immediately after, he reinforced the ice walls, making them multiple inches thick, so thick that if he didn't deliberately build a thin point on the opposite side of where Sujin's shooting from, he'd be forced to use that. Alas, his descent was inevitable, and with less water than planned due to his blunder earlier, Sujin had to preemptively fall down, cushioning his fall. The boy was peeved at not being able to press his advantage towards Todoroki, but he felt that this was for the best as he had a long battle ahead of him. What a match it's been so far, one of the closest so far, with Todoroki taking the lead, seemingly trapping his opponent on an island waiting to be consumed. But pulling out one of his famous tricks, Shimizu escapes and presses his advantage, putting the Ice Boy on the back foot. Chapter 60. Thawing Determination Recap. Pressing his advantage, Sujin sent dozens of shots into the air, most impeded by a block of ice built above Todoroki. But the boy still smiled as his plan was commencing, 3 shots to break the ice, all sharp ones heading towards a concentrated area. Then there were 3 more to attack through. And it seemed to work. Not expecting anything to get through, the overconfident boy let out a grunt as he felt that the skin on his chest would soon bruise up. Immediately after, he reinforced the ice walls, making them multiple inches thick, so thick that if he didn't deliberately build a thin point on the opposite side of where Sujin's shooting from, he'd be forced to use that. Alas, his descent was inevitable, and with less water than planned due to his blunder earlier, Sujin had to preemptively fall down, cushioning his fall. The boy was peeved at not being able to press his advantage towards Todoroki, but he felt that this was for the best as he had a long battle ahead of him. What a match it's been so far, one of the closest so far, with Todoroki taking the lead, seemingly trapping his opponent on an island waiting to be consumed, but pulling out one of his famous tricks, Shimizu escapes and presses his advantage, putting the Ice Boy on the back foot. The crowd roared with excitement, taking the commentary as a cue to express their satisfaction at the battle unfolding. Tay back and forth put both sides that supported either boy on the edge of their seats, the underdog not being clear. It was a marvelous show. And it was just getting started. Both sides shouted encouraging things to their respective representatives, Sujin or Todoroki. Encouraging them to, in shorter words, beat the other. While some were more explicit than others, the general consensus was that they wanted the one they shouted for to win. The clamor echoed off the walls, making even those at a farther distance clearly understand the atmosphere in the stadium. On the stage, with Todoroki safely coming out of his makeshift cocoon with a stupendous amount of craters, he looked at Sujin in another light. He underestimated the boy and overestimated himself. The boy didn't even have to look at the vacant section of the stands to see his father's expectant and disappointed face. Likely thinking that this setback would force him to use his powers as Midoriya did in the previous round. He hadn't even been given a proper chance to rest yet, nor had he found the time to deeply think about his classmates' words. That's your power, not his. 5 words were enough for him to abandon a philosophy he's been following since then. But without letting the boy come to a conclusion yet again, fate played a hand as Sujin, now stabilized, took his time to talk. Thanks, I'll pay you back after the festival. Looking ahead, Sujin stopped talking for a moment, confounded by the look Todoroki was giving him.
What? Did you think I'd just give up just because you did me a favor?
Genuine surprise laced Sujin's words at Todoroki's duped face. Had he really expected that little of the boy? Somehow, that thought kinda hurt. Meanwhile, the half-and-half boy was confused, his mind laced with questions related to 2 people, Midoriya and Shimizu. Why do they meddle so much? Why won't they just do as expected and lose? Why are they so kind?
Over his life, he knew the world wasn't all black, as he'd met some nice people. His siblings were a perfect example.
But even they didn't breach any subject related to him. They left him alone with his own thoughts, letting him do as he pleases in terms of his inner turmoil. The only person who used to meddle as much as those 2 have was her. Unpleasant memories played of his scar, which oddly started throbbing at this time, and of that listless gaze that reduced all feelings of happiness when he occasionally saw her into nervousness and eventually fear. Fear that he'd never see the old her again. As they did, darker thoughts started flooding his mind, his overthinking nature leading to speculation that quickly led to a conclusion. Are they using me? It all made sense to him. She took care of him because he was a child, her child, someone she had to take care of. And now those 2 must pity him. That's the only reasonable explanation as to why they're doing what they do. They're after that feeling of self-satisfaction, like that guy. They're merely using him. With his mind made up as to both of their motivations, anger clouded his mind.
Even though he was usually stoic, he did have his own pride, and being used by both of them wasn't such a nice feeling.
Still, he calmed himself enough to mitigate that anger into a determination to not letting Sujin win, and an additional purpose of driving the boy into despair sprouted. With that thought process only taking a few seconds, the boy did something odd by his own standards. He raised his arm in the air, and just left it there. The action was odd, yet its effects were felt after a few seconds of waiting. Is it colder? If Sujin wasn't so surprised, he'd be spouting about how bullshit that quirk is. But the boy knew that what was happening would only be a detriment to him if he allowed it to continue. After seeing that his experiment worked, the boy increased the freezing power from his hand, rapidly changing the state of the stadium. Instantly, the temperature was dropping tens of levels below what it was previously. The audience shivered as many hadn't brought jackets on this sunny day, and within the time it took for Sujin's disrupting shot to reach Todoroki, this place had become the temperature of a tundra. By exercising his power on the area around him, Todoroki has gained the ability to affect the stadium's very temperature. If before the crowd clamored, then this time the stands were silent, listening to the unique application of his quirk. However, after the few seconds it took them to process his words, they erupted. How ingenious, wow, Ua is really, I'm at a loss for words. Praise was sung from both sides at Todoroki's strength, and his own father even had a look of respect. Sujin, though, was cursing internally, I'm screwed. He looked at the boy more angry at the situation than anything right now, the very situation he never wanted to occur occurred. Water molecules x cold equals slow. In other words, speed, the very factor that he relied so much on, was practically nerfed in this environment that heavily suited Todoroki. Aren't I supposed to achieve my domain ability, which is super op negating the enemies, and I'll come out on top? Jokingly, the boy pushed really hard, eliciting a fart from some excess waste he hadn't dealt with previously, but otherwise nothing. Sigh. Well, I wanted to save this for when she was watching, but I'm forced. A helpless look appeared on Sujin's face as he looked at the camera that was off to the side, hoping that Mina was looking at it now. He whispered, for you, into the screen before looking at his dad in the stands. While clearly looking at Todoroki, Sujin said out loud this time, thanks, Dad, for the inspiration, and Uncle Akurai for telling me the story. Chapter 61. Epiphany in Ice Recap. He looked at the boy more angry at the situation than anything right now. The very situation he never wanted to occur occurred. Water molecules x cold equals slow. In other words, speed, the very factor that he relied so much on, was practically nerfed in this environment that heavily suited Todoroki. Aren't I supposed to achieve my domain ability, which is super op negating the enemies, and I'll come out on top? Jokingly, the boy pushed really hard, eliciting a fart from some excess waste he hadn't dealt with previously, but otherwise nothing. Sigh. Well, I wanted to save this for when she was watching, but I'm forced. A helpless look appeared on Sujin's face as he looked at the camera that was off to the side, hoping that Mina was looking at it now. He whispered, for you, into the screen before looking at his dad in the stands. While clearly looking at Todoroki, Sujin said out loud this time, thanks, Dad, for the inspiration, and Uncle Akurai for telling me the story. Todoroki believed he'd put the final nail in Sujin's coffin, with this environment suiting him perfectly and disadvantaging Sujin. Sure, he'd underestimated the boy before, but now, weakening him and empowering himself? There's no way he'd lose. Surely Sujin has nothing else in his bag, right? Clearing unwanted thoughts, he opted for his favorite move. Sending a huge block of ice towards his opponent. Sujin cursed the boy in his mind while internally moving some things around to prepare for his upcoming move. The main reason that he could use this move was his physiology. There was a tube connected from the top to the bottom of his spray head. That tube was connected to the water supply his body had stored, thus that was where he got his water from. But there were many storage rooms in his body. He had the ability to move the tube from one room to another, allowing him to use a variety of liquids in his body. These past few months, he'd been looking for that ultimate move, an end-all be-all. And hearing a story about how his father awakened his quirk due to a misjudgment in the pressure on the toilet caused him to make some connections. If he need an ultimate, a special move, then why not look internally? And it seemed that he had just the thing located inside of him, just laying around waiting to be utilized. Pies, stomach acid. Stomach acid. The substance needed to break down foods, and with his ability to manipulate his internal bodily fluids and foods, he can increase the concentration of this acid, making it more potent. Sujin looked up, narrowing his eyes and focusing on Todoroki. Ultimate move. Acid shot. With the manual trigger pull for style points, Sujin released the shot, and just as he'd seen before, this thing was strong. With the acid being able to corrode certain metals, it made quick work of the thick layers of ice, keeping its pace and target of Todoroki. Hydrochloric acid for the win. Realizing the dangers he's in, Todoroki managed to barely dodge it, letting the shot fly past him and into the cement wall, which it quickly made a hole into. And just like that, the bottle's back on. It was going to be a long battle. Ack! Clutching the top of his right shoulder for the third time, he froze over the wound and, more importantly, his nerves, preventing him from feeling the full brunt of Sujin's attacks. He stared with hatred at his opponent, who wasn't too well off himself. Their battle had been going on for a little over an hour, and they were nearing the end, as both could tell. Sujin was slower and less agile than before, with his legs having been pierced by one of Todoroki's icicles.
And though he broke off a part of his lower shirt to cover the wound, showing his midsection, which saw the beginning formation of some abs, the effects of that were rather apparent.
That, along with the decrease in accuracy of his aim due to exhaustion, which subsequently saw him shoot less frequently, showed his fatigue. But Todoroki wasn't let off either, with the boy not creating anything near his opening move since the beginning of the fight. The crowd still cheered, perhaps even louder than before, seeing the two boys fight so hard. Nobody knew who would win, and that's what made it fun. A predictable battle is a boring one, and that's the exact reason why this one was so exhilarating. Sujin injuring Todoroki, relying on his corrosion to do the rest, the white-haired boy denying him that satisfaction with yet another ingenious move and mastery display of his quirk. Him getting rid of Sujin's mobility but remains unable to defeat him. There was even one play where Sujin had been knocked off the stage, yet the boy used his quirk to push himself high into the air before he used the top of the stadium to push himself back to the ground. A tug of war where even the slight change in your breath could mean an entirely new winner. That's what many would describe this battle as. Standing and taking a reprieve, Todoroki steadied his breath. He'd long forgotten his anger from before and just genuinely wanted to win. Taking another glance at Sujin across from him, he said, "You can't go on much longer." "Neither can you," Sujin said, referring to the ice creeping up on the right side of Todoroki's face. Standing on the frozen ground, he received nothing in reply, but Todoroki's silence was enough confirmation. After his first shot, he mixed the following ones with water, never again spraying another full acid shot. This was not only due to its limited supply but also to the fact that, with his nozzle not having the same protective lining as his stomach, he was affected by the acid itself. But he was running out, and like before, he would lose in a battle of attrition. Sujin looked around for something, anything that'd let him continue on. With determination coursing through his mind, the boy knew he wasn't done yet. As he was looking around, his eyes drifted, below. An idea popped into his mind. A crazy one. What if I used the ice? It was an epiphany, yet it was instantly deemed stupid by the rational part of him, and that version was right. The huge ice chunks would tear the insides of his fingers apart, scarring the inside of his delicate flesh as they were tubes meant to only carry liquids. Yet, was there any better option? No, he looked at Todoroki, ready to gamble with the gods again. Let's finish this. Silently, the boy agreed to Sujin's proposal, standing up, brushing off the dust on his clothes, reading ministering the ice on his shoulder, and preparing.
So once again, they rise. How many times have these young warriors faced the harsh hand of defeat, not merely today but throughout the intricate tapestry of their lives? How many scars, both seen and unseen, have they amassed to stand proudly on this precipice, under the scrutiny of all these watchful eyes?
President Mike, opting for a more subdued resonance, underscored the gravity of this moment. As a commentator attuned to the rhythm of a battlefield, he sensed it keenly. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the culmination, the grand finale of their sonnet. These two titans, weathering a storm of trials, now find themselves here, standing across from each other, wearied and marked by the unforgiving hands of the contest. Yet, in this arena, only one shall emerge victorious, and both warriors grapple for that coveted pedestal. The question looms. Who shall claim the triumph? The clash of glory or the sting of defeat? The verdict awaits, hanging in the air like an unspoken decree. Now or never, the final chapter unfurls. A.N. Finally got that Patreon finished. If you are interested in supporting me, then feel free to join. There's also a Discord if you wish as well. And more news, I have a new book. So go through my profile if you are interested in reading that one as well.
Patreon. Patreon.com/deityofslumber Extra chapters won't be added until this volume is over. Discord. Web links.
Chapter 62. Last Stand A.N. Updates on Sunday's recap. He looked at Todoroki, ready to gamble with the gods again. Let's finish this. Silently, the boy agreed to Sujin's proposal, standing up, brushing off the dust on his clothes, re-administering the ice on his shoulder, and preparing. So once again, they rise. How many times have these young warriors faced the harsh hand of defeat, not merely today but throughout the intricate tapestry of their lives? How many scars, both seen and unseen, have they amassed to stand proudly on this precipice, under the scrutiny of all these watchful eyes? President Mike, opting for a more subdued resonance, underscored the gravity of this moment. As a commentator attuned to the rhythm of a battlefield, he sensed it keenly. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the culmination, the grand finale of their sonnet. These two titans, weathering a storm of trials, now find themselves here, standing across from each other, wearied and marked by the unforgiving hands of the contest. Yet, in this arena, only one shall emerge victorious, and both warriors grapple for that coveted pedestal. The question looms. Who shall claim the triumph? The clash of glory or the sting of defeat? The verdict awaits, hanging in the air like an unspoken decree. Now or never, the final chapter unfurls. No words were spoken, none had to be, as by now they were in tune with each other's rhythm. Todoroki shot first, and Sujin retreated before countering. Yet, a deviation in the script occurred. Sujin, instead of retreating like he usually does, rushed ahead. He didn't know why, it was the height of stupidity, but Todoroki wouldn't miss his chance. A jagged wave of ice, the width of a car, headed towards the boy, and Sujin accepted it? In exchange for this gift, how could he not return one of his own? A thin shot, using almost all of his current water reserves, was sent out, bursting through the shards of ice and homing in on Todoroki. He set up an ice wall to protect himself, but one mishap with him closing his eyes doomed him.
How could Sujin only have enough energy for one measly shot? This was his entire current supply.
Thus, due to his conservation, Sujin managed to create a concentrated torrent, relentlessly pushing up against and breaking the ice shield. The continuous stream of water eventually broke through and followed Todoroki as he tried to escape, not wanting to be hit for fear of there being any acid. He created an iced armor on his body, constantly reinforcing it before being hit by the beam.
It sent him towards the edge of the platform, but expert use of his quirk as a railing kept him in bounds, though at the cost of his limited energy.
Sujin, stopping the torrent, seemingly ran away. Sprinting in the opposite direction from Todoroki, the boy arrived at a bunch of chunks of ice big enough to hide from the view of their creator. Then the boy used his fist, punching the ice until they were in about as small pieces as they would get. Blood dripped down his hand as countless small cuts opened, but he didn't have time for that. Sujin unfurled his fist, putting his fingers in front of the small shards of ice before using his unique biology to suck up the small bits through the opening between his fingers. The experience of engulfing countless small ice shards was nothing short of an agonizing symphony of sensations. The initial contact is a biting cold, as each minuscule ice shard pierces through the surface layers of his skin.
The pain was sharp and immediate, a relentless assault that seemed to sear through his nerve endings. Icy pricks danced along his fingertips, 1,000 needles of frozen torment weaving into the fabric of his being. The cold quickly transforms into an intense, pulsating ache, radiating from the affected fingertips and spreading through his hands into his body. The sensation is not just physical, it's a jarring assault on his senses. Sujin can almost taste the bitter chill as it invades his body, a biting reminder of the frozen shards embedded within him. The discomfort intensifies with every beat of his heart, each throb echoing the relentless pain. Yet, as time passes, a subtle transformation begins. The ice shards, once piercing and unwelcome, gradually succumb to the warmth within Sujin's body. It's a slow, almost therapeutic process as the ice begins to melt, the pain giving way to a soothing release. As the ice transforms into liquid, a sense of relief washes over Sujin. The cold agony diminishes, replaced by a gentle warmth that spreads through his fingertips. The once frozen shards yield to the natural temperature of his body, becoming part of the internal flow. This relief wasn't only physical but also carried a psychological weight. Sujin, who bore the burden of the icy onslaught, now experiences cathartic release as the frozen elements yield to the inherent warmth within him.
It's a moment of metamorphosis where pain transitions into a subtle, lingering comfort as the last traces of ice dissolve and merge seamlessly with his internal landscape. The boy would compare this feeling to that when he releases a certain liquid from somewhere, but he'd never physically say that. As he came down from his high, he saw that Todoroki was getting up. So, moving the new liquid into one of the empty storage containers inside his body, Sujin looked up. Todoroki, you're strong. The boy stopped his advances, wondering if this was a praise contest. Sujin should know that his current condition was weak from his previous huge display of saving him from going over, so why would he let him rest? Todoroki was just about to reply with a similar statement when Sujin spoke up again. You're so strong that you probably don't even need your whole quirk to defeat me. Sujin said indignantly before looking up with clear eyes. You may look down on me for being a mutant quirk holder. The boy clenched his fist before releasing it, along with all of his internal tension. Or maybe you're just that confident in your own strength. But, no matter what your reasons are, your actions are an insult to me. You insult everyone who's helped me reach where I am today by denying my efforts. You holding back, no matter what reservations you have, is an insult to me and everything I stand for. A gleam could be found in Sujin's eyes as he shouted to Todoroki, I will not allow you to trample on my name. Fight me, Shoto Todoroki. That's why? The reason Shimizu and Midoriya were doing all of that, the reason why they meddled, wasn't for the selfish satisfaction that came with fixing him, but because they wanted a fair fight? I guess that's still selfish. But if that's the case, then him withholding his own quirk, as they have emphasized, was also selfish. He wanted to laugh. How stupid was that? Shimizu was an idiot for thinking like that, but, inside his own mind, Todoroki thought he was the bigger idiot for jumping to conclusions. With a rare smile, he released the pent-up power he'd been suppressing, letting things run amok. I'm sorry. I'll oblige your request. The temperature passively rose by a few degrees as a burst of flame was found on the boy's left side, melting the frost marks on his face. Sujin felt the heat all the way on the opposite end of the stadium, and looking at Todoroki powering up for one big final attack, he felt like he should finish some preparation. Like absorbing the water droplets that melted off of some of the ice. Staying low to the ground, Sujin used his fingers to absorb the water, thankful that there weren't any jagged pieces this time. But the closer he got, the more intense the pressure and heat got, and the more his heart thumped as his mind reached a conclusion. If I don't put all I have into this, I'll die. The pressure built up as Todoroki actively tried to increase the fallout damage from the attack he's creating. First, mess with the temperature by creating a huge block of ice towering so high that it goes out of the stadium. Secondly, use his fire to rapidly melt the fire, changing its state from solid ice to watery liquid to gaseous steam. The rapid transformation caused an increase in pressure, and when all that pressure is prodded by a stray open flame. As everyone realized that this wasn't just going to be a simple attack, a couple of things happened at once. Walls were erected, blocking the view of the stadium, though there were cameras on the ground floor so the crowd could still see due to the overhead screen. A cement dome was being rapidly constructed, attempting to block off the result of whatever that is from reaching outside. Then he tried to erect a wall between the two to stop the collision those two boys were trying to have. But three things were wrong with his actions. First, a blur of yellow snuck into his dome before it completely closed. Secondly, Cementos had started far too late. And thirdly, why would the two boys wait? The sound of a sizzle reverberated through the dome and into the stands. It stood for a few seconds before, with a sudden roar. A boom that shook the entire foundation of the stadium occurred under that dome. If he hadn't actively added more cement and reinforced the dome, it would have collapsed, and the explosion would have spilled out long ago. However, even though an explosion occurred, the sound everyone heard clearly didn't come from it. Almost simultaneously as that boom occurred, a hiss and a loud crackle took the auditory battle, with all the audience heard before all screens around the world went static. Patreon. Patreon.com/deityofslumber. Extra chapters won't be added until this volume is over. Discord. Web links.
Chapter 63. Cacophony of Convergence. Recap. The sound of a sizzle reverberated through the dome and into the stands. It stood for a few seconds before, with a sudden roar, a boom that shook the entire foundation of the stadium occurred under that dome.
If he hadn't actively added more cement and reinforced the dome, it would have collapsed, and the explosion would have spilled out long ago. However, even though an explosion occurred, the sound everyone heard clearly didn't come from it. Almost simultaneously as that boom occurred, a hiss and a loud crackle took the auditory battle, with all the audience heard before all screens around the world went static. Before the collision, he really wants to kill me. Sujin looked ahead, squinting as a myriad of colors were being produced from the combination of flames and ice. I'll die. The weight of those words is felt now. Simultaneously, his plan of only using bile went out the window. Instead, he dug into one of his more unsavory storage rooms. Mixing the yellow into the total liquid, creating what could only be described as rainbow-colored, the boy wished mercy on Todoroki should this shot hit him in the face, or worse, the mouth. He also swore to raise the pH level of his bile so he wouldn't have to delve into another liquid high in acidity in the future. Twisting his nozzle to the maximum of the thin section and loading the liquid like a catapult, Sujin was ready to spring off. Yet, this isn't enough. Rationally, he should try to hit Todoroki before the boy could get his super powerful attack off. But Sujin had a gut feeling, that this current shot wouldn't be enough, that he'd come up just short, unable to reach his goal. Logical analysis went out of the window in the face of such a feeling. It was one he'd long been accustomed to, and one he no longer wished to hold such an intricate relationship with. So he did what should be impossible. Using all the determination he could muster, he gripped his hands around his nozzle until they turned white. He pushed his facial muscles harder than he ever had before, going beyond the limit his body seemed to scream to him. More. His face churned, giving off a waning sound in addition to the waves of pain, foretelling him of the future consequences of his actions. But that deeply understood feeling hadn't left. It clung to the pits of his stomach, still telling him that he wouldn't be enough. More. Pain surged through his mind as his eyes automatically shut, hoping the familiar darkness would give him some much-needed reprieve. So when the burst of pain kept going, he felt like his eyes would soon roll and that his mind would go blank. However, even though all of that, he still kept twisting. At some point, blood started dripping down from the nozzle, covering his hands and staining the floor. Then, when his body felt its life in danger from the impending explosion, it pushed as much as it could, letting a shot of death off. Needle 1. Boom! The screens of everyone watching went white from the explosion. Anticipation, worry, dread, and emotions alike rose as everyone waited in trepidation as to the outcome. Cementos hoped his impromptu preparations were enough. He built a dome he had to constantly reinforce to protect the outside audience. Inside, he constructed a wall between the boys and the explosion, shielding them from the fallout, and he followed that up with a cocoon-like shell around each of them. But that boy, Todoroki. He was too close to the explosion. My cocoon probably wouldn't hold, and if it didn't. He didn't even want to turn his head to the fiery gaze locked onto the center of the stadium. His hopes, like the rest, though most unaware, lied on that blurry figure he barely noticed had made it inside with the boys. If anyone can save them, it's him. His thoughts calmed down as the smoke started to clear, thanks to the prompt use of a few of the pros in the crowd. Still, even with their help, it took a few more moments for the smoke to fully evaporate from ground zero. Look! A stray shout from the crowd prompted hundreds of gazes, not counting those televised, to look past the disappearing veil. As the wisp of gray and white blew away, no two figures were seen. With a hand raised in the direction of the previous explosion and a surprising figure to the unsuspecting, All Might stood in front of Todoroki, who was currently on one knee. It was obvious what was happening. All Might was protecting him. With white mist coming out of his mouth as his chest took in labored breaths, Todoroki seemed defeated but otherwise wise, ignoring the injuries that accumulated between his battle with Sujin and alleviating the worries of many. As the many minds processed the heroic deeds of Number 1 and the downed form of Todoroki, excited expressions overtook their faces. Anxiousness turned to glee as supporters of the two-haired boy and the Number 1 started displaying their emotions. Whistles and shouts started appearing in distorted numbers, sometimes loud in unison and other times so quiet that you could determine the speaker's position. Inside the mind of the man, who by now had lowered his arms, his thoughts weren't as peaceful as his face showed. Internally, he frowned, hiding his opposite hand behind his back, hiding its shaking form. This power, he was strong, and despite his withering abilities, he still managed to perform the duties expected from Japan's Number 1. So his surprise was almost palpable when a high schooler, a 15-year-old, managed to make his arm shake as a dull pain started to present itself. He questioned himself, wondering if maybe he was getting weaker than he thought. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, he turned to see the downed boy. He knew if he hadn't managed to block most of that shot, he didn't want to imagine the state the young Todoroki would find himself in. His current chest injury was from a slight deviation of the shot, which happened in All Might's stupor at the power behind it. The yellow-haired man's mind was confused, but the most prominent emotion was worry. Not for the student behind him, but for the one in front. Power like that cannot be easily expressed. To make me shake, the consequences must. Ignorant of his thoughts, the crowd continued to ramp up the noise, yet it only took a few seconds later for the mood to plummet. Smoke on the opposite end started to clear up, showing the victor? Sujin Shimizu knelt on the ground, his upper body standing but slouched. Blood dripped from the lowest point on his nozzle, falling onto the pavement. Horror etched itself onto the faces of those who took in his current appearance, and like rain had appeared amidst a sunny day at the park, the noise dissipated much like a crowd would. Slowly, the stadium quieted down as the unaware took notice of Sujin's current state. Shocking gasps could be heard collectively, and hushed, chocked sobs could be found in the section where Sujin's family was present. The boy himself felt his mind in tatters, confusing all of his senses. His eyes were stained with red, and his touch only relayed a cold chill ever present around him. Mo. He reached his hands forward, wanting to grasp onto the light ahead, a future he could take hold of, a fate of his own dictation. When he thought he was close enough, he tried to close his fist, holding the light in the middle of his palm. Similar to his dream, formerly a young boy whose hopes were dashed early and scarred, he reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. Then, with a chance, he grasped onto new opportunities, making the most out of his desires and making his dreams a reality. Yet, crack with his right hand spread forward, trying to grasp in a direction he didn't know held the number one, Sujin's eyes widened as he felt it. Rapid cracks spread, a symbol of his impending future, and a dark feeling was felt in the pits of Sujin's stomach. The red centerpiece that he'd worked so desperately for, his nozzle, was the symbol of his power and of his future. Why is it on the ground? Sujin had a hollow feeling on the front of his face before his mind succumbed to the exhaustion that had been plaguing him. With a thud foretelling his body colliding with the pavement, his world grew dim. Onlookers would proceed to speak on his performance at this festival for years to come.
End of Volume 3. Seriously, this volume was way too long. But anyways, we're done. Sujin's hit both the highs and yet again another record of his lows. How will he climb out of this one? Will he climb out of his one? Can the boy so scarred get back up after facing yet another failure?
Tune back in about 2 weeks, as I'm taking a break for a moment. I hope you enjoy the novel, and I hope I can see some new reviews. Especially on Scribble Hub. and I don't even have one yet. Volume 4, Chapter 64. Resonance of Chaos A.N. I'm back. I won't promise updates will always be on time since my schedule is crazy. Coming up, but I'll do my best. Besides that, I will have some extra early chapters on Patreon coming up soon, so keep an eye out for those. And if people are interested in extra chapters giving a more in-depth view of certain characters on certain events, like how Akurai viewed Sujin's fight, I'll put a poll and may end up writing some.
I've also decided to remove the recaps I did at the beginning of the chapters since I've received some complaints about how annoying they were. If you like the book, feel free to drop a review, comment, or both.
And as always, thank you for choosing to read this chapter of Spray Life. Sai Shoji sank, listening to the hushed whispers above as he awaited his name to be called for his turn. How messed up things have gotten. He was in shock, as were all of them. This was a battleground, a place where students wielded their quirks, abilities constrained by the law, freely. Injuries were expected, slashes, punctures, gnashes, and everyone understood these risks as part of the exhilarating experience. How he wishes to laugh now. Part of the enjoyment was the danger. The chance to break free and truly test the limits of their abilities. And for the viewers, it was the thrill of knowing their favored contenders had real stakes on the line.
But no one wanted this. A battle between one of the most acclaimed students of Class 1A and the son of Number 2, such a matchup couldn't be ignored.
Many were perplexed at such a pairing in the quarterfinals instead of later rounds. Regardless, the attention garnered by past battles paled in comparison to this one. Or tuned in to witness the spectacle of the generation's peak facing off. And the battle didn't disappoint. It was a relentless exchange, hit for hit, puncture for frozen, as the two individuals gave their all, fueling the crowd's excitement. And then it happened. A decisive blast, the final shot. It left people on the edge of their seats, anticipating the outcome. Who would win? Of course, nobody expected the outcome. Yes, there was danger, and yes, deadly abilities were in play, promising harm. But there was also him. The number one, All Might, Japan's strongest hero. If he was here, everything would be fine. Shoji had to suppress the twinge of disgust threatening to rise. He admired number one as much as the next person. But, the moment the dust settled, they saw it. All Might standing in front of Todoroki, shielding him from the blast. And a few seconds later, Sujin's silent scream of anguish could be seen, heard, and felt as the boy collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Shoji couldn't help the nastier thoughts creeping into his mind now that his pillar, who helped him combat such, was unavailable. Why was he in front of Todoroki? The boy had two insanely powerful quirks and years of training. He would have been fine taking the shot head-on. But Sujin had none of that. Having to crawl his way up from the bottom, he was much more susceptible to injuries. And it was evident in the fact that he was immediately rushed off to the hospital, not even bothering to go to Recovery Girl, their local school nurse. Unhealthy thoughts about how precious Todoroki was, about how he was worth more than Sujin, than a mutant, sprang up in his mind. And he didn't stop them. It made sense. Endeavor's danger compared to Enkai's could be likened to that between heaven and heck. An angry Endeavor would be hard for even All Might to stop, whereas Enkai, should he lose his cool, not that Shoji thought he would, could be more easily stopped. He knew he was probably wrong. Images of All Might's shaking hand and the fact that Todoroki was also rushed off to the nurse's office would have told him that Sujin was that powerful to injure Todoroki even though he received protection. But that was if he was level-headed. Instead, the only thing he remembered was that shriek. The cry only a mother can make when she believes that her kin may never wake again is the one that perfectly expresses their fear. The second Sujin slumped into unconsciousness, she jumped down from the stadium, using strength he never knew she had to leap over the rest of the onlookers. And right by her side was her husband, Enkai, who had stationed himself at the front of the stadium to get a closer look. Shoji was unaware of where his own parents had been, probably too worried, like himself, to move. It was only as she sobbed Sujin's name, holding him close to her, that everyone snapped out of it, not due to her voice but due to the towering figure that landed in the stadium, heading towards the husband and wife. His object lay behind them, his own son. Still, considering the circumstances, it was right for everyone to inhale sharply as Enkai, a non-ranked hero, held a hand on his nozzle as he stared up at Endeavor, the number two, defiantly. He was like an ant in front of a lion, but the laid-back look he usually had was gone, replaced with a seriousness that spoke of how he'd do anything to protect his family. Everyone at that moment was on edge. Nobody had expected this to occur, nor could they predict what would happen next. With a snort, Endeavor reached into his pocket, throwing the card. The small object flew through the air, finding itself lodged in the ground right next to the ignorant arena. A warning. His next words were ones that almost set Shoji himself off. I'll take care of the damages caused by this accident. Accident? You call this an accident? My friend's life could be ruined, and this is a mere accident to you. If it wasn't for the fact that Shoji knew that Enkai himself could figure this out as well, he'd have imitated Sujin and recklessly jumped into the arena. And that wasn't considering the card, which he later realized was a threat, a non-verbal warning to Enkai. Weak. He assumed that's what Endeavor meant, or maybe he was simply so powerful that he didn't think about his actions that much, and they, as the weaker part, were overanalyzing everything. Shoji once again, for only a handful of times in life, felt what it meant to be weak, to have to submit to the strong. He detested it. Is this what Sujin felt? Once Endeavor left, Arena got into the ambulance without letting go of Sujin. Everyone was thankful that one of the rescuers had a telekinesis quirk to lift the pair into the truck. Shoji himself had barely been able to calm down when Enkai walked back into the stands, coming straight towards him. The crowd was hushed, parting ways for the father to come through unperturbed. Shoji had always had difficulty reading his spray friend's emotions, yet in that moment, his father seemed like an open book. Fury, regret, and anguish seemed to roll off the older man in waves. Enkai put a hand to the half-listening Shoji, coming close to his ears, not that he had to, and spoke. Sujin'll be fine. He'll need some treatment, and I know it's hard not being with him right now, but I think the knowledge that this whole thing was won in honor of him will appease him when he wakes up. The words, "be fine," and, "when he wakes up," were stressed and emphasized with such conviction that there was no room for doubt, as if Sujin's recovery was not a matter of if but of when. And whether he intended to or not, Enkai had set Shoji on a new path, an unfamiliar one in a parallel world where certain changes occurred. For the first time, Shoji had a clear goal. Sorry, Sujin, but I will win this sports festival. Chapter 65. Vines and Vigor. Mezzo Shoji vs Abara Shiozaki. Shoji looked around, noting the more subdued atmosphere after the incident. No longer were the exaggerated cheering and overall rowdiness of the crowd present, instead, they acted as one would expect of a large congregation of people. Loud due to the many noises, but not excessively so to the point one could tell they were doing it on purpose. His gaze roamed around, stopping momentarily on his parents, noting their attentiveness to his match. Everyone's on edge due to Sujin, huh? Next, moving his gaze, he found All Might standing with a smile that Shoji could somehow tell was particularly stiff. He still hadn't gone back up to his chair that had been extended up into the sky, now having his 2 feet rest on the ground in a section reserved for the UA staff. Finished with his survey, the masked boy returned his eyes to ground level, looking at the vine-haired girl, his opponent. Her gaze was forthright, peering deep past him, as if she'd seen the outcome of this battle before it even began. One look at her, and Mezzo stopped his thoughts of asking her to surrender. He knew that with her type, all you'd get was a riled-up version. And that was perhaps even more dangerous, as she didn't seem like the type to easily lose control of her emotions. In his head, he repeated President Mike's countdown, immediately jumping back as the yellow-haired man counted to 0. And not a moment too soon, as 2 vines popped out from underneath the tile in an attempt to grab his legs. He noted the impassive look on her face, concluding that she was probing him, testing how her quirk would work with his in a frontal assault. Not good. Shiozaki held a complete advantage in non-close range battles, meaning Shoji had to even the field. He used his enhanced strength to stomp on the cement ground, breaking it into little chunks and revealing the network of vines that were pining for him. Upon their discovery, the inorganic material immediately went for his arms and legs, trying again to restrain him. And he let them. So there he was, with his limbs bound and outstretched, playing into someone's dark fantasies. But he wouldn't leave things like this. The tension is palpable, folks, President Mike exclaimed, his voice crackling with excitement. Shoji, bound by Shiozaki's vines, is showing no signs of backing down. What a display of determination and resilience. But can he break free from this entanglement and turn the tide of the battle? The second Shoji saw a hint of tension leave her face, he pulled, utilizing the monstrous strength he possessed. Waves upon waves of vines were dug from the ground and in the direction of him. His plan was simple. If she wished to hide, then he'd have to forcefully bring her into the light. If he was lucky, he'd drag her into his territory from across the stadium, and it'd be his win then. That wasn't the case. With a mildly surprised face yet still holding the facade of calmness, she disconnected her outside vines from the ones growing on her head, letting him pull the detached ones towards him. Shoji noted down the new application of her quirk, yet still grinned behind the light blue mask he wore. Works for me. The bow wrapped the excess vines around the upper parts of his wrist, and once he was sure that they were secure, he immediately swung them around, using the 2 long pieces of vine as whips to attack the ground. Rubble and chunks of cement rose from the cracks, obscuring their clear walkway and sight, and Shoji used that to his advantage. The dust cloud obscured vision, and with surprising pace for one of his size, he dashed to the girl. Moving in a zigzag formation prevented her from getting a clear grasp on his location, and the other factors didn't let her know where he was. So utilizing such caution, the girl backed up, trying to retreat from her place. He stood on her vines, using them as footsteps as she quickly backpedaled. Her vigilance was raised to the maximum as she searched for him, but alas, she couldn't find him. How could she when he was right behind her? Her back collided with a hard, sturdy front, and with the clearing of his throat, Shoji informed her of his presence. He ignored the quick head spin and instead sent a gut-churning punch at her, making her soar through the air and almost get pushed out of the arena in one shot. Luckily for her, the vines that quickly rose to protect her body grabbed her, shielding the girl from flying out of the stadium. Shiozaki stood up with bated breath, his eyes shaking like crazy in the face of Shoji's overwhelming power. Could she win? The proud girl erased such a weak thought from her mind immediately. She would win. And she knew just the way. With newfound enthusiasm, she grabbed some of the long pieces from the floor and wrapped them around her skin in a similar disorganized pattern. This time, with thorns threatening to poison to all who touched them, she looked entirely different, from a mage-type build to a CQC-1. At least that's what Sujin would say. Shoji set up as well, crouching down and narrowing his eyes at his target. The two beasts pounced at the same time, fist meeting fist, strength meeting strength. He was easily beating her in strength, but those thorns were piercing his skin, causing rashes and blood to cover his fist. Poison. The poison coursing through his veins was not lethal, it was merely a dosage designed to induce irritation and discomfort. As Shoji grappled with the effects, he realized that her plan had come full circle, forcing him to adapt once more. Despite her initial attempts to leverage her advantages, Shoji's overwhelming strength prevailed. However, undeterred by her setbacks, she adjusted her strategy, shifting to close-quarters combat to exploit any opportunity to administer the poison. Shoji couldn't help but acknowledge her ingenuity and resilience, especially given the constraints of time and resources. It was a testament to her skill and adaptability, qualities not often encountered in adversaries. Yet, in this particular contest, Shoji stood as her formidable opponent, ready to meet her challenge head-on.
Chapter 66. Duplex Suplex. He internally suppressed another muffled groan as the thorny whip crushed through his loosened back, leaving lashes depicting her ruthlessness.
His mind, more tired and less pristine than before, had long since lost track of time.
How long had they been fighting? It seemed long enough for the crowd to gain motivation and enthusiasm for their fight.
As if a boy hadn't just been permanently wheeled off to the hospital fighting for his life, the sea of people's passion had been reignited by their battle. Again, Ua delivered one of the matches of the century. Another match where it could go any way, where both sides had reasonable arguments that demanded the crowd's support. The boy, the son of a hero, versus the daughter of a priest, the scion of nature, who would surely become an influential figure in the future. Or one who's shaken all misgivings and judgments onto him, prevailing to fight onto such a stage as his friend from before just had, versus a girl who's had the support of numerous people from birth, pushing her to be what she had always been destined to. Again, their battle divided the crowd, and that division was enough to ignite the spirit of competition in them, like a pack of hungry wolves with meat dangling before their eyes. Shouts about who should win, cheers to encourage the two, motivation saying that they should win it for their friend, for their family, and for those behind them. And at least one of them didn't disappoint. As if their encouragement gave her power, Shiozaki grew more ruthless and more ingenious in her methods of attack.
Shoji had already laminated when she revealed that poison ability, but it was only now, in a situation where he couldn't steamroll his opponent, that he understood what Sujin said.
Darn, creative quirks are so op. Shiozaki created different types of poison, some to slow him down and others to make him feel more pain. Luckily, there was a limit to what she could create, and with his extra limbs and weight, she didn't HVE any potent enough to completely subdue him. But over time, he was conscious of how his eye grew hazier, how he felt more tired, and how he became distracted by his new enhanced sensations. So, like a hulking brute refusing to lose, he kept on trying while knowing of his body's repeated failure to support him. Huff with bated breaths, he went down on one knee, taking in a much-needed breather as one of her new poisons affected his lungs. He looked up, his dark brown eyes shining through the strands of murky silver hair that acted as a preliminary shield, hiding his gaze from her sight. There she stood, atop a throne of vines, after he tried what Uraraka did, looking down at him with that gaze while giving him the time to heal. Shoji was miffed. If she looked at him with those eyes, he'd be fine, happy even that he could predict her. But instead of the arrogant eyes stating that they're above you, hers spoke of indifference, as if this were a given result. A dark feeling, one mixed with anger, resentment, and shame, filled him up. Is this embarrassment? Another feeling he'd long lost is now reunited. Shoji had been feeling a myriad of emotions ever since this festival started, and he didn't know if he liked or hated it. Regardless, he looked into her eyes and felt his body's condition. It's time to end this. He stood up, adjusting his breath, before staring back defiantly into her eyes. Between these two individuals, no words of provocation or probation were spoken. It'd be a stain on the honor they both fought for and the conviction they had to win. He ran towards her side, jumping over one of her mega vines as he dodged them from whacking him away. Like a certain jack climbing a beanstalk, he scaled through the shrub of vines, using his resistance to pain to pick the most thorny and dangerous path, one she specifically laid out for him. A headfirst idiot and a silent, calculative type, they felt each other's personalities after battling for so long. He let one of the vines hit him this time, and instead of being swung like before, he ripped it from its step, using it like a hammer to swat at any new ones that appeared. He was level with her, separated by a vast revenue, and taking a second to look at her. Shoji saw her unimpressed figure, still holding its default face after so long, and seeing that the path ended with a sizable distance between her and him, he jumped. Soaring through the air, the boy held a resolute look. He'd have her finished, now or never. But, of course, things aren't always that easy. With a pre-planned confidence, another vine, this one sleeker, pointed, and more dangerous, came his way, vying for him who was stuck in the middle of the air. Shoji looked at it, lamenting at having to reveal another card, but ultimately did it since it was better than losing. He stretched his hand out as if to hold her, even at this impossibly large distance, before he multiplied. Special move, dupli arm. With fervor, his arms grew, breaking off at the very tips before gripping onto the new stems, creating an impossibly large link leading from him to her. With this, his new reach would mitigate her dominance in area combat and enhance his effectiveness at dealing with her. With strength that could never be expected to originate from him, Shoji grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, happy that his quirk, which was once called monstrous, had now become a much-needed distraction. With determination, he pulled on her clothes, thankful for the fabric keeping shape beneath his palms, and through her. Shiozaki, not to be outdone, started to conduct a large net extending from her head, hoping to reach the ground to pull her to safety. But while both participants were mid-air, Shoji again used his new sling to his advantage, and using his bulging arm muscles, he swung back. Before releasing, like a real whip, the monstrosity gathered the net of hair into one easily pick-up-able batch before pushing it off from the sides, disabling her from catching her grip. Not willing to see anyone else hurt, the heroes acted faster than anyone could think, with her ending up in All Might's arms in less than a second after she passed out of bounds. Mezzo Shoji is the winner, Chapter 67, A Mother's Worry. Suijin. With a dazed mind, Sujin, who had just regained consciousness, was instantly engulfed in a pair of warm flesh. The boy sat there, processing the unusual feeling while trying to figure out exactly what was going on.
He was participating in the sports festival, having used a loophole planted by the UA staff to pass the first round before receiving Ojiru's help in the second.
Then, in the third, he faced Shinso, who gave up, and then, Todoric.
As if that were his cue, pain invaded his mind as vivid memories of their battle flooded his mind.
Their talks, the look of anger and disgust, the feeling of his insides being pricked by microscopic icicles, the sensation of frostbite slowly taking control of his limbs, his lungs hurting with every breath he took. And the feeling of victory when he fired that final shot. Did he win? Memories of when he woke up confirmed that Todoroki was indeed being protected by All Might, meaning his chances of winning were forfeited. But just as quickly as those memories came, others did as well, ones of how his hands were holding something, a familiar hard material he'd been living with for years. One he used to hate due to its restriction and stranglehold over his life, and one he's grown to love due to the infinite possibilities it's given him. My nozzle, quickly grabbing his mother's shoulders, stopping her tears, he asked with an equally frantic voice. "Mom, where's my nozzle?" Hearing his delirious voice, hearing the desperate tone he spoke with, seeing the feverish face he had on, looking at the trace of vain hope he held, what was she supposed to do? Tell her son that his dreams were over? For a moment, Orena stood there, holding an equally blank face, before she focused in. She tried to keep her face hardened, just as her husband always seemed to be doing. But, second after second, she cracked until she burst. Large drops of water fell down her face and onto the boy's shoulder, staining his hospital gown as she kept muttering. Sweetheart. I'm so sorry, your nozzle, it's because of the sports festival. I love you, so much, I'm here, with you, always, I'll make it better, I promise.
Is it ringing? Sujin's mind swirled with confusion and disbelief as his mother's words echoed faintly in his ears, drowned out by a relentless ringing inside his head.
He tried to block out her apologies and her promises, desperately clinging to the hope that this was all some nightmarish illusion. No, no, it can't be. She's wrong, he muttered to himself, shaking his head in denial. His fingers dug into the fabric of his hospital gown, searching for something that wasn't there. He needed to feel the familiar shape of his nozzle, the solid reassurance that everything was okay. But as his trembling hand reached up to touch where it would be, his heart sank. There was nothing there. No nozzle, no familiar object to grasp onto, just empty space. Reality crashed down on him like a tidal wave, and he felt the weight of his mother's words bear down on him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he finally accepted the truth, his voice barely a whisper. It's gone. My dreams. It's all gone. Irena's trembling hand pressed gently against Sujin's quivering lips, her own breaths ragged with sorrow and guilt. She struggled to find the right words, and her voice choked with emotion as she attempted to offer comfort in the midst of her own anguish.
Shish, shish, she whispered brokenly, her touch shaky against his trembling form. I'm here, sweetheart. I'm here. Her heart ached with the weight of her son's pain, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she held him close, her sobs mingling with his in the stifling air of the hospital room.
With each stroke of her trembling hand against his back, she sought to convey the depth of her love and the fierceness of her determination to ease his suffering. Everything's going to be okay, she choked out between sobs, her voice barely above a whisper. I promise. We'll find a way through this. In that moment of shared grief and despair, Irena clung to her son with all the strength she had left, praying that her touch and her words would somehow bring him solace in the darkness. Irena never wanted to be a hero. Of course, that was more acceptable back when she was younger. She'd never say that female heroes were rare or anything, and that's why her thoughts were normal. But when you're in an old village and everybody is content with keeping their lives the way they are, you don't see heroes. There was a dedicated village police officer who the young boys looked up to, and the girls had do-it-all aunties. During her childhood, Irena didn't know what she wanted to do. She had her book smarts going for her, and so, with a little encouragement from her family, she went to the city.
From middle school on, she grew up in Tokyo, staying with one of her mom's friends until she got a job to support herself.
She passed her classes and ended up getting a bunch of odd jobs, like washing clothes, cleaning out people's gutters, and doing all the things people didn't want to do. But eventually, as Tokyo boomed more than ever, with All Might reaching that historic record of dropping crime to less than 6%, she was forced out of the industry due to people with quirks better suited to the task. She never resented anyone for it, that was just life. Irena ended up getting a job at a 7-Eleven less than a block from her new apartment, and it was on one of those days that she met him. She was thinking why she didn't go back. Her parents made sure to remind her that if she couldn't achieve her big dreams in the city, she was always welcome at home. She vividly remembers slamming her head against the counter in the empty store, thinking, that's just the issue, I don't know what my big dream is. She stayed in the city because she figured that here, with new things happening every day, she'd get more inspiration. But maybe it wasn't meant to be. Chime interrupting her thoughts was a frantic man bursting into her store. 3 in the afternoon on a random Tuesday, he barged into her life, his desperate voice pleading, begging if she had water, of any kind. The atmosphere took her over, leading her to hand him a case of water bottles she had been meaning to put up. And when she cursed herself for not even getting his name, she was going to follow his retreating figure outside the store. But his next actions shocked her. Not the increased heat that randomly touched her skin. Not the sweat that quickly started to drip from her forehead to her cheek. No, it was his precision. She looked up to see him squatting over the water bottles, and with practiced movement, he cut open the package. He then proceeded to stabilize each of the 30 bottles before sticking his 10 fingers into the bottles, allowing them to suck the contents dry. Repeating this 3 times, he turned around and aimed his head towards the burning building in front of her. Wait! Fire! She hadn't even noticed anything wrong before. And in the time it took for her panic, he sprung into action, providing wide bursts of water on the weaker parts of the flame, not to completely get rid of it but instead to control it. He guided away its flames from the residential street area where a crowd had begun to form and instead forced it back into the original empty building it sprung out of. A few minutes later, another hero, Irena, would later get to know as Backdraft, appeared, and using their similar quirks, they stopped the fire. Irena then had to correct herself. She never wanted to be a hero. But at that moment, watching him receive praise from the public in a similar manner to the other heroes she had seen before. She wanted a hero. What ensued was a game of cat and mouse. He piqued her interest, something she'd never had happen before. Who is he? What's his name? What does he do? Where does he live? Questions about him rang in her mind, and luckily for her, his neighborhood patrol area encapsulated her job. Due to the older nature of the buildings around here, there was a tendency for fires to outbreak more often, and with the safety committee postponing repairs, it means that she saw him more often. She invited him to lunch when she saw him on a break, giving him the extra sandwich she packed in case she met him. They talked, having a surprising amount in common and, even more, a great personality combination. One thing led to another, and the conversation turned to friendship, which turned to relationships, which turned to moving in together. She no longer thought of a lofty thing like her grand dream. She was content being by his side, having somebody she loved with all of her heart by her side. But, his job? At least he's not a combat hero. At least he's not on the front lines. She tried to indulge in those thoughts, trying not to take away what he so clearly loved so much from him. But even while suppressing her selfish desire, she watched him come home every day, bruised from falling, rubble, and more injured than before due to the temperature of some fire. Her worries stacked up. Over and over, she tried to deal with these issues but with no success, and as they grew more serious, so did her anxiety. That was the first time her quirk had ever activated, and now it's happening to you. With watery eyes, she reached out to comfort her son, her heart heavy with the memories of him following in his father's footsteps. She recalled his hands kneading ice packs after sparring too fiercely with the sandbag, determined to perfect his close combat skills. His legs were often sprained from intense training sessions, yet he never wavered in his dedication.
But it was his nozzle, the very symbol of his aspirations and hard work, that weighed heaviest on her mind.
She had silently harbored a thought, one she dared not voice aloud. That perhaps, if Sujin couldn't use his nozzle, it would spare him from the same trials and dangers his father faced. Yet, as reality sank in, relief turned to worry, and worry turned to sorrow. Sujin. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Chapter 68. A thoughtful gesture inside the desolate-seeming room. Light signifying the hours of activity going on outside crept into the room. Laid on the hospital bed was Sujin, unmoving despite being perfectly awake and cognitive of what's going on. What's the point? Move just to feel a sharp pain as traces of air brush against his lack of his nozzle, grazing the now bare flesh. Shuffle around in his bed just to be reminded of what he lost, just for his overworked brain to tell him of all the ways he won't, all the ways he can't be a hero now. No, instead he'd rather lay in bed, keeping the same position his body had been set in 13 hours ago.
Hearing the same ticking of the clock that seemed determined to remind him of all the seconds he was wasting away.
With closed eyes and a cognitive mind, the boy didn't even react when the same voice that always brought him comfort entered the room. Sujin, hesitant. She is completely different from her usual vibrant, almost brash personality. Now she tiptoed around the room as if she were standing on eggshells when talking to her own son. Another thing that annoyed Sujin was that, like everything else, he resolved to not say anything. Everything was easier when he just didn't say anything.
Hearing the non-response from her son, Verena held back all the emotions she had locked away that wanted to burst like a dam right now.
Enough crying. Sujin needs strong support at this moment. Besides, we still have Enkai at home, right? She stifled a weak chuckle at her pun. Happiness could wait until her son could indulge in it too. Instead, she plastered a smile closely reminiscent of her usual one, not that Sujin, who couldn't see her, could tell, and walked over to the curtains. Gosh! Look at this room, it's much too dark for a patient. Guess since nobody's doing anything with it, I'll just have to intrude a bit. A pause between her words and actions revealed no changes, the same ticking being the only sound audible besides their breaths. She internally sighed at his non-response, yet continued in what she said she would since if he wouldn't take care of himself then she would. She only had about 15 years of doing it so far.
First things first, she opened the blinds with a shing, the metal circles making the same usual crisp sounds as they slid on the pole. Bouts of sunlight enough to illuminate the entire area shone through the window, and outside was a view of the entirety of Musutafu, the patronage of Ua paying for the entire room. Next, she watered the plants with sink water, not wanting to wait for the nurses to do it since it was also one of her favorite pastimes.
While she completed morning duties, she engaged in one-sided solo talk about anything, about how they got a new neighbor who doesn't know how to make a proper smoothie, courtesy of Enkai almost choking due to there still being chunks of strawberry in the drink. About her progress in the new group chat the parents around the area had created so that everyone could gain news pertaining to the abundance of kids. She informed him of some of Enkai's most recent endeavors, including how he stopped a fire hydrant from bursting by transporting the water through him and making it rain on a cloudless day for about 20 minutes until the firefighters could arrive. Orena hoped that her banter, reminiscent of their past, would provide at least some form of comfort for Sujin, though his not providing any responses did interfere with such a process. Regardless, she continued on, not stopping even when she was practically out of activities. Instead, it was his nurse coming to inform her that she was ready to consult about Sujin's progress that halted her. Orena informed the lady that she'd be in the designated room shortly, and once the door was shut, she turned to the TV, planning on battling one of her worst enemies, technology. Even with her years of experience in Japan, she remained clueless about the intricacies of how to exactly work computers. Luckily, she was proficient and innovative enough to know how to get to her email, and using her brain, all she had to do was click on her recent email before opening the link she had Enkai send her. Again, UA showed its numerous perks by allowing the students to have access to a copy of the sports festival from an overhead point of view that constantly shifted and with full commentary provided by President Mike and Eraserhead. But that wasn't what she was opening up. Instead, it was a gift, one for Sujin from his dear friend. As she navigated through the site, Orena explained what she was putting on in the meantime of her absence. After you left, Mezzo battled Abara Shiozaki of Class 1B, gaining victory and securing his spot in the final. It was right before that match that he had the idea to do a commentary, a personal one from his direct form to you. Perhaps it was the tone in which she spoke, giving away the tenderness she felt for Mezzo thinking of such an action, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught the slight twitch under the hospital blanket. He communicated the idea to the management department, which provided him the equipment at the price of them wanting an exclusive interview after. Thus, while I'm gone, you can enjoy the video of Shoji talking through his final fight with Bakugo. The video started with a rumbling as the students were fiddling with the small mic, trying to make sure it was working properly. Is this on? The words were blasted from a computer a few feet away, and after the momentary excitement displayed by the sound, they quickly shuffled Shoji out of what was presumed to be a classroom and onto the stadium. Great, now go. We've already stalled the match by 15 minutes, and if not for Principal Nezu's understanding, you'd have already forfeited the match. It was clear this person cared for Shoji making the match. Whether it be due to them wanting the footage of the fights between number 1 and number 2 in the sports festival or some genuine concern, their worry was palpable through the audio. What supposed the loosely, attentively, listening Sujin was the voice that followed, one he'd both never wanted to hear again due to shame and one that he longed to hear. Thank you. Others may not be able to tell, but Sujin sensed the genuine relief that Shoji transmitted through the two words. Nothing else but the rapid flowing of wind could be heard as Shoji sprinted to the stadium, his arrival through the corridors and into the light causing a wave of cheers at the crowd finally seeing their other finalist. The video started from that point, and Sujin got a clear view. There was Shoji, who he could tell looked haggard, and Bakugo, who was currently being broody, but more than in general. Regardless, the narrating words from above shed light on the entire situation. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Two boys who've gone through so much, survived encounter after encounter, battle after battle, all to reach this moment, all to claim the title of the number 1. WHO will win, WHO will lose, all that will be decided in this match, a battle for the ages, an outcome where only one can stand tall and proud. This is the final battle of the UA Sports Festival. Bakugo and Shoji, hero's son versus delinquent, number 1 on the entrance exam versus another average performer. Sujin saw how the two boys had narrowed their eyes and how their gaze was assessing and determining the strengths and weaknesses of their opponent. Clearly, the battle for the two had long begun. Watching in ultra-high quality at their positions that should've, would've, could've been his. He tried not to let his green take over him, don't covet what's not yours, and the like. But even as Sujin forced himself upright and forced his eyes to remain open, not willing to blink for a moment at the screen, he couldn't help the tears of regret that unwillingly flowed down his face. His blurry vision temporarily caused him to miss the movement of Shoji's lips, and the wordless words that were only meant for one person slipped by that person in question. Shoji's mouth contorted as he wordlessly spoke, for Sujin. Chapter 69. Victory Within. Start. With the loud sound, Shoji enhanced his senses, noticing even the slight vapor that escaped from his mouth. He wasn't surprised when Bakugo instantly turned both palms his way or when an explosion big enough to rock the battlefield started coming towards him. The boy was calm, unlike that battle against Shiozaki. He seemed to accept this one. It was all or nothing, win, and only that, because he would win. So, with a calm mind, he made a calm decision and ran. With schooled features, he jumped for the other side of the platform. Once he had done a 180 and was now doing a handstand with the heat scorching his back, he pressed down on his hands. Then, right before it incinerated him, like a spring-cocked back, he pushed. With his quirk and multiple arms, the most power he could generate was in his upper body. Thus, instead of running, he'd get there quicker if he pushed off of his arms and into the air. And right he was, as within a hair's breadth, Shoji ended in the safe zone, clear of the blast and Bakugo's view. Exactly as I predicted. If Shoji had glasses, they'd be pure white, reflecting the sun right about now. Bakugo Katsuki, a powerful boy, second only to Todoroki in raw output, yet his versatility, mobility, and battle instincts make up for this. Someone who, without any formal training, could match up to the number 2's son no matter the situation. Someone who didn't have to rely on the conditions being favorable to IM to win. Truly a monster. But like all monsters, he was arrogant. Shoji had seen growth in the boy from the first battle in the hero versus villain simulation, where he one-sidedly threw away the objective in pursuit of his own personal vendetta against Midoriya. To the sports festival, where he was more no-nonsense, ending battles faster than his usual taunting self would allow, not responding to blatant provocation as easily. He's grown. Yet, there's only so much growth a person can have in such a few short months. How you got to this final was interesting. Bakugo turned his attention to the massive screen of smoke in front of him in an instant. The residual effect of his quirk blocked his view, yet there was nothing he could do to get rid of it, as more explosions would have the opposite effect. Clicking his tongue, he focused on his hearing, wanting to figure out where Shoji was. So with his full attention, Shoji continued, advancing to the final by default. Isn't that kind of, I don't know, pitiful? Calm down, Katsuki. He's just trying to rile. You know, you shout about how Sujin is a coward, how he's just scared to face you, but isn't it you who's scared of him? Even his own willpower could stop Bakugo's face from scrunching up. Someone who could defeat Shoto Todoroki, someone who has consistently been a threat to you at the top of the class, someone who is a threat to your self-decided position as the strongest. The grinding of his teeth as a vein from his forehead popped out gave the onlookers a clear understanding of the effect Shoji's words were having. You don't think he's scared of you. You're scared of him. Scared that he could achieve a result that even you, in all your arrogance, couldn't guarantee. Shoji was sure of the effect his words were having. He was sure that he was causing immense rage inside of Bakugo right now. After all, so was he. Birds of a feather flocked together, and the second he realized his hidden thoughts, Shoji instantly understood Bakugo. A pretense of arrogance that hides great fear and insecurity, a vestige of impenetrability, shields the true form of fear. They were the same. All of the words he spoke to Bakugo were what he had previously directed to himself. He'd used this 2-week period of training to avoid Sujin. I was scared. He wanted to laugh at himself. Sujin doing damage to a creature. Even All Might struggled too. Sujin showing the massive potential he previously kept hidden under himself scared Shoji. It made the boy fear the day he was surpassed, the day that he would no longer be him. Shoji realized that this friendship that the boys had was obviously built on a pretext of lies. It was built on an already shallow, shaky, hollow foundation. While Sujin thought of him as a rival, Shoji never viewed the boy as such, at least not truly. Instead, he thought that the idea of Sujin surpassing him was inevitable. He originally agreed to this rivalry to bring Sujin down from the inconceivable pedestal he stood on in Shoji's mind to his own. This was a way he could tether himself to Sujin, so that he could grapple with even a bit of the boy's eventual prestige and become half as great as he was. His thought process was simply that when Sujin became more powerful than him and Shoji lost his title of the strongest to Sujin, it was one of the only things he'd ever truly owned. What would he have, then? How stupid. Shoji shook his head in the midst of berating Bakugo. Sujin, Mom, Dad, Enkai, Arena, heck even Tamaki-sensei. They're who I am. They're what made me the man I am today. I don't need some stupid title like the strongest, a false one at that, to define me. Titles and accolades meant nothing compared to the bonds he shared with his loved ones. Losing one of those pillars, one of those who were what made him, was the push Shoji needed to understand that fact, and it would ultimately be the reason for him pushing beyond that fact, to higher heights he could never imagine in his wildest dreams. I'll make sure of it. Thus, right here right now, this wasn't a battle of Mezzo Shoji versus Katsuki Bakugo, but instead a battle of Mezzo Shoji versus Mezzo Shoji. In that moment, the battle ceased to be about Shoji versus Bakugo. It became a battle of self-acceptance. Shoji vowed to overcome his fears and insecurities and to rise above the limitations he had imposed on himself. And would he lose a battle against himself? Nah, I'd win. Sorry for the delay, JJK got me up plotting on Gurgur. Chapter 70. Cliffhanging Scheme, You're Scared. The gnashing of his pearly whites was audible to the crowd, and the growing disfigurement of his face disclosed Bakugo's practically open thoughts. His palm lit up with small explosions, foretelling the experience Shoji would go through should he be caught by the ashen-haired boy. I'll kill him. Inside his mind, the boy wasn't having the safest thoughts either. Fear, anger, and embarrassment all blended together in this moment, combining into one huge wave promising death to the recipient. The boy's mind was momentarily filled with all the ways he was going to torture the multi-armed individual when he got his hands on him. How he would make his skin tender with small-scale explosions before hitting him with a huge, drawn-out one to truly extend the pain. With such distractions, the boy almost got hit by a flying rock that was coming in so fast that Bakugo barely even had a fraction of a second to react. That's his plan. He'd figured it out before, get him riled up, and take him down swiftly before, yet a few words caused him to lose his cool. What is more, the advantage he had of knowing Shoji's plan. Bakugo planned on reflecting on his mistake when he finished, but right now he turned his attention back to the mist. Using his full power, dodging became easier. Predicting the rock's flight and its endpoint meant a shuffle or two was all that was needed. Bakugo had just finished dodging another rock when it happened. An eerily similar arm beefed up to the maximum with scars retelling tales of its lifespan, caught him off guard. And that landed him a hard right to the stomach, sitting him back and knocking the air out of his lungs. Laying on his back and looking at the sun, Bakugo was disoriented before he saw the familiar silver hair and teal-blue mask above him. He was desperately scrambling to move his numb arms in front of him as protection when the boy moved away. Confused, he took the chance to reposition himself now, a few meters from the distance between the two boys, and put his hands back in operable action. What? Weak. You're weak, and that is why you will lose, damn it. Disregarding his injuries, the boy ran towards the unmoving Shoji before raising a palm in front of him. Boom, me. You're looking down on me, I'll show you who's really weak. Belligerent rage was contained inside 1A's delinquent. Him, weak? Number 1 on the entrance exam. Second highest output in class 1A, the glorious Bakugo Katsuki, weak? He was confused based on Shoji's words, but they reminded him a little too much of a certain green-haired freak. Though the latter may not say it, when compared to him, Bakugo felt similar thoughts form in his mind. Thus, with the parallel, the boy threw most of what he had into that explosion. Crack. Just as he was thinking, a blur burst from the black smoke before an arm attached to its body found its way back into his fist. Gasp. The force of the punch lifted him into the air, but now, having experienced such treatment, the boy made a move pros would call ingenious when thought of for years to come. He placed a palm in the sky before exploding the nitroglycerin sweat that covered his hands. The explosion propelled him down at supersonic speeds, and his plan was simple. This should be enough for that jerk. Once within firing range with his palms connected at the wrist facing below himself at Shoji, he thought. Die. If before he was merely speaking the words, then this time he was wishing them into existence. Yet again, fate decided to play with Bakugo, as the charred body didn't have a satisfactory thud onto the ground, but instead, Shoji emerged victorious, dropping a blackened piece of the stadium onto the floor. That intelligence you were praised for. Where did it go? Your versatility gave you fame. What's that doing? Shoji calmly said this while walking out of the rubble.
Pointing at Bakugo's annoyed form in front of him, Shoji spoke his last words to him.
You are weak and will lose not because you lack firepower, nor because you lack capability, but because you are narrow-minded. You can't think, and that's why you lost. I lost? Confusion laced Bakugo's subconscious as his eyes barely registered the multi-armed figure with its biceps cocked back merely inches from his face. Death. That's what the punch offered Bakugo, both socially and physically. As his mind was processing the information simultaneously, a spark of defiance rose from his hands. I don't accept this. And with that thought, the camera that had been showing the arena was immediately covered by a searing black smokescreen, and neither Bakugo nor Shoji could be seen. The trepidation was palpable as murmurs from the crowd were transmitted through the camera. Sujin, who had turned this on lightly prior, was now sitting hunched up on his hospital bed. With a pillow to support his back and his hands gripping the bars on the side, as he didn't trust them not to try and roam upward, the boy appeared to be extremely interested. And if Shoji were here, he'd notice the straining of Sujin's eyes, an expression that indicates that he's extremely worried about something. So with his breath hitched, the boy watched as the smoky fog started to blow away, attempting to reveal the scene covered below. Sujin gasped as he made out the figure of the two battling through, and just when he felt like there would be a hole big enough to truly discern the scene, it ended. With a quick credit scene, the video ended, leaving Sujin with the ultimate feeling of being blue right now and quickly sending the boy into a fit of rage. He searched for his phone before realizing that his mother kindly took it with her as she went to talk with the doctor. Crafty, trying to get me to talk with her first, using Shoji, knowing that I'd be interested. Sujin felt his mind moving in a familiar, paced fashion, gaining speed he had not used since the incident. The familiar feeling of thousands of probabilities being tied and connected felt just as euphoric as usual, and Sujin, after simulating what he could do from here on out, ended up with one conclusion. I'll just ask. Sure, he could try and pretend to not be interested, or try and coax the answer out of her, but that's just me running away. That would be him trying not to acknowledge the situation and disregarding everything for his embarrassment. So after realizing that, he decided that confrontation was ultimately the solution. Besides, I'm man enough to deal with a little embarrassment. At that moment, the proud Sujin chose not to recall how he had played a game of non-response with his mother or the dozens of other childish acts he'd performed throughout the past few days. Chapter 71. Deal me in Chapter 71. Deal me in Sujin never got to ask. His mom called him, saying that something came up and that she had to leave early, forcing him to hold his question until the next day. But the next day, he couldn't because he was woken up by a noise coming from outside his room. Sujin stirred as the clamor of voices awoke him from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes while sitting up, the boy noticed a bunch of figures outside of the door. Unfortunately, he couldn't glean any information from the door due to the specific type of hospital glass obscuring the light. You can't just barge in here whenever you want. Please wait for the patient to wake up. Sir, if I may, it is 2:39 p.m. It would do a patient such as Shimizu much good to connect with his peers and wake up this late in the day. Even so, Sujin grabbed his head as he felt a headache start to form, even though he had just woken up. The boy rubbed his head while speaking up, I'm awake now, so you can let them in. Sujin heard the doctor quickly say, pardon for the intrusion, before opening the door and glimpsing at himself. Likewise, Sujin got to see the horde of his classmates quickly pile in. He spotted the usual Bakugo in his group, Midoriya, with Ochako and the gang hanging around him, along with the quieter ones in his class. Once the doctor left and the door was shut, the space was still roomy enough to move in, even with nearly 20 people inside. Sujin scanned the crowd, ignoring their stares and noting the few missing figures in the crowd. Ahem. Stepping forward, drawing his gaze to her, Momo was the first to speak. We discussed and decided that visiting you would be appropriate. Unfortunately, as you can see, Mina, Shoji, Todoroki, and Tenya were unable to make it due to prior arrangements. As she said that, walking up from behind her was Ochako, carrying a large paper bag that was visibly stuffed to the brim, filled with presents from all of us. Sujin nodded, accepting the bag and putting it beside him on his spacious bed. He then turned his head to the unusual person in the room, spotting Enjiro, Shiro, and Kaminari near the figure. What do you want, loser? I'm only here because these extras dragged me. Explaining himself even though nobody asked, Bakugo's face turned a slight shade of red, though if it was from embarrassment or anger, nobody knew. Regardless, Sujin turned his attention back to the general group, now presented with a new problem. How was he supposed to entertain 20 teenagers in his room? The answer: gambling. I'm out. Me too. Competition's looking rough. You might as well quit now while you're ahead. You wouldn't want to lose everything, would you? The teasing voice was so painfully obvious that anyone would easily recognize his intent just from the tone of his voice. Anyone but Bakugo. Instead of verbally responding, the boy put all of his cards in the pile, believing that, by Siro's words, he obviously had nothing. All in. And thus, it was down to 2, all in. Another voice said, and the sereneness matched the calm, expectant expression on her face, an expression poised with elegance, not giving away even a hint of their thoughts. Is she trying to trick me to gain more, or is she really that confident? But maybe she really has nothing and is trying to make back off with her face. Siro would be more composed if she tried to reverse manipulate him, if she showed something, anything from her expression. But the deadpan face saying, go, spurred the boy on. I'll pick. All in. Thus, the winner for that particular round was Momo, taking home the bunch of candy the teenagers had on them. As the group lamented on their loss and just as quickly moved on to the next round, Sujin, continuing to opt out with the excuse of tiredness, looked besides him. With everyone, even Bakugo, being invested in the game played below, the boy thought it was a good time as any to look at what they got him. He looked at the front label, from Class 1A to Sujin Shimizu. Opening it, he took the first item that was on top, peeling off the tape that was holding it in place. Luckily, not every gift held the same format to tag. Instead, they opted to write in bold letters over the get well soon wrappings their name. So, picking this one up, Sujin saw the name Su before ripping into it. Inside, he was presented with a pair of goggles, ones that were bulkier in the front as they could extend out and be zoomed in to see farther distances. And hearing the noises, Taegroup in front of his bed, sitting on the floor, stood up. I got you that so when you go for your long distance shots, you have better accuracy. Got the idea from Snipe and his whole costume, ribbit. Sujin let out a heartfelt, thank you, before moving on, and the next was a medium-sized box that was filled with 2 distinct items. Ignoring the quick, that's cheating, from him shaking the box, Sujin noted that this was from Kirishima and Bakugo. Inside, he first spotted a cup, but not just any cup, this is. What could leave Sujin so speechless? Well, it was the fact that he was holding the Master Portable Blender 3000, supped up to sync to your mobile device, and splicing your food in half the time with double the efficiency. You mentioned before that you always make your protein shakes whenever you need them due to you not wanting them to sit, so I went out and got you the best bro blender I could find. Sujin had no time to rest as he was quickly urged by his curious classmates to look at the rest of the box. Apparently, nobody knew what the others brought. Sujin, spurred on by them, looked inside and saw a book titled How to Restart Training for Weak Recovering Dummies. Baku Bro spent hours looking for an original copy of this since it was discontinued before he ended up finding one on. Shut up. I got the darn book because you keep pestering me that I needed to get him a gift, and after looking online, I quickly found that the title seemed to suit him. Sujin held the book, apparently meant to be an insult, close to himself as he imagined how he perceived this would have gone. When he'd just woken up, he initially planned on pretending to sleep and letting the rest return on their own. But, going through gift after gift, noting the usefulness of the gifts, Sujin had no choice but to acknowledge that they seemed to have put a lot of thought and care into what they brought him. Sujin, for the first time since his injury, felt like he belonged, not in a glass cage where others looked in on him like he was fragile but truly belonged. They didn't treat this like it was the end, they didn't act as if he would never return to the classroom. Instead, they brought him things that would improve him when he did return. They believed in him. It was evident in their unconscious actions and in their not thought out words. Feeling at ease, Sujin had a smile that only a few in the room may have been able to tell as he set down the bag of gifts that he had finished opening. Deal me in. Chapter 72. Lethargic visitor knock. Come in. Sujin looked up, turning to face the door as he prepared to greet yet another visitor, even though he had only 30 minutes of respite since the massive group of his classmates had left, saying they had to prepare for tomorrow's class. Inwardly cursing, he put on his normal look while observing the purple mop of hair that just walked in. Combined with the usual lazy demeanor, there was no way he could tell who his visitor was, So Sujin was just as surprised when that very same person handed him a bag titled, "Gift for Sujin." Hitoshi Shinso is giving me something, Sujin thought. To him, this was more incredulous than Bakugo giving him a gift, since at least Bakugo was forced by his classmates. But Shinso, who wasn't even in the same class and had only interacted with him a handful of times, took the time out of his day to bring him a gift. Apparently noticing his surprise in the midst of it, Sujin heard Shinso say, "If you don't want the gift, throw it away, but at least take it. My arms are starting to hurt." Quickly taking the gift and suspiciously looking through it, he ignored the chuckle that arose because of him and the whispering words of how he was cat-like, or whatever.
Instead, he himself let out a gasp when he saw a phone number.
Immediately suspicious, he looked up at the boy, who was now sitting in a chair beside his bed. With his eyes narrowed, Sujin said, "Thank you for your feelings, but I don't swing that way." "This has nothing to do with that." A quick response came from the startled Shinso. Sighing and rubbing his head while muttering the word, "troublesome," the lethargic boy looked up with annoyance apparent in his eyes. "This is the number of a girl at UA, Mei Hatsume." Sujin knew of the girl, a prodigy in the support department. With the way she was showing off her babies at the festival, he obviously caught sight of her. But, for some reason, he couldn't help but continue. "I get it, so you're setting me up with her." He even put on a grateful look in his eye that caused the purple-haired boy to sigh, ignoring his words. "She's great at making hero tools, and I figured that she could help you make a design concept I put on the other paper in the bag." Seeing that he apparently hadn't cleared the bag, Sujin reached back in before finding another piece of paper. Unfolding it, he saw what looked to be a weapons stand, but this one was molded to support an oddly shaped head, his oddly shaped head. "I noticed in the second round that your aim over long distance was impressive, and I figured that if you could stabilize your head, you'd be able to hit even better shots." As Sujin marveled at the foreign idea, Shinso continued. "Of course, I haven't figured out all the kinds yet, like the recoil, how it's planted, and the like, but it's a start. I figured whenever you get out of here, you can hand her the paper, and I'm sure she'll start spewing out all sorts of ideas I didn't come up with." Sujin half listened and half stared at the paper as if it were a holy messiah. To him, it was the key to getting stronger in the future. He knew that after the festival, there would be internships where his classmates would be getting even stronger, and Sujin knew that he was feeling pressure. But with this, that pressure was alleviated as he found a way to get better and to improve himself even when he wasn't doing anything. He looked at Shinso with a grateful look, and perhaps not liking the brightness Sujin's eyes shined with, the boy hurriedly said, "TCH, that's not all I came here for." Sujin calmed down his reverence, thinking, of course, give and take, so what would he want? Money, an apology, a rematch? As he brainstormed the possible ideas, he was completely caught off guard when Shinso said, "It's about the rumors floating around UA." "Rumors?" Seeing the confused expression on Sujin's face, Shinso took on an annoyed look and rubbed the back of his head. "So they didn't tell you? Well, that makes sense after all." Now more interested than ever, Sujin paid attention as Shinso started to explain. "After the festival ended, I was called up by some of the staff, who said that they liked my performance and alluded to the possibility of me moving to Class 1A. Somehow, the students of the school learned of this as well." Sujin nodded, following. "So far, that was Shinso's goal, after all. So, with you being out and a vacant spot in the class being present, rumors of me replacing you and the like began to spread." Oh, he understood. It was a reasonable conclusion made from the little evidence they had. Sujin couldn't return to the school for the time being, and Shinso's being promoted. So, with the limited number of seats in the class, where would he fit in? "In my spot." Sujin let the noise fall, not filling in his words to liven the atmosphere, but instead choosing to bask in the silence, lost in his thoughts. "I thought that your classmates told you, but apparently not. Though I guess this is the best situation, so I can clear up any misunderstandings." "Misunderstandings? What's there to misunderstand? You're replacing me?" Sujin Shimizu. Looking at the surprisingly serious Shinso in the eye, Sujin kept his gaze up, held by the conviction he sensed in the other boy. "I will not take your spot. If I'm offered a spot in 1A at your expense, I will refuse it." "What? You would refuse?" Confusion laced the scattered boy's mind at Shinso's words. Who would refuse a chance to be in the very best class at UA? Especially Shinso, someone who, from what he knew, had been pining for that position. Seeing his confusion, Shinso explained, "I'm not in the business of taking what's not mine. You earned your spot, and taking it from you when you're already down, that's not my thing." Then, relaxing into his chair, Shinso added, "Besides, I'd love to have the chance to see the face that arrogant B***start will have when I take his seat and spot in the class right out from under him." He went on about how he would teach who Sujin assumed was Bakugo a lesson and how he'd have him do the most humiliating acts, slowly, so that the memory was very vivid when he stopped the effects of his quirk. And as Sujin listened to the ramblings of Shinso, he realized that the person in front of him was different from what he thought. This isn't Shinso from Class 1B aiming to defeat everyone at any cost. This is Shinso, a student of Class 1B who has his own morals, ambitions, and principles. Sujin took a second to suck in a deep breath while closing his eyes before looking back at Shinso. "Thank you." He received a nod in response, and that's how the topic shifted from the serious conversation about his spot being taken to the sports festival. "So, why'd you run?" It was a strategic stratagey. Knock. Knock. "Oh my god, I'm going to kill. Seriously, it's 5:43, can I get a break?" Resolving himself to not open the door, Sujin turned over, planning on ignoring the knocking before he heard the levers in the door turning.
Right, I forgot that it was left unlocked. Changing his plans, Sujin turned to the intruder, intending on turning them away no matter what.
But that went out the window the second he saw that familiar face, that similar facial structure, and that familiar sense.
The door closed with a shut as the duo stared at each other before Sujin broke the atmosphere.
"Hey Dad." Chapter 73. Death. Sujin looked from the side of the bed, seeing the solemn man walking in and shutting the door with a thud. He watched as he sat down a basket full of letters on his recently cleared table beside his bed and then took a seat in a chair next to him. Sujin froze, shocked at the man's appearance, prompting the older Shimizu to take the lead in the conversation. "Letters and fan mail were delivered from the school to me for you. Apparently, after your heroic performance, many were inspired by you and wrote letters of encouragement. Not much encouragement can do when there's nothing to encourage." And just as his mind had somehow focused on something other than his lack of a nozzle, his dad's words brought back the same feeling, and along with it, shame filled the boy's body. He couldn't look his father in the eyes properly, choosing to rest his gaze on his midsection, noting the casual clothes he came in. Sujin analyzed the blue jeans and maroon checkered flannel his father walked in here with, not wanting to face his face, not wanting to face himself. Shame welled up inside of himself as his mind chose not to bring up all of his shameless boasting and all of his words of how he would be the best. He remembered every instance where he assured everyone, but mostly his father, that he'd become a great hero. How great a hero I am, bedridden with a career ruined before it even truly began. He felt like an invisible pressure was forcing him to bow his head towards this man, towards his inspiration for the past 16 years. Unlike before, he couldn't just brush off his shame, putting it off to the side with an, "I'll get it done later." No, this time he had to face it. He had to face his words that spanned over the course of months. The boy wanted nothing more than to hide himself in a hole where he didn't have to be Sujin Shimizu. A pitiful loser who couldn't even adhere to his own words and cowered away in the face of adversity. Pathetic. That's what he was and felt like in that moment. He was a pathetic loser, so much so that he didn't want to grace his dad's eyes with the face of such a thing. "Hey Dad, watch me. This is how I'll defeat the villains in the future. I'll hit them with this before making sure they get hit here. I'll make sure that you, Mom, Shoji and his family, and everyone in the whole world is safe."
Believe it. Memories of the ecstatic kid and his bright smile, the iconic thumbs up and dreams bigger than he'd ever thought before came up, and as they did, Sujin's tear ducts threatened again as he remembered.
He hadn't just let his dad and everyone else down, he let himself down. In his wallowing, Sujin let one sentence float about in the silence of the two men. "It's over, huh?" He expected and received no response to his words, just a subtle change in his father's breathing pattern and a hiccup before it returned to the same as before. The same as admittance. He felt like the gravity of the situation was too much to hold, like the pressure that he felt would dissipate in such a realization instead intensified. His head was pushed to the pillow as he turned away, conveying his desire to be alone in this moment. He heard the thud of his father's boots hitting the frail hospital floors and the sound of the door clicking with the frame's lock. With no one to look at, the boy placed a hand over his eyes, laying on his back as he said in a low voice. What a fitting end, the great Sujin Shimizu trying to go against fate. The boy took a pause as he recollected his voice, not wanting to hear the shakiness or breakage cementing his own lowliness. But succumbing to it all. Quirk gone along with any chances of achieving dreams. Aspirations previously thought impossible returned to such. Useless, the useless Sujin who can't do anything. His arm quivered, mimicking his body as in a final, defeated, and tired tone. He asked himself, I expected as much. So why does it hurt so much? Seemingly asking the question to no one, the boy let the room return to silence, save for his labored breathing as the darkness of uncertainty in his future surrounded his heart. Outside of the door, Inkai pushed off of it, letting his leg that was resting on the wood be returned to the tile floor. He exhaled as he walked forward. A determined glint previously not full was captured in his vision as the hero walked with purpose and intent. He rounded the corner, seeing his questioning and nervous wife, along with the solemn doctor, both possessing the same inquiring tone. Yet his momentary pause and their ability to read gazes told them all they needed to know. Whereas his wife, Irena, couldn't hold back a silent sob that plagued her, turning herself to the supportive Aiya, who held an understanding gaze and stood there for her. The doctor, however, looked at Enkai with an inquiring tone, though he already knew the answer all too well. Are you sure? Are you 100% positive? Enkai stood there, pondering over this life-changing decision, yet despite the time he took, there wasn't much for him to think about. He remembered his broken son, quivering and shaking as the grief he was all familiar with struck him. He thought back to how similar Sujin was, how the boy was so similar to his brothers, similar to them before they. The thought caused the man to resolve himself once again, he was sure, and nobody would persuade him otherwise. So with a final gaze, he was led down the hallway, away from his grieving wife and shattered son, and away to a different future. That day, a hero died. Chapter 74. Revelation. What? Sujin's eyes fluttered open to the familiar hospital ceiling, though distinctly different from the one he had gotten used to. A stain was missing in the top right corner. A few dots were not where he remembered them to be, tiny things only his observant eyes would have noticed. But such small details weren't the target of his observation right now. Instead, the boy was trying to clear up his head in general. It felt like a truck had forced him into a coma, and he was only just now getting up. Sujin felt a headache coming on as his mind was laced with questions. His mouth was unnaturally dry, and the usual pitcher of water he kept next to him was nowhere to be seen. His eyes felt tired and heavy, like he could still go back to sleep despite feeling like he had just gotten out of it. The boy, in his sleepy state, planned on ignoring everything and closing his eyes, forgetting his worries until the next time he woke up. But something stopped him. In no way, a feeling, familiar yet foreign, caused him to shoot his eyes open. He ignored the pain from being suddenly exposed to light, instead focusing on that feeling and trying to discern it. The boy felt emotions rush over him, and he tried to feel them. He wanted to know if this was yet another one of his nightmares playing tricks on him. Nightmares, not dreams, as when he woke up, his hope would turn to despair. He wanted to use his hands to discern, to feel whatever foreign object was invading his face, yet fear and hesitation about whether he could handle another false positive held him back. What if he's wrong? What if it's not there? What if this is fake? As such thoughts plagued his mind, Sujin didn't know what to do, but it seemed his mind had made up its decision. In the end, curiosity overtook worry, and finally, his hand touched it. A familiar square feeling. The usual hole in the center is covered by bandages, and pain in an area that had recently been bare. The boy used that pain as confirmation that this wasn't fake, as a marker that his reality was the true one. He didn't have to fear, for this was real, his nozzle. It's back. In the midst of his excitement, the boy heard a knock on the door, and the unfamiliar voice that asked if they could come in told Sujin that they were a doctor. The boy didn't question why he was in a different room, why a doctor outside of his usual one would come to visit, or why his nozzle was miraculously bandaged. His mind didn't want to think of anything that could shatter this precious reality for him. So instead, he focused on what he would tell them, that one night his nozzle had miraculously appeared. As the boy was thinking so after his quick affirmation of their entry, he heard the squeaking of wheels. He saw two big ones hoisting a boy and caught his sight. A disabled doctor? Unusual but not uncommon, the boy told himself. Yet next, he saw shoes, old work boots he was accustomed to in his 16-year-old life, holding the same marks and scratches he was deeply familiar with. He saw a face so similar to his, yet different, lacking a detail, one so crucial that he had overlooked until it was gone. Dad. Once he was fully rolled in, Sujin took note of the hospital gown he was clad in, along with his evidently haggard state, but otherwise said nothing. The doctor pushing him shut the door being the two's entry, turning to face them. Sujin, I hope you're having a good morning, and Enkai, your recovery's been well. No extra pains or things we have to take note of? Same as expected. I can't say there's no pain, but nothing unexpected. Sujin was like a statue, not interfering in the conversation. Great, now as to the surgery. Surgery? Both of your vitals are normal, and from the data we've been provided by your family's personal doctor, everything's going to be normal. Now, Sujin, don't touch your nozzle for a few days until it becomes accustomed to its new place. Gesturing over to the wheelchair-bound Enkai, he continued, your father had the best doctor, Paste, coupled with his partner, Cut, come in and personally oversee the surgery, assisting when needed, so we don't want any complications to come up. After he said that, the doctor wrote a few things down before walking out of the room, saying that when Enkai's ready to be picked up, he can press the summoner button next to Sujin's bed. So, son and father sat together in silence before Sujin decided to break it, so it's over. He himself had to grapple with that fact for the past week. He was someone who knew of the inevitability that no nozzle brought. So seeing the empty space where his father should be told Sujin all he needed to know of he about father's career. Even knowing so, the boy gasped, seeing his father's solemn, yes, confirm his worst fear. Why? It started as a question, so low to the ears that Sujin doubted Enkai could properly hear it, so he said it again. Why? This time louder, more forcefully, yet he received nothing in turn again, so the boy continued with his tangent. Why? Why would you give up your career for me? Give up everything. Now you can't be a hero. Now you can't save people. Now you can't do anything. What are you supposed to do now? Huh? What? Sujin's words continued on. At some point, it became evident that the boy wasn't talking to Enkai. His words didn't come from a spot of concern over his father's future. Instead, they came from himself. The boy was simply regurgitating what he had thought about himself over the past few days. And just when it seemed like he would never stop. Slap. Chapter 75 resolves anew. Chapter 75 suspended in shock at the stinging on his cheek. Sujin could only gaze at the infuriated look his dad sported. Enkai, a man who seldom lets his emotions show outwardly, was a composed rock that hardly ever chipped. Such a man caused Sujin to be rendered speechless as he, for the first time as far as the boy could remember, yelled, I didn't get rid of that nozzle for you to whine and spiral into a bottomless hole. As his son sat dazed, Enkai closed his eyes, stifling a breath and clenching his fist, one that used to be so great, now weakened to the point where holding a glass of water was difficult. Faint screams from patients in a different wing, the ticking of the clock, or the occasional whoosh of the wind. All of those sounds drowned out anything Sujin or Enkai could produce. In that moment, a tense silence reminiscent of the hospital room enveloped all thoughts that the two could make. After what felt like hours but was only 30 seconds, Enkai opened his eyes, and the calmness he typically radiated shone as he spoke. Sujin. The still voice called the younger boy's attention, turning his eyes from downwards to his father figure, a sight he had been trying to avoid. I was once like you, someone who, even with his quirk, didn't believe in themselves. I was someone who didn't think they could do anything. Someone who struggled to see the worthiness of myself. And I suffered with that for a long time. The scars of not believing in myself, of always comparing myself, of always putting myself down, they still stick with me to this day. Sujin stifled a gasp as he, for the first time, felt naked in front of eyes that bore through his soul. It wasn't until I met your mother, a persistent woman who simply wouldn't take no for an answer and made sure that I saw differently, that my perspectives change. Sujin inwardly nodded. It did seem like his mother. She was akin to a golden retriever that had boundless energy, filling any voids present with her presence alone. Enkai took a short breath, typical, yet that small action called for Sujin to pay deep attention to his next words. Your uncle's name was Ren. He was my twin younger brother. Why have I never heard of him? The boy looked deeper, seeing the melancholic expression his father sported. He was amazing. Someone who could excel at anything he put his mind to. He was the main reason why I felt so inferior when I was younger. Yet, apparently, I was the main reason that he. Enkai took another breath before continuing. As I said, he was someone who succeeded at everything, and in our primary school, he was the life of everyone, the favored child, the picture kid. But back when we were younger, where I lived, getting your quirk checked wasn't something typically done until 6, as a kind of rite of passage, to go to primary school. How old is? It was at that event that we confirmed that we had the same quirk as most of the people in our family. Spray bottle. Thus everyone continued with the thought that he'd continue on the same as usual. But when I turned 9 and awoke my nozzle, things change. From what I knew, he felt inferior because he couldn't awaken his. For the next couple of years, he said that he always put himself in the most stressful, intensive situations so that his nozzle would break under all of that pressure, yet. Eventually, when he was 18, he went too far. He drank a whole bunch of liquids and did the calculations. He jumped off of a building, saying that if he used his quirk and used the right amount of pressure he'd be fine. Gasp, we don't think that he planned on making it, since he already had his affairs and letters to everyone in order. Enkai took a moment, shutting his eyes, remembering the loud sobs emanating from his funeral and the defeated look his parents sent his way whenever they looked at him, for he looked too much like his town. Following that, I moved away from all of that, choosing to rebuild my life anew in the city with my new hero license. Letting his son process the story, Enkai said. I say that to say that he, who could achieve anything he put his mind to, let the simple fact of not being able to use his quirk eat him up inside. I don't want the same for you. You're a bright young boy, offering up so much more to the world than a mere nozzle. Ignoring Sujin's varying expressions, feeling slighted after calling what he desired for his entire life a mere nozzle, Enkai continued. I didn't give up this quirk to quit. I didn't stop saving people, either. This nozzle that I gave you is an investment. I believe in that theory of quirks. Getting stronger, generation after generation. And I'm investing in you, Sujin, to surpass me. I'm investing that you'll surpass the number of people I don't save during your recovery period by leaps and bounds. Tears pricked at the sides of Sujin's eyes as the weight of his father's words hit him in full, as did the fact that someone trusted him, not his quirk but him. If you don't feel worthy of that quirk, then make yourself so. Make sure that you live up to that name, surpass what I achieved. Enkai called for the doctor, letting the beep and the footsteps that pushed him out of the room be the only sounds heard before he left the contemplating Sujin with some last words. The Sujin that played in that sports festival died, along with that nozzle. The Sujin who has that nozzle is one born anew. If you're not worthy, then write your story where you are. Sujin watched as the sunlight blinded his father's figure in his eyes, and relying on his other senses, the boy couldn't help but overlap the figure in front of him with the large blonde figure. And his famous saying rang in his mind as the boy involuntarily hunched over his stomach, pressing his moist eyes onto his blanket, stifling a silent cry of acknowledgement. Go Beyond. Chapter 76. Leaves blow, more. HMMPH, clang. With a driven gaze, the boy let his mind take a backseat as he focused only on the sound of the metal hitting the bar, signaling him to hit his max extension and prompting him to bring the weights down for another representative. Clang. He repeated the process an innumerable number of times, not stopping even when his arms felt like paste, even when he felt buckets full of sweat flowing down his arms, even when his fingers shook, threatening to drop the weights onto him. Clang. He used his anger and his hatred toward a man whose face he didn't even know to fuel his effort and his work. Clang. Mezzo looked inside his mind, remembering the state the doctors said they found his father in. 3 of his 6 arms were completely cut off, each at varying lengths. One at the base, one at the elbow, and the other at the bicep. One of them had lost 3 of its 5 fingers, and luckily the other 2 were fine. Akari, hero named Hexa Dexterity, Shoji and his mom, who were staying home on their break while Akari worked, got a call urging them to the hospital. They walked in there thinking the worst, and even though it wasn't, it was still a terrible situation. He'd encountered a villain, a nauseous and feared one going by the moniker of Hero Killer, Stain. The boy gritted his teeth inside his mind, his hatred flourishing and his thoughts turning murky black as a part of him wished to find him this instant. Clang. His father was attracted to the sounds of fighting and found a villain in a mangled up state next to the Hero Killer's bloody blade. Needless to say, even though he wasn't a combat-oriented hero, he called for backup and tried to hold the Hero Killer there. However, apparently the villain had some kind of paralysis quirk holding him in place while he got cut up. Besides saying he was asked a few bizarre questions, his father hadn't told them anything else, just that backup arrived and transported him to the hospital. Clang. Enough. The boy returned the enhanced weight to its rack, his muscles relishing in its enlightened state, now freed from its captivity, and informed him, through pangs of pain, of how audacious of a task he had just put them under. As the duply armed man rolled his shoulder, he winced when he felt a particularly strong pulse of pain, signaling a conglomeration of torn muscles. That just means what I'm doing is working. And as pain equaled strength, he pushed past it, forcefully moving his body in the most hurtful ways so that he could get used to this feeling. He opened his eyes, letting them get acquainted with the hero-only gym, something he had access to as a student at UA and the son of a former pro hero. He looked at his father, seeing the bandages that still clung to his side, hiding his missing limbs, and seeing his tired state from restlessness, likely from the pain. Still noticing his son's gaze, Akari managed to smile, causing Shoji to avert his eyes. Your training's been going well. The maximum weight you can carry has been increasing, and your punches have been getting heavier, a slow but sure rise in power. The boy clenched his fist, feeling the same thing he's felt all his life, but then again, when you already have power, feeling its increase, especially in increments as small as his, was difficult. He subconsciously nodded his head, noting that even as exhausted as he was, today's load was easier than yesterday's and the days before. Shoji had been surprised when he, who had always been the strongest, was barely even able to lift weights, things he'd always found easy prior to him discovering this gym. He looked outside, noting the drops of rain as they cascaded down the windows. As he looked at them, the drops of water reminded Shoji of someone, a boy who he hadn't seen since that day, no doubt in the same kind of intensive training as he was. Sujin. Sujin's definitely doing training comparable to what you are, probably more, since he has to not only get stronger but get familiar with a completely new aspect of his quirk. The boy nodded, his face growing solemn, thinking about Sujin's fresh growth from before and how that likely wouldn't have changed. As he thought like that, Shoji felt himself being pumped up with something, whether that was adrenaline or something else. It filled him with the motivation and fuel to complete another set. Seeing the look on his son's face, how could Akari not know what he was thinking? Knowing so, he turned around, walking to the door that opened to the gym lobby, and he said, "You do another set. I'm going to grab us some drinks." In the midst of Shoji's nodding, Akari stopped for a moment, pondering something, before he continued and opened the door. Then, before it shut, he left Shoji with one last piece of information. "Oh, before I forget, it seems your classmates defeated that hero killer and put him in jail." Seated upon a porch, two figures could be seen sitting in rocking chairs as they watched the street. People were scarce as the day was barely waking up, yet two distinct figures could be seen walking away from the other two's gazes. Both dressed in the same uniform and wearing similar clothing, yet in two completely different sizes, there was a contrast between the two. Tall and short, energetic and lethargic, talkative and quiet, up front and afar. The two figures seated in the chairs conversed with each other as their children made their return to school. "It seems the times have passed us by, Enkai?" With his sides still bandaged, Akari asked with a chuckling tone as he looked back on his and his friends' fates. Both heroes, not as prominent as the best, but they are still well known and respected in their communities. With a future of doing the same and providing for their families reduced, they were forced to retire, thankful for government retired hero assistance. Both have sons who will now take up the mantles of their father, furthering their legacies in their steps. "I guess so." Saying so, Enkai let his fingers suck the liquids his wife ensured were tasteful, letting them flow through his veins, giving him nutrients. He felt the phantom pain at his distinct lack of a bright red nozzle on his face, yet he quelled it with the closing of his eyes, looking into himself. He remembered the intense training Sujin's gone through, having to go through both him, who wants to pass on everything he has, and Arena, who refused to allow him out there without being ready, as she put it. Enkai was really jealous of her quirk. Pulling himself out of his bout of envy, he looked at the sky, noting the swaying of the leaves and the rustling of his son's clothes. Enkai felt the once refreshing breeze turn violent as a cold respite smacked him in the face, sending a chill down his spine. He looked at the sun, which should be causing the winds to be more oblique, and couldn't help but say, "It seems the winds are changing. Volume 5, Chapter 77. Ingenuity. Inside a house with the moon already brightly shining outside, two boys could be seen sitting across from each other over a coffee table. The room was clean and orderly, besides a few pieces of old newspapers, one of which was called, Insight into Local Heroes. Get to know them. It depicted those who weren't shown in all that limelight, those who didn't receive as much attention but did enough that people in the community should know about them. There was Hexadexterity, a local who helped with the aftermath of villain attacks and rebuilding, using his increased limbs and strength to speed up the normally arduous task. Then there was the spray hero, Enkai, a local neighborhood hero. He helped with fires but often interacted with the community more than they were used to. Apparently, the reason his hero's name was his own was that he didn't want to create a barrier of a fake facade between him and those he helped. Others describing their accomplishments were highlighted in neon yellow, making them stand out. In front of a newspaper, which was hung on the wall in a glass frame, Sujin sipped his tea with his hands while Shoji calmly put it down. The serenity continued for a moment as the boys let the heat fill them up, warming them on this chilly day. Of course, closing the window may help with their chill, but the atmosphere of being cold on the outside with the internal heat from the tea warming them up was peaceful. And though Sujin wanted to ignore anything associated with it, he did have to go back tomorrow. So, stifling a sigh, the boy asked, "How's school been?" Shoji shrugged at his words, picking up the kettle to re-pour his fourth cup of oolong tea, his favorite brand, as he appreciated its subtlety. "Not much. I had to choose my hero name since that's what they did before their week-long hero shadowing, and I was with my dad. Then we had a group race across Ground Gamma, where we used our gains to see who was the fastest." "I see. I guess I'll need to start thinking about what my hero name would be." But in other news, racing, it must have been rough for Shoji since that kind of thing doesn't suit his quirk, Sujin thought. Recalling Ground Gamma from the pamphlet available in their entrance exams, there were many obstacles designed to make quick movement on the ground next to impossible. "What group were you in?" Sujin asked. Shoji took a moment before answering. "If I remember correctly, there were Su, Ida, Uraraka, and Shiro." While Shoji returned to his tea drinking, Sujin had a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Are you serious? That's who they assigned to you? Were they trying to make you lose?" Sujin re-evaluated Aizawa in his mind, replacing the lazy appearance with a more sadistic and cruel one. Needless to say, Sujin didn't want to ask Shoji where he finished, as his prediction was dead last with a considerable gap between him and fourth. It would simply be unbelievable if Shoji didn't finish last in that group. Still, Sujin was forced to answer when Shoji, with a slight upturning of his lips, said, "Do you want to know something interesting about that?" He phrased it as a question, but knowing Sujin's overbounding curiosity, it may have been defiance. Sujin was thinking that maybe one of them fell, and he got fourth or third, unlikely but entirely possible. Shoji let the anticipation come to a boil as he purposely took a particularly long sip, enjoying his tea along with his friend's growing impatience. Finally, when he sensed that Sujin couldn't take it anymore, he put the cup down and said, "Out of that entire group of Ida with his jets for legs, Su with their frog-like flexibility, Uraraka with her zero gravity, and Shiro with his tape, I finished first." Sujin sat there for a moment, staring blankly at Shoji before his brain reset as the bigger boy got up to return his dishes to the sink. "Wai. How?" Shoji tapped his head with his fingers, telling Sujin to think as he left the room. And as Sujin wondered if his classmates actually regressed during the hero training, Shoji was reminiscing on his time with his father. "You've understood how to increase your strength, so I don't need to instruct you on that any longer. Instead, I'll be teaching you how to use those arms of yours to fight." "And me?" Shoji looked at his mother, dressed in a recently famous exercise wear her company produced, a purple top over her sleek black bodysuit with her similarly colored hair and 8 pure black eyes resting upon her face. He noticed the excited expression on her face, remembering that she was taking massive amounts of time off work since, according to her, "How could my son and husband be at home while I'm not there working?" What ensued was a proper *SS beating. The rules were that he was to get attacked by his mother, and he was supposed to grapple with all of her hands and webs. While doing so, his father would be attacking him, and he was supposed to fend off the attacks of the other multiple armed men. Later, once he was done with the week and going back to school, it was explained that the exercise improved his reaction time, along with his quirk to hand understanding. His father had said, "You've only had to use 2 arms your entire life since."
You're so strong, but in the future, you may face someone even stronger than you. By that point, you'll need to use not just 2, or even 6, but all your arms, legs, eyes, hands, and feet. You'll need to use everything to defeat such a foe.
Even now, Shoji couldn't help but nod at such sound logic. Since he was more familiar with his quirk, he noticed that creating and manipulating extensions of his body was easier than ever. Thus, all he had to do was make a long string of arms to catapult him into the air, and then, using the makeshift glider that he had done before with Uraraka in the festival, he glided to the finish line, beating everyone else. Ingenuity. That was the praise he got from All Might, and remembering so brought a smile to the boy's face. Meanwhile, as Shoji was putting the disses away, Sujin was still having a mental breakdown trying to process how Shoji coming in first was possible. You jerk. Waking up in a hangry mood, Sujin cursed at Shoji as they walked out of the local shop, with him carrying his breakfast and a coffee to wake him up. Shoji, who was enjoying his own homemade drink, raised an inquisitive eyebrow, irking Sujin even further. Don't you dare pretend not to know, you getting first, Jay, just how did you manage to do such a thing? Were you lying to me? But then I could easily verify such a thing, so that'd be dumb. But maybe you are that. Not wanting his friend to die from both his carelessness in words and actions, Shoji pulled Sujin by his clothes, stopping the distracted boy from walking into oncoming traffic. Hoonnnnnnnkkkkkkkk Sujin was silenced by the long honk from the poor driver who almost hit the kid, and Shoji's glare, though Sujin couldn't tell which of his actions caused said glare. Maybe it was both. Still, the boy piped down, dropping the subject and talking to the now pissed-off driver before they returned to their walk to school. The rest of the morning was uneventful, and after getting checked up by Recovery Girl, along with a stern scolding about how he was too reckless, he was sent out with a piece of paper. This is your hero name form. It was supposed to be mailed to you, but we had an issue with our systems and thus couldn't get it out in time, so I'm giving it to you. When you're done, turn it in to your homeroom teacher. Thus, Sujin walked down the hallways, looking at his reflection, wondering just what he was going to call himself. Chapter 78. Intersecting Feelings. Creak. Trying to slowly enter the classroom so he didn't disrupt anyone, Sujin slowly slid the doorframe to the left. Unfortunately for him, the doorframes made an ear-screeching sound as their wheels spun across the olden tracks. Thus by the time he was finished, he looked inside to see all of his classmates' eyes locked onto his location. You've dealt with WAYYYY worse than this. Trying to psych himself out of his nervousness, the boy took a step into the room, letting the doorframe slide to a halt. Nice of you to join us, Sujin. The boy was about to walk to his seat now that the majority of the eyes that were on him had left. But his attention was grabbed by a voice that would normally be intimidating. Looking below, the image of a yellow caterpillar with an unshaven face coming out of it dispelled that image of intimidation. Instead, Sujin gave a timid, hey, in response to his unique teacher, already used to his antics since they were already nearing the end of the semester. Go look through my desk. The papers with your name are what you need to complete within a week. Ask your classmates for help, and don't bother me. Being as brash as usual, Aizawa assigned Sujin work before closing his eyes and backing up until his entire body was under his desk out of sight. Sujin shook his head, walked to his seat, and sat down, wetting himself before he went and got his work. But as he was pulling out his papers, a voice pulled him out of his own stupor. You're back. The boy looked up, making eye contact with Tenya and Momo. Why yeah, I'm sorry for being so late. It was a reflex to apologize for things regardless of whether you're at fault or not, unless it's too serious. Sujin used to do it very much. His logic was that it saves time and trouble. But currently, both of the two had confused expressions on their faces when they heard Sujin's apology. What do you have to apologize for? Momo's confused voice brought out an even more apprehensive one from Sujin. F4. The boy took a second, then one more than normal, before his mouth was rendered mute. What was he apologizing for?